Plenty of distortion going on in that video.
Yeah, some of the videos have like, yeah, I know. I mean, dude, I know every single one.
I know, but I don't
think
think
I've ever
Matt
seen a.
knows. Matt
when are
thinks
you
that
ready
flat
for
Earth
me
is
to review this
stupid.
video?
So
When are we ready to review this video of yours, India?
Oh, go for it. Play it.
So starting off at 0 seconds, right? We have clear camera footage here. There's no shittiness going on, and then boom.
What is shittiness?
90s,
Can you
right?
quantify what shittiness is? Because I'm not going to let you sit here and just use fucking propaganda weasel words.
Bad resolution, bad camera resolution. That's what shittiness
Okay,
is.
what does bad mean?
Bad. We're
What is
talking
it? What is
like
bad in this context? You don't like it? Is it? It's not. It doesn't fit with your preference. Is that it?
pixels on
Well,
screen
let's
is
figure
bad
it out.
definition.
Like,
No,
look at
no,
the
I gotta
camera
mute you,
resolution.
Matt.
Why do you have to mute me? Why do you have to mute me?
No, the other fucking idiot, the other Matt. Or sorry, that was Michael.
Michael needs to be quiet. He's not learning anything. So anyway, Matt. Okay. So are you under the assumption, Matt, that you could see forever if the surface is flat?
No, not under those assumptions. I'm not going to enter your little wormhole.
Well, how about this? How about this? If they use a different camera, would you just all of a sudden see the boat?
What do you mean? It's not saying that. I'm not saying that they should.
Well, your complaint is it's a shitty camera, right? So, are you saying that if they used a better camera, they'd see the bottom of the boat?
Yeah, probably. I think that it's not just that. Those are one of the factors, one of the many factors that we're talking about here, right?
So it's not Earth curve, right?
Well, when we're looking at pond videos, it's obviously not going to be Earth curvature. You already told me that's the factor. That's why we're doing it on a small scale, right?
Yeah, and at a larger scale, right? You need an even better camera, right? Even better than these small scale cameras.
Yeah, but the thing is, remember when you're talking about the ratio of the
maybe
scales,
it's just a shitty
right?
camera.
We have a small pond, therefore, your camera should be able to resolve everything in that small pond. When we have a big beach and an ocean, okay, your stronger camera should be able to resolve that too. It's up to scale, right?
No, well, first of all, if they use a camera lens that's too large, right? Right. If you have a lens, like say your lens is 3 inches in diameter, and you put the center of the lens at 2 inches, now the actual camera height isn't 2 inches anymore, right? Because you got the top of the lens, right? So you can pick up light from the top of the lens, right? So now you got, instead of a 2-inch camera height, you have a 4-inch camera height. You understand? Okay.
Sure.
And then you need to use you would need to use a longer lake, and then the lake would be so long that you wouldn't be able to eliminate curvature as an optical effect, right? So you can't do it. You have to use this type of camera because you need to keep the aperture and that camera height within a certain size to keep the scale.
Okay. But again, you're mentioning a lot of factors.
Ain't that
right now.
crazy? That's how curvy the Earth is.
God, Indio, you're really just pushing goalposts on us here.
I just think it's odd.
No, it's just crazy that
real quick.
Like in order to do
I never get a chance to talk about Indio's video. I never get a chance to do it.
No, look, so it's really odd.
I don't care.
It's really odd. It's really odd that you're neglecting the fact, Matt. Is it Matt? Matt, yeah. That the lens size doesn't change when you're looking at a long distance over 30 miles versus a short distance over a quarter mile, or what say you? Like, it's actually helping you to look over a quarter mile because that larger lens keeps things in better focus.
Yeah, but we're talking about scale. I'm thinking even an iPhone. You could have done this with an iPhone camera, and it should be able to work just fine. You don't need a powerful camera. And when you're looking at boats going over the horizon, obviously you're going to need a better camera for that one also. But it should be up to scale.
So if I use a nice camera,
and have decent quality.
If I use a nice camera,
let me get
in this video.
I don't want to just stay on the camera and let's get to the video, right?
You don't know anything about cameras, Matt. But go ahead, get to the video.
Yeah. When we're looking at the video, starting off, by the way, is this the same camera that we're looking at here, India? Since this is your video.
Is that the same camera? No, probably not, because this is one of her first videos, so it's probably a different camera.
It's about 3 years ago, 2020. Okay.
No, this comes off the same channel, the Sky Free channel. This was one of her first videos, so it's probably a different camera. than the other videos that were shown. Yes, it's probably a different camera.
That's fine. Okay, it's fine.
The link to the original videos in the description.
Is this I'm talking about from 0 seconds to when it starts showing the RC boat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, from the other thing, I'm saying, is that a different camera? Like, from here to like 11 seconds is a different camera.
No, that's the same camera.
Same camera. Okay. So obviously at the start we have this boat going out. Looks like decent quality. Looks like we can see everything, and then boom, 1994. And then obviously, like, what's going on here? Why can't, like, what's wrong with this camera to the point where it can't resolve, like, a lady at a pond?
So was your argument cameras cause Earth curve?
Oh, that's not my argument. My argument is, why the fuck is the camera so shitty, and why does it become so shitty?
Yeah, okay. No one cares about your opinion about fucking, like, no one cares about your film review ability. If you want to be a film critic, go be one. Who cares? No, it's not a problem unless you're saying the camera caused Earth curve.
Camera's not causing Earth curve, obviously.
Oh, right there in the boat. Did you see that? Listen, rewind it. 3 seconds, man. You see the spray? That you can see the spray from the boat, but you can't see the boat. Where's the boat, Matt?
We know the height.
Where's the boat?
Camera.
Where's the boat, Matt? Where's the boat?
Let's establish the principles.
Go ahead, push play. Push play, and look at the surface of the water. Look at the surface of the water and push play. You see the boat skimming across the surface.
Man. It's actually 1080p.
That's the new one, man. Bad cameras make Earth curve. Bad cameras make Earth curve. You heard it here first. Even shittier cameras makes it even more Earth curve. The shittier the camera, you should just use a fucking goddamn camera obscura. Just put a pinhole in the wall, and you'll get all sorts of Earth curve. Cameras are Earth curve now. Great argument.
Man, it's just funny. And you gotta laugh at this, man. At first,
no, I'm laughing at you. Yeah, I'm laughing at your coping.
2020, and you go to 1995.
The only thing I'm laughing at is your coping. Your argument is it must be cameras. Yeah, who cares? I don't care about your film criticism and your critique of fucking cameras. Don't care.
Anyway.
Yeah, that shtick ended.
Well, we can't even see the boat at the start.
Yeah, that's right.
We got 3 seconds in you. You can't even see the fucking boat at the start. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's right. But you will keep playing it. Keep playing it, and the boat will come into view.
On the right?
So the boat has to come into view, but when we watch boats going out to the horizon, they're already in view. Then they get out of view.
Because they're driving the boat they're driving the boat towards the camera, right? So this is like the same thing as like you're out to sea and you're coming into shore, as opposed to going out to sea. I know it's hard to grasp that boats go in 2 directions, that they leave shore and come to shore. It's complicated, I know.
Hey, Matt, so are you saying that a boat...
Hold on, buddy, hold on.
No. Hold on. Before you... All you're doing is...
Keep playing it. No, don't stop it. Keep playing it. We want to see the boat again. Because I can't see the boat, but I'm going to see the boat in a second. Play it some more.
All right.
Keep kicking our ass by playing it. Keep playing it.
How high? What's the height of this boat? You know?
See it right there? See it right there, moving around in the middle?
I think this boat is 8 inches.
So,
no,
Matt,
that shit.
Are you saying? Are you under the assumption that boats can't come back from over the curvature?
No, they can, but you're not. It's not even a proper. Like, what the fuck was this video? It's 30 seconds long, 24 seconds, and then look at this. We're seeing the boat now, and then before. What? Looks like it's obstructed literally by the waves. What the fuck are we looking at here?
Oh,
yeah, but dude, just move right back to the beginning. Put the boats on waves too, Matt. Okay, look. So you could have a situation where the boat, where there's a high wave. Hold on. You could have a situation where the boat's in a trough and there's a wave that's high. You're also going to have a situation where the boat's going to be on top of a wave and there's going to be a trough in front of the boat and the boat's going to be elevated. So that excuse don't hold water, pun intended.
Okay, dude. Look, it appears here, right? That the boat, they're not even, okay, here they're zooming into the boat. Here they're zooming into, I don't know what the fuck they're zooming in because the camera quality is from 1995. And then we can see the boat. And then look at the boat right here. Come on, man. What the fuck is this? Why is the quality so shit? And do we know the height of the boat? Do we know the height of the camera lens? Like, where's the camera lens? It's the height of the camera lens in this video. We don't know. We don't know the two biggest factors that we need to know.
Yeah, you were already told 8 inches and 2 inches. You can pretend it wasn't said.
You said
We know
like
your
8
shtick, man,
inches,
because
dude.
you do it over and over again. You try to pretend you weren't answered. You try to pretend.
You said
You
like
actually
8 inches. What's the data behind the 8 inches, dude? What's
I
the
don't know.
data behind that? You said
Listen,
like 8 inches.
look, a direct link to the video is in the description. Can you tell us why?
Okay, where is it? Give me the direct.
In the description to the video.
Okay, give me the video so I can go to the description.
You're on the video, you freaking retard, dude.
Okay. Oh, freaking retard! Camera height 2 inches.
Yeah.
Bowl. Oh no, already be fine. So who's the retard now?
Look, the globe Earth model predicts that it should be 2,500 feet away.
Yeah, now it's about the globe Earth model, dude. Come on, man.
That's the whole point. We're supposed to be proving or disproving
So
the
we
curve.
don't know the height of this boat. This boat could be 2 feet. It doesn't look 8 inches. I'll tell you that right now. It doesn't look no 8 inches.
Who cares? The claim is, and you probably made it yourself, is that on a flat Earth, you'd be able to see the bottom of shit forever until it fell off the edge. That's the stupid shit y'all say.
I don't say that. I don't say stupid shit like that, dude. All I'm saying is there should be
no
dumber
shit. Like I don't like you fucking camera. Like, the camera creates Earth curve.
Yeah,
he says other stupid shit. He don't say that stupid shit.
I mean, like, let's look at any video and then the 1080p and then fucking make it 360p and then see if we can resolve things. Like the pixels are literally what you're seeing now. You're just seeing pixels moving around, so you don't even know what the fuck's happening.
It's far away.
Would you prefer CG? Would you prefer Matt? Would you prefer CGI and computer graphics and animation?
Oh my god. Talking about CGI, man.
So your argument is basically a film critic. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I'm a film critic. I don't like the cinematography in this fucking film. Therefore, I'm not going to pay for a ticket.
Hey, you know what you could do, Matt? You could, Matt. You know what you could do? You know what you could do?
Matt, information about this.
Matt,
hold the fuck
on, real quick, man. Bro. Listen, what you could do.
Ebert will be back shortly.
Look, you can have the mic after this. I'm just going to say this real quick. You can take the information that they give you in there, go out to your own pond, make your own observation, come to your own conclusion instead of being a little computer armchair critic.
It's not going to be with a camera that was from 1995. Anyways, it says camera height 2 inches. 2 inches above water? Definitely does not look 2 inches above water. I'll tell you that right now. This shit does not look 2 inches above water. 2 inches above water.
Have you ever looked at anything 2 inches above water?
He's never done anything in his life.
Yeah,
nothing. You've never gotten down to a plank above water. You don't know what 2 inches above the water looks like.
They know what 2 inches above water looks like.
You've never been in a pond swimming and looked 2 inches above water and tried to see something a quarter mile away.
2 inches above water right now. First of all, it doesn't specify. Yeah. 2 inches above what? This looks like 2 inches above water right now.
Are you serious? We actually have to say it's 2 inches above the fucking mountain 30 miles to the west. Shut the fuck up, dude. Of course it's above the water.
47 degrees latitude.
No, it's not. It's clearly fucking not above the water, man.
Clearly not. Clearly.
What else would it be above?
Be able to see those fucking trees if that fucking camera was 2 inches above water. What the fuck?
Well, you're apparently wrong because we do see those trees and the camera is 2 inches above the water.
It's not.
Hey, what else would it be above? What else is in the video that it would be above?
Oh shit! I don't know.
Can you just tell us why we can't see the boat? Can you just tell us that? Why can't we see the boat? Is it Earth curve?
Extreme shitty quality and the height of the boat.
So the boat is really there. So the boat's really there, but you just can't see it because the camera was so horrible. So
hey, Indio, the Earth's not curving; it's shitty quality, bro.
The camera quality imitates Earth curve. That's what you're saying.
Camera quality is horrible, and it's a weird thing. It's like it's the opposite of what it should be doing.
But is that why we can't see the boat?
Earth curve to non-Earth curve. It's like it's coming out of sight. It's not going.
When I go outside and make long distance observations, I can't see things because of shitty quality. That's going to be my new explanation.
I'm actually about to go on X right. I'm about to go on X right now. Yeah, that must be shitty quality. Shitty quality.
Chicago skyline image actually proves that the Earth is a globe. That's all.
It's because it's because of the shitty camera. Nah, it's a shitty camera. Really want to open that can of worms, Matt?
That's why you go. I like how they had to go from 1080p or normal 720p to 360p.
No, see what if you know anything about cameras, what happened is their camera has a digital zoom, and that's why it looks like that. So they're not using it in the beginning of the video. They're not using a digital zoom. They're using optical zoom, but it probably goes to like digital zoom after 4 times, right? So when it's that far away, it automatically switches to digital zoom. But you don't know how cameras work, so. Yeah, but the boat's actually really there, but it's just like the shitty camera is the reason you can't see it. You can see the water droplets. You don't even know the height of the fucking boat, dude. You can see the water droplets that the boat is propelling into the air. You can see the spray, right? But you can't see the boat itself. But you can see the spray that of water that the boat is. You can see the spray of water that the boat is sending into the air.
Why are they looking at where the boat isn't even at? This is stupid. Look at the video right now, Indio. They're looking at where the boat isn't even at.
Go back 1 second. Go back 1 second. Look at it. See it in the middle? It keeps swirling it back around. Scroll back. Right there. Boom.
You can see
I can see it. You can't see it?
I see it fine. But you know what? The thing is, this boat, it's spraying water into the air. You know what a rooster tail is?
Why is it spraying water?
Do you know what a rooster tail is? So a boat that has propulsion, if you gun it, it'll spray water into the air in the shape of a rooster tail. And that rooster tail will be higher than the boat. So they can track the boat.
What if the water is actually above this 4-inch boat?
Dude, right there, right where you're looking, you can see the spray. Right there. Right there. You can see the spray of the boat. That little distorted white shit. That little cloud that's moving around with the camera.
Look, that guy wasn't even looking at where the boat's at. This is the shittiest video I've ever seen in my life. Show them big ass fucking 60-foot boats.
Hey, I heard Cisco and Ebert are looking for you because they need a new film critic to sit in the director's chair.
Yeah, Cisco's no longer with us.
This is your cope. Fucking. I'm an amateur film critic, and Earth is a globe because you used a crappy camera.
Yeah.
Earth has hit a new low, man.
Show us yours then. Show us your better one.
Yeah, where's your evidence for the globe,
he's just trolling. He knows he's just trying to irritate us. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that's
I'm not even joking, man. I'm crying from this.
Cope is unreal.
Listen, the thing is, I hope you're joking because if you're serious, you're dumb. That's all I gotta say.
I swear to. I mean, I'm serious. I'm dumb, dude. You go from 10. You go from 720p to 360p.
Yeah. Yeah. So what? Why does that matter?
And you don't even know the height of the boat. Okay. And then the camera is 2 inches above water. You can see trees all the way back there. Come on, man.
Great. You can tell us your complaints. You can tell us your complaints. But why do they matter?
Okay. If you look at my screen, right? What would you say the height of?
Don't ask me a fucking question. Don't ask me a question.
From the ground to the water.
Listen, you listed your complaints. Now tell us why they matter.
Okay. Reason why they matter is because the height of the camera isn't even 2 inches above water. Would you say that's about 2 inches?
Why does that matter?
It determined. How did you determine
why does that matter?
That?
I'm asking you. Why are you repeating the questions I ask you?
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, you listed all these beefs. Why do they matter?
You're just trying to gaslight us.
That's the thing. You can't even say why they matter. You just expose yourself.
Yeah. Great job at interrupting me before I can say why it matters. And then you're just
I asked you like at least 40 seconds ago.
Are you a dunce, Matt?
No, all you did. No, listen. I asked you why they matter. You said, why do they matter? Well, the camera's not even 2 inches. That's not telling me why it matters. That's just repeating your complaint. I don't want you to just repeat your complaint. I want you to say your complaint and say why your complaint matters and somehow invalidates this observation.
Because if it's above 2 inches, if we're talking about 7 feet above water, you're going to be able to resolve a lot more. And it's claiming 2 inches. It's not 2 inches. And I'll tell you why. That little thing right there, that little hill the water that you can see right there,
Huh?
you can call this that that's definitely not 2 inches. So the fact that you can resolve things all the way back there, this shit is not 2 inches above water. I'll tell you
Okay,
that right now.
let's say it's 10
You can
feet above the
resolve
water.
things above water.
Okay, hold on.
Not
Let's
2
say
inches
it's
above water.
let's say it's 10 feet above the water. Why can't you see the boat? That doesn't help you, bro.
Now
It's not
what?
10 feet. You don't know how high
Now
it is,
what?
so you can't make
You
a
think it's
claim
1
about
inch?
it.
You think
Or
it's
you
lower than 2 inches? Is it lower
Hey,
than
I
2
just
inches?
want to
Hold
ask.
on, Sheep.
higher than 2 inches.
Okay, it's higher than 2
2 inches.
So if you go higher, should you be able to see more? Yes or no?
Yeah, you should be able to see more, but the
So
camera quality is also
if they bring the
And the
camera
boat is
higher
only like
up,
4 inches height.
so if they bring the camera higher up, they should be able to see the boat even more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They should be
Well, then where's the boat?
right there. You
Yeah.
can't see
So
it there because he's moving right through the frame. And you look at it, and then you look
it's
at it,
50
and look
feet in the
where it's
air.
at
Why
right
can't
now.
they see the
It's
boat?
literally below. Dude, come
You
on,
got
man.
him, bro.
Wreck
You got
yourself,
him, bro.
man.
He
You
wrecked
wrecked
himself hard.
yourself.
Checkmate.
Yeah, I wrecked you. That shit's for it. You said 2 inches above
Hey, Matt.
water. My ass,
Matt.
dude.
Matt. If the
Yes,
camera
2
height
inches
is
is 10 inches, and we still can't see the
Let-
boat. Take that, Flat Earther. Fucking retard.
let's reiterate this real quick. Let's just like summarize this up real quick. So the camera height is said to be 2 inches above the water. Now, if you raise
It's
the
not.
camera height to 4 inches above the water, we'll just go with the idea that it might be. Okay, it might be. I'm not gonna say
Dude,
it
I'll
is. It
concede
might
it,
be.
man. It makes it worse for him. I'll concede it.
Right. Right. So if I take the camera and raise it 6 inches, if I raise the camera 6 inches above the water, would I be able to see the boat?
I don't know when you should be able to see the boat. I don't even know the height of the boat. The boat could be
If I
3
raise
inches
it,
from the look of it, 5 inches
if I
max.
raise it a foot,
So
if I raise it,
the
if I
wave
raise it a foot,
100% obscuring
if I
this
raise
boat,
it,
dude.
why are you not letting me talk, bro? If I raise it a
I don't give
foot
you any
above the water, if I raise it a foot above the water, would I be able to see the boat?
I can't tell you. I'm assuming so. I can't tell you because we don't actually know. These are the two things you claim to know, but you
Could
don't
you
know.
tell me?
Indio
Can you
claimed
tell
8
me,
inches for the
Matt?
height of the boat. He doesn't know that shit.
Matt,
He came up
you're
with it,
so
made it out of his
excited, bro.
ass. You don't know
You're
the
so
height.
excited,
This is
bro.
definitely
It's
not 2
fucking
inches. I
hilarious.
proved that too. So you guys
Hey,
don't know shit
Matt,
about what you're talking about.
can you, Matt,
And you go
can
from
you tell
720
me?
feet to
Can you tell me where
1985.
the horizon? Can you tell me where the horizon?
Dude, we
Can you
should be
tell
going up
me?
on X, bro. This should be
Can you,
funny as fuck.
I know. Can
And
you
it's
tell me,
funny.
Matt?
And then you
Can you
reverse
tell
it.
me, Matt?
Go
Matt,
from
bro,
man, come on.
Matt? Can you tell me what the distance to the horizon be at 1 foot observer height?
It'd be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Depending on, yeah, that's where it'd be.
All right. So can you tell me what the distance to the horizon would be at 2 inches?
2 inches. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna do that math.
I'm sure you could enter it into an Earth curve calculator to figure that one out, right?
You can do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Or you could take the video itself tells you that it's
we all know it's not 2
it's
inches above water.
2,600 miles away or
We all
2,600
know
feet
this is
away.
not 2 inches above water. We all know this is not
2,600 feet.
and the
Why
camera.
are you not? Are you so excited,
They
bro?
moved
You're not
this
going to let
fucking
me
camera.
talk? You're the
They're
one here to
moving this
learn,
fucking camera.
bro. I already know your side of the story. You want to learn something? Shut up and listen.
We're moving this fucking camera as well. How's that shit?
So if the camera is 2 inches above the water, the horizon would be at 2,600 feet. Yet the distance to the boat is 600 feet. Why
let's
is
not-
there obstruction?
This is 600 feet away.
Yes.
Oh, this boat is 600 fucking feet away. Man,
Yeah.
these guys are so.
That's right.
You know, you'd assume for an experiment like that, they show where the fuck the camera is. They show the height of the boat. They show
They
all
do
the
in
shit
the
like that.
original
They give you-
video
they
that I
just toss
told you
everything
where
in.
it was. I told you it's in the description. Just watch the original video.
They say shit, but they don't show us the orientation before the experiment, and they claim 2
Man,
inches
they
above
do
water.
not want to watch anything, bro. They don't want to learn nothing. They just want to, no way. That can't be true.
Hey, remember this.
Fucking flat Earth is ridiculous. Why would anybody believe in flat Earth?
Jeep, look at the camera. You're 2 inches above this water. Yeah, you can see that pole right there.
Yeah.
And that means that hill is not that hill right there that you see is not above 2 inches. That's also what that fuck that means. Can you believe that?
Bro. So
Oh,
do you know that things converge off into the distance, right?
Oh my God! So convergence is showing is proving that a 10-foot hill is now 0.002 inches.
How high do you think that hill is 10 feet?
Probably. I mean, you're talking about from like the bottom here to up top. Yeah, 10 feet probably. I mean,
Really?
you're remembering.
Go back in the video.
Serious?
Go back in the video where the person was standing there holding the RC boat.
That's
Wait till
hilarious.
he's standing up. Back up to where he's standing up. Back
He,
up
it's a
to where he's
she.
standing up. He, she, it doesn't matter.
Fucking
Back
Godzilla,
up.
man. That must be
I know.
Godzilla. You found
Back
Godzilla.
up. Back up, bro. Back the video up.
I'd say about 5
Back
feet.
it up
Actually, I don't
more.
know.
Back it up more. You made the claim 10 feet. You're being an idiot about it. Back it up more, bro. Why are you going to stop it right there?
Already
Restart it? Holy shit.
Why can't you go back to where the head is above the hill?
Okay, I'm about to kick you. I'm about to stop this shit, man. He ain't
Oh my
being honest.
God.
He knows what he's doing. He don't want to show it because he said the space between the bottom of her foot and that water is fucking 10 feet. How tall
Oh, that's
is
not
she?
what the fuck I said. I'm saying the hill behind it, you dummy. The hill behind it. Are you not listening? You
What
fucking
hill?
idiot, man.
You think that hill's 10
The hill
feet tall?
behind it. Holy shit. You don't even know what I'm
So
talking
behind
about.
her, what hill? You mean that minor slope?
That minor slope. It's not 10 feet, though. Now that I just looked at it, it's probably like 4 feet max, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so you made a false claim already, and you don't even know, bro.
Yeah, but 3 feet. No, I just corrected myself. But even 3 feet.
You don't even know the distance between the person.
Hey,
Look, you don't.
shut up.
Matt,
Shut up for 1 second.
Matt, no, you came here to learn, bro. Matt,
You're above.
no, you're not.
Yeah,
So
I muted
Matt,
him. That's
I know. I knew it as soon as it happened. So Matt, here, since you're muted, now you can listen. So you don't even know the distance between the person and the hill behind them. So you're just assuming the height of the hill based off of the person's height. You have no knowledge of what's going on in the video other than the descriptions that they're giving you, which is why I'm asking you to say, don't trust the video, go out and make the observation yourself. Stop being a dunce. That's the end of my statement. Oh my gosh. No, I hate to head off, y'all. Get ready to do Flat Earth Fridays over on Twitter. Y'all are all welcome to come, whoever wants to. Take a look up 100 Crypto Keys on X or Level Heads HQ, Level HEADZ HQ. Either one of them, they're the base co-hosts and hosts. And we'll see what we're going to get into tonight. It's the 100th episode. Congratulations.
Coffee? Get your coffee, boy?
I'm at work, bro. I'm 400 miles away, so I can't. I don't know if I got coffee yet or not. But I'll call my roommate and see if he's gotten it.
All right, bro.
But thank you, and let me know what the price is, bro. I'll send you money.
Tell me what you think of it, and then you can pay me what the hell you want.
Okay. All right. When I get home, I'll look at it. Love you, man. Appreciate you.
No sweat, bro.
Oh man. Matt, you can stop streaming. You don't have a microphone, so you can't say anything about what's going on in the video unless you just want to keep showing it. It's good to see you, Battle Mod. I'll see you around, brother.
Battle Mod, what should I try to freaking catch the groundhog with? The freaking potatoes, carrots, haven't worked. I'm ready to go with the freaking like sardines next. I'm ready to try to get them with sardines.
The people who are trying to fight perspective and the cause of magnification, it's like trying to breathe in water, you know? It's like you can't get around it, but they don't get it.
Just like that, huh? Is it all over, Red Rover?
You know, the one thing I find really funny is like every day that I've been coming in here, it's always Matt going at it with somebody. And it's nonstop for like hours cumulatively. Like, where does this guy have the energy to keep repeating the same shit and getting smacked down and coming back and doing it all over again? I don't get it. Like,
I mean, it's the same with Scott Mackey, you know.
same thing with Scott.
He
And
doesn't
Matt,
learn, dude.
and Matt, if you heard me correctly, if you heard me properly, I said hours cumulatively. What I meant by that is over the last several weeks, let's say, you add up all the time, it's many hours. And even just today, I've been in here on and off for, I don't know, since 5, 6 o'clock my time. It's 9 now, and you're still here. So there's one instance of multiple hours in one day, if you want to debunk that. So yeah, my argument stands. It's crazy. I mean, good for you, man, if you have the energy, but too bad you have nothing else better to do with it.
Well, who's he trying to convince? You know?
Yeah.
Not my job, Matt. Not my job.
Is he speaking? Because I can't hear him. Shit.
I think he was muted.
He's chatting at me, and then I'm speaking aloud because my hands are occupied. So, yeah.
He'll reset tomorrow too. He'll be back. They always do, and they use the same arguments. They start with the same arguments, and then they pretty much turn it around and make it about people. And they talk about you because the argument is over. So then it's just about people. It's about pictures. It's about observer heights. It's about all that stuff.
I want to say after the mini.
If I may, I was just going to say, and I didn't mean to address or say what I say in a targeting manner, a personal targeting manner. It's really the argument or the arguments underlying the apparent personality. Right? That's the key thing in what I said. Don't want to emulate the wrong side here.
Well, I was just gonna say that if it's not Matt, it's definitely Scott. But at least Scott would try to come back with a different argument, but somehow it ends up going right back to the same place where he started like days ago.
Yeah, still, but he doesn't go either way and far at all. You know, it's like trying to attack a topic from different angles over and over again. Every time is trying a new strategy, but it doesn't work because we know it all. It's like we are basically the Iron Dome, you know.
Are we talking to anybody? Anybody got any questions? Anybody got any questions? I know Michael Myers has lots of questions, but he's muted, and I don't have mod privileges anymore. So if anybody wants to unmute him, I guess I can deal with Michael for a little while.
Who's Mike Myers? What's his bit? Everybody has a bit. What's his bit?
He's
from
he's a literal horror story. He's a horror film. His story his story is just as bad as the horror film. It's old and worn out like Jamie Lee Curtis in frickin' Halloween 33, the frickin' final chapter.
But also, so I'll say this: this is his story in a nutshell, right? So he's a European who has a bad attitude, thinks that he can debunk flat Earth while playing video games.
Myers, where's he?
Yeah, he's all talk and no walk.
You're so stupid. You're so stupid. None of you want to learn. Why don't you want to learn? Why don't you want to learn? What is wrong with you? Gosh, don't you know that?
Is he not in here anymore? Is he wearing that ski mask?
The curvature
no, so
has been measured.
He got unmuted by Indio, and then he left. He left as soon as
so he's not here.
He could try to come back. Yeah, he's one of those people. He was here. He wanted to come in here and rumpus the room is what he wants to do.
Oh, well, he ain't got time.
No.
The percentage of genuine conversation, which is the thing that I enjoy, is so low. Like, I don't really want to come in here and talk to, Matt. I don't want to talk to Trig. I don't want to talk to, Jekyll just kind of waits in the wings looking for a cheap meal. Like someone misspeaking or stuttering, and then he comes in. Like, so I'm hoping somebody genuine comes along. These people,
you know what's crazy, says who? I can literally have a conversation over any kind of politics or any kind of religious views, and I can agree to disagree and just talk on what I know or what I've observed and things like that, and that's fine. For me, it all boils down to the other person. Or is the other person willing to have a conversation back and forth, or is there going to be some kind of interruption that's going to consistently go on? It just, the conversation's gone, bro. I don't know why people can't just communicate anymore. I hope he comes back and proves himself wrong. On a side
either
note,
way, anyone in here still ready to discuss?
Discuss.
Not in disgust, but discuss.
Oh, of course. I was just going to say on a side note, I've got a jiu-jitsu tournament in 3 weeks.
Oh, I hope you're prepared.
I
It
think I
takes a while
am.
to, yeah.
No,
Kick ass and take names.
I took gold in my last tournament. So I took first place in my last tournament, and then like I haven't had much training this time around, but I've had some great quality training partners for the last 3 months, and I went ahead and bought 3 private sessions with my black belt instructor. So I'm gonna try to knock those out next time I go home.
Yeah, I don't
Knock
know about
those
you,
out.
but you never want to train always with the same guys, you know. You always want to find someone new, you know, and
Oh, for
to
sure.
learn their style of way. Because you learn a lot when you have different partners, you know. Even though
yeah,
the
you,
technique is one way, but as soon as a person
it
tries
all
it
boils down to
in their
training.
own way, then you learn a lot.
Yeah. No, so my first tournament I did what they call zombie classes, and the zombie classes are all 7 a.m. So like there is mostly white belts that show up to that class. Well, this last 3 months I've been going to the lunch and afternoon classes, and I've been facing a lot of blue belts and purple belts, and I've even submitted a few blue belts, and I've taken quite a few purple belts the distance.
So,
So
so
I feel
how
like I'm
long have you
prepared for the white belt
how long have you been doing this?
since August.
Yeah, that's what I thought, about 6 months, huh?
8 months, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be 8 months. But yeah, man, I've already taken gold in my first tournament. That's my profile picture. Me
You
holding my
you
gold medal, dude.
you gonna fight in the cage?
No, it's just jujitsu. No gi.
Yeah. I took taekwondo just to take it, but years later I ended up fighting in the cage. But I seen the birth of cage fighting. You know.
Yeah, you know, back when each discipline actually meant something, you didn't have to have mixed martial arts.
Eh, yeah, with the tough man contest, since I was 18, you had to strike with your feet and your hands. You actually got points against you if you didn't attempt so many leg strikes. First cage fight I ever fought, it was just a tough man contest in Battle Creek, Michigan. Now we're like, Tapology, MMA, Prison City Fight
Yeah,
League. You know what I mean? We started this shit. We being
yeah,
me and a few of my friends from service. So
right on.
my boy's a bad motherfucker, but he had more levels of combat training than I think I even am aware of. to be honest, I mean,
But the cool thing about it is a few months ago I met Eddie Bravo. He came because I
that's
trained
really
10th Planet, and so he came to visit our school and teach a seminar. So I thought that was cool.
we got when I was in, we got some jujitsu in the Marine Corps, for hand to hand,
Mhm.
little Roman Greco.
Yep.
I mean, if you get in a combat situation where you're against a guy, both of you are out of ammunitions and you're fighting with your knives, and you don't have ground game, you're gonna be dead before it's over. He'll probably live, but you're not gonna tell nobody how awesome he was. I know this old Navy SEAL that's 65. He goes to VFW, where I go, Veterans and Foreign Wars. You know, I think that old man should have. He missed out like 15 years ago when he was 50. He should have been fighting in a fucking cage, because this dude's crazy at 65, man. Fucking get drunk and manhandle people in the VFW. And he looks like this fragile little old man, but he's an ex-Navy SEAL. He's fucking deadly, you know?
Hey, you know what? Tard didn't Tar didn't do what I said he was going to do. Hey, what happened? Somebody muted battle mode. Hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. What did you say?
Who muted battle mod?
I don't know.
Well, if Battlemon didn't hear me, I'm asking him. I didn't catch the groundhog with carrots or potatoes. Now, am I going to freaking have to put some sardines in there or some damn meat?
Somebody pulled his mic, man. Somebody's going to have to give him his mic back.
Wasn't me. I don't have.
I'm sorry, battle mod. I don't know who's playing games with you, man. There's nobody else in here to talk to about flat Earth, so I don't know why we can't have an open discussion.
Maybe he said a naughty word and we didn't hear it.
Like fighting.
I don't know. I don't have the lexicon on me.
Is Indio still in here? There you go. Are you unmuted, battle mod? It shows you're unmuted from my side.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, he's probably
Yeah, looks like he's good to go now. Looks like.
Yeah, it's all good, man. No worries. Fuck the mods.
I mean, I don't keep it on topic. What kind of topic would you like to talk about, Claude?
Yeah, let's get that person to get on flat Earth. So.
All right, bring up a topic, Claude. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, Quad, come in here and lead the way in this flat Earth conversation, Mr. Needy.
Wait, I need groundhog freaking advice first. What bait should I use?
It's always the guys that never engage, that always got a problem with ground level conversation.
I need groundhog advice.
Personally, I think it's a problem from their upbringing. But it's all good.
Like, I mean, I don't mind having the conversation about other things pertaining to flat Earth and everything like that. But I mean, it's just us talking, man. Like, there's more to the world than just flat Earth.
Well, I was just going with the flow, Quad. I didn't dictate the flow.
That's my bad. I mentioned that I had a tournament coming up, and I'm just happy for myself and wanted to share.
Dude, I think you got some fucking mental issues, dude. Not you, Quad. You know, I don't give a fuck about this server or you or your little punk ass feelings, Quad.
Whoa.
You know, you can do all that, Quad, man. It just like you're removing people who have like authority in other places.
Remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
Well, good news is Matt is still here. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not sure Matt has anything to contribute.
Oh,
well,
man,
is the
stop
only
crying,
one that
dude.
can keep it on. He's the only one that can keep it on topic.
That was funny, man. Battle mod versus COD, man. That didn't have to happen, man.
So hey, Matt, you're showing me this like computer graphic imagery that you're streaming from your device.
Yep.
Yeah. So you notice how that's all fakery stuff, right? It's not real world
stuff, man. Just a model.
It's not. It's not real world, bro.
It doesn't have to be. No one claims it is.
Well, we want to talk about the real world.
Okay. I mean, you're over a computer right now.
So where's the Earth curve at?
Here.
Really?
Earth.
It looks like computer graphics, man. Is that what I need to do? I need to make a computer animation for you.
Yeah, the Earth is flat. I'm a fucking retard. You gotta believe me. I watched the YouTube video on it. The Earth is flat. I'm a fucking retard. My wife left me.
Oh yeah, is that why you're here?
Yeah, the wife left me.
I bet you she did. I bet your husband left you a long time ago.
It's a hoax. You gotta believe.
Is that what you call them these days? Wives? Is that what you call those guys these days?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
These liberals with this.
Google it, Gemsy. A wife is a male.
Man, that guy sounds like Zelensky on acid or something.
Anyway, so you notice how when you look at your little satellite view over a city, the higher up you go, the more digitally it is mixed until it becomes unrecognizable as a real video or picture. And it just basically is a computer animation.
What's a satellite?
You tell me what a satellite is.
You mentioned it.
Definition of a satellite is
Not
a satellite.
not something in a
that orbits
cartoon.
something.
Not that. Not something in a globe cartoon. Not that.
Oh, so what is it?
Not that.
Not
Well, let's
what you
go to the
believe it to
definition.
be. Not that. Obviously, you don't know what it is, but not the fantasy globe that you have in your mind. Not that.
Right.
So an artificial body placed in orbit around the Earth or Moon or another planet in order to collect information or for communication. Also, a celestial body orbiting the Earth or another planet.
Beautiful. So, you reckon they give us free photos of North Korea above their airspace? You reckon? No.
I don't know. Why don't you zoom in and find out?
Probably not, right?
Why not?
But apparently we got some images from our biggest enemies over here. You zoom in. Boom! Pyongyang, North Korea. How do you reckon we have these images?
Because we control the airspace.
Tell me, man.
Airplanes?
Airplanes. Fly over North Korean airspace without getting shot down. You can't even get this far.
Please. Do you think he would shoot down one of our planes?
Hell yeah, they've already done it. They've already done it before. Of course they would.
Really?
Fuck. You think you can get to Pyongyang, North Korea without you being detected at all through the DMZ? Come on, man. You're a grown man.
Are you saying that Google can't fly their own plane over Korea?
Nobody can fly over North Korean airspace except North Korea and Russia.
Really? So if I show you people flying over North Korea,
right? Boom.
So you made a positive claim. Nobody flies over North Korea. So if I show you
where'd you find
video
information?
of people
on YouTube,
oh, man.
Where'd you find that information that you can't fly over frickin' South Korea or North Korea? Where'd you find that
use your words
information?
more carefully.
On YouTube.
Talking about
he didn't find it anywhere, obviously. He's talking out his ass.
Yeah, it's talking out his ass. Fucking hell.
Well, let me respond to your question with another question. Did China in recent months send a weather balloon successfully across the United States mainland? Yes. So my point is, obviously, these countries that appear separate from each other are in cahoots. The governments are, one way or another.
Just because a spy balloon, you sent a spy balloon. Therefore, what? Therefore,
Yeah, we didn't shoot it down, buddy. The order was given to shoot it down when it was already over the Atlantic.
We did shoot it
down.
Can
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so the order was given to shoot it down after it already was over the Atlantic and had gone over the United States mainland entirely. Do you understand what I just said? Yes or no?
I remember the first spy balloon actually that they shot down, right? And it was after it was detected by a man, they captured it on his cell phone, then alerted the authorities. So maybe you should do a little bit of your research.
Anyway, the point is, if you're paying attention to even what the mainstream media was putting out about this, Lars was making the intellectual point that, they could have shot it down before it got to the lower 48.
How do you know that?
But they didn't.
How the fuck do you know that?
Because it was detected over Alaska.
It was go ahead and give me the information.
Some Karen captured it on their camera. Telling me some Karen caught a weather balloon on their cell phone, right, and alerted the authorities. I mean, that's ridiculous.
It's not. I mean, this.
Oh no, there shouldn't be a balloon there. What?
Well, I mean, some guy actually captured it, and he alerted the authorities about it. Well, I think he took a photo of it and shit, and then something else happened with it. But regardless, the point is, you're telling us that our biggest enemy, our supposed biggest enemy, is giving us some free snapshots. Not satellite imagery, because that can't be real.
You know that China is very, very powerful and rich. They would already have spy satellites in space. They wouldn't need to send a fucking spy balloon.
Satellites is my entire point. Thank you. And
every country has spy satellites.
Yeah, they do.
And it's actually a great. I'm pretty balloons, sure then.
It was most probably a weather balloon which hit one of the airstreams and got blown off its course. It's quite feasible. Everyone uses weather balloons.
Great to see you again, 80-year-old. I'm pretty sure you're a pretty old guy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, every country uses them. I'm pretty sure that's how Ukraine knew that Russia was amping up forces on their borders, dude, because you could see a bunch of military vehicles and shit. I mean, satellites are a great way to spy on your enemies and bases and all sorts of shit.
So they're going back to old technology. So they're going from technologically advanced, like solar drones and satellites. Because they're what? Saving money? Going back to spy balloons?
You think spy balloons cost less or more than a satellite?
It's hilarious that you think that they're going back to older technology, not to newer technology.
Considering that you need to get a satellite into orbit, that's expensive.
Well, tell me when anyone's going to ever shoot down a satellite out of orbit. That's the first thing. You can shoot a balloon out. You can shoot a Halcyon balloon. Absolutely.
Of course you can.
Oh, you've seen it when satellites, they crash in people's backyards with Mylar balloons attached to them. Oops.
You can't shoot something out of a place that doesn't exist. You believe it exists in the vacuum of space. Oh, no. The vacuum of space doesn't exist, so you can't shoot hardware out of a place that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
where do you come to the
conclusion that it doesn't exist?
Well,
because the way
that pressure next to a vacuum.
But you already know that you don't have this pressure next to a vacuum. When you go up a mountain, you see that the pressure is dropping lower and lower.
Yes, that is called delta X.
So why do you expect all of a sudden? when you get way
what a
up there
gradient is?
higher to where it's almost gone, that there's going to be some sort of a vacuum next to a air pressure.
So quick question. Do you know what gas
logically...
pressure is? And do you know what a gas pressure gradient is? And do you know what the difference is between the two?
Yeah, of course I do. And that's the point. The fact that you know that there's a gradient...
Say it out loud. I don't believe you do. You don't. You obviously just demonstrated you don't.
Why are you interrupting me like a crazy chipmunk? Chill out.
Yeah, say it out loud, buddy.
The fact that you know that there's a gradient, right, leads you to the conclusion that you're not going to have a vacuum right next to 14 pounds of air pressure.
No,
Would you act like
bullshit.
a vacuum is a huge deal anyway? It's just less than 14 pounds of pressure.
All right, can I ask you a direct question about this?
There's one. Can you ask another one?
Of questions. Yeah, so a series of questions. So you are adopting the claim you believe, or whatever, that the gas pressure we're breathing here on the surface of the Earth exists due to gravity, correct?
Incorrect. Where in anywhere did I say anything like that?
Well, I was guessing it because you were saying the vacuum of space is a real place. So if the vacuum of space is a real place,
that's why you're huffing and puffing, right? Like getting all upset.
So
because
do you believe in the vacuum of space or not? Are you a troll or what?
This guy doesn't know who I am. I'm Mr. Grimm, dude. I don't know. Somebody, maybe a veteran, somebody older might tell him.
No, I'll just put your troll ass on mute.
I don't know who you are, and you're a retard. So, Mr. Grimm's a retard. There. You live in infamy. Is this what are these delusions of grandeur? Are you guys serious with this? What the hell? Do you know who I am? This is pathetic. What are you doing?
Maybe he's one of those people where, like, when he was playing sports when he was younger, it got to his head when he was handed a trophy, when everyone was handed a trophy.
Jeez. Don't you know who I am? I'm the dumbest motherfucker in here. Dude.
Yeah, what I was going to say was I've been around here for, I don't know, 10, 15 years doing the plasma cosmology and the very beginning of the flat earth circuit. And I don't like to argue against flat earthers and all that shit because I'm already arguing against mainstreamers about mainstream cosmology and how it's fucked up. Like there's no such thing as a Big Bang, or space time isn't a thing, and black holes aren't real, and neutron stars can't exist, and all the reasonings behind all of that, what the CMB really is, and mainly plasma cosmology. You fucking retard.
They can't stop us from having them in one bucket. Right there at the end, I could hear the pain in your soul for me pointing out that you have delusions of grandeur. It makes me feel good.
It's you projecting and then power tripping with a little
Any
mute
bag
button.
that needs to be taken down.
That's why you mod your own conversations, because you can't control your own life around you. So you got to
I can
get
take one
shit
bag
off.
down.
Yeah.
No, it's more of a cost
Projection.
benefit analysis. You see, I've come to the realization it's not really worth my breath to like waste my time talking to people that are just so stupid and so far
Well,
gone.
yeah,
It's like
and you're
it's
not
not worth
smart enough to understand what it is they're trying to say because you're a little fucking faggot.
Ooh, there's the ban word. Okay. Good job.
It's amazing how the flat Earth hurts so many people's feelings.
Meanwhile, we got some dude that's banned getting coming back to the chat and spamming in the chat. What the fuck's going on?
Good morning, Dad. Yeah, she didn't sleep till 5 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, how come? Oh, come on. Coffee stops you from sleeping. Yeah, she's okay. Come on.
Guy's spamming the fucking chat.
How's that going for you, Michael? Just gonna spend all day doing this?
Wait, how's he like getting banned but like coming back? Heretic.
Secret.
That's funny, man. How would we tell you, trolls? Well, shit, I don't know how the fuck he's coming back. I don't ban evade. I'm a good man.
Is this a good day you're having, Michael?
I got.
You're putting it to good use. Doing good things with his time.
Got it. You got to get one of the server mods to come in here and.
Should have frozen this, I think. That's a bit late now.
It does speak volumes about Globers, doesn't it? Like, that's just what they do.
Back, baby. It's Houdini, man. Oh my.
Oh, well, he has a mental breakdown.
Those dude Myers is sick in his head, dude. This dude Myers is crazy. What the fuck is wrong with the guy?
Is this something that's occurring in the text chat?
Yeah, the checks chat. The dude's getting banned, but somehow coming back. Just spamming. Shit. That shit's hilarious, man. Mods can't stop him. Holy shit. This is why this is the funniest VC, man. You only get shit like this here. One thing I don't get is how the fuck is he coming back on the same account? What the fuck? It's coming back on the same account.
And what? He's rejoining the VC.
He's rejoining the chat and spamming things in the chat. Spamming crazy
I'm not seeing
shit.
his text. I'm not seeing his text. I'm just seeing Quad ban him over and over again. I'm not seeing his actual text
now.
messages.
Yeah,
All
really
right.
late because when you bam him, the text chat goes away. The text that he was typing goes away.
Oh, okay. So there
It was
must
the
be some sort of
spamming
glitch
things.
happening there.
Yeah, he's getting banned but coming back.
Yo, Matt.
What's up with the
Mike, I don't need to hear
giggle
you
fest?
giggle some fucking demented retard, son.
What happened, old dude?
Matt, can you hear me?
Yeah. What'd you say?
Mute your mic. I don't need to hear you sitting there giggling at us, bro.
My bad, bro, my bad.
Fucking children and your fucking games, man. It's obviously the weekend, is it? Nothing better to do but sit and go hee at some fucking retard sperging off in the chat. Get a grip of yourselves. That's some dude on your side, Matt, that's doing that.
Does anybody have anything of interest they've come across lately? Want to point out?
I found a baseball bat with some 9-inch nails in it, mate. I don't know what I'd do with it, though.
Oh, this might come in handy one day, eh? Does it have any blood on it?
Absolutely not. Utensils are best washed when first used.
I was just saying, if you found it, it could potentially be evidence in a crime scene or something.
No, it's all right. I just forgot where I put it.
What if space is just the top of the container? And the gas just dispersed so far apart that you can't measure it. There's no pressure, there's no nothing up there, just like they say space is, but it's just at the top.
Well, they tell us
Huh?
they tell us there's less particles, right, bouncing around as you get higher, which could be the case. I don't know. I haven't measured it, but it doesn't. Less pressure doesn't necessarily equate to less particles. The same amount of particles with less pressure.
Well, T-Dub, I'm just thinking about it here. What is the evidence for the vacuum of space? What's the evidence for that?
Sounding rockets.
Pictures.
Sounding rockets.
Well, can you take a picture of a vacuum?
Sounding rockets. Hello, can anyone hear me?
What's a sounding rocket?
It's It's a rocket that doesn't go to orbit; it just goes up pretty high, like I don't know, 80 kilometers, 100 kilometers.
And that's evidence for a vacuum?
What do you mean? All right, what do you mean by vacuum? Do you mean an area with no pressure or an area with low pressure?
I mean, isn't it
Well,
obvious?
what's the claim pressure of space?
Depends on where you are.
Oh, well, where do you go to take these measurements so we can validate it and give evidence for it?
I don't know. I'll go on a lookup table and look what the pressure is at 100 kilometers.
100 kilometers? What's the pressure at 100 kilometers? Verified.
Let's see. Well, this is. Geez, why does it only go up to 15 kilometers on this one?
Is that the point? Is that the point where entropy, no longer applies and heat doesn't flow to cold? Because I've been told this weird thing, right? I've been told that one of the best examples of entropy that can be demonstrated is the free expansion of gas into a vacuum. And I get told this other thing where that's not happening at a certain point, no longer happening. But the entropy of the universe is always increasing, so I'm really confused. I don't know.
All right. Well, according to Wolfram Alpha, it says 3.2 times 10 to the negative 4 millibar.
Where?
At 100 kilometers.
Okay. Is that space?
What is space to you exactly?
I don't claim space. What is space to you exactly?
Past the Carmen line, I guess. I don't know.
Where's the Carmen line?
100 kilometers.
The Carmen line is at 100 kilometers, according to you?
Yeah, according to the definition, yeah.
So it's not past the moon anymore. They moved it, right?
What are you talking about, dude?
Well, they've moved the Carmen line. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but it used to be past the moon. Now it's closer. And then they used to say that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere. So kind of confusing.
Yeah, pedantic.
So today you're saying that 100 kilometers is officially space.
That's why I said I guess. Whatever you want it to be, dude. Let's start a.
I don't want it to be anything. I'm not making this claim. Is this your claim? You want it to be at 100 kilometers. That's where you want it to be.
It's just a set altitude. Like there's no space isn't something that you go to and you start loading into a new scene like a video game, dude. It's just like something that
I didn't change it. It's not me. Why are you getting mad at me? What's wrong with you?
Because you're being pedantic and it's annoying.
I'm not being pedantic. I'm just talking about today. It's at so space is at 100 kilometers, right? And the air pressure is what?
Conversation? Yeah, let's do it. 3.2 times 10
Okay.
to the 4 millibar.
Okay. So you have evidence of this other than just the claim?
Sounding rockets.
What's a sounding rocket?
It's a rocket that goes on a suborbital trajectory, so you just launch it straight up in the air. You don't go sideways.
So we just go straight up. Then what happens?
You reach an maximum altitude called apogee, and it's normally above 100 kilometers with sounding rockets.
Does it stop there?
Depends on what sounding rocket it is. It can go higher than 100
Well,
kilometers.
which sounding rocket? Can you be a little bit fucking specific? Talk about the one that you're going to use as your example.
I guess an Aerobee or a Black Brian.
Okay, and so it stops or it continues. How does it stop?
What do you expect it not to stop?
Well, what does it stop? How does it stop? Tell me how.
Because gravity is pulling down on it the whole time, so eventually.
Oh, so gravity makes it stop.
Yeah, that's how objects work. Yeah, if I throw an object, it's going to come down.
That's how objects work?
Yeah. If I throw something up in the air, it's going to reach. Do you know what a parabola is?
Is this been thrown or is this being propelled?
I mean, I guess it's. You can say it's thrown as well. I mean, thrown, propelled.
No, this is not what I'm saying. It's what you're saying, dumb fuck.
Propelled. You're so pedantic, dude. Can we just have a conversation?
I'm not pedantic. I'm talking. You're talking. This is your example. So you have a sounding rocket. Dude, are you going to talk or not? I mean, so this is your example.
Being pedantic.
So this is your example. I'm not being pedantic. Do you know what pedantic means?
You are being pedantic.
What little details am I trying to clarify here other than your example? I want to know more about the example that you're giving. This is not pedantic.
Like,
this is specific.
Or propelled? Is it
where's I want to know. You're throwing this rocket? Is it being thrown or is it being propelled? Which one is it? Is someone throwing this rocket or are they propelling it? When does the propellant run out?
When does the propellant run out? Very fast.
Would you stop repeating the question that I asked you and just talk about your fucking example?
It's using solid rockets, so it's going to run out pretty fast.
When?
Do you want to know the exact cutoff time for each motor?
Yes.
Jeez. All right.
Yeah, I know. I want to learn today. You going to teach me today? You're just going to say some shit and then run away.
I'll just do the
sounding rockets. That's it. Sounding rockets.
It's like 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
And that gets to a height of what?
150 kilometers.
150, so well beyond what you were talking about.
Yeah, I said Carmen line is 100 kilometers, and I said this sounding rock can go 150 kilometers. Okay.
So then it stops at 150 kilometers, just dead stop.
Yeah, and then it starts coming back down again.
At 150 kilometers.
Yeah.
Down.
Yeah, it reaches 150 kilometers
So-
and comes back down again. Do you think things just?
So you're talking about the Earth being a flat plane, then down. Don't you mean in?
You're so annoying to talk to, dude.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm asking you specific questions about the example that you gave. Now, how is this evidence of a vacuum again?
I'm saying it's evidence of 3.2 times 10 to the negative 4 millibar.
And how is that? Get me from A to B. How is that?
Because they carry barometers on them.
They do?
Yeah.
So you're giving me a story, but you're not giving me evidence. How is it evidence for a vacuum?
You asked for what is a vacuum to you? Again, what is a vacuum? What do you think?
Whatever number that you gave me, is that the vacuum that you're claiming?
At 100 kilometers, it's vacuum. Stop using the word vacuum.
Oh, so this is not a vacuum. This is a low pressure. So there's air there.
No shit. No one claims a perfect vacuum.
Oh, okay. No, I know no one's claiming a perfect vacuum. So this is the vacuum of space.
Vacuum. So stop saying vacuum.
150 kilometers, and this is.
Stop saying vacuum.
I can say whatever I want to, bro. This is the fun part about it.
Yeah.
Is this not vacuum according to the heliocentric model? This is not a vacuum then. This is air pressure.
More specifically, the vacuum of space, right?
Mindless pressure. Yeah.
So this is still air pressure then.
Yeah, it always will. There will always be some amount of air pressure, no matter what.
Okay. So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Pressure.
I never claimed that there wasn't a container, or that there.
Oh, so there's a container. Where's the container at? Where's your container?
Gravity.
I don't know where the container is, but I know that you can't have gas pressure. You can't have a gradient with a container.
Gravity.
You can't have a gradient with a container. This is a negative claim you're making now?
Yep, you're gonna have to demonstrate it, dude.
Gravity.
If that's your claim that there's a gradient and we have a container, then you're gonna have to make the.
Well, you claimed a gradient. I didn't claim a gradient. You did.
Yeah,
gravity.
Yeah. So are you gonna provide a demonstration
you made a gradient claim, and now you've made a container claim. So I need you to demonstrate a gradient with a container. Go ahead.
That was you, man. I said I'm waiting for an example of a gradient container.
You just said there's a gradient, and then you said there's a container.
Gravity.
Nope, I said that I don't claim a container or a containerless environment.
Well, I asked you to demonstrate gas pressure without a container because you said there's a gas pressure.
Gravity.
Yeah, and I said that I wasn't saying that there was wasn't a container.
So you're not saying anything. What are you saying?
I'm saying that there is a certain low pressure area.
There's a low pressure area. Oh, okay. And?
Gravity.
So this is not a vacuum. No vacuum of space.
Never was a vacuum.
I asked earlier if there's evidence for that. Hold on, bro. I asked earlier if there's evidence for a vacuum, and you said sounding rockets. So you said you have evidence for a vacuum, and now you're saying there's no vacuum. What is your problem?
There never was a vacuum.
I asked for evidence of a vacuum, and you said sounding rockets. Why are you giving evidence for something that now you're denying?
I asked for you to define what vacuum was. You
Why are you denying what I asked for?
Ignored the
Why
point.
are you denying what I asked for? Now I'm asking for you. Now, see, now I'm a useless human being because I asked for evidence for a vacuum, and you said sounding rockets, and now there's no vacuum. Stop saying vacuum. See how I just walked you into your own bullshit, and this is hilarious because it's on the internet forever. And I'll just keep talking over you because this is funny. And then I have this wonderful power, you know what it's called? It's called mod powers, and I just go ahead and mute you, and I do that, and it's hilarious because I can keep talking and you can't. I asked for evidence of a vacuum, and you said sounding rockets, and then eventually you say there is no vacuum, and that's hilarious.
Gravity, dude.
Be recorded forever. What gravity? Can you tell me what kind of gravity you're invoking right now?
The one that creates buoyancy.
So in Benelli's principle or Archimedes' principle, can you show me the gravity he was specifically talking about in buoyancy?
You can't have buoyancy without gravity, dude.
No, I want you to go ahead and cite Archimedes' principle and where he talks about gravity.
in regards to the vacuum, is as you go further.
I want you to cite an Archimedes principle where he talks about gravity.
Like, dude, calm down, dude. I'm talking about as
No,
you
I'm
go
asking you
out.
for something very specific, and I don't know why you're not doing it. You talked about buoyancy, that's Archimedes' principle, and I want you to tell me where the gravity is mentioned in that.
There's a big G in the equation, dude.
Is there? Show it to me. Cite it and put it in the side chat.
I will do. But like, in regards to
No, I want you to do it right now. We're not going any further until you actually demonstrate the claim that you're making.
Are you telling me you can have buoyancy without gravity?
Is it big G?
Big G, yeah.
I don't know. He's
Okay.
saying it.
Yeah, it's big G. So now it's big G. Go ahead and find for me and cite it and just get it. Like, this would be great. You're teaching us all. It's wonderful.
How do you think buoyancy works without gravity?
Why are you asking me a question? Why are you reversing the burden of proof when I asked you for the thing that you mentioned and you brought up, and now it's my burden to prove your bullshit? Go get it.
No, I'm just trying to explain, like, to you, like, why.
Why don't you explain by showing me in the citation in Archimedes' principle where big G is mentioned?
All right, it's gonna take me like some time. Yeah, I'll do it.
Don't give a fuck. Go do it.
Oh,
But why I'm trying
not
to explain
this guy.
to you,
I know who this is. Oh no.
I'm just trying to
You can
get
have
from
fun with
you.
this guy, says who.
I'm just trying to get from you. I'm just trying to get from you is how do you think buoyancy works without gravity?
Why are you asking me a question when you claimed it?
As a flat earther, I'm trying to understand your.
As a flat earther, I'm asking the globe retard to demonstrate and cite the evidence for the claim that he made. I want to learn from you, globehead.
No, I'm trying to learn from you, flat earther, to explain.
Why are you asking me a question when you gave a claim and then are not supporting it now? Why are you running? Are you running away from the claim that you made?
I'm trying to understand your understanding of buoyancy.
You brought it up.
Here it goes.
Teach me all about it. Teach me all about it.
Oh, he left. Damn.
But how does buoyancy
I'm just
work?
some dumb flat earther. I don't even know what buoyancy is. You should teach me how G is involved in Archimedes' principle.
No, but
Get it for me.
Do you remember this guy, Heretic?
Who's this guy?
Echo Chamber. Remember Echo Chamber?
Where did we meet him before?
Just trying to find out how buoyancy works without gravity.
Oh, just like the other day?
Yeah, remember the one that wanted to clarify all those points that over and over again?
Dude, just
Oh, yeah.
explain to me how buoyancy works without gravity.
What's gravity?
No, I'm just trying to find out from flat earthers. Hang on, I've got a video playing. Hold on.
Flat earthers don't make gravity claims.
Do you want us to tell you how it works without this thing that you can't define?
Maybe. So how does buoyancy work without gravity?
Without thing you can't define. I don't know. Ask yourself. I don't know what you're asking me since it's an undefined term you used.
I'm just saying, like, expressing of like a layer, things float, things sink. Yeah. Like, how do you explain that without gravity?
What's gravity?
Like trying to work out in terms of mathematics. How do you?
Well, I mean, I don't really know how you're going to use gravity to explain anything since you can't seem to tell me what it is.
Like a universal force.
Oh, it's a force now, is it? So then we wouldn't be in a solar system, I guess.
In terms of when you go out to outer space, this vacuum, this vacuum you spoke upon when I joined the chat, this vacuum, vacuum is vacuous space, So when you enter this stratosphere of where there are molecules and where there isn't, this vacuum you speak upon, explain how that exists without gravity. Okay.
Demonstrate it does exist.
Yeah. Did you say there's no molecules? Are you claiming a perfect vacuum? Did I hear that right?
Because there is a vacuum, like a self-evident.
It's self-evident, so you can demonstrate this then.
Yeah. As you go further out in the atmosphere, like there's less molecules as you go out.
Until there's none. Did I hear you say zero? Is there zero molecules?
That's you saying that, dude.
Oh, I'm asking you a question. I'm not saying it. I'm asking.
So why you jumping to perfect vacuum?
Because you said there were no molecules earlier. I'm just clarifying. Can I ask a clarifying question? Is it a perfect vacuum or no?
In terms of our atmosphere, as you further out from the center mass. Okay,
center mass of what?
Gravity is less. Okay, so molecules and atoms that are less affected because they have less mass by the gravitational field have less gravitational. But as you further out,
what gravitational field?
Like of the Earth's mass.
What the Earth's mass? How massive is the Earth? Does it have a mass? What is that mass?
Huge, dude. Huge.
It's just a huge mass. Is that a technical term?
Yes, that's a technical term. Huge.
Technically, it's a huge mass, but you can't quantify it.
Yeah, you can quantify it. That's the beauty of it.
Oh, so how much is it?
12. Well, why are you asking me this, dude? We're talking about.
You just told me you can quantify the mass of the Earth, and I'm asking what it is. Why do you make claims and then say, "Oh, well, I don't know," or "I wasn't talking about that"? Why do you keep doing it?
You and him.
Do you want me to Google the mass of the Earth?
Yeah, do that for me, and then we can see how we got that.
Right. Okay. Let's just delay the conversation.
I'm not delaying the conversation. You keep making claims. You kind of go all over the place, and I just want to stick to one thing. So we'll stay on the mass of the Earth, and then we'll figure out how we got it. Right?
Mass of the Earth. Come on, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this shit.
What's our mass of the ear? Apologies. Mass of the Earth. What do you want in gigatons?
Sure. What's a gigaton?
You're gonna ask like questions along the way, dude, because it's gonna get boring.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what gigaton is. Tell me about
it. Like regretting my decision. Regretting my decision. Yeah.
That makes me feel happy.
Engaging with flat earthers.
Well, no one's forcing you to be here, but you're making claims, and it's a good time. It's a Friday. Maybe where you're at, it's Saturday. I don't know.
I was just intrigued, like your understanding of buoyancy and how that could work without gravity.
Well, so far you haven't told me anything about buoyancy, and that was your claim, and you haven't demonstrated or talked about it at all. And now we're on to the gigatons of the Earth, which you also haven't demonstrated or claimed or quantified.
Did you hear my question, dude? I was interested in your understanding of buoyancy that didn't involve gravity.
No, that's not how this conversation started. It was you in the background yelling, "Gravity! Gravity!" And then you went to buoyancy, and so I asked you where G was in Archimedes' principle, and you couldn't tell me that. And now we're all the way to like the mass of the Earth because you kept running around. It's like retard whack-a-mole here, and you won't back up any of your claims.
No, I'm interested in your claims.
What claims did I make?
Where gravity is not involved in buoyancy.
Is it?
Apparently, your claim is it's not. So.
I don't know anything about buoyancy, remember? You made the claim. You said it's involved in buoyancy. We're talking about Archimedes' principle, so show me an Archimedes' principle where gravity's factored in.
In terms of the vacuum of space, buoyancy, like what floats upon another, yeah?
What vacuum of space? What vacuum of space?
But as you go out, you know.
Hey, friend, I want you to know something about me. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. I don't just beg the question with people. So if you're going to say words like vacuum of space, you're going to prove vacuum of space before we move any farther.
Okay,
what
listen.
can you verify? Prove to me that there's a vacuum of space, please.
Okay, so listen. Within buoyancy, you realize things float above others. Yeah, that's the whole point of buoyancy. Yeah?
So things have an upward vector, not an exclusively downward vector? Interesting. Tell me more about it.
Exactly. So they have like a buoyancy.
Oh, okay. So there's no exclusive downward vector for all matter?
No, of course they do. This is why it's equaled out.
Oh, so everything is going downward all the time. Everything is going downward all the time.
Yes. So less.
Okay.
Elements,
so gas is going downward all the time.
Yeah. So lesser elements, less.
So then, why is gas claimed to be moving freely and randomly in all directions?
Shut up, dude. Listen to me, dude.
I'm asking you a very clarifying question. It's pretty simple. Why is gas moving freely and randomly in all directions, not exclusively down?
So listen, you understand?
So listen, why is gas moving freely and randomly in all directions, not exclusively downward?
You understand buoyancy, yeah?
You understand that gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Like, dude, are we talking about buoyancy or gas flow?
It doesn't matter. I thought you said that all things all the time are going downward, and yet gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. So gas debunks your claim. Are you okay with that?
No, you're talking shit, dude.
I'm talking shit. So gas is not moving freely and randomly in all directions.
So carbon dioxide doesn't sink below. So carbon dioxide. Hang on. So carbon dioxide doesn't sink below air due to buoyancy.
I said, is carbon dioxide the only gas?
No, but if you have neat, pure carbon dioxide in terms of its density.
Neat, pure carbon dioxide in terms of its density.
Yeah, like
so if there was another
dry ice, like 1970s fucking.
Dry ice is a solid, dumb fuck.
Dry ice is a gas, you prat.
Dry ice is a solid, dumb fuck, and then it evaporates and turns into a gas, dumb fuck.
Exactly, and it fills.
Yeah, so it's as solid as dry. Are we talking about dry ice or carbon dioxide? Which one?
The gaseous form.
The gaseous form. Oh, so not dry ice then. Yeah, so not dry ice. So you don't even know the difference between gases and solids at this point.
Dude, I was talking about the gas.
Yeah, the gas, so not dry ice then.
I know, but dude, I said dry ice to express to you, you dumbass.
Yeah, you're talking about a solid? Are we talking about solids or gases?
Gases, you fucking idiot. Gases.
Okay, so not dry ice then.
Okay, not dry ice. I don't know how that's a win for you. But anyway.
You brought it up, and now you're talking about solids. Yeah, solids are not going to do real well in gas. They're going to go down. Gases move freely and randomly in all directions.
All right.
Unless you want to contend with that, right?
All right.
You want to contend with gases move freely and randomly in all directions?
All right. So when you release that,
you're chatting bare wassel still.
Hang on. So when you release dry ice on a stage, where does it go?
You release dry ice, you release a solid in a gas.
Yeah, like it goes gaseous form and it gets released.
Oh, so just gas then, right? So what's the density of that gas compared to the gas around it?
Yeah, no, it just like it stays at the bottom. You notice it, like it flows.
It stays at the bottom all the time. Does it stay that way all the time, or does it eventually disperse in all directions?
Yeah, when buoyancy is equalized, obviously it will disperse for us.
Buoyancy equalizes, or the density of the gas changes?
The density of the
when it mixes with the gases around it, when it intermixes with all the other gases around it, which aren't exclusively carbon dioxide.
Exactly, yeah.
When entropy, okay, so entropy dictates, right, that high pressure will go to low pressure?
That's different to this
one. That cold will...
One's crinkle cut, one's not.
Who's talking in the background now?
That's osmosis, dude. That's a different function. That's not the
osmosis? So entropy...
Osmosis Jones.
Wow.
So anyway, like if you don't mind, like without interrupting me, you understand like different gases have different buoyancies, yeah?
Buoyancies or densities?
Yeah.
What about carbon? What about carbon dioxide in a vacuum?
It's the same thing, dude. Density and buoyancy is the same thing.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So there's a relative density between all gases and liquids and mediums and stuff. And so they just kind of sort themselves out depending on which density is greater than the other. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, the overall mass. Yeah.
Okay, so then there's no need for gravity at all. When I asked you about Archimedes' principle and I asked for gravity and you couldn't provide it, now you're telling me that I was correct and there's no gravity involved. It's just about density and relative density, right?
Okay. Without gravity, then how does the carbon?
What gravity? What gravity? You haven't proved any gravity. You've talked about it, but you haven't proven any gravity. What gravity are you mentioning again?
Shut up. Like, why do you think there
Well, that's kind of rude. I mean, you tell a guy to shut up. He's asking you a very simple question about the gravity that you're talking about, and you're not demonstrating it.
Shut up, dude. Honestly, shut up.
He said without gravity. He said without gravity.
Oh, no gravity then. So no gravity. What gravity?
Which gravity?
Exactly.
Which gravity?
Which gravity?
Shut up.
I just want to know what gravity we're not talking about.
Shut up.
This guy still hasn't figured out what gravity is. So he started off with, how does this work without gravity? And he still doesn't even know what that is.
Yeah,
You should learn. You should do your research on your own questions before you ask them.
So, when you release dry ice, why does it follow the curvature of the Earth?
What curvature?
Wow.
I can't agree to that. I can't agree to that premise before you demonstrate it.
The jumping jacks are incredible here.
You cannot have buoyancy without gravity. You guys.
Okay, what's gravity?
Holy shit! It's following the curvature of the Earth.
What's gravity?
Is this
there an experimental validation?
Is this actual flat earther?
Yeah. So what is it? First of all, define it.
Shut up.
So you're asking me, how do you have this without this other thing that I can't define and don't understand?
Dude,
okay.
You cannot have buoyancy without gravity.
What's gravity?
Which gravity are we using?
What is buoyancy? Buoyancy doesn't exist without gravity. That's what flat earthers don't exist.
Ice might be interested in a decent
I
conversation.
have a question.
I am an airline pilot, so I love talking to flat earthers.
Wait. So does gravity not exist in a flat Earth model?
I just want to explain to. I just want one flat earther to explain to me how buoyancy works. Without gravity.
You're over. Yeah, you're done. What was your name again in English? Based boomer. Okay. So the question isn't about does gravity exist in a flat Earth model. It's does gravity exist? Period. Does it exist?
I don't know. I ain't gonna lie to you.
We'd be interested in any scientific validation for any kind of idea of gravity.
Yeah, I never really got into that.
We should define it, maybe.
What is it? What is gravity?
That's it.
I don't know.
Wow. So he asks us if something that he doesn't know about exists, or that we don't think it exists in a flat Earth model, which there is none. You guys don't think that flat Earth models have gravity included? Which I don't know what gravity is. It's a weird question.
I don't think the curvature Earth model even can define what gravity is, or even a physicist can. They can observe what they see as a force, and they call it gravity, but they can't explain to you why it actually exists. They know what causes it, they think, but they actually
don't know what causes
it. That's okay. I'm willing to agree with that. They don't know what causes it.
You seem like you're being fairly honest.
They can measure it, they can observe it, but they can't tell you what causes it, and they can't do any experiments to manipulate it.
Their theory is that it's mass that causes it, right?
Well, now wait a minute. I got to ask you seem like you're being honest for the moment, so we're gonna try to trust you here for just a second. What is the thing that is being defined or observed? You have to be really specific.
The
naturally occurring phenomenon.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon that is observed when you have a large amount of atoms clumped together, and that produces another attraction to other.
You're literally begging the question. You're literally begging. Hold on. You are literally begging the question the entire step of the way.
Well,
when you go outside and you walk into the forest and you look around you and you see a spider spinning a spider web, and you see a bird flying around, you see some lightning bugs flying around, you see bugs crawling on the ground, ants building an anthill. What's the naturally occurring phenomenon that makes you think gravity exists?
Wait for the babies.
Say I never said that I think it exists.
So there is no phenomena that you're citing then. You're describing something that you don't think exists.
I just said in a curvature Earth model, it is a phenomenon that it is observed. I never said anything onto what I think.
Okay, bro. I gotta relax. First of all, I just want you to relax. Like no one's coming after you here. I'm asking you genuinely, when you think of gravity, this is not a gotcha moment. What is the phenomena that you usually associate with gravity?
In an attraction or a force.
Bussy, let me help you out, bro. Bussy, let me help you out.
He's answering.
Bussy, let me help you out, bro. What is the action associated with the phenomenon? When you see a pine cone fall from a tree, do you think that's gravity?
That is what I've been taught, like in a high school Newtonian physics class, right? That
sure. All right, go ahead.
Four forces of nature, right? One of them is gravity, the other one's like electromagnetism, and then the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force, right? But yeah, right. Newtonian physics, you know. So that is basically how I would say most people probably perceive what gravity is, right?
Okay. So, are you going to go with the phenomena that people say that the reason things fall down is because of the pulling force of gravity? Would you say that that's usually what you would kind of believe?
I'm not sure. I think I'm not sure. Like it could, when you go to like just be a physicist can't even explain like what it is. Like I understand that's what we call it, right? What we observe it as, but it kind of implies that we have to have an understanding, like from the basic understanding the pine cone falls to Earth, right? That's kind of trying to like give you a perception of what reality is, but like I don't think you get like the full picture of what's truly happening, and a physicist can't even explain that. They can't even explain what's truly happening either, right at this point. From even if you take like the string theorists to all types of theory, right? They can't explain what gravity actually is, right?
Right. So if they can't explain it, and we don't have a phenomenon that's exclusive, then it would be safe to say, at least from my perspective, and no one has to go along with me on this, that the idea of gravity, even itself, is a nothing burger, and we don't have gravity at all, other than what we would call specific gravity, which is relative density. So things move upward, downward, or suspend according to the relative density of the medium that they're in.
Yeah, I mean, some like that we can only see what we observe with. I don't know. Do you guys have any opinion on like high tide and low tide with the moon and how that, is it caused by the moon, and is that the moon's gravity and pull
Well, that's
force?
okay. Hold on, it's okay. It's a fair question. It's a fair question, but I'm going to ask you a question on top of that. It's a fair question. Okay, you seem reasonable. We're going to go with this. Are you under the assumption that the moon is a sphere at a distance in somewhere in the ballpark of 238,000 miles from the Earth that has its own gravity that is affecting the water on Earth, but nothing else?
It still affects everything else. It just has the most. We can observe its effect on water the best.
I don't need the claim again. I'm asking somebody a genuine question.
That doesn't answer that question.
I'll be
No,
honest.
because you're not in that question. Go ahead, Bussy. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, when you look up the moon, like, sometimes I've freaked out and just like, it looks like it will fall to the Earth. As for what I've been taught in science class, right, that it is a very round sphere that floats, that orbits, the round Earth, right? So like that's that's probably like genuinely my understanding that it goes around the Earth, like, I don't know, I wouldn't say pretty fast, but somewhat fast, I think.
No,
I think it's like a
fast.
cycle, right? But as for like, that's very interesting, because like, isn't high tide and low tide like every day or something? I don't even know. You know what?
Yes.
I don't even know. Okay, so that's also that would. I don't know how the moon.
The effect, but how the strength of the tide is dependent upon like what phase of the moon we're at.
No, phases have no bearing on what the moon would be doing on the oceans of the Earth.
But
that's misinformation like crazy. Why would?
Real quick.
Hold on a second.
Hold on. I gotta ask this question. So, Rat. So, would you say that there's less mass when the moon is a half moon?
No, that was just a joke. I was just joking about that.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, but it's not gravitation. It's not gravitationally aligned with the sun, so it does actually change when it's like a full moon.
These are just claims. Please stop.
Yeah.
You have neap tide, right? Like if you've ever lived near the ocean, you'll know that sometimes the tide gets really intense, and sometimes high and low tide aren't that far.
Yeah, that's great. That's wonderful. Right, that's great. These are just observations, and then whatever comes after that is going to be a speculation or a baseless assertion. So, unless you can tell me how you're going to vary and manipulate the moon or the gravity of the moon to prove your cause, I don't think you're going to be doing any of that. Anyway, this is all being a question, right? Why would it? It's not. So you're going to vary and manipulate the gravity of the moon to prove your cause?
Well, you were saying like when we have observations, that's like the whole entire point of the scientific method is like to observe.
Okay, great. So what is the observed phenomenon? Hold on, before you derail this frickin' conversation I was having with somebody else, we'll go ahead and start with this. What is the observed phenomena? What is the observed phenomena?
The observed phenomena is the change in phase of the tides and their intensity.
Phase of the tides, or is the water going up and down? Is that the phenomena?
That's the same thing. That's different words for the same thing.
Okay, water's going up and down. What is your cause?
Gravitation.
You mean cause in the hypothesis that I'm testing?
And the sun.
Yeah, what is the hypothesis? What are we gonna vary and manipulate here?
The hypothesis is whatever model of gravity that you're wanting to use, whether it's Newtonian or relativistic or something else.
You're gonna manipulate a model?
Yes, this is how you do most of science.
Why would you manipulate a model to figure out why the water's going up and down?
Because you're testing the model. You're
So
not
is it
testing whether the water goes up and down.
is it like a 1/8 car model?
You already know why the water is going up and down. You're trying to find a reason.
Yeah, we know that part. What are you going to vary and manipulate to go ahead and prove your cause? A model?
Yes, because you're testing the model. You're not testing the
So what does the model look like? Can you show it to me so we can vary and manipulate this model?
Yeah, sure. You can like make up mathematical equations that may describe.
So numbers therefore tides. Numbers therefore tides.
Like happening.
Numbers therefore tides.
But the numbers describe like physical properties, like the moon, how far away it is, how much.
What physical properties? What physical properties?
The moon, the sun, how far away they are.
You said gravity. You're manipulating a model of gravity, and now the sun, moon, and stars.
Yeah, because they have their own gravity.
Yeah, because they have gravity. Yeah.
You said you're manipulating a model.
Yes, you are. Because I could say, well, there's like the moon weighs this much, and it'll have this sort of impact on.
How do you know how much the moon weighs?
Because of the model. But
all you have is just a story. This is about a story that you believe. This is your religious.
So we know. Let me rephrase that. We know how much the moon weighs because we've put things.
No, you don't.
And we've weighed them while they're there.
No, you don't. This is just a story. You can't verify any of it. You don't even know if this is a sphere. Like, this is ridiculous. Are you serious?
Brought back moon rocks and they weighed them and then calculated their.
They did. The astronauts brought back moon rocks. Great. The petrified wood that they found.
No, you can actually do it using the tides, but like I think that's a bit highbrow for you.
The tides.
Yeah.
How do you figure out the weight of the moon by the tides?
Let's say you've established some other variables, such as the weight of the sun, based on the motion of the planets.
How do you know the weight of the sun?
You can figure out how fast the planets are moving and the speed that the planets are moving.
Really? Tell me how you know this.
I've studied like enough physics to kind of understand how this works.
You don't understand shit. You're making claims and not backing them up.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're done, right? You're done. You're just going to make claim after claim. Why don't you just make another claim and then not back that up too? How about that?
Do you know how
Have you heard of making claims and then backing them up? Why don't you try that shit?
Do you understand that logic proceeds from?
Do you understand that you should actually go ahead and back up one claim that you've made instead of making more and more and more?
You back up claims with other claims. You need facts to establish.
Really? So you just make claims, you don't prove anything. Is that how this works?
No, that's not how this works. You're
well, then why don't you back up a claim? So you're going to make you're going to back a claim, or are you just going to keep making?
Said, and now you're just like, well,
you just make a claim on top of claim. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, you're proving your stupidity by doing that.
Whatever you say, bud.
Yeah, I know. I'm 100% correct because you haven't backed up anything. You just made claims. You said you're going to manipulate a model to prove that the fucking water is going up and down on the ocean. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Have you ever seen the tide come in and out? Have you seen it yourself?
I've seen the water go up and down. Yes, I have.
Do you think that's proof that the water goes up and down?
That's all I'm noticing. The tide comes in, the tide comes out. The water level goes up, the water level goes down. You're saying the moon is doing that, and the way that you've proved it is by manipulating a model, which is the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Okay.
Well, I would just ask, what is your contrary belief? Like, what do you think the tides is? Like, what affects?
I'm not making a fucking claim about it.
Well, I would just ask, what do you think it is?
It has to have a reason, doesn't it? Like, there has to be some reason.
Oh, he came back.
Is he back? Dang.
No, he came back. So what would you think is the reason that for the tides behavior? That
I have no idea. Next question.
Every time the moon, it just so happens that the moon is like every point, every time the tide is like high, it's like when the moon's like at its peak in the sky.
Actually
no reason.
The peak in the sky. How high is the moon? How high is the moon?
When it's opposite.
How high is the moon?
When the Earth is between
how far
the moon
away
and
it
the
is?
sun. the sun is shining directly onto the moon.
Yeah.
And because the moon is directly behind us, and the sun is directly behind
Dude,
us.
would you stop telling stories and actually like back up one claim that you have? Quit telling stories. This is not story time. You don't get to come in here and just make up stories, okay? I want you to verify one claim. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you one chance to verify one claim.
One sec. Yeah, have you actually got any evidence that that is the case, or are you just asserting that that's the case? Rat military site.
You asking me or?
No, well, I said rat military site.
Okay,
so.
cool. So,
wait, what?
Yeah. So you just made the claim that the tides are highest directly underneath the moon. Do you actually have evidence of that, or are you just asserting it?
Oh, I can get evidence for it. Hold on, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking for like a resource for 5-year-olds. I'm looking for actual data.
Okay.
I don't know why you would assert that I would give you a source for 5-year-olds, but all right.
Well, because when you Google that stuff, it tends to be resources for 5-year-olds.
I mean,
which is the level.
I guess it's there for a reason, but I'll try to get you a more in-depth source.
You're gonna have to find a reason why it's the moon itself that's causing the effect.
Thank you very much for that. I'm looking for data, not just an assertion. So can you grab me some data, please?
Here's a source if you
No, I
want.
need data. I've asked for data about 6 times.
Yeah,
Does this source have data?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I can give you another source with more data. Here's a source with even more data.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have.
See if it mentions anything about the moonlight, because if it does, it's bullshit.
Let me know.
Let's look at this.
Oh, you gotta buy the book. Damn.
Oh shit. Okay. Let me finish this game of League of Legends, and then I'll give you the free version because I believe in knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is like the abstract, but it does have the some references in it.
Right, so no data. Right, thank you.
Hold on, he's gonna get it. Let him finish the league, bro. Let him finish the league.
Yeah, bro. I'm playing ARAM.
You know why I'm asking for data? Do you understand why I'm asking for data?
I'll try to find in the meantime.
Do you understand why I'm asking for data?
No,
because well, I mean, we're having a scientific conversation, so it probably needs to be anything that anybody says needs to be backed up by some type of data that.
Yeah, you need to be able to actually correlate the moon with the scientific method. Well, you need to be able to correlate the moon. Thank you. You need to be able to. Thank you. You need to be able to correlate the moon with the highest point of a tide, right?
Yeah, you can do that.
So if you can't do that, then there's not, like your assertion
But
is.
you can't do that.
Well, I would like you to actually present that instead of just asserting it.
You don't have access to Springer, I'm guessing.
So I mean, if your data is behind a paywall, it's not going to be very scrutinizable.
I uploaded a free PDF. Scrutinize it to your heart's content. Let me know if there's anything that you don't understand.
Can you point it to me? Can you point out to me where the data is, please? Because I'm not going to read through the whole thing.
Can you scroll down and find like the graph?
Okay, and what does the graph say?
The graph is discussing the way that this model is correlating to the phases of the moon, and
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Are you certain about that?
I'm dead certain about this.
Okay, because it says here that it's actually the coefficient for the degree 2 tide racing potential generated by the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure you read this.
No, I mean both the sun and the moon have an effect, so that understanding. This was the very first statement I made in this conversation was that the tides depend on the sun and the moon in space, and every time I've been asked to give a more complete explanation, like, oh, what about all the other things that you haven't explained? I've discussed the importance of the sun.
Okay, so why don't you walk me through this? What these coefficients mean?
Like one by one.
Yeah, please.
Can I finish this game of League so that I've time to actually look at the method section? I haven't memorized this paper by heart.
Okay, so you don't actually know anything about this, do you? You just linked it and hoped that it debunks.
Well, hold on, let him finish his.
I mean, I know about it.
Don't try to assume bad faith.
I've explained it in as layman's terms as possible, and then you ask for data, so I give you an academic source that is fucking riddled with data, and then you're like, well, I can't understand this data, and then I'm like, there's not much I can do about that.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. That's a straw man.
You're just doing a bad job.
Thank you.
You're
That's
mad.
a straw man. So I already understand your claim, right? So this isn't a comprehension issue. So just because you have like a claim that's like reasonably simple or reasonably complex doesn't really matter either way.
It's
Thank
not
you.
a
I'm
comprehension
still
issue.
talking. I'm still
An
talking.
intellectual honesty
Still
issue.
talking. Haven't finished. Just because you've got a claim that's either reasonably simple or reasonably complex, it doesn't need to just be accepted because I understand it. And that doesn't mean that it's true, even if I don't understand it. It needs to be based on data.
What evidence would you accept? What kind of data are you looking for here? Because I've given you scientific data, and you're like, well, I can't understand this. I need you to explain it coefficient by coefficient. If you understood anything about physics, you understand that you don't need to explain ideas like this coefficient by coefficient in order to get like a high-level idea for someone who really might not believe that the fucking planets even exist. So, I don't know, man. You're just kind of being intellectually dishonest. And it's a little.
You know what an elephant hurling fallacy is?
Distraction.
Do you know what an elephant hurling fallacy is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's literally what you're doing now.
Yeah.
That's why you're
crazy, dude. You got me.
You know what it is?
You do crack cocaine?
I've heard it elephants if you could just say the thing instead of debate going about.
The thing is, right, is that I think you need to drop your ego down a level.
I disagree.
Because I'm able to come in at quite a high level, but you are possibly not used to dealing with someone like me. So what you need to do is bring your ego down.
You should go
because
be
your
together in
IQ,
private.
your IQ doesn't match your ego.
What
So
else
bring
should
your
I
ego
bring?
down so
What
we can
else
have a
should-
conversation.
Okay, I'll submit.
And if you're not going to do that, then just fuck off.
I've submitted.
Because I'm sick of your ego, my guy.
Yeah, can I ask Tom a question real quick?
What's
up? Yeah, go ahead.
Where's the data in that paper?
That's what I asked him for. That's exactly what I asked him for.
Fucking tables full of data. I don't know what you're talking about.
Just a model. If there was data, they'd have instrumentation on how they gathered the data. So what was the instrumentation?
Okay, can I finish playing my game of ARAM?
Yeah, that's what I thought, poser. That's what I thought, poser.
Exactly. Yeah.
I do neuroscience and chemistry. If you want data offhand about neuroscience and chemistry, I can give that to you. I don't have
use
offhand
instrumentation.
data about physics memorized.
Okay, so the claim that the moon follows on the local meridian is wrong.
The instrumentation is the thing that they float on the ocean to figure out how high or low the tide is. That's gathered into a database that they then probably are sourcing from.
But that's not in that paper.
References data. I've finished my game.
I know it's not as
this
well. That's why I asked him for it.
I will finish this paper for you, charlatans.
1 second, dude. Yeah, when someone's talking to you, you just need to shut up and listen, right? So you've made your points, but now we're scrutinizing your claim. Okay, so just calling us charlatans, that's not going to really help your case. So Indio's asked you for instrumentation. If you can't provide that, that's fine. Just admit it.
Well, he said he finished his game. He's gonna go look at it now.
Yeah,
that's fine too. But
yeah, go find out what you believe retroactively. Cool.
Amen.
If he's too busy gaming, then he shouldn't be trying to have a high-level discussion.
My friend, it's 11 p.m. on a Friday. I'm killing time before I go dance.
Cool. Didn't ask.
Okay,
So finish your League of Autism and then come back when you're done, yeah?
I'm done. I'm busy combing the paper.
Wonderful.
Bro, you are a poser. You know nothing.
The measurement of lunar gravity field by the Grail mission has provided accurate versions of K2 at 1 month. Okay, let me go do some reading about the Grail mission. This is how you do research if you're not a fucking charlatan.
But you already believe it, though, Tom.
High resolution lunar gravity.
So you believed it before you believed it before you got the evidence. Why is that?
Because I had a different line of evidence, right? There are multiple lines of evidence you can use to confirm something. You're asking for specific instrumentation. I used my
for the
eyes
paper.
and brain like the fucking Greeks to figure out that, oh, this moon thing might have something to do with this tide thing. Like, you know how it's been linked in like so many fucking religions? That's besides the point. You asked for specific instrumentation. And
yeah, for that, no, for the paper that you said was data, that's what I'm asking about. Not for you to go find some other data from some other paper so we can play whack-a-mole all night.
This is the data. So when you build a probe, right, you write a paper about building the probe, and then you make a data set that this probe collects accessible. So you asked where it came from. It came from this probe. I am now reading a paper about this probe in case you're curious about how it works.
No. The paper you posted, 2015, William. That one.
Yeah,
there's no instrumentation. It's completely a model. There's no instrumentation listed in it whatsoever.
There literally is.
No, it's completely a model. The whole thing is just a model. And running simulations and testing the model in simulation. That's all it is.
Okay, so they created a model, this is true, and then they compared this model against data gathered by the Grail mission, which seems to be some sort of gravitational probe. And if you go to page 29, you will see the text that I have copied stating that they gathered some of their information from the Grail mission, which is an empirical mission that is measuring things, that is collecting data. If you would like to know more about the Grail mission, I can go read a paper about that. But this is an example of instrumentation and real data. Because you are kind of fucking charlatans who aren't intelligent enough to realize that almost any published scientific paper, let alone one with 160 citations from, I don't know, almost a decade ago, is most likely going to have data in it.
Did you see how emotional you are? Like, you're coming in and calling us names, calling us charlatans.
Boo, you're feeling
you're the one crying, though. That's the funny thing. You're crying, and then when you're called out for crying, you're then accusing me of crying.
Can you make me feel small in your big, strong
We don't want to know about your fee-fees. We don't need to know about your estrogen level. Just bring arguments.
Other gamma male.
Okay.
Another gamma male. Another gamma clover. So hey, didn't one of y'all say tides follow the moon when the moon's on the local meridian? Did someone say that? So how do you explain England? How do you explain England? How do you explain how England's tides vary? The high tide varies by as much as 11 hours in the same island. How do you explain that one? How do you explain tidal nodes?
You know what, like, phase interference is? Like constructive and destructive, like waveforms?
Yeah.
Can you explain it to me?
Well,
way to just ignore the question.
I'm answering the question.
Yeah, actually, no.
Oh no!
Listen, no, I can explain it. I'm not gonna, but I'm gonna listen.
You're not gonna? Why not? Are you
no, I can, but I'm not gonna because I want you to answer my question first, then I'll answer yours.
I don't remember your question. I'm far more interested in my question than your question.
Hey, tidal nodes.
You've been explain tidal nodes. Let's
no, you explain them. You explain why there's huge swaths of ocean with no tides.
He literally asked you to explain tidal nodes, and then 30 seconds later, you explained them.
I'm not familiar with tidal nodes, if I'm going to be honest. So this is your
not familiar with very much.
Bend
You're not
me
familiar
over
with very much,
and pleasure yourself with my body and mind.
Ew.
Mostly mine. Sorry, keep the body.
Fucking ew. I don't like fat people.
Yeah, dude, you're pretty cringe right now. You know that.
Fucking gone off the rails.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak?
Yeah, okay. We're tough. Are you guys done with his mental illness?
How we just rage quit. Brilliant. I just feel sorry for trigonometry, man, because that guy's on your side. Like,
I know. I called him a poser.
Yeah, I don't even think he heard it.
Probably not.
But yeah. They think it's cringe when like someone comes in and just elephant hurls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Poor trigonometry, man.
True.
What we should do one day is lock trigonometry man in a room with 100 cringe globers and see who comes out alive.
Not me.
I don't know, man. You've actually got some testosterone.
I think I would. No, I think I'd die from the cringe.
yeah, good point. You'd kill all of them and then die from cringe straight
Yeah,
after.
I would die. Yeah.
R.I.P. trigonometry man. He was a good boy. He didn't do nothing.
Died of cringe. Cringe overdose.
Have you ever overdosed on cringe before?
Yeah, this VC, that was pretty cringy, that guy.
Someone told me that we need government the other day and I cringed.
It happens every day.
I want to know how you get the Chad symbol next to your name, like heretic.
You just gotta, I don't know, mod abusing. I don't know, heretic. Can explain.
But I am, that looks sick. So, trigonometry man, have you accepted the flat Earth as your Lord and Savior?
I'm a local linearity earther.
No. Are you going to join the cult of Bevite?
I've heard of Bev. I don't know who he is though.
Basically, nothing's flat because trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Is he a flat earther though?
I don't know if he would call himself a flat earther, no.
But he's like he's a non-globe. He doesn't believe the Earth is a globe, right?
I mean, I don't think so, but he's one of these "thou shalt answer 0 questions" types.
Because I hear a lot of people that they call them Bevites when they come in here. Like, I don't know if it's a flat Earth versus Bev thing. Like, I don't know. It's
I
like
don't even know if you know how some people like to be the cool kids of the cool kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like being a flat earther wasn't like niche enough for them, so they had to go like flat Earth Inception.
Earther. Yeah, tree earther.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Bro, I would have said they're more like the emo kids of Flat Earth. All skulky in the corner.
I don't really care enough about them. Like they're just frustrating, and they come in to argue with us about dumb shit. Like if there's a tree on a surface, then the surface isn't flat. Then you just have to cringe and hope they go away. Was it that flower guy that did that the other day? Can't remember who it was. Anyway, whatever. So you've accepted the flat Earth as your Lord and Savior, then that's good to know.
Me?
Yeah.
No, locally linear.
Oh. If I was to go into Gem Panda's server and tell them that Gamma Nohack is now a linear level Earth,
Yeah.
Locally linear, they might get it. They might get it.
Yep.
It's a math thing. I actually got it from my friend who overheard the conversation because I'm a sad man who spends a lot of my time in here. And
well,
my family questions me why I'm in here all the time. I think I'm crazy.
They think you're crazy.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, why do they think you're crazy?
So talk to flat earthers for like hours a day.
It's a more interesting conversation than you get out of most people, though, isn't it?
100%. That's why I keep coming back. Wasn't interesting.
I think that's kind of what got me into it originally. Was like most people I talk to are like cringe weirdos just talking about TV that I don't care about, or I don't even watch TV anymore. But like the sort of conversations I'd have with most people would revolve around like, oh, did you hear about this sports team, or did you hear about this political figure? And it was just all felt so meaningless and boring, you know.
Yeah.
It just made me think like sometimes do people not realize the world they live in? Like they not, you know, it's like when you, just a simple thing like you say to the average person, oh, by the way, money's fake. They look at you like you got two heads, but it's literally fake. It's literally true, and they don't get it.
Yeah, I could never. Oh, this is crazy. I talked to my old employer. I was talking about like just anarchism in general, and they thought I was absolutely like crazy for saying that government isn't necessary and that privatizing everything would be the greatest good for everyone. They're like, that's evil. It's just people don't understand. They don't think for themselves anymore.
I mean, government's basically a private corporation that you're forced to pay.
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
Voluntary versus involuntary.
Yeah, literally. So, anyway.
Government is the behavior when a certain number of humans are living in proximity to each other, right?
What?
Huh?
Government is the behavior, right, when humans are in proximity to one another, like a decent amount of humans or families, you should say.
Yeah, more details, please.
Government is the behavior when people...
I'm talking even government at the most simplest level, right? Like go back to like, you know, caveman times or whatever, right? It's a behavior, really.
Government is a behavior.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's true.
I wouldn't say the caveman times were necessarily indicative of centralized power.
No, they're actually probably the most localized power you can have.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't need to. It doesn't. There, I would put it this way: like humans tend to form a structure, right? And I guess like probably what would be like the earliest like structure that humans formed was probably like a tribal structure, right?
Yeah, the something around
You could argue that a government, right?
No, but you're conflating a tribe with a government.
Yeah,
This is how
150.
governments. So just quickly, this is how governments manage to get the stranglehold over people's brains: is that they call themselves the United Kingdom government, right? As if the Scottish, Welsh, Irish, and English people agreed to it when they didn't.
Yeah, so around 150 members, around 150 individuals is the maximum capacity for a human to have any meaningful social connection with. This is far larger than any government on Earth. That's why it's kind of hard to rationalize anything when you have more than, I would say, more than 50 people. To be honest, 150 is pretty wild.
Yeah.
And then it gets larger because we breed, right? So
No, but you could just have many local governments just vying for their own personal interests, right? Which would be, I mean, voluntarism, because then you could just say each person is their own government.
Based.
Person kind of is in a way.
Well, no, but you're not. You're not allowed to be. So if someone says to you, "Oh, Bussy, just don't worry about paying taxes," and you can choose which elements of society you pay for, cool, but you're going to get arrested for not paying taxes, right? So
yeah, but I'm when I think of like the earliest forms of like humans, like having a structured way of dealing with each other, right, or a way of coexisting with each other. It depends what you view what a government is. That's how I view it, as a more as like it's a very general term. It could mean a lot of things. It could mean some very basic structures of the way of a structure and the way humans deal with each other and coexist with each other, or it could be complicated, like you're pointing out today, like I don't pay taxes, blah blah blah. The government puts me in jail, right? Like I don't know if like in tribal structures, like what I can think of as the earliest like form of a government, in a sense, even though like there was probably like a chief and maybe there were some elders, and those we could look at as the government, right? But I'm just saying I don't think we have to pay taxes, you know what I mean, to that government,
If I was in that tribe, do you think I have the option to leave and maybe go to another tribe that I could like more? Maybe one that didn't have certain elements. Maybe I didn't have to have certain services in that tribe. Like,
I'm sure there's many instances of both, right? That there were some tribes you could leave and there were some tribes you couldn't.
sounds like a cult.
yeah. Well, it sounds like you're trying to say government has always existed. Do you think money has also always existed?
Money, they have some of the earliest forms of it. I would say like it is a psychological thing that basically humans have to agree that this psychological thing represents a certain value of many other things that would otherwise be bartered for.
I mean, do you not think that's crazy that you're like involuntarily supporting a fake currency that has no meaning?
What's yes, a lot of times that's what gives money its value, is
Forcing you to believe in its value. Okay.
Yes, a government with guns and swords and all that is forcing you to believe that their monopoly money. I wouldn't say forcing you to believe, but they're forcing you to give value to their monopoly money. Correct. That is completely how money works. Yes.
Yeah, I know. And does that not sound insane to you?
It is. It has been that way for quite a long time.
Does that mean it's moral?
I would say how I teach somebody. I mean, I wouldn't say I don't teach anybody, but I taught somebody in my life like the value of what $1 is, right? And I told them like the value of $1 is decided with each transaction. You can decide to value that dollar, right? How you like. You don't have to say that it's actually the person that you're trying to give the dollar to doesn't have to say it's actually worth something to them, right? At least in a private transaction. So, and that's kind of how it is today too. It's not like it's only when it becomes like geopolitical do like the guns and the swords start to try to assert what the value of their currency
Really? So you don't think that if I suddenly was saying that I am going to introduce 10,000 new U.S. dollars into the system, my own U.S. dollars, you don't think the IRS would have a problem with that? You don't think they would come to my house and blow
Oh
down?
no, you're messing with their currency at that point, and they'll assert that with violence. But you do have a choice whether to personally value it or not, right? You could literally probably say to somebody, "No, I don't want this currency." Let's say you're going to do a project for them or something. And I'm sure if you had a business, you would have to accept currency, the U.S. currency, or if you're in the U.S., so to speak. I'm sure if you have to be able to operate a business, you have to accept it in the current government's currency, and that is asserted by violence, right? But if let's say like you're selling something, you can choose like if you're selling something, I wouldn't say on eBay, but if you're selling something otherwise, and someone says I'll give you $500 for that, and you could be like, no, I would like gold bullion instead, right? There are people that I say, well, I only get paid in gold bullion, or silver bullion, right? There are people that do say that type of stuff. Yes, I mean they don't accept U.S. dollars. I think they do exist. Yes, you can choose to personally value it. Is what I'm saying.
That reminds me of a funny story I read a while ago, and I can't remember the exact details, but it was something like he had like a business transaction, and he chose to get paid in silver coins that were $5, but because they were like collectible coins, they were worth $50. But because coins can only really have like the value that's on the coin, the IRS had to consider the silver coins as $5 for the purposes of profit. Something like that. Now I might be getting a few details wrong, but that was more or less what the scam was, and it was brilliant. But then he got done later on because he tried to spend to spend the silver coins as 50s, or try to convert them into the real value, and then he got done then. But
Then he had to pay capital gains tax probably on that because he tried to sell it as silver and not try to spend it as currency. Yeah. Like when you buy a gold coin, right? Let's say you buy a gold buffalo or a gold, right? The premium on that coin is technically like the spot price of gold plus, let's say it's a gold eagle, $50, right? It's worth the spot price of gold plus $50 because it is still $50 in American currency, and it's also an ounce of gold. So it's not like the U.S. government doesn't see it like this too, in a way. Ever had the money questions? I do have a podcast you can listen to called The Invention of Money. If anybody ever wants to see that, listen to that.
Yeah, really interesting.
I was gonna say. Oh, sorry, bro.
Quickly, let's try and get back around to the flat Earth quickly. Yeah. But yeah, carry on for the minute. It's fine.
I was just gonna respond to that and say I think I've seen it. I can also say it's a good thing to watch. And if anybody's ever interested, I have lots of videos on the same topic. One of my favorites, but Flat Earth it is.
Hello, Goyam.
Aloha. Who are you calling Goyam?
Shalom. Oh, I imagine you're not Jewish. I meet a lot of non-Jews in this Discord. Oh, what do you have to tell me about Flat Earth? I'm interested.
What do you know about it already?
I don't know much, but I believe the Jewish religion is in line with Flat Earth.
Okay, well, we're not going to go into religion, and we're certainly not going to go into any kind of Semitism, because it's weaponized. So we're not going to go there. So what do you know about Flat Earth? Sounds very like someone we know, actually. If you're new to the channel, I'll send you a link to our main server. You're welcome to jump in there and have a look. But don't be thinking that anything that we're pointing fingers at any religious groups or parties. We're certainly not doing that.
Grandpa, I'm afraid we have to wear long sleeve pajamas. Cause Grandpa, look at me. Look how good I am.
F.E. Batman, you're hot micing, bro. You can hear your little ones in the background, my friend. Give us a shout when you've got a mute on at your end and we'll unmute you. So, Based Boomer, I can unmute you, but don't be going into any religious talk, eh? Or I'll just have to mute you again. You've probably heard a lot of nonsense about flat Earth with what you've been saying. The reality of it is that it doesn't actually measure as a spinning ball in space. There's no physical curvature. And when you test the stars above you, they're moving, you're not.
Oh, I see.
You've probably seen things on the internet about flat Earth being a space disk or some kind of frisbee with an edge that you can fall off of. That's all a psyop with someone called the Flat Earth Society. Made to think. The idea is that you think it's ridiculous because it sounds crazy. So it's ridiculed by them and pushed in the mainstream as such.
Oh, I guess.
You're not much of a talker, are you?
Well, I'm really religious, you didn't like that. So I
well,
don't know what to say.
Religion's fine. Religion's fine, my friend. It's no problem. But some people think that we're pointing our fingers at certain groups of people, certain what's the word? We've been accused of being anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish in the past because of this, and it's one of the things that we clamp down on hard. We're not pointing our finger at any religious groups. Yes, there's a religious aspect to Flat Earth, I suppose. The oldest books on Earth are religious, so we can refer to them if we like. But no, we're not saying any religious groups behind anything in this regard or that regard. And we adhere to terms of service tightly on it.
I understand.
Yeah, sadly, it's a bit of a messed up world. We have to be very careful because we're liable to be accused of offending people. So,
Well, I think flat Earth is a good thing. I don't see why Jewish people would find it anti-Semitic.
well, who knows? Why do you think it's a good thing?
Oh, I mean, I think that my religion stands for it. And I hate to talk about it again, but I don't know.
Well, at the end of the day, all religions lead back to a creator. So, in that sense, yeah, if it makes people understand that we're not just an accident of nature, there is a purpose to all this, and we are accountable. You can live a good life, and there's a reward for it. Yeah, then it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. And if it makes people research religion as well instead of just poo-pooing it and walking right by it, well, that's no bad thing either.
No, it's not at all. Well, thank you
Oh, it
so
turns out
much.
it looks like a. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna move on with my day. I just wanted to come and pick your brain for a little bit.
That's totally fine. You ask anything you like anytime. Sometimes there's a stumbling block getting to know each other and how we can talk on the platform. But yeah, my DMs are open. I've sent you a link to the server. Feel free to ask any questions. And if I can help, I certainly will. And if I can't, I'll link you to someone that can.
Alrighty. Well, thank you.
Yeah, stay blessed. Unmuted you again, FE Batman, just so you know your mic's open.
Thank you.
No worries, man. It happens all the time these days, eh? It's annoying, eh? Discord used to be weird. It used to go the other way. I could be talking in a call and it would drop me out. Or I could be chipping into a conversation and nobody would hear me. And I didn't know for hours on end. It used to go the other way, but now it's opening microphones. And it's really, really weird because that's a breach of terms of service. You know, when people's children and stuff are like party to what's being said in some rooms or talking on Discord and things like that, it's a serious, serious problem for Discord. Like, they really need to sort it out. It's a bad bug.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, I think I've been server muted now about 6 or 7 times, and I never open my mic. It just, all of a sudden, it's just been opening all on its own.
Yeah. You're one of the quietest dudes in here.
Look, I've got a policy. I don't argue with idiots. It's not worth it.
I like it.
They're just clowns. Like, why would you stick up for something that you can't prove? I spent 2 years proving it to myself, you know, going out and buying a P1000, buying drones and doing observations and all this stuff, just to make sure that I was right in my views. Yet these people come on here and they argue and they know nothing.
Yeah, they do. They're arguing from complete ignorance and from information that's at best fourth hand, maybe what they've learned in school or what they've seen on the internet. Not first hand, not applied. Yeah.
All they're doing is just repeating what's on Google and what was in the textbooks. We all know what was in the textbooks. We just went out to find out whether it was truth or not.
Yep.
I keep going on about refraction, you know, and all rubbish. It's just like all the observations I've ever done, I've done them on the cooler months where the water temperature is very similar to the air temperature, so refraction can't be an issue. And you can just see way too far. I mean, you can see till things start to blur out, not get hidden. It's just a joke. I recently lost my P1000 anyway. My house burnt down and I lost the drone. I lost my P1000. We're lucky to get out of it alive. And now they've discontinued the P1000, so I don't know what's coming next.
Dude, I'm so glad to hear you got out alive. That's the most important thing. No one was hurt. Hope everybody's safe and sound still.
Yeah, we lost one pet.
No, bro. Yeah,
she was old. She probably, you know, went to sleep from the smoke inhalation. It was horrific. They had like 15 fire brigades trying to put the fire out, and in the end, they ran out of water. You know, this is how behind we are here in Australia. They drained the town water dry. Big town, not a small town.
Uh-huh.
You know, and then obviously when there's no water, you know what happens with fire.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. No, it's sad to hear. It really is. But yeah, I think there's a P950 out now. They've blended whatever parts were left for the 1000 and the 900. And they've got a lighter version that sees almost as far.
Okay, I did see that.
That'll be another like $800 or so until it starts to come down in price, or maybe over 1,000 before it starts to come down.
Yeah, the price is not an issue. Like I lost the laptop that had all the videos and pictures on it. I only have what's left on YouTube, and I never really posted too much on YouTube.
Yep.
But there'll come a time again. I'll go out and buy. Once my house is rebuilt, I'll turn around and go out and buy another camera.
Yeah, I'm sort of the same. I've got plans to do things, but life took a sideways turn a few years ago, and I've had to rebuild in a lot of ways. So yeah, I'm at the point now where I've almost got all the key elements in play, and I want to go out to the islands around Scotland and get in touch with some friends and do some nighttime stuff, do some triangulation stuff. You know, when the water goes flat glass calm and you can see as far as you need to or want to. I want to get some arc flashes and some EPIRBs and some car headlights right down on the beach. And I want to do something at night. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm over in Thailand at the moment on holidays, and in the markets they had a 10 milliwatt laser. The problem is I can't take it back to Australia because they only allow a 1 milliwatt laser. So customs not only will confiscate it, but they'll probably charge.
Yeah, you can't even post at home, bro, because it's registered to your address. So you would get a knock at the door and say, "What's this?"
Not taking any risks. I don't want to get in trouble with the law.
It's not worth it, bro. It's not like it is what it is these days, and we can work around it. We can work around it. Like there's ways and means of doing things. You can mess around with a laser and do pretty good stuff with what is legal. But yeah, it's annoying because the Asian markets get some great toys, man. Absolutely great toys.
Can you mail it to yourself?
No, because they track the home address. If you
but I mean, like I thought it was just the whole bringing it in your bag on a plane. I thought that was the only part that was like.
Nah, because of terrorism.
They scan the mail in Australia. They've got a really strict customs section, so anything that comes from overseas gets X-rated.
Yep. It's stopped at customs, and if it's got an address that they can track, they will do. Even if it's a post office box, or a drop-off point, they'll follow that. Someone will track it and see who it's registered to, and it's all because of terrorism and what's gone down over the past, few years. They've locked stuff down with law and internationally, and I believe that Australia's always had one of the tightest border controls because of like fruit and veg and stuff like that. Anyway, everything is opened, everything is checked for any kind of contamination. Well, so I believe. So there's
100% correct.
Yeah, it's really admirable how good your border control is when it comes to pest control or fruit and veg and all the foods that people try and bring in. Phenomenal, man, how good it is. They've got it locked down, but it's a police state and there's no getting by it. That's one country with a great big wall around it and it's invisible, man. They stop everything.
No, look, it's a police state. It's too much. It's too much. The rubbish that went on the past 2 years, that was just overhanded, and now the judges are all coming out and saying that, they used excessive force and they shouldn't have done that, and they're there to uphold justice, and it's just gone too far. Look, I'm in Thailand at the moment. You can do literally anything you want in Thailand. You got 6-7 people in the back of a ute. In Australia, you can't do anything like that. You go 3 kilometres over the speed limit, bang. Either a police will get you or you'll get a speed camera or something like that. It's just too hard.
Yeah, and it's not that's the thing with the country there, the way you have to live to be in Australia. You need to be able to live a bit rough and tumble, especially if you're living or working in obviously the outback or wherever. If you've got to traverse thousands of miles to do your work, well, you can't be thinking of having to cater to every single thing to do with health and safety continually. And it's just they've made it so hard to live there. I know lots of people that have gotten out, and like the UK too, and lots of them are heading down to Malaysia and where you are, down to Thailand. It's just, you can live there, you can be part of the economy. The royal family love you for it if you become part of the economy and you marry in.
They won't let you become part of the... They won't let you become part of the economy in Thailand. Their jobs are all safe for the Thai people.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're pretty strict like that over here. Like, you can come on a retirement visa if you want. We're just here on a holiday. But I've got a brother-in-law that's engaged to a Thai person, and it's hard for him to get her into Australia, and it's hard for
Yes.
him to literally stay in Thailand. So it works both ways.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've got a friend he's now married to her. His wife's a Thai girl. They've been courting for years. Every year he goes for a holiday 2 or 3 times, and he's been courting the girl for years. And he's been looking after her and her family and everything. The plan is to get moved back up towards, away from the city where she's got farmland, and invest in it to actually make it a working, profitable farm. But to do that, he's got to jump through so many hoops. But he's been already welcomed by because he's married and he had an official marriage ceremony over there. He's treated far differently. So, yeah, they kind of want him to move over and help the local industry in a lot of ways, even although it'll be the family's money that helps the local industry, not his. And I respect that. I do. It's sort of like, bring your cash, bro, but just don't say anything. It's not you that's doing it. It's the Thai family that's doing it for the country. I like that. Yeah.
Well, I did something different during those last 2 years. I went out and bought a very large block of land for myself and my daughter and her husband and kids. And we're simply going to turn around and she's already got a house on that property, and we're just going to build a house on that property and live there. I'm not going to be in the city where they can control every aspect of your life. It's ridiculous.
Yep. There's, unless you've got crazy amounts of money, trying to keep yourself a life in the city or carve a life in the city, a healthy one, a fair one, especially if there's children in the future or young'uns coming. Yeah, you've done the right thing. Well done. Yeah, it's more about family in the future, and you can't do it in the city anymore.
The thing is, it's like, I look at it and it's nearly impossible for the kids to turn around and buy their own properties anyway. So we ended up buying the properties for our kids, and that way they don't have that problem.
Yep.
It's a joke. It's now you're literally living just to survive. Nice country, but living just to survive.
Yeah. It's crazy. They've moved the decimal point and made everybody think that they're rich because we're paying like $300 for a week's shopping now, where it used to be like $30. And people are like, "Oh, I can pay all this money for stuff, but I'm still so strapped for cash, but I can get into even more debt and have all the toys at the same time. It's okay." And they're constantly worried about money, but everything's free to access, or cheap as chips to access. You're just in more and more debt that it's weird. It's just weird, man. Yeah.
Like here in Australia, I shouldn't say Australia, I should say in the province, city that I live, it is so hard to get a permit to build a house. The government has turned around and put in so many regulations that even the people that do this job all the time, the building surveyors, they've got so much that has to be complied to before they'll issue a permit to build. It's unbelievable. We've been trying now for 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They come up with all this rubbish that can't possibly help at all. Like, my wife was a dog breeder and she wanted to build a really nice dog establishment on the new property. And the final hurdle was fire services. They wanted us to have like backup generators, backup pumps, big tanks, just in case there was a fire. Yet, my own personal house, they had 15 fire brigades connected to the town mains, and they still couldn't stop it. Burnt to the ground.
Yeah.
It's just the rules and regulations are ridiculous here in Australia.
Yes, health and safety gone crazy. Dudes with clipboards and pencils and stopwatches have wrecked any future chance of anyone else having a go at stuff. Yeah, bizarre. And it's all backed up by insurances now as well. Unless one insurance protocol is adhered to, then the next one can't go ahead. So you lose money on investment for the whole thing initially, and then it doesn't go ahead.
Well, listen to this. My place burnt to the ground in November of last year, and they still have not paid out for the building. We managed to get the contents. That was in February, I think. And we got the business insurance, which was very, very minor, at around the same time. But the building, and I'm telling you, burnt to the ground, nothing left. Still has not been paid out to date.
That's the other side of it, I suppose, because the decimal point's been moved. That initial policy might not have had to have cost them so much, but now it's going to cost them a hell of a lot more. And rightly so too, that's the way of it. That's why you pay the insurance. God forbid you needed it, but you do need it. And it should have been, there should never be an issue. It's not like you're trying to scam it or something like that. You know what I mean? You haven't been arrested on possible arson charges or whatever.
Yeah, nothing like that. You know,
exactly. So it should be instant payout. You've lost everything. You know, there should be no hold bar. Go and get whatever you need. Get the builders in straight away. Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah. We turned around. We actually had our place sold at the time when the fire occurred.
Yeah.
So there was no reason for us to turn around and want anything like that to happen. I mean, we lost so much. And to be honest with you, they know it's a total loss, but all they're trying to do is save $20,000 or $30,000, or maybe 50 or 60 by saying, "Oh, we can salvage the slab." But there's probably not going to be a single engineer that'll allow you to build on that slab once a 25-ton excavator has been crawling all over it.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. It'll need tested once the excavator's been crawling on it, and then it'll probably fail. So that means it'll need removed and replaced. And the cost of that alone? Oh my God. Yeah. It's just nonsense, man. Absolute nonsense. We built things with our hands and horses and blocks and tackle that, are still standing today from hundreds of years ago. And it's perfectly fine. It's seen fires and it's been rebuilt. But nowadays, if you don't appease the man with the clipboard, that's no. It's not right, man.
I've posted a picture of the fire and the damage.
Oh, dude.
They wanted the national news wanted to do an article, about how important insurance and that is. And both my wife and I, we said, no, we're not getting on this deceptive media rubbish bullshit. Just not.
Yeah. I wouldn't fault you for going to the media now and saying, look, here's the truth of it. We haven't been paid a penny for it.
Lithium batteries.
Oof, man. Yeah, these lithium battery things are costing the economy over here. We've got fire carts going and like bursting into flames. You know, the bin lorries that are collecting them and whatnot, and then obviously there's a compactor in the bin lorry. So it's crushing the batteries and they're bursting into flames. And the bin lorry goes up, so that's another couple of 100,000 or whatever for another one of those. And this is happening constantly now. Whoopie-doo, modern technology, man.
Just about everything you buy these days is lithium battery now. Anyway,
yep.
You know, the amount of power tools that I've still got left that were in the shed, unbelievable. And I just, every time I look at one, I think to myself, what am I doing? Like, these things can go off at any time.
Yeah.
You know, like with my place, there was half an hour between when my brother-in-law was in the house to when he came out, and you could not look inside the house. It was black. Like, that's how quickly it took hold. And then by the time the fire brigade came, oh, well, that's another story as well. You know, caught in traffic.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, where are all these globers with the evidence that we require?
Broke them, mate. It's the weekend.
Pictures from space.
Yeah. Although I will say that there's some new voices on the scene of late, and it's quite good to talk to new people. They're a bit, they're a bit like everyone else is when they first come to it, but they're actually kind of curious and they've hung around long enough to start talking. It's good to get some new people on the scene that aren't just here to, you know, take the piss, basically.
You know, sometimes I listen to this all day long. Sometimes I just break out in laughter, and anyone that's around me is asking, why are you laughing? And I explain to them, because all my family and that, they know that I'm a flat earther. And they can't say anything. They won't dispute me because I've proved to them multiple times that it's flat. There's nothing else you can say. You know, I think the last time I came to Thailand, I did bring my P1000, but because of the humidity here, it's very hard to get any long distance observation. It's nearly impossible. Anyway, this time it was a little bit clearer, and we were flying my new little drone that I bought, and I said to my brother-in-law, I said, Steve, have a look. I said, that's Kolar Island over there. You can turn around and you can see the huts on the beach. He goes, yeah, you can. We were 3 meters from the water because we were on like a bit of a concrete bank above where the boats come in after they've gone fishing. So we measured to our eye height. It was about 3 meters. And when we did the calculations, all those huts should have been obscured. And that was with the naked eye.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, it's just these guys that come in and argue time and time again have never bothered to turn around and go to the beach and just relax and let their eyes work on their own. Forget cameras. It's not even a camera thing sometimes. You can see it with your own eyes.
Yeah. I really think that's a major part of the issue, that people haven't been around water enough. You know, they may have been to the beach on and off every day in the summertime, or they may live near the beach and go there every day. But the conditions, you're right, you need to just sit down and settle and stop looking at all the girls or boys around you and, you know, all the noise and stuff. and just experience the distances that you're actually seeing and what it is you're seeing. But I think there's another thing as well. I think it's different when you're looking out to sea in certain parts of the world. I know from Britain that the sea can be very, very strange and very, very, very different sometimes. And I've heard that, like you say about Thailand, sometimes you can't really see far at all because of the haze. But then there's other times where it just goes flat, calm and clear and you can see as far as you like. But I think there's a lot of people that just haven't experienced this. They've only seen it on television or been at the beach for a day or whatever.
Yeah, look, I was at the Great Barrier Reef one day. I only just bought the P1000, and it was, you travel out on a boat. It's, I don't know, an hour's journey on a boat, and it was just after a real thundery, rainy night, and I got the P1000 out, and I started. You couldn't see anything; you could just see ocean. So I thought, bugger this, I'll just maximum zoom the camera out and see what happens. I maximum zoomed the camera out and I started panning across the ocean. And there was this thing in the middle of nowhere. I thought, what the hell's this? So anyway, I turned around and I asked the captain of the pontoon in the boat there what it was. And he said, yeah, look, it's a floating helicopter landing pad with accommodation underneath and somewhere for the boat to go. And it was as clear as day.
Nice.
Yeah, I've got that one on YouTube, right? And then I was in one of the other states and I took the P1000 down to the beach one day to watch a sunset. Because you got to look east. You got to look west to see a sunset in Australia. And with the normal naked eye, it looked like the sun was setting. And I had my friend who was a non-believer beside me. And he goes, see, Rob, the sun's setting. And I thought, oh, yeah, that's interesting. But I kept recording. When I got the footage back home and put it on the laptop, completely different. Completely different. If you slowed the footage down, you could actually see the sun reflecting in the water and then it fading out to nothing. That was the last bit of the evidence for me. And I put that on YouTube, but because of the quality, you can't see it really well. It really needed to see it on the laptop. But the laptop's gone, so I'm just going to have to do it again when I buy a camera.
Yeah, it did. I think there's something as well. I noticed with the phone camera, even in the dark, I can catch. It picks up light differently, and especially in the sunrise or sunsets. It filters light differently, or it reacts, and it does something to adjust to what it's trying to see. And yeah, that's why I want one of the big cameras as well. And I've seen, I think I've seen some of your stuff like years back. And I've definitely seen other people's. And you see it differently when it's on one of these cameras as you do with the naked eye. You don't perceive it the same way as you can with a zoom. It seems to merge down more to the naked eye. Where with the zoom you can actually see it. It's more of an attenuation process.
Well, the naked eye literally shows a globe Earth with a sunset.
Mm-hmm.
But if you turn around and do it with a high quality camera and know what you're doing, you'll definitely see the sun fading out this is after it's mirrored onto the ocean. So it first mirrors onto the ocean or into the horizon, whatever you want to call it. And then if you keep watching it, that mirroring goes away and then you see it slowly just fade out to nothing. It's amazing, absolutely amazing to view.
Oh, I see your hotel accommodation. That's nice. Yeah. The millionaire's playground down there, dude. It really is.
We only came to Thailand because my brother-in-law, was engaged to a Thai woman, and we really liked it. It's easy. You don't need visas to come to this country. The people are very friendly. Thai food is nice. I don't eat Thai food. I have to eat Western food. But food in general is very reasonably priced. And look, to be honest with you, after the fire, I had no clothes left. And I thought, I'm not spending the money to buy the clothes in Australia. Next time we go on a holiday, I'll just buy some suitcases over there and fill them up with clothes. They're like a quarter of the price of what you get in Australia.
Well, you can get a fully handmade wardrobe down there, the same as you can at home, but with Thai labels on, because that's where your wardrobe is being made anyway.
Yeah.
But they put Aussie labels or Brit labels or American labels on it. They are the tailors.
Yeah, they've got a spot there, and they hound you a little bit, but they're quite nice about it. And they say, I think it was $100 shirt, tie, jacket, and pants, tailored with multiple fittings. If it wasn't so hot, I would have taken them up on the offer because I don't have a suit anymore. It's just too hot to be putting clothes on and off, Next time, I think I might do it.
I see a crocodile, mate.
Hello, Mr. Daddy. How's it going?
Pretty well. How about you guys?
Going well, man. Is it Saturday for you yet? Is it the weekend?
Yeah. Say again. I didn't catch it well. So, what happened?
What brings you to a flat earth chat room?
Oh, I don't know, bro. I wanted to see what you guys were talking about. You guys seem to be chilling. Nice.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right. See you later, guys.
Oh well, if it was an argument you were wanting, like, there's probably hang around, man, because somebody will start an argument soon, like.
Oh, I was about to say that the Earth is round, and so.
Oh, you're more than welcome to think that. That's totally fine. We used to think that as well.
Yeah, people say that they say that I haven't seen it by myself. They said I have to first like see it first, like with my own eyes. They said, and I told them, you too, man. You got to see it with your own eyes too. It's like I told them too. You gotta. It's like your brain. Have you seen your brain? And they got mad.
But is that really an appropriate comparison, or is that a false comparison?
I don't really know. I think. Say again.
Well, I mean, you said you can't. You just compared looking at your own brain.
Yeah, it's like telling me. It's like they're telling me, "Have you seen the planet?" And I said, "No." Have you seen it like with your own eyes, like how it was? And I said, "No." Okay, so you believe? They asked me if it's like a belief. So, and I told them, "Have you seen your own brain? Is that a belief?" And
but the thing is, let me point out the difference to you. The difference is you don't have any reason to doubt that you have a brain inside your head, and you don't have any reason to doubt there's a brain literally inside anyone else's head. But we do have good reason. But the difference is we do have good reason to doubt that the Earth is curved and a planet.
So it is curved.
All right. So what's the number one reason that you believe that it's curved?
Because I've seen pictures, and I know what you're gonna say. Is it? Oh, it's a belief. No, it's not a belief. It's truly curved. It's.
Well, let's just point out objective things. Let me just ask you two quick questions about these pictures. Like, have you ever seen a horse with your own two eyes?
Yes, I did. They're beautiful.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that picture of a horse is a realistic picture of a horse or not?
Well, it depends. If you screenshot it with like a fake, like a fake hand or something, yeah, I would believe it's just fake, I suppose.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just asking about the reference point. Like, since you've seen a horse with your own two eyes, you do in fact have a reference point to use to tell whether or not a picture of a horse is realistic or not, right?
I suppose so.
All right. Now, my question is, have you ever been to the vacuum of space?
No, I haven't. Not at all.
So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not it's realistic or not?
Yes. I mean, some draw it, some take pictures of it actually. Like, humans, they show proof. So many inventions have been made to show proof.
But I
And I
mean,
already seen it.
you wouldn't have the right. But you can at least admit you wouldn't have the kind of reference point you'd have with the horse, right? Like you've never actually seen it with your own two eyes, right?
So that means I have to actually go to space to tell someone
Well,
that.
I'm just no, I'm not quite saying that. I'm just simply pointing out the fact that you have a reference point for the horse, but you don't have a reference point for the vacuum of space. I'm just simply pointing that out.
I know, that's what I said. So I have to basically go to space kind of to prove.
Well, sort of, in a certain manner of speaking, yes, but that's not really where my standard of evidence would lie in regards to that. Because I think of it in a different way. I've actually learned a little bit about the laws of physics while hanging around these chat rooms. And I would say my standard of evidence in regards to that subject begins in somewhere else. If you want to know, I can tell you.
Right. Have you been in space?
No. But what I'm saying is, in order for someone to get me to admit that such a place could even possibly exist, not even necessarily exist, but just even could possibly exist, in order for someone to get me to admit that it could possibly exist, they'd have to demonstrate something else here on the surface of the Earth. Do you want to know what that would have to be, logically speaking?
Belief.
The thing is, I'll just tell you. So the claim that we were taught in school, the claim that I believed, and the claim I'm sure you probably believe now, is that the gas pressure that we breathe here on the surface of the Earth exists due to gravity. They claim that the atmosphere, in quotes, so to speak, or whatever, is glued to the Earth due to the force of gravity or whatever, not a force or whatever. Anyway, they say it's caused by gravity is the point. And so the thing is about this is that every demonstration we have in real life here on the surface of the Earth that involves a consistent X value of gas pressure involves containers and fixed volumes. It involves containers, all right? And so the thing is, the claim is with the heliocentric model, that we are breathing gas pressure without a container due to gravity. But we have no demonstration of that. So what I'm saying is, if someone could ever demonstrate here on the surface of the Earth gas pressure without a container due to gravity, like gas pressure around the rim of your car without the tire due to gravity, if someone could demonstrate that, then I would have a logical reason to believe that the gas pressure I'm breathing right now may in fact exist due to gravity. But without that, it would only be a blind belief.
Nice. Where did you got that logic from?
Just listening and thinking.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, so you believe it's flat then, I suppose.
To the best of my knowledge.
Oh, I see. Well, I believe it's round. Pretty much it.
I mean, you do at least understand what I'm saying about gas pressure, right? I mean, you do admit, you can at least admit that every, on the surface example we have of a consistent X value involves a container and a fixed volume. Like the 36 psi around the rim of your car, or, a balloon, or a blow-up mattress, or whatever,
Yeah. Someone said it comes from trees, from the air. That's what someone said. I don't know if it's true.
Well, that's a different kind of subject. You see, when you say it comes from the trees, you're talking about like the oxygen intake, for instance, that we breathe.
Yeah.
But I'm not talking about the chemical makeup. I'm not talking about the actual the elements that make up the air. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the pressure, the air pressure, the gas pressure.
I see.
So you got to remember another thing about this that is important to remember is that solids, you let go of a rock, the rock only goes one direction when you let go of it. It goes down. And then liquids, water, goes forwards, backwards, left, right, and downwards. But gas is different. Gas goes all directions. It moves omnidirectionally. And since it moves omnidirectionally, it has to be contained omnidirectionally. That means every direction, even from above.
Okay. What about smoke?
Well, smoke is particulates. Smoke is technically not gas.
Oh. But it does blow, though.
Well, it moves with the wind.
Yep. This is the one that you send. All right.
But smoke will dissipate, dude. If you blow smoke into a bucket and leave it there with no container, no lid, it'll dissipate, won't it?
Definitely.
Yep. And it's the same
man.
with a balloon. If you put a hole in a balloon, what happens?
It won't blow.
Well, there you go. All the pressure escapes. And that's what we say about Earth, that the pressure, the gas on Earth, the air pressure down at sea level, at ground level, it's 14 something psi. And it gets less as you go higher. But the story of the globe is that we're spinning and whizzing through the vacuum. And it's all held together with gravity. Now, it's held together with gravity at the weakest point, where, right at the edge of the, what is it they call it? The troposphere or whatever it is. Right away out there, it's held as we spin and whiz through the galaxy. It doesn't really make sense. It should actually bleed off. And if anything, it shouldn't have actually started to build pressure in the first place. But it's a long story that's built up in mathematics as well. That in actual fact, it doesn't, you can't really have, if the surface of Earth isn't curving and it's not a ball, and it boils down to gravity and everything to do with heliocentrism, it's actually a story that works in mathematics. But the physical evidence for Earth being flat is that we see too far over distance. Earth should actually curve a lot more than we see. We don't treat it as curving. We don't treat it as moving. And it's just something that we've discovered. You can go and test these things yourself. I've linked you to the server to our database. There's long distance observations. There's laser tests. There's all manner of things. There's I don't think there's any quick way into this. It takes time. It takes whatever time you need to research it. But it's worth looking into at least. You don't need to just jump on a bandwagon and say, "Ooh, I'm a flat earther now." I believe you guys. The whole idea is that you actually go and test all this yourself and see what you think of it at your own pace.
I see. But I still believe the Earth is round.
That's cool, dude. That's totally fine.
I'll just say it's a circle. How about that? Circle.
Bro, we all grew up. There's very, very few people. You will meet some eventually if you're in this sort of like these forums long enough. Some people did come to this being told the Earth was flat, and that's through various religions. But yeah, we were all told the same thing about heliocentrism. I was born in '69, bro, the year that we allegedly landed on the moon. They celebrated my birthday and went to the moon.
Nice.
And I grew up with it all as well, and I thought, someday we'll be going to Mars too. But over the years, I saw problems and glitches in the story. And it does take research, but I mean, I've been looking into this the best part of the last 10 years, and I haven't found any evidence to say that Earth is actually a spinning ball. That I can, it's only pictures from space are on television. It might be different had I been to the moon and landed on it by now. But that's not an option. That's only a story.
I see. Someday the future might. Go on.
It may be. Yeah, bro, it may be. I mean, you can buy land on Mars just now, for your great-great-grandchildren someday. You could buy a plot just now if you like.
You think it's impossible to colonize Mars? The humans?
I don't necessarily think it's terra firma. I think it's a light in the sky that we can't get to. I don't really think it's a spinning dirt ball with a possible atmosphere. I think what you see as Mars is a place called Devon Island, near Iceland or Greenland or somewhere like that. It's faked. But like the whole idea of, us getting to the stars, it's a beautiful story. It's a cool story. It's a great idea. I don't think it's a place that we can actually go, and I don't think what they call the planet are terra firma. I think it's all just a story.
I heard that Elon Musk wants to like throw a missile at it. He believes that a lot of liquid will like instantly like pop out if he like throws a missile at it. Yeah, no.
Interesting. That's interesting that he says there's liquid up there. There was tests in the 60s or 70s, high altitude explosions. And it was almost as if they were trying to crack the firmament or some sort of dome or barrier up there. Because, well, religion says that it's the water's above and the water's below, yeah? So it's interesting Elon said this as well about fluid. That's very interesting.
He said it's going to be in 2030, I think. 2030.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe like more like, right, so let me see, like 6 more years. Yep.
Cool. I think he would have more
And like, I got a
chance.
question for you. Let's just pretend that we had a time machine here. We go 6 years in the future, and then we're looking at a television screen. It says, "Oh, we got to postpone it 6 more years." Will you have any skepticism in your mind at that moment, or none at all?
I don't know, man. I believe that he might put a machine there just instantly, they already have machines, but I believe that if it does happen, I think it might pop out a little bit, but not sincerely.
Let me ask you a quick question, buddy. Have you ever heard of a movie called 2001: A Space Odyssey, made by Stanley Kubrick?
Is it like a person lost in space, or just?
Well, it was made in 1968. It's a very famous movie. I can understand if you never really heard of it. Most people close to our age hasn't really heard of it. But anyway, it's a movie that was made in 1968. All right, 1 year before the alleged first moon landing or whatever. And the thing is about this movie is that it's meant to take place in the year 2001. But the thing is that, and this is why people point at it, and it's why it's referenced in so many historic documentaries, is that so many people back then, basically everyone, honestly believed, like actual scientists, not just like regular civilians, run-of-the-mill people, like the regular scientific community believed and publicized that by the year 2001 we would be sending manned missions to Jupiter, which is far past Mars. All right.
Yeah.
And they made this movie, which was meant to be like, at least technologically, a look towards what they expected the future to be and what everyone expected the future to be. Now that's 1968 to 2001. Now we're right here in the year 2024. Now I'm just trying to illustrate this as a piece of history for you, and like I'm just saying, like, don't let it keep repeating itself too far, is what I'm trying to say.
Have you heard about the James Telescope? Do you know that at least?
You mean the James Webb Telescope or James Telescope?
James. I don't know how to say it, but it's James Telescope. Webb Telescope. It's like it can go beyond watching out, like beyond. Like it's like, I don't know. It doesn't take pictures, but it modifies it. It tells if there's like dwarf stars or like dwarf planets, basically, that we have never heard of. Like, what's it called? The planet Kepler 22. Do you know that planet? Kepler 22b, I think. Have you heard of that planet?
And the way that they say they can see them is by the planet eclipsing a star very far away, and when it blocks out the light from the star, that's when they know they've seen a planet really far away that they can't normally see, right? That's the story, and that's how it goes?
They say they have like no, I don't think they haven't seen it. I think they send like a drone, like the Telescope, like that, kind of like that. they can like hear the noises. They can hear like the like. There's like a scanny thing. It's not a lie though. Do you believe it's a lie, or you think it's?
Well, it's not. It's not that I believe it's a lie. It's that it's not verifiable. None of it is. That's the problem. And to begin with, not only is any of what you just described unverifiable, but the most important thing of all that should be verifiable is not verifiable, and that is curvature of the Earth.
I see. Yeah. I mean, I kind of believe it because I checked it on Google. I just they said that it's a real technology and it goes through beyond space. And when they see when they scan like a planet, like the planet that I named, Kepler 22b or Kepler B9, I think B9. There's a different one. There's one that is like the one the first one that I said is mostly just water, mostly water planet. And the other one was like more like rocky, but like kind of like grayish.
Was that the exoplanet that they think they found?
Exoplanet?
Yeah, they think that the James Webb, they think it found it, well, possible an exoplanet that it found, I think, possibly, or signs of an
Exoplanet? I think it's
exoplanet.
exoplanet. Yeah, it's like a black planet.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool story, bro. And yeah, technology. They did build the thing. It was allegedly put in a rocket and sent up there. No, I'm not denying that in any way, shape, or form. Like, there's people that built parts of it. It was actually a thing. But do you know that replaces the telescope that it's said to replace? There was one up there.
They actually did it on Jupiter's moon. What's this Jupiter's moon? It's very famous. They have like a famous moon. It kind of looks like a planet too, but it's actually not a planet. It's a moon. It has liquid on it, and they say it could have life on it. Not necessarily human, but like like maybe like an alien, like something alive, like a cell, maybe like an alien fish or Neptune.
Yeah. They
That's what
keep
they
coming
say.
out with these great ideas, and the story just grows more in arms and legs and stuff. Hubble, that was it. The Deep Space Telescope that was up there before. Hubble, wasn't it?
Hubble, I think, yeah.
Yeah, James Webb replaces that, doesn't it? Did you know that there's an exact copy of the Hubble telescope on a jetliner, on an aeroplane? On a high altitude flight? Yeah, there's an exact. It's called Sophia. I'll link you. I put a picture of it in the chat, bro. There's an exact copy of Hubble on a plane called Sophia, and it's highly possible that this is how they're scanning what they're calling deep space. It could be the same that they're doing something like this with the James Webb thing. There could be a new version of it, and they're scanning even more. But it's a lot of digital overlay and a lot of claim. They're really going to town with the AI at the back of it all. But yeah, I'll show you this Sophia thing, man. It's something I saw and I was absolutely amazed at. But it makes perfect sense, really, that they should have a telescope on a high altitude plane. How else would you really get up there easily and survey the stars without all this atmosphere in the way?
Yeah.
It does make sense. But yeah, it was kept quiet.
I think the planet that I was talking about is Titanian or Titanic, I think. Titanian. Titan. I think it's Titan. Titan.
Yeah, I think I heard something about that. Yeah, talk about Titan. Yes. Now, what was it? Or is it a moon of Titan? Or no, am I getting something mixed up?
Yeah,
that does ring a bell. The Return of Titans. There's something to do. I heard about Titan, and I thought, that's the Return of Titans coming.
Very scary.
Yeah, they like to make you scared about space, don't they? Oh, there's asteroids coming, and you better get your meteoroid insurance in case something falls through your house.
How much are asteroids if they actually fall in your area of your piece of land or house, like property?
Oh, I don't know, dude. I don't think it's as much as you like to claim. What
if I actually had sand of Mars? I heard it's like billions.
For Martian sand?
Yeah, Martian sand one. Or Neptune. Neptune? They say that it rains diamonds. Do you believe that?
Do you believe it, bro?
Definitely.
Yes, indeed, aye. Let's go there for a holiday,
I think it's not for human life though. I think, but they say it does. Like, I mean, if they sent like a robot drone to like grab all the diamonds and just come back and bring it to the Earth, I think it's possible. I think, but maybe in the future, not in this timeline.
Well,
why are you so certain that like Mars is a place you can go to?
No, I'm not saying it's a place to go to, but I feel like you could like put like tents, like robot tents, that you could actually stay there for a bit.
Yeah, but like, why are you so certain that it's a place you can send robots to?
Because everything's impossible, bro. If you believe, you could. I mean, it's not like the biggest.
Come on, that's it. You sound like you're talking about like a fairy tale, like I could send a robot to Narnia.
No, I'm
like,
saying
what are you talking about?
in the future. I didn't say it at this timeline. I said in the future, probably it's impossible if they could. Like in the
But I mean,
future.
no. Let me ask the question a different way. Like, so when you and I stand on the surface of the Earth and we look up at the sky with our own two eyes, I look up at the sky and I see Mars and I see a light and I say to myself, I don't know what its composition is. I don't know how far away it is or what medium it resides in, but I do see a light and we call it Mars. Now,
it would take 6 months, I think, to go to Mars.
Wait, what?
I think to to go like with a ship. If they said
hold on, buddy. You're missing the point. Like, so, like, what I'm saying is, I've just established everything we know with what I just said. Everything that you know as well. All right, not what you believe, but everything you know and everything I know is the same thing about Mars. The only thing you and I know is that it's a light in the sky and it has an unverified, like, people will tell you, like, someone might tell you and you might believe it, and I don't blame you entirely. I don't blame you. And someone might tell me, that that Mars is a planet. It's you say 1/3 or half or whatever the diameter of the Earth, somewhere around there, and it exists in the vacuum of space, and it's a rocky surface. It has a rocky surface, and we can see it in the night sky. Like, okay, see, that's a description, but it's not what we're observing. So the thing is I'm just pointing out what we're observing is what we know, and we can't validate. What I'm saying is none of those things you can verify. None of you can verify. None of I can verify. None of anyone. Nobody can verify those things either, for that matter. So it's like, what my question is with that being established, what reason do you have to really think that when you look up at Mars, you think that's a place that you can send a drone to or go to yourself? Either one of them two. Like, what's the logic behind that?
It's not. I don't think people. I think like robots. They already have robots. Plenty of robots.
Either one. They're like, I mean, physically. No, I mean, like, even just. I'm talking about the physicality of it. Like, all we have established is it's a light in the sky. Like, let's just go into the what if realm. Hold on. Let me explain this to you. I think you'll understand this if I go into the what if realm. I don't like going into the what if realm. Let's go into a hypothetical. Let's pretend for a second that we're inside a dome. Okay, the whole flat Earth. We're on a flat, stationary Earth inside a dome. And there's a whole bunch of light bulbs on the ceiling of this dome, okay? And the dome's moving around, so the lights move around, whatever. And let's say we go in a big rocket ship or aircraft or whatever, we go upwards on a journey to send robots or ourselves to Mars, and we smash into one of these light bulbs and goes smack right into it, and it goes, whatever, and then whatever, broken glass falling down. Like, you see, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's a light bulb. What I'm saying is it's not necessarily a place you can send a robot to or a place you can go to. It's not necessarily that.
Okay. I mean, I have a question. Elon, okay, go for it.
So, what kind of vibrations or frequencies can you produce with a spinning fan?
Who, me or him?
Or we're the scientists, guys.
I think this guy would like to answer this question. Charles, King the Charles.
I think this guy might be one of the trolls that just hangs around here.
No, I'm actually really into science. I don't really troll.
Okay, well, I don't know how to respond to your question.
Okay, say it again, bro. Repeat it.
Well, say you spin a 3-blade or a 2-blade rotor fan with blades at like I don't know, say just really steep angle blades, and say it revolves at say 4,000 RPM. At any given instance, it's only blowing one wave per rotation on a certain spot of the trajectory of the fan. So say you stand in front of the fan and you choose to be in the way of the top side of the fan. Every time one of the blades passes by, it shoots a wave, right? It gets a gust. And if it's a 2-blade fan, then it shoots 2 of them per rotation. If it's 4,000 rotations per second, it should be shooting 8,000 waves per second at that exact spot in the trajectory, correct? Is that correct?
Me or him?
I don't know, anybody. It should be throwing wind in bursts, right? That's how it works. It creates a vibration, a set of waves, the frequency of waves.
I think you're boring everyone.
Oh, God. Well, I was going to tell you guys that radio frequencies do the same thing with a lot of metals and material. And I'm sure you guys have heard of sonic levitation. You guys seen sonic levitation? How we can move matter with sound. We can. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Sonic works with radio or frequencies. I don't really study Sonic the Hedgehog.
I mean, we all have.
Can we go back to? I just want to know, Mr. Daddy, whatever.
Yeah.
Do you have any other thing to say or questions or anything?
I say that we all have different beliefs. I mean, I believe we could send a mini. We actually have. It's already been done. But I mean, I feel like they could do it on different planets. I think because Mars already been seen already with robots. But yeah, my hopes maybe in the future it's 100% possible that they might go to Neptune or Jupiter. I think Jupiter was already looked in, but it only lasted a little bit because you know how they say it's a lot of storms. They say, but yeah, they have. Or Mercury too. They had like a robot. The Russians. It melted down, but it lasted for a bit though. But yeah, I believe there's a chance that they're gonna try it on Neptune. It would be so cool. Yeah.
It would be cooler if it was real.
Yeah, it's gonna happen soon. Not soon. Maybe in the future, but.
I mean, like the vacuum of space itself. It would be cooler if what they were saying they were doing in a place like that was real, but it's not real because the vacuum of space is not real.
Not real.
So give me a good definition of like what do you mean it's not real? Like it's not impossible to like go in like to send a robot?
Well, technically speaking, the way that they describe it, it falls into the category of a second law of thermodynamics violation. So the second law of thermodynamics, there's 3 parts of it. The first part is hot moves to cold. Second part is high pressure moves to low pressure. And the third part is a high charge moves to low charge. I'm talking about the second part. So it's the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. High pressure moves to low pressure. So they describe the vacuum of space, after a certain number of hundred or thousands of like 1,000 or 2,000, whatever. Or it's a little bit beyond that. It's a few thousand, beyond like 15,000 or 20,000 miles away from the Earth. They say a little bit, or whatever. Well, no, I guess it's past that. But anyway, the point is, they say at a certain point out there, it's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum for trillions of miles. Is the way they describe it. They say it's a 10 to the negative 11 torr vacuum on the surface of the moon. But that's basically, it's a very high-powered vacuum nonetheless. But anyway, the point is they describe it as that high-powered vacuum for trillions of miles. And they also describe it as there just being gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth, blah, 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 due to gravity, even though we can't demonstrate that, blah, 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 blah. And basically what I'm saying is that it violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure moves to low pressure. Because simply the way that they're describing it, high pressure would move to low pressure, and we wouldn't have anything to breathe down here but a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Because if you had that kind of vacuum, literally trillions of miles across, while the Earth is only a few thousand miles across, the gas pressure would find its equilibrium. The pressure would simply find its equilibrium.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, depending on buoyancy, right? If the density on the high pressure wave, like I was describing on the wave generation of frequencies on say a spinning fan or a vibrating Earth or an electromagnetic field, the densities would be high density wave, low density wave, high density wave, low density wave, right? And the matter would either get trapped in one of the low density regions, or the buoyancy would cause it to enter one of the high density regions, right? And if the gas has a separate buoyancy, where would it go? Or how would that work? Because between a low pressure and high pressure wave, or somewhere in the middle of two high pressure waves, there should be a buoyancy system, right?
Okay. You gotta tell someone first who you're telling it to, like me or him, King Charles or me.
I hope he's telling it to you because I didn't understand a word he said.
All right, you know what? Say it again. I'll listen. Just like I know this is fucked up, but just tell me again.
For example, in the doodle, the picture, the GIF that I posted.
Yeah. Frequency.
You can see how the gas follows the static pressure waves. Low density wave, high density wave, low density wave, and the gas of the dry ice flows into, I guess, the low density waves, correct?
Yeah, the wind. So you're saying this is how space is?
I'm assuming, yeah. I think there's a buoyancy to it. If there were other material other than the dry ice, I'd assume there would be a buoyancy that takes into effect.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes it could just be because of the planet, the sun. It makes the planet like one of those. It's like one of those. When you go to the mall, right? You throw a penny and it goes circle and circle. Because there's a hole on it, right? Or like a sun. Like that kind of in the planet. I don't think that it's not impossible for a human to travel to Neptune, but I think a machine can though. Just a machine. I think it.
What if we never get closer to the sun? What if it doesn't spiral inward like that? What if we're actually trapped in one of those density waves, low density waves?
Then we're fucked, I guess. But we haven't seen it if it's actually proof. I don't know. Elon Musk is the only hope we have for now. I know a machine. I believe a machine can do the job, but for like us humans, if we wanted to travel to another planet, nope. Not it's possible. It's not impossible. We'll be dead. Time space plays different as well.
Like you guys have seen cymatics, right? You've seen cymatics hit a powder, like a magnetic powder, or a liquid like cornstarch. how it creates the same thing. There'd be like low density regions with low density regions with high cornstarch, and high density vibration regions with less cornstarch, and it would be static, right? It wouldn't move. I'm guessing we might be in one of those regions. There might be cymatic waves blasted by the sun, or magnetic waves that create that type of cymatic system. Maybe it spins, but we might not ever leave the low density spots or high density. I don't know where we are, to be honest. I'm not sure how it works, depending on the buoyancy of things.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we can, but I think a machine can though, like one of those little, like let's just say one of those
like a soda can
drones. Not
a shielded soda can with like a Raspberry Pi. I've been wanting to launch one for years, but I think it's illegal to make one of them giant missiles.
Do you know one of those James Telescope Webb? I think that's what it's called. Have you heard of it?
James Webb Telescope. Yeah.
You believe it's actually a real thing or no?
I don't know. I played around with telescopes. I don't know how expensive it'd be to launch a giant fucking machine like that without destroying it. I mean, I'm still willing to send a shielded box or a soda can or something with a bunch of electronics in it, and like a high power radio blaster to like keep track of the data, so I can communicate with it.
Yeah.
And let me show you something. Partner with AM radio antennas or something. Like a Sputnik. Sputnik did that. He blasted a really like high amp radiation signals, electromagnetic radiation signals.
Yeah, but the physics of Sputnik, though, is in question and unverified. The idea of something falling around something else. Yeah, I've never observed that in either of you.
Well, I heard the orbit should be infinite, except for the friction caused by the space trash or space debris or dust. Like I was talking about the waves. There's like a low density layer, like rings. They're like low density, high density rings, and they seem to be static. I think you can lock something in orbit into one of those rings until material destroys it or slows it down enough to fall into one of the lower rings until it falls in orbit or falls out of orbit. I think I could do what NASA does. I'm a cheap bastard, but they don't let me work or anything. Like I'm canceled, I think. I'm Polynimbus, by the way. I'm the guy they made fun of in Rick and Morty. I was working with the sheriffs, not the police. I don't know why they did that. And yeah, I'm really skinny.
Look at what I send right here.
I get buff in like 6 months though with like a steak diet.
Nice. You see, look at it's so beautiful. You see, just it looks different though. But
they all look like Earth to me.
no, it's not. This is actually real pictures of different planets.
Dude, they're just done with like different lenses. Like they're just different colors. Is like the. I'm not even sure. It's not the contrast. That's not the word I'm looking for. But they're just in different colors, rendered in different colors.
Because planets are different tactics. Not all planets are the same. It's gonna look different.
I'm pretty sure one of those is Devon Island. Do you know what Devon Island is?
I don't. No.
Like it's an island that's up kind of in the area of Canada and Greenland, and I think it's closer to. Well, anyway, it's kind of between the two. But I don't remember exactly where it is on the map. But I've looked at it. And my roommate has brought it up before and looked at it, and yeah, there's a lot of NASA personnel that hang out on Devon Island, and Devon Island, it looks just like Mars. I mean, my roommate was showing me years ago pictures of trucks that had giant NASA logos on it that were just on Devon Island. I think some of them were like on Google Earth even. Maybe, I'm not sure, but anyway, he was showing me from somewhere, and like it just it's just so funny, all these pictures of NASA personnel just hanging out on Devon Island. What? Let me ask you this: why do you think NASA would be hanging out on that island? Why do you think they would be? What you want to drum up some excuse?
they see more clear of a chance of planets. They have like one of those communications on the satellites, and they have like their own telescope. They can see more clearly on that side of the planets. Like not all areas in the planet, like Earth, you can't see them correctly. It's a little harder because you know how the circle goes, like it keeps moving every circle. I was just jogging, and the moon was going down and down and down. And I don't know how to explain it, but kind of like that. But some other places, in other countries, have a better view seeing it. Like Greenland, that place. It doesn't turn. It's always daytime. There's chances that it's always going to be daytime.
Yeah, but the point is, look, listen, buddy. It's an island that doesn't have any plant life on it. Like, there's no grass, there's no trees. So
yeah, it's all snow.
If you wanted to like fake a Mars landing or whatever, you could do it there easily, and you wouldn't have to really modify the landscape literally at all. Like, there's no trees or grass or anything. There's no snow either. At least in the areas where they took their shots or whatever. At least, well, yeah, for the most part, there's no snow.
Where does this guy get the pictures at?
Just look it up. Just check. Like, go onto Google Earth and just look up Devon Island. It's a naturally occurring, barren land. And that's an island. That's remote. But the funny thing is people have found odd things in the pictures in the Mars rover pictures. Like, there was seemingly a creature that looked kind of like a hamster, like a rodent in one of them, which there might be on Devon Island. And there was also a juice box, and the juice box clearly had 2 minions on it from like the Minion movie or whatever the hell that crap is. So, I mean, I don't know how a rodent and a juice box with minions on it ended up on Mars, but I don't know. Maybe Elon Musk took a vacation there and didn't tell us because he didn't want to make everyone jealous. I don't know. Rationalize that whatever way you want.
Okay, let me see. All right, this is fake news.
My eyes are burning.
Okay.
That's all I got to say.
All right, let me see.
Last time some fucking gang members pulled up and they opened up a giant canister of NOS downwind while I was downwind. And it fucked me up. And they just drove off laughing.
Did they give you a tip?
What?
Did they give you a tip?
It fucked me up. I couldn't talk or think.
Damn. Yeah, it's like my mother always told me. Be careful. There's a lot of bad strangers out there. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna find the pictures. All right, try to prove me this picture, bro. Another guy, the user. Try to find this picture that looks fake to you, and to think everything's fake here. What place is this from?
Ew. No, never mind. Sorry.
You're gonna say it's Mexico.
I'll be perfectly honest, man. At first glance, it looks like CGI, which, but that's my only first glance, opinion.
This is actually Mars. This is actually a picture of Mars.
Well, I mean, what is it supposed to demonstrate? Hold on. Let me ask you something. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
Actually, yeah, probably so, but not the Tooth Fairy or like Santa Claus. But probably yeah. Maybe it was some person that had
All right, let's go with Santa Claus. Like, you don't believe in Santa Claus, right?
I think it's for mostly like for Americans, like the celebration.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is the intellectual discussion. The simple answer is no. You don't believe in Santa Claus. But my question is to you is, if I showed you a picture of Santa Claus, would you believe Santa Claus is real?
I mean, like, does he have magic powers? That's what you're trying to say? Like he can random discipline.
No. What I'm saying is, like, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and pictures are not really extraordinary evidence. So, like, the Santa Claus take, for instance. Like, let's pretend.
We can't compare
let's pretend I was trying to make the claim that Santa Claus is real. If I could demonstrate to you a man with a beard and a red suit with flying reindeer, flying sleigh, if I could demonstrate that to you in real objective reality, in person, that would be one thing. But, like, a picture of Santa Claus doesn't suffice, does it?
I see. I mean, I think he is a real person, but he doesn't have the reindeer thing that flies. No, I don't think that's real. It's a myth. Probably he was real. I think he was a person that wanted to give people, presents. I think I believe that. I can believe that. Like Jesus, I think he was a real person, but I did not. I don't think he had powers.
Yeah, I'm actually right there with you. I think he was a real person too, but I didn't think he was just a man, nothing more, nothing less, as far as that goes.
Yeah, as a Christian, I constantly ask myself, "Oh, Jesus Christ, why did we crucify you when there's a bunch of dumbasses walking around?"
Yeah.
But I mean, still, it's like what I'm saying is, I don't think you should have your standard of evidence in regards to the vacuum of space and stuff that they tell you that happens in the vacuum of space. I don't think you should leave your standard of evidence at pictures. I think you should have a higher standard of evidence than that.
I see. Well, yeah, but some pictures are real. You might be right on some. Some probably are fake. But some are. I do believe they are real. Because this is science. Everything's made of most of the things are science, and science is mostly real. Science is not like a fake thing. It's real. Everything is real.
Here, I mean, if you're going to say that, I might as well point out to you there are some things, some fields of science that do in fact follow the scientific method. Like, take for instance, I can't really name too many off the top of my head, but take for instance biochemistry and chemistry. I guess are two similar and separate subjects that do involve the scientific method. So you could say a biochemist is a scientist. You could say a chemist is a scientist.
Like guns too, it's incredible.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a lot of things that we commonly refer to as science that actually technically don't have anything to do with the scientific method, or at least at one point or another are missing parts of the scientific method. And if something's missing part of the scientific method and it masquerades as science, the combination of those two things, not just it not being science and them masquerading as science, but the combination of those two things by definition makes it pseudoscience. The definition of pseudoscience is something that claims to be science that doesn't follow the scientific method. So I'll give you an example of this. Astronomy. Someone might refer to an astronomer as a scientist. An astronomer may refer to themselves as a scientist. Oftentimes I think they don't, because maybe the more clever ones realize they're not. But the thing is, there's no independent variable involved in astronomy. They're just pointing telescopes at the sky. They're looking at stars and planets, etc. And they're writing things down about them and taking pictures of them. But that's it. There's no scientific experiment. See, if they were manipulating the stars, then that would be science. But there's no independent variable involved. There's nothing that they're manipulating. So it's technically not a scientific experiment.
I could give another example, like a star, right? Like you said, a star. You know how back in the time when I was as kids, right? When you were a kid, they used to show you stars, like the shape of it. But in reality, it's just a circle. It's not like one of those stickers. It's actually just like a pale ball that is a heavy. What is this? Oh, that's probably plastic. You know, a lot of NASA drops a lot of plastic from their tube. It falls out. Mostly it falls out, but that's plastic. You think that's all plastic from the Radiant robot? Sometimes when they drop a robot, things come out. Let's see if it's actually. But yeah, it's amazing. Let me show you. I'll be more. I think showing pictures will make it understand more easily. Sorry, guys, I can't hear right now. Can't hear nothing. All right, I'm back. Yeah, bro. Look. Everything you see, man, I think it just depends. We all have beliefs, you know? Everyone has a different belief. When they actually show, like, robots on Mars, they're actually real footage. You agree, right? Yes. Or no? Yeah. I can't hear no one. What the heck? Oh, I can hear you. Oh, someone's typing.
I mean, I don't believe any of that nonsense. I don't believe the moon landings happen. I don't believe that the moon is something you can land on.
Yes, you can. There's a lot of proof.
I mean,
Maybe we just. Are you trolling, bro? Let's be honest.
no.
There's a lot of proof.
I'm not claiming a negative here. Like, I'm not claiming that the moon isn't something you can land on. But I'm just saying, like, I have no good reason to believe that the moon is something that I can land on. Or anything else in the sky that, shines, for that matter.
Like land on? Not to live on it. No. Landing on it, yes, but not like just like on. You have to be in like on a rocket, like people say rocket. Boom. You can't actually like walk
I'm
on
gonna
it.
put that out there. I was an alpha tester for car X simulations. I actually really like simulations. That shit's cool.
Yeah. Do you guys believe in guns? No. Nice.
Believe in what?
Weapons, guns that I can like. I know it's a dumb question, but you say Santa's. We agreed on the Jesus thing and the Santa. I suppose. But yes, you guys do believe in.
I like guns. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. All right. I like guns too. You think I could You think it could like stop a person
Wait, what?
Like 10 people. Without without
With a
any
gun?
guns. Yeah, 10 people. You against
With a
10
gun?
people.
10
Yeah.
bullets?
Like, okay, one person with a weapon, but you're against 10 people, and they're trying to kill you.
How was my head start? What's the distance? How fast can they run to me?
I don't think it would work out very well if you had a 6-shooter.
If there's like 10 people surrounding me 5 feet around me, I'd probably lose.
Okay, let's just say you're in Italy, whatever, Romania. Where did it happen? You know where the you know how they used to fight each other?
But how
Like in
far
Europe?
away? Like if they start shooting at you before you can guess? Oh no guns. I have a gun.
Guys, sorry. I gotta put an end to this. We're not allowed to talk about stuff like this.
All right, what you
if
do
you can,
is
if you can manage to quickly wedge in a joke like I just did, that's one thing. But like, we're not allowed to continue speaking about this sort of subject for any more.
the nervous system. Let's switch to anatomy. The nervous system has 3 different types of nerves. There's the main nerves, the big nerves. I forgot what they're called. And you got the little nerves for
Your
sensing
beliefs
things.
are fake. Mine's are proof.
And there's these fucking
On
micro
Google.
nerve systems. These micro nerve systems sense peripheral.
Your opinion does not matter, bro. The other guy was
It's just like a fabric of nerves called micronerves, or like nano nerves, and those nerves are the important ones. You can sense peripheral data with those. Now, to shut all those off, you just gotta shoot the big nerves. wait, we're talking anatomy. My bad.
You're talking about beliefs, right? The other guy on the text.
So come on, Mr. Daddy. Like, what's the best reason you can think of for either of us to doubt that the Earth is flat? Pictures of space.
Yeah, pictures of space. You can go on Google, look on them. You can even go live. Go on YouTube. They actually go live every day, like 24/7, basically. Like this guy right here, the YouTube channel thingy. Just see it. You're gonna see it's just a round planet. People that see it
Let me
like
ask you something here, because like I mean I've looked at those. I used to fantasize with them.
It's not a fantasy.
I mean I don't know if you're probably either the same age as me or younger, so I probably had more time to think about them. But like when I was younger, I watched plenty of space documentaries and stuff. So like I just don't. What I'm saying is, I just don't believe them anymore. That's the thing.
That's the same thing. The other guy with the picture, what he said.
Yeah, there's no point in believing that you could beat 10 guys in a fight. You're not Batman.
No, I don't think it's possible. I mean, maybe 5. I think you can. If you're a professional MMA fighter and you know how to fight, there is a chance that you could. But if you're just an average person, you cannot. Because I did kickboxing and Muay Thai and wrestling and grappling.
But I mean, like, let me ask you this. So
it is possible. There's there's videos.
Do you think a better way to figure out if the Earth is curved or not is pictures and videos from it far away, allegedly from it far away, or
actually,
no, hold on, I'm not done yet. Or I'm comparing your mind that concept to the concept of force the line, and what force the line means is simply constructing a straight edge.
Yeah, what about
on the Earth, and say a few miles long to demonstrate curvature or the lack thereof?
I don't know.
Because I mean, think about it. One you can walk by without any glass between you and it, without any camera between you and it. One you could walk by, you could ride your bicycle by, you could drive past it with a car. One straight edge deviating off. In the scenario that there is curvature of the Earth, one would be deviating from the Earth, and another straight edge beneath it would be conforming to the curvature of the Earth, and you would see them deviate over 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, whatever. And the thing is like, my question is to you is, what is a more reliable way to know for sure if the Earth is curving or not? pictures from space or measuring it directly with solid materials?
Both. It's both, actually. It could be both.
Well, you can't say
It can't
both.
just be
That's a
one.
bullshit answer. It's one or the other. Come on.
No, it could be both. I think, taking a picture of it, it just shows proof that you're going to see it round. Okay, if you've seen a picture, of course it's going to be round. But if you're inside the planet, you're just going to see like a flat, pale blue sky. And, that's it. That's all you're going to see. I believe.
I wish we had both, but we only have the pictures of space, and we just have to believe that they're authentic.
It could be both. I mean, if you wanted to travel, I think there would be a difference. How do you explain this? Look, someone on YouTube used like a balloon. I think it was like a heavier balloon, a different type of balloon. He used it. You saw the sky. It was like a round planet. After it exploded, it went all the way down. You should do that.
If you think the Earth is flat, you're a fucking retard.
No, I think it's round.
You think it's?
Oh, yeah.
We try not to waste too much time with man children.
All right, I already talked my opinion. Does anyone have an opinion? About kangaroo.
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of wondering,
yeah.
I mean, you gotta admit, at least that'd be a good thing for the Globers to try and do, right? Measure it directly.
Same outcome. People are gonna see it round.
You can't say that. You said same outcome. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, same outcome.
You can't just say that. But you.
Yeah.
Hold on. Quick question. I can clear this up with a quick question. Do you observe with your own eyes the Earth is flat or curved?
Curve. Yes, because I went on a vacation. I went to Oregon. I noticed how the sky was just moving, or like Mexico, I feel like.
Yeah, I know. I live in Oregon.
Nice. You see, there's a lot of mountains. I love it over there. But yeah.
Yeah, and when I climb to the top of Mount St. Helens, as I have twice, it's a very, very flat and stationary Earth to be observed from the top of Mount St. Helens. Which is technically Washington. That's Washington State, but whatever. Close enough.
Maybe probably how you walk it. Maybe you think it's flat. It's not really not.
I'm just saying, I haven't even climbed Mount St. Helens since I've learned that the Earth is flat. But when I climbed Mount St. Helens, back then, I believed that the Earth was a ball. And when I got to the top of it, I thought it was really, really strange. I literally thought to myself, the Earth is a planet in the vacuum of space, but here on top of this mountain, it really, really looks just flat and stationary. Really, really flat.
I think I know where this is. I think I understand you. Yeah, inside the planet. Yeah, I think it's like flat curved. It's flat curved. Everything's flat curved.
Just keep in mind, like I was thinking to myself this back when I believed the Earth was still a planet. Like no one had told me at this point in time in my life. No one had ever told me the Earth was flat, and I'd never heard anyone ever say that anywhere, except one reference to a joke about the Earth being flat in a movie once that I saw once as a child. That was the only time I'd ever heard anyone say the Earth is flat.
Like the water, I think it's curved. Like maybe like the water, like how the sides look, inside the planet. But like if we're talking about land, it's all flat from the land. It's probably bented in some way too. It could be bented.
What the fuck is bented?
Like bented. You know how the hills are going down and top, right? Not everything's perfect.
I don't even think that's a word.
It is bented. Bented is like
bented.
Yeah, go on Google. It's like bented. Like it's like bented. Bented.
You mean bent?
No, bented. Like it's bented, but like still like straight. I think you don't understand, but yeah. It's not.
There's no word.
It's bented. Do you know what's bented?
Bented. There's no word. Bented.
Bented. It's bented.
Spell it.
It's
Spell it.
like bent. Like it's bent. That's what I'm trying to say. It's bent.
That's what I
Like
said.
a hill that is curved, kind of.
You said bented.
It's a little broken. Bented. Yeah, I said bented. It's like bented, like super bented. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's not a word, dude. It's not a word, mate.
Where are you from?
Somewhere that speaks English and knows that bented is not a word.
You from Austria?
Yeah, Austria, man. Yeah.
You guys gotta have a lot of crocodiles. You guys like
in
benting
Austria.
them?
Yeah. Yeah, we've got crocodiles in Austria.
Australia, mate. I like to finger them, mate. But yeah, it's curved. It's curved.
Sure, it's not
like,
bented.
Like the rocks, yeah. Like the piece of land. Like the planet is curved, but the land, when you're
You sure
walking on
about
it,
that?
yeah, yes, of course.
How do you know that?
Maybe to you not, because I seen it with my own eyes. I seen pictures.
You've seen a
I've been
curve.
walking on the. Yeah, I seen pictures of the planet. It's curved. Have you seen it, sir?
Yeah, I've seen it and it looks flat.
How is it flat? Show me a picture of it. Show me a picture of it.
How is it flat? What do you mean? Like, what made
Yeah,
it
you're
flat?
telling me it's
Or
flat. Show
what
me
do
a
you mean?
picture.
Picture of flat?
Yeah, the planet. You're
What?
telling me the planet's flat. Show me a picture.
Yeah, go and look at the horizon. It's flat.
Yeah, show me a picture.
Well, you can go to there.
It wouldn't be a planet if it's flat, now would it?
I mean, inside, like the land, like I said again, it's.
What do you mean
It's like the land.
inside?
It's like cricket to you maybe, but it's actually curved.
What do you
Like
mean
the land.
inside? What do you mean
Like it's like a
inside?
circle benting, like Austria. Like he's from Austria, right? He's all the way down.
You know what? If you were if it was actually funny what you were saying, then I'd actually laugh along with you. But
What?
your jokes aren't even funny.
I'm not trying to make a joke. You guys are all the way down the planet. That just shows proof.
Down, but there is
Yeah,
no
like
down.
not even close to America. It just shows that like you're from all the way down. That means it is curved. That shows proof.
What the hell are you on about, man? What are you yakking about?
Here, look. I'll show a picture. All right.
Man. You're not even a good troll. You're a bented troll.
Maybe he's getting angry. He's realizing the Earth is flat now. Like,
Yeah.
damn it. They lied to me. Damn it.
How could I have been fooled?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why do people lie? Is there a lie? Why do people do it? Do you know why people lie? Do you know why that guy lied down the street lied about banging his secretary? Didn't tell his wife. Do you know that?
No, I do not. Tell me about it.
How do you know? How are you going to confirm why people lie?
I don't know, man. Part of nature.
Weird question, though. Don't you agree? Like it's a weird question when they say, "Why would they lie?"
I don't know. It's weird. Go on, though.
Well, that's the whole point. The whole point is I wouldn't know why he lied because you don't know why other people lie. Because even if they tell you why they lied, are you going to trust a liar on why they lied?
I don't know. It's like a rat,
It's weird, yeah. Yeah.
Get the cheese.
Like, oh, this guy's a known liar, but he told me he didn't do it.
They told me you
okay.
fingered a crocodile. Bye.
Fucking dumb shit, man.
Hey, now that was a funny joke, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm laughing because it's so stupid.
Hey, let me ask you this, Mr. Daddy. What would falsify the globe for you?
I don't know. It's just
fingering crocodiles.
Yeah, kind of. It's like a circle, like the planet, but it's curved though. I'll show you a
Circle
picture
or
so you can understand
sphere?
more. I'm not just gonna show you a picture. I'm going to explain it to you.
Are you going to explain why the Earth is curved?
Yeah, I want to show you how I think it, and yeah, I'll say belief. Actually, I'm gonna say it's a belief. I guess, but to me, in reality, it's not. It's just curved. Simple as
So
that.
it's a belief, but in reality, it's not.
For you guys, yeah.
But you're very confused.
I'm not confused. You have your own
Well,
imagination, I see what I see.
you see a curve. That's even weirder.
It's like my
No
hot
one
dog, I
else does.
suppose. All right. Let me search it up.
Go for it, man. You do what you got to do. Behold the blue marble. Got it?
Mm-mm.
Photo from space. Pictures from the vacuum. Have you ever thought about the vacuum and the Earth's atmosphere? You ever thought about that?
Mm-mm.
Probably not. And like you just think about bented crocodiles that you want to finger. You were joking when you said the word bented, didn't you? Weren't you? He left because the Earth was flat.
What's up? What's going on?
I think he's
Hey,
asleep.
Larry.
I think he just muted.
I think trolls like it when they get trolled.
Well, I've been wanting to start an auditing channel, like, going out there and filming in public, and the only thing is I can't find anyone who wants to do it with me.
Like a First Amendment thing?
Well, yeah, I mean, freedom of expression and,
Right on.
public redress if necessary, maybe even a little bit of religion. But yeah, I've been wanting to do it, but they say I need a lawyer. I don't think I need a lawyer.
Well, like a lot of the First Amendment auditors, like they do end up getting arrested. Whether or not it's justified, that's the question. That's what you're trying to fight against. But they do get arrested, so maybe you need a lawyer because there's ignorant cops, there's ignorant people, there's ignorant cops. So that's why. Like if you don't think you need a lawyer, then what's the problem?
Well, I just don't want to get charged with like a felony, like resisting arrest, because I know that cops like to add, like the McDonald's, like, do you want cheese with that? Like, he was resisting. Like, no, I wasn't.
Well,
I don't want.
Is that why you're looking for a second person, someone
Yeah,
else
that's
who
exactly
can
right.
video
So
at the same time? Yeah.
the second witness, because this is like biblical, right? This is Old Testament stuff. Like the second witness, that camera and the guy saying that he wasn't resisting is like what I need, and nobody wants to do it.
I think you can find out what like districts or police agencies are required body cams, and like if they've got the body cam footage of the moment they walk in, you're still filming
What
it.
if they don't turn it on?
I mean that I guess is always a possibility, but then it's just like he said, she said. But like
Right.
there's like if someone doesn't have their body cam on, that's a red flag. Like in my opinion.
There was a recent case of a guy who got arrested for pretty much nothing. So they charged him with resisting arrest and all that, and then they deleted his camera, all the film he had on his camera, or the film, digital,
Yeah.
camera. And when they let him out, he actually he recovered it all from the card. And he had footage of them talking shit about him when they didn't know that they were actually recording from his own camera. He sued them for I think it was about $600,000 or something.
Well, I don't necessarily want to sue. I just want
Yeah, I
to
know,
report
but
in public.
yeah.
That's a lot of money.
I wonder, Larry, like what your own body cam would cost, because like if you got the footage, you can show it. You can show some fucking corrupt cops. I'd love to get them off the street.
The thing is that I'm 350 pounds, 6'3", right? If the cop says that I'm resisting, the jury is going to take one look at me and get rid of him, get him out of here, send him to a slave camp.
Right.
But if I have a second camera person watching my ass getting arrested, and hopefully they don't get obstructed by another cop, and I mean physically obstructing the scene, the camera.
I think that so you got your camera, maybe you got a body cam. You're filming.
You need to live stream it at the same time.
Yeah, the second person is going to be the live streamer.
But if you throw out a lot of yes sir, no sirs, I'm just expressing my constitutional rights, and the moment they say you're under arrest, then you put your hands behind your back, and then you're good. Like you can take it up that far. If they want to say you're under arrest for some shit that you don't think is an arrestable offense,
I'm only complying under threat of arrest.
right, that kind of thing. But you never, once they say you're under arrest, as long as you put your hands right behind your back, comply, and then expose them after. You don't expose them during the arrest. You expose them after.
Right. Yeah, I know all that. Yeah, I just can't get anybody who wants to do it with me because nobody wants to get arrested.
What kinds of places we talking?
Probably places like North Dallas, like Plano, or places like that.
I've seen some that go into the courthouse. I've seen some that go into.
I'm talking about like steps of City Hall, sidewalks, like the most rights that I could afford.
Oh man, you have every right to do any of that, of course.
Yeah, like Jeff Gray. You know how respectful he is.
I don't follow them. I just see them pop up every now and then, and I'll watch them.
Civil rights investigations guy Jeff Gray. He stands there with a sign that says "God bless the homeless vets," and he records himself with a tripod. So he's recording himself. So I could do it like him since nobody wants to do it with me, and just record myself. A freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, and freedom of religion, all three wrapped in one.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's because there's like a fine line when they talk about time, place, and manner when it comes to the First Amendment. Not all public spaces.
Now, is there anyone in here that's willing to give a sound argument that establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
You're interrupting.
I argue that you're a cocksucker.
Yeah, he's interrupting.
Did you guys actually meet him?
Does he have a big microphone as I do?
But if I go, I'm not allowed in a high school because I'm 38.
I'm not going to any schools.
Yeah. I'm just talking about like there is a line between public space and where it's public, but it's public property, but you're still not allowed, and that's not what you're talking about. But if you're talking about like expressing thoughts too, like if you want to invoke that, that's a big First Amendment thing that I don't see on YouTube, is expressing unpopular opinions out in public and pissing people off, but just trying to support the First Amendment.
Well, my thing is that I think that a lot of cities have like these ordinances, like no soliciting, which is against the First Amendment, and they'll have like these crazy laws like obstruction, which is like a blanket charge for contempt of cop, which there's only contempt of court. Contempt of cop isn't a real thing, but they use the obstruction charge or obstruction of justice or disorderly conduct, which disorderly conduct is like, earlier I watched a video, there's 60 of y'all, there's 40 of them, or get in their face and get them out of here. Like inciting a riot.
Conduct. I don't like disorderly conduct.
Well, there is a such thing as disorderly conduct. Like if you go into the club on the south side and you say F all you N-words, right? That would be disorderly conduct.
It's in the myriad of laws, it's one of the most murky, in my opinion.
Right, the way that it's used. There's nothing wrong with the law except the ambiguity, right? Inciting a riot is disorderly conduct. You're not allowed to do that.
Right. That's kind of like one of the defining things when we talk about...
I found a definition of bented, so you can understand, like bending over, or like keying your knees.
Post it. Go ahead.
Yeah, another example is, it's in most places here in the United States, it's illegal to yell, or at least a lot of places, illegal to yell fire in a crowded theater.
Right.
That's the like
manner.
What would you call it? Like the
time, place, and manner. That's the manner.
Well, I mean, just that's the textbook definition of non-free speech. Is can't yell.
Well, it's the manner, right? You're inciting panic.
Right.
So my manner would be calm on the sidewalk. God bless the homeless vets, or something along those lines. Have a nice day. Or I'm not going to be yelling at anybody. I'm not going to walk up to anybody and put a camera in their face. If anything, Karens are going to accost me.
I mean, you could even ironically or non-ironically go out there and talk about flat Earth. Say the Earth is flat, debate me. And that's going to piss people off.
Oh, man. You talk about getting some lawsuits from suing individuals.
Well, I think you'd win them all. Like, I don't, there is, that's a great First Amendment argument.
See, I don't want the lawsuit. I don't want to go to court. I don't want any of that shit.
It costs money no matter right or wrong.
Yeah. Like, that's one of the rules, right? Stay in honor at all costs. And
It's
never
Australian?
Court.
But I think you can...
He says he knows English. He doesn't even know what's bented mean.
Did you post it in the chat? I don't know. He's being an idiot. Bented. He's saying that bented is a word. I told him it's not a word.
It is. It's keying. You have like bending over. You know, if you wanted to have if you had a girl, right, and you told her.
Listen, the Earth is flat.
There's different positions actually.
Shut up.
You're keying on your knees. That's what it means.
You have
something
to
like that.
accept it.
It's not flat. How is it flat?
What's wrong with you guys, man?
It is. It's flat.
I thought the meme was that Australians were great about inventing words,
What
like
the
a
hell's
light
going
switch,
on here,
a flippy dippy light.
Larry? What happened, Larry?
Yeah, but you
I
can't
came
use
in
that
and change the
word.
subject. I apologize. You guys continue.
No, you're all right, Larry. This guy was making up words and shit. Said I was from Austria, and he was just being a troll, man.
He's Australian. My apologies.
No, you're not.
You're a troll.
Stop, man.
I'm not a troll.
Yeah, you are.
You guys see Dumb and Dumber when the girl rolls up and she rolls down her window and she's like, "Where are you from?" And she's like, "I'm from Austria." She's like, "Well, good day, mate."
Good day, mate.
Put another ship on the Barbie.
It's because I showed him proof that they're not close to America. You know the land. It's like
you didn't show anything.
It's curved. No, it's not
anything,
editing. How is it edited? Oh my god!
I said you didn't show anything.
You got a high score.
I have. Look on the chat, dude.
Okay.
Hey,
right. Let's have a look.
Hey, European.
You guys are gay.
Nothing wrong with that, but
It's
You haven't
Australian.
posted anything, man.
It's like it just shows that you guys are not closed. That means it shows proof that the planet is curved. It's curved.
all right, shut the
You
server
haven't.
down. We're
Oh,
done,
look,
man. Thanks,
look
bro.
what he put in there. 43 minutes past the hour.
It's just showing that how we're not
It's
actually
roll.
close. It's just showing the land. The
Oh
land.
my god, that's it, dude.
It's
Thank you.
over. Shut down the server.
I'm gonna
All
be
right.
I'm gonna be Globe Earth dude
Merry
from now
Christmas.
on. Thank you so much. Shut it down. Let's close it.
How are you, dude?
I'm good. What's up, my man Timbo?
Hey, you finished work, man.
What's hanging
Saturday.
upside down, man? Hey, you got the weekend. You work the
You
Saturday?
telling me I gotta change all my labels now? Do I have to change all my labels back now? Shit.
Yep. It's over, dude. I mean, who can argue that? You know, I mean,
Update Facebook. Update Tinder.
we'll just call ourselves.
Tinder.
Can we change it to like 24/7 Earth Music Channel or something? Like I don't know. Something cool.
Wait. Does this mean we can go to the vacuum of space now?
Yep. I'm signing up tomorrow. Like, definitely.
You can buy land on the moon too.
I'm gonna get a couple plots, and they're gonna put a train on the moon. I can't wait for that. That'll be cool.
Yeah. The bad thing is though that there's no trees and no lakes up there. So
there's no trees and no lakes. That's a little. That's a.
Not yet.
There's the Sea of Tranquility.
They're gonna terraform the moon, right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that'll be cool. They'll just build a big giant dome city up there, right? Is that what they're
who'd
going
want
to
to
do?
go anywhere where you can't go and mix in with nature and stuff like that? Like, go for a hike. Like I
Right.
heard Orion before talking about climbing Mount St. Helens. Like, you can't do that shit on the moon and look out and see clouds and shit.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
Yeah, they'll build domes on the moon. It'll be like Logan's Run.
I mean,
everyone will be executed when they get to the age of 30.
I live in the Midwest, and all I see are plains and like dirt and grass. I can't even imagine if all I saw were fucking rock.
Just a lot of rock and dust and dirt. Oh man, it's gonna clog up all kinds of.
And on your
if I
left,
could,
a
sorry
rock.
for interrupting.
Sorry.
I'm wondering if I could get a 101 with a lawyer guy from Oklahoma. Portigo?
That would be me.
You down with that?
Go for it, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it, man. Yeah.
Oh, I was meaning like a private conversation because I didn't want to interrupt your guys' conversation.
Yeah, I can jump in.
You can
Hey,
you
we're
can
just
talk on
pissing
here,
around,
man. It's pretty quiet.
Larry, we're just pissing around, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, keep in mind, I am a very recent lawyer. I graduated in May of last year and got barred.
Hey, congratulations, man. Both my brothers are attorneys, so there's that.
So I'm fresh off the block.
All right.
Well, I've said some rude things to Cortigo in the past, and I apologize, and I hope that he doesn't hold that against me because
Oh no, Larry, I do it too.
I think we all have
genuine distrust for lawyers.
No doubt.
I have that. Yeah, I just don't trust them, and it's one of those things to where I can't unsee what I've already seen.
Right on.
So,
I don't
but
like
you
lawyers.
as a man, you're not that, right? That's just your occupation.
I haven't been a lawyer long enough to have my heart filled and solidified.
Excellent.
I still have a little bit of flesh and blood, but they're bleeding it out of me slowly.
Have you gotten Have you gotten a paycheck yet? I'm curious. Have you gotten paid yet or no?
I have gotten paid. In fact,
all right.
today I worked a 9-hour shift from home, which was nice. But
you have to sign an oath to the court.
I'm sorry.
But you don't really work for the client, do you? You work for the court.
So like in your oath, like there are kind of nods to kind of doing your client justice.
Right.
But yeah,
but you guys also have a first duty to the bar, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Correct.
and any oath you swear after that is, no matter what you swear, it's not going to trump your first oath to the bar.
Right. But there are.
I hate butts.
I like bars.
Lawyers do have like an ethical, like we have to take a whole class on kind of the standards of being a lawyer, and then we have to take kind of a mini bar that's all about the ethics of being a lawyer, how to treat your client, how to like the situations in which you know your client is lying, how do you still represent them, like those things. It's called the MPRE. But
If you join Skull and Bones, is that more important than the bar?
I think that's a Yale thing, right?
Yeah, but it's got to be more important than the bar.
Hey,
Doesn't
I
it?
didn't. I am about 50 steps lower than Yale. I went to a very humble low.
Excellent, man. We're just teasing, bro. We're all
Yeah, but yeah, Cortigo, the man, is not a lawyer. He just pretends to be a lawyer for 9 to 5 at his house sometimes.
I'm a philosopher that realized that there's no money in philosophy. My BA is in philosophy, and everyone else went and got a law degree, and I was like, fuck. I either get 15 an hour or I try something new, and so that was the only option I had.
Well, a philosopher is good by me. You're just trying to study and learn knowledge. But
hey,
my
good.
my question is that a lot of these courts, they're kangaroo courts. Like the first court you go to, they kind of get away with whatever they want because they don't expect people to have enough money to give a lawyer 60,000 twice, which is the appellate court, which is the real court, which checks to see on the record if the first court violated the Constitution. But the first court don't really care. Is that correct?
That is correct. So none of our case law, what's like called stare decisis, like none of it comes from trial court. Like nothing that a trial court says is set in stone. No other court, no other adjacent court is going to say, well, here in this trial court they ruled this, therefore there's this precedent. We also have to rule this. It has to go up to the appellate court before it becomes
the appellate creates the case law.
Exactly. So laws are not created until the appellate level.
Right. So what I said so far has been correct.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
I got a question.
Go for it, bro.
Case law is a case went through the courts and the judge ruled this way on a thing. It's not an actual law. It's just what we call a precedent.
Positive law. It's
a
positive.
Precedent. It's a precedent.
It's positive law. So Pennsylvania versus Mims says that you have to get out if the officer is A, afraid for his life, right? Officer safety, and B, ask you to get out of the car. So that's the law. So if he tells you to get out of the car, that's a lawful order.
Right, but that's like code 5027-B, whatever. I mean,
no, this isn't code. This isn't code. This is different. So
anytime that you're stopped for a lawful reason, the officer has the right to ask you to demand that you get out of the car. And if you do not, that could be considered obstruction. You could even get it to resisting. But so
they created that law
you,
in the court. I just correct me if I'm wrong. You can speak up anytime. Obviously, you're the specialist.
Right.
So yeah, the courts do create law. They legislate from the bitch, even though they won't tell you that's what they're doing. It's technically what they're doing.
But I thought laws had to go through, get passed by Congress.
Well, that's codified legalese, right? You're talking about statutes that get passed by Congress, right? That's a different kind of law, right?
Wow.
Okay, so what you have are statutes. There's municipal statutes, there's state statutes, there's federal statutes, and so sometimes they're vague. And what courts will do is they will take those statutes or the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, and they will kind of branch out from that, and they will interpret it to encompass all these other things. So all these other legal principles. So it all stems from law, actual legislated law. But courts will interpret that law and they will say, this law means this. Like, I interpret this law to mean this. It applies here. It applies in this case. and that becomes case law. And so it becomes this web of laws that a branch of laws, but it all has its focus in something that the legislative body has ruled on, or it came from the Constitution. So it started at the Constitution, or with past legislation, and it's how courts have interpreted that. So it branches out.
And this is where I'm going to disagree with him. So Terry versus Ohio, Mr. Terry was a black man in the 60s, and he had a gun, and he was standing outside of a store. And this officer, white officer, I can't remember his name, he suspects that in the future, Terry is going to commit a crime, and he suspects that he's armed.
Pre-con.
So he pats him down.
I think this is actually in one of our case, like in maybe a con law case book, but I don't remember the case specifically.
Terry versus Ohio.
Yeah, but continue.
So before this case in 1968, the cop had to have not just reasonable, articulable suspicion that a crime has been committed, is in the process of being committed, or will be committed in the future. So this is pre-crime. Before that, they had to have probable cause, which is a higher standard, right? So they needed like something more like articulable facts that a crime has been committed or is being committed. Is that a good way to sum it up?
Yeah, so it goes from this suspicion to you can describe the crime that was committed.
Right. So the cop said that Terry was about to rob this place. Now, if you know anything about the 1960s and before the civil rights, there's a pretty good reason why Mr. Terry would want to be carrying a gun in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Well, I also think that the reasonable, articulable thing, that standard is kind of bullshit when you consider the 1960s and how they viewed African Americans. Like the standard for what's reasonable for them is probably a lot lower because it's in a fucking hellish time.
Well, see, the white people that passed that, or, didn't pass that law, but accepted this happening to the black folks, now it's happening to everybody, right?
Mhm.
So anytime someone is against free speech and they want it shut down, like, it's going to affect you and your children later, you flipping moron.
Yeah.
So what I was going to disagree with you on is there was really no law like this before because the Constitution set the standard before Terry versus Ohio, and they needed probable cause, which is like when they catch you with weed, they can arrest you because they have probable cause, right? And they kind of needed a warrant if they were going to get you in your house.
Yeah.
And nowadays they can kind of arrest you without that warrant.
So I'm going to be a little controversial here and say that the Supreme Court can kind of just say whatever they want, and it's kind of like the Pharaoh of Egypt. If I say it, I make it so. Like, ideally, what I described earlier is the way that it should happen. That's the way the Constitution was constructed. That's the way we've adopted the British common law system. But it doesn't always look like that in practice. And where I say I'm going to be controversial is saying one of the most absurd cases was when abortion was approved nationwide. Like there was no grounding in law for that. Like they just kind of said that the nation would be better for it, and they just kind of did it. Like sometimes they just kind of rule however they want.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I think there was a president that got elected 4 terms in a row.
Yeah,
it was because the Supreme Court said, "Yeah, that's cool. You can do that, bro."
I actually think that the amendment limiting it to 2 terms came after Roosevelt.
No, I think it's in the Constitution.
Well, it is in the Constitution, but I think it came after
Constitution.
Roosevelt.
In the Constitution. So
Like it's
I
an
don't know.
amendment to the Constitution.
Amendment.
Well, if I can get back to where I disagreed with you. I disagree with you because you said it either comes from the code, right, which is the statutes wherever they're passed, or it comes from the Constitution. And this Terry versus Ohio thing is where you kind of just agreed with me and said that they just make it so, and then it's so. They kind of made that up out of thin air, didn't they?
So it's the model view of the way that our government works versus the way it works in practice with human beings with their own biases. So yes, the Supreme Court will be biased. All federal judges, all elected judges will sometimes. Okay, so that's the reason why we have a Supreme Court, is because even the appellate courts will fuck up a decision. So even these people who are elected, who are making case law, they get it wrong. It just so happens that we don't have a court higher than the Supreme Court. And when I was taking con law, I can't count the number of times that my con law professor told me the Supreme Court got it wrong, or this came out of nowhere. They didn't follow, the any legal framework.
Right.
So, yeah, you're absolutely right to say that sometimes they do legislate from the bench, and sometimes it comes from nowhere, and sometimes it becomes the supreme law of the land. We don't live in a perfect system.
Speaking of that, Larry, you want to go out and put a sign up says "God bless the veterans. Have a nice day."
Yeah, if you look at
and stand there with the sign, and you're going to get hassled at some point.
Yeah. So what I want to do is get a sign or something along the lines.
Right.
God bless the homeless vets.
Right.
And maybe the other sign, fuck the on the other side, maybe put something controversial like fuck the immigrants or something like that, because what I'm wanting to do is spark conversation, right? And usually what people do is Karen makes 100-yard dash beeline directly towards you and says, get that camera out of my face.
Yeah.
It's like, if you didn't want to be recorded, but
what you doing over here?
Yeah.
Well, you're in the Texas area, Larry? Like
yeah.
I assume, what are, I think Dallas is voted blue, right?
Yeah, Dallas is blue.
So you go to Dallas and hold up the sign that says illegal underlined immigration hurts America, and you're going to get it 50-50. You're going to get 50-50 response, I think.
Hey, I got a suggestion. So this is something I was talking about a long time ago, but I can't really do it here in Oregon because there aren't really a lot of like large Republican political rallies. There's only large Democrat political rallies.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to a Trump rally with a sign that says "Flat Earthers for Trump."
Does Trump even campaign in Oregon? What's the point?
That's hilarious because it's funny.
He's in court. He's not campaigning anywhere right now.
He's a little bit busy right now.
Yeah.
Anyway. I smell a constitutional crisis, by the way.
And there's always been a constitutional crisis, by the way, man. It's just been slowly building, going back to what Larry was talking about in the 60s, man. It's just been a downward spiral ever since, man.
Well, the right to vote in all states, but I think Florida changed the rule.
They want to take Trump off the ballot. That was weird.
Well, that happened.
I never heard of. I mean, I'm 60 years old. I never heard anybody getting like, "Hey, we're going to take you off the ballot in this state, bro." What? That's crazy, bro. I mean, that's just like next level crazy.
You're 60. You got the voice of a 30-year-old.
I know. I'm a young heart, but that's the point. Is just the fact that let's take him off the ballot. He's a cuck. Like, wait a minute, man.
I've always thought that.
Ballot. Come on.
I've always thought that. You said
Larry Flint ran for president. For fuck's sake, you guys know who he is?
Yeah,
there's a movie about him, right?
They made a movie about it, exactly. About him, not necessarily. And do you know who's vice president was going to be? American Indian. Give you a hint.
American Indian. I have no idea.
In charge of the American Indian movement, bro.
It's probably someone I've never heard of.
You've never heard of Russell Means? Oh my god. Oh my god.
No.
That guy he organized the takeover like island out here called Alcatraz. He organized a takeover of Little Bighorn, bro. He took over that shit for months and months, man.
Well, I support all that.
He fought the fucking federales left and right. He was absolutely fucking a
I
hero,
support
in my
all
opinion.
any and all Native American like quest for land demonstrations. Like
Yeah,
whether
all
or
that
not,
stuff, man.
yeah,
Makes sense to me, man. I'm American
all
Indian,
good
so
to
I'm
me.
like, yeah, man. Part American Indian, and it's like, there he is. There's my man Russell.
I'm 3/16, not very much, but I still consider myself Native American. What else would I be?
I'm 0.0, but like I do not have a philosophical argument against the fact it's like it's kind of like bare hollow ground. Like
Well, it is yours too, even though you're of European descent. I mean, if you're born here, you're an American. Like, what else could you be?
Sure, but like I'm all about I think it was called the Indian Reservations Act, where we gave kind of like well, I mean they took. I don't want to say we gave. They through their efforts took back land to keep and to make into tribal reservations and to do with the land as they felt. Like I'm all about that.
Love it. Yeah, me too, bro. So yeah, anybody can run for president. For anybody to say, hey, man, hey, you can't put. Nah, we're not going to put you on the ballot, man. In this Colorado, that's just
The
it's just
whole
so bizarre.
thing is weird. It's like I don't think what's going on is real. Like I think it's all
Right.
dog and pony
Yeah.
show.
It's not
But it's so divisive. Like right now, people are so divided. And you would think that people would all be all for freedom of speech because everybody likes to hear their own voice, right?
That's why we have see that last sentence is why we have CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. It's because people love to be in their fucking comfort zone. What I used to love to do when I felt like I was like a hard conservative is I would turn on CNN or MSNBC and let it piss me off. Let it boil me over. And then when I became more moderate and like felt like I was over that shit, I went watch Fox News, and I see it the other way, and it's all just placating. It's all just feeding you the chips, the Doritos of what you want, and that's disgusting to me. Like,
I'm going to tell you guys about freedom. I grew up in the 70s, 80s, and 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we used to ride around back of pickup trucks, no seatbelts. Might have had a beer with us. I don't know. And even if the cops pulled us over, man, they would just make fun of us and give us a hard time and make us pick up trash or some shit,
By the way, Flat Earth dude, did
Yeah.
DUIs exist in the 70s? I don't think they fucking did.
What exist?
Driving under the influence.
No, it was very, 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 very. Even I got pulled over when I was 16 in 1980, and it was like they just, called your parents, and I had to talk to a counselor for
Don't get me wrong.
half
Don't
an hour.
get me wrong. I'm
They
glad
had no
DUI.
laws. There was no laws, bro. After Ronald Reagan was elected, man, that shit all changed, man. Boom.
I'm glad DUIs exist. Like.
Oh yeah, me too, bro.
Driving under the influence is fucking disgusting.
It's disgusting, man.
It is cool to know that the 70s were kind of wild.
It was wild, bro. And it was such freedom. I mean, it was just freedom, man. You don't have to wear no seatbelt. Anybody could buy cigarettes. I used to go to the store and buy cigarettes for my mom all the time, man. I was fucking like 8 years old, bro. Like a pack of Benson Hedges, man, it'd be great. Thanks. Here you go. They'd just be like, okay, here you go. I mean, it was so chill, man.
Oh yeah, you could just go and buy beer for your parents, right?
Well, if they knew I was their kid, and if the liquor store owner knew us, I could go get it. Yeah, I've done it. I did it a bunch of times.
Right on.
But cigarettes for sure, man. My mom would send me to go get cigarettes all the time, man. Go up to the store, give me some cigarettes. Okay. But yeah, it was just freedom everywhere, man. And it was great, man. Now things are just been clamped down so hard, man. You can't do nothing without a permit. Or dude, we drove cars. We never registered them. We didn't insure them. We didn't have to have seatbelts. I bought cars so cheap, man. And once it broke down, I just left it there, bro. It's like, I'll get another one next week for $300. You know, it was it.
I mean,
it was crazy.
How much of the United States, like where people live, like if we're focused on the places where people live, do you think is not under a camera's eye? Like a camera.
No, it's just a rural areas probably. They don't give a shit out there, but
Just like the extreme rural area.
they got like, you know, drones and shit checking everything out too. But if you got a swimming pool, you know, in Austria or somewhere, I forget where it is, but
that's why I was interested in the whole auditing thing, because there's cameras on your phone, at least 2, right? Yeah. And there's cameras in the stores, there's cameras on the stoplights, there's cameras just laying around on people's doors nowadays. And for someone to make 100-yard beeline dash, and you can't record me, I kind of want my arguments to be something like this. By whose authority are you telling me what to do? Something along those lines. Right? Because when people start telling you what to do, it's like, do I have a indentured servitude agreement with you that I signed that I don't remember?
You know, that's one of the great points, Larry, especially in today's world, is that there are cameras everywhere, literally, bro. I mean, you can go to the store, you see, sometimes they even put a screen of you. Like, you know, you can see yourself walking in the store.
Oh, yeah. They want you to know.
Hey, we're here, bro. We're keeping an eye on you. And for anybody in today's world to walk up to, like you said, to somebody that's holding a sign and then freak out and do all this shit. And if they don't know they're on camera, dude.
You know what my dad said?
They're idiots, man.
He said, "Who died and made you king?" That's what he used to say. Like, anytime somebody tries to exert authority over me, I just have that instinctive.
King, bro.
Yeah. Who died and made you king over me?
I've been that way for 30 years or more. It's like, dude, who died and made you king, man?
I just want to expose these authoritarians.
Dude, I used to go, my parents they'd go to a lot of bars. They'd drag my ass with them. And, you know, everybody smoked back then, man. I mean, you could smoke. But I remember the time when the smoking became illegal in, like, restaurants. They started with, like, the restaurants. And first they had, like... First, they had it was in the 90s. First, they had like sections in the restaurant for a few years, right? You know, smoking section, non-smoking, and smoking, non-smoking, you know, and even on planes, dude. I used to smoke on planes, bro. They had the back of the plane was for the smokers, and we would sit back there. And, dude,
I will never be able to experience that.
Never ever. It was great, bro. I'm just telling you, it was beautiful. I flew to Hawaii, man. I'm like puffing my way. I'm like, ordering a drink, and it's a big 747. I'm like, this is awesome, bro. You know, and it was just crazy. And then, you know, all that stuff started getting taken away. And I don't have to tell you what it's like to go to an airport these days, man. If you've been in the last, 10 years, it's fucking hell.
They X-rayed me and my wife. Like, they pretty much got to see us nude.
Yeah, I got X-rayed.
They have the naked machines. Like, they have the fucking naked machines.
Yeah,
it's not an X-ray. Like, it uses like sonar or whatever. Like,
it's really bad, man.
It reflects
my wife
off your fucking nipple.
Yeah, they got like 4K nipple imaging that just needs to be colored in.
Yeah.
We got somebody named here, Justice. She's whipping out some papers, man. What's she doing there?
What does she got? She got law stuff.
She's got law. She's writing down something.
Oh, she's about to say, "Flat Earth, I love you." Maximize that shit. Maximize it.
I can't. Okay, here, let me maximize it.
Close to the screen. Close to the screen. We didn't see it.
Hold on.
So, what I was thinking about doing is like memorizing a bunch of the legal maxims.
She's muted. Unmute. I have no power in this.
There's no one muted. There's no one muted in this channel.
You're not muted, Justice. You have to unmute yourself. There you go. Dude, you thought we muted you. How dare you? How dare
I will tell you what happened. Where's my cup?
Justice, turn off your screen right now before the comments start to come in.
Yeah, turn your screen off. That'd be better.
Listen.
Just be an objective voice.
Yeah.
Be
a voice. Just be a voice. Be a
I
police.
was in a room, and what I did, I saw a man wearing a dress and had lipstick on. I told him, "Hey man, why did you do this to yourself?" And he said, "What did I do to myself? Nothing." And I was like, "Did your mom see you like this?" And everybody was like, "You're muted. You're muted."
It's a little distracting. Hey, well, you're not muted here. Now you are, actually. And I know who did that. Thank you. All right, back to what we were talking about. We were talking about some really cool stuff. Really, really important stuff, actually. It's
Yeah,
like
I was thinking about going over some of the legal maxims. Because, like, these, no matter what law you're in, like, the legal maxim is like the principle, right? These are like natural laws of law.
Right.
And I thought about memorizing those and just kung fuing the shit out of anybody who came at me with like arbitrary demands and
Yeah,
reasons.
I get where you're going with that.
I think that would be
I really like it.
interesting.
I like the idea. You know, I'm a street activist.
Whose authority?
So, they give police officers kind of like a field guide to Supreme Court case law, where it applies to like street protests or pulling people over. Like, they teach officers pretty darn well how to avoid violating the Constitution. What constitutes a legal search? What constitutes a legal taking? What constitutes a legal seizure? Like all those things. They give them the field guide.
But then they pretend to be stupid once they get to the court.
Right.
I didn't know I couldn't do that. I couldn't delete those emails. I didn't know that was obstruction of justice.
Oh yeah, and that's the consequence of having a field guide. Right? You're not muted, right? Oh, you are
Right.
muted.
She's muted.
Yeah, she came in here and talked about a very divisive.
Yeah, it was a very.
thing.
I didn't even pay attention to her because
she tried to throw a curveball at us, man. We were like not having it.
Yeah,
she
we're
might
not
learn
biting.
something about the law if she'd listen for a minute.
We're not biting.
We're not biting. Thank you.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Sorry.
If there's
No.
one woman that cannot listen, it's just us.
You're up, Larry.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just kind of talking about me because I want to do it. I'm tempted to just go do it tomorrow, but I don't have a what are the tripod? I don't have a tripod. Not a big one anyway.
Yeah, you need a tripod for sure, man. You gotta have a tripod, bro.
Justice, you need to replace Americans with the N word.
Larry,
that'll get you muted pretty quickly around here.
That'll get you banned.
I don't know. So every now and then I see people post links to like they're like, get all your free textbooks here, and like they're well, not like the bullshit links, like they're trying to be activists for public knowledge.
Yeah.
And so you can download like legitimate like physics books or just scientific research. But if you can find something like that, okay, actually, Larry, I'll give you a field guide to the constitutional law. If you want to Google con law outlines, that's what law students.
Law outline.
Yeah, and look for a PDF. And so outlines are what law students research to pass their test. Like we can use just an outline. We don't have to go to any other thing. We can use one PDF. Maybe it's 50 pages long or 100 pages long if it's a Yale outline or something. But it will teach you everything you need to know about the Constitution. So if you're ever looking for like a quick guide to any legal principle or like tort, con law,
what is con law?
Constitutional law.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can type in constitutional law outline. Criminal law. Look for an outline, like a law student outline, and look for a PDF, and it will give you a guide that is enough to pass the bar in that category. Like any decent outline will be sufficient to pass the bar. So if you know that outline top to bottom, you're as good or better than any practicing lawyer. So if you just want to know your constitutional rights,
nice.
find a constitutional law outline, memorize it from top to bottom. It'll be the field guide to the constitutional law. In any cases that you find interesting, you can look up those cases separately.
Dude, I hate to say this, but will you send it to me because I'm searching for it and
let me find you one.
Constitutional law outline.
I'll put it in the chat or something.
Yeah, because this is the reason why I came in here to find you.
And I'll put one in chat.
Yeah, this is the reason why I came in here to find you, because I knew you would know what I need to do. But the only thing that I have left is that they say we're not under the federal constitution, we're under the state constitution.
You're under
both. There's different, yeah, that's what I thought. There's different jurisdictions, right? So, and another thing, it's like anytime the regular person that's not a lawyer, right, a layman tries to learn the law, they automatically label you those two words that don't go together.
So here's a really quick one that I found. Let me see if I can find like a more in-depth one. But this one seems to cover the basics. But let me see if I can find you a better.
That's the one I clicked on. I just wasn't sure.
Take your time, man.
That was the top link. The second link is an abbreviated one, but it's going to cover. These are all going to cover the major cases. They may not be like absolutely current,
right?
But okay, here we go. So this is 2009. That's actually a little bit old. Let me find a better one.
Yeah, find something like 20.
And I'll be done right after I get this because this is what I was looking for.
Oh, well, thank you, Larry. I'm glad you're going to be done finally. Goodness.
I'll be done because I kept saying me. It's all about me.
No, man, it's not about you. It's about learning. You see
Everybody should know this.
We were having a great conversation, and the Globies just can't do this, bro. They don't know how to do this.
By the way, hiding amongst you all this entire time, I'm a Globie, but like I respect flat earthers. I respect their philosophy of science.
Cool, man. I respect your. I don't respect your globe at all, man. I'm sorry.
When he says he respects our philosophy, he respects our love for learning.
Well, wait. He's a philosophist and a lawyer, bro. This is a rare combo, man.
I'm not a scientist. I'm not a scientist.
I didn't say scientist.
I know. I'm just saying, like where my globe comes from.
Do you know where philosophy comes from, man?
Philosophia, the love of knowledge.
And isn't that science? Isn't that where science comes from?
Well, the
branch
of the tree,
right?
Yeah.
The first, well, even a PhD today is a philosophy. PhD is a doctorate in philosophy.
That's right.
And because it all stems from the love of knowledge, and I think that flat earthers or people that take globe earthing very seriously, they both love.
How serious do you take your globe, dude? Really?
Globe earthing. He takes it serious.
How serious? Have you spent hundreds of hours outside looking at the sky or the ocean or sailing?
I guarantee you I've spent 100 hours looking at the sky. But what I will say is when I go to bed at night and when I wake up in the morning, I don't think about the shape of the earth. The only time that I think about the shape of the earth is when I want to interact with you fine folk. That's the only time that I take into consider the shape of the earth is when I want to talk to you guys.
Well, I want to make up for calling you a liar lawyer. And I want to say that you are like Marcus Aurelius. You are a lawyer philosopher like he was a philosopher king or emperor.
I appreciate you, Larry. Thank you very much. I actually take that to heart.
That was pretty well said, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Marcus Aurelius, if you don't know, you need to find out.
Gladiator, man, right?
If you don't know.
No, Marcus Aurelius is the one who wrote his diary and didn't expect anyone to find it. And some of the greatest philosophers are quoted in there from his day. And you're going to find this so amazing. I can't remember the name of the book now that I'm talking about it. I have a problem with names. Marcus Aurelius's book.
You can just give us what the idea of it. We all have Google.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically my philosophy where I don't ever get triggered. So like no matter what happens, I try to decide like mentally what my reaction's going to be instead of just reacting to it emotionally. So he's the stoic poet philosopher king. So he had his book Memoirs. I think what was the name of his book? Damn, I can't remember. It's a really good read if you haven't read it.
All right, I'm going to actually do you some justice there. I'm going to look this up, and I got the whole weekend before
Meditations. Yeah.
Okay, actually, this might be something that they made me read, and in one ear.
It might be, bro.
This is something you should study for decades.
All right, Meditations, Marcus Aurelius. I do remember some meditations.
If you got a decent, if you're at a decent philosophy class, yeah, they would have.
I got my philosophy education at the University of Oklahoma. So I can't speak too many volumes about that.
Yeah, it might not be as cool as the ones out here in California, but I get it.
Like, honestly, maybe it's a skill, maybe it's, I think it's a skill, but it's to my detriment that I've always been able to learn something for a class and forget it on
Tuesday,
day one of summer.
You're like, I don't remember that. I remember, yeah, it's called recall, and some of us are better at it than others. I'm not very good at it, but
it's a skill of mine, but it only applies when you're in college, and it does you no good day one of the workforce.
Well, I mean, it's cool to remember people's names if you're in the workforce. That's always.
I'm really bad at that. I know my boss's name.
You got to work at it, man. It's really embarrassing if you can't remember somebody's name, bro.
Some people are fucking experts at that, and they make it in life.
You have to write it down sometimes, man. Write it down, man. Pop it in your phone. Make a little note. Something like Anyway,
the person who can walk into a room and know everybody's name when they don't know yours is going to be the most popular person in the room.
No doubt about it. Yeah, it's just weird, man. Human interaction's pretty easy to figure out if you've done it for a few years. But
maybe I'm on the spectrum or something. I don't know.
Could be. I'm definitely on some kind of spectrum, but the experts out there tell me. The experts, there are a bunch of experts out there.
Isn't that the new thing? Being on the spectrum? That's like the new cool.
Yeah, that is a new thing, right? Yeah, I think you're right.
That's the new cool.
It's the new. Are you on the spectrum, Larry? I know you are, bro.
Hey, I would say that it's really cool to be stupid and get a master's degree in a pseudoscience of all things, because you don't know what science is to begin with, and you get a master's in something that's pseudoscience. That's pretty stupid, and that's the kind of world we're living in.
Well, there is a stupid world we're living in. Does anybody disagree with that statement? I don't think so.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about psychology? Is that the pseudoscience?
Yeah, that's a pseudoscience. Yep, that's one of them. Yep.
I think she's talking about philosophy.
I think we were talking about science.
Philosophy's not a science at all.
Yeah, philosophy's not science. But if someone claims that it is,
it's psychology, and I said, yeah, that's a pseudoscience. Yes.
Yeah, that is psychology. Is a pseudoscience.
Is that the one you had in mind when I said it, Flatsy?
Anthropology, astrology, astrophysics. Those are all sciences that people actually spend money to get a master's degree in. You got to be stupid. You got to be the most stupid person and go.
Oh no! Astrophysics, man.
Yeah, you can't manipulate the variables. You just can't. You can't manipulate.
You're right.
And that just crushes it right there, man. If you can't,
how has astrophysics ever improved? Like, what has astrophysics ever done for humanity other than give us stories?
Velcro.
It doesn't give us
Velcro, bro. Velcro. I mean, come on.
It doesn't give us anything bread on the table. It gives us.
It's not a farmer. It's not a construction guy. It's not a house.
And furthermore, another question: if these astrophysicists are wrong about anything they say, what are the repercussions for that?
You're a bad boy. You're a bad boy. You're very, very bad.
None, because we can't go. We can't test anything they make claims. If they make claims about the stars and what they say about the stars is wrong, we can't test the stars. So
I hear you say
on the dumb shit.
there is predictive value in astrophysical astronomy. Like they can say things, they can make observations, they can make
They can
claims.
post dick. I don't know
They,
about
Can't do no freaking science. Hey, Kenny, did you say they can manipulate all the variables, the independent variables, all of them,
yeah.
they
Well,
absolutely
multiple
cannot.
independent ones?
they can't
You,
do it.
you cannot manipulate variables in astrophysics. I will
No,
grant that,
this
but
doesn't matter,
they
bro.
can make predictions.
I
And
got a prediction that I'm gonna have to take a piss in about 5 minutes.
I'm having too
Am I a genius?
much I'm having too much fun with you guys tonight to like argue.
No, we're not arguing, man. Relax, man. We're just hanging out, talking about reality versus non-reality, and it's also
Sorry.
it's also quite on the philosophy side of things, man. So hang out, man.
You know what?
This is the guy who I compared you to, just so you know. Please continue.
Oh man,
there it is. Thank you, Larry.
dude,
Oh,
look how buffy he is, man. Like,
dude, look at that horse, bro. Check out that horse.
The horse is angry, bro.
Angry, dude. It's
about
got
to
like a
stop.
horn.
That
What the
horse is
hell's on
about
the
to
top of the
stop.
horse's head, man? A horn or something?
So I used to ride horses, and their legs were on the ground. And then one day, I was at a horse show, and I got the orange ribbon. I think that means like 8th place or something stupid like that. And my horse bucked, and it just like went up and went down, and I was like 10 years old.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was like Jack, like on the
Flying, dude.
on the
You're
Titanic.
flying.
I thought I was like the fucking hero of the world because my horse just made me feel like a cowboy. It made me
Yeah.
feel
Like a cowboy.
like I conquered it, but I felt like I conquered the world when I did that.
Well, perception is
Yeah, well, I'm
is
just
one
stuck. I'm stuck wondering why most of the world is just idiotic and they don't know it. And I mean this out of love. I'm not trying to say it out of hate because I don't hate anybody, but I can just see how stupid people are. It's so ridiculous how stupid they all are. They get master's degrees in pseudoscience.
You know what's worse, Flatsy?
Live in where people will act like they're smarter than you when they got a degree in pseudoscience.
You know what's worse, Flatsy?
What a clown world we live in. What a clown world.
I got a question.
They're getting those master's degrees with student loans that they're slow to pay back, that the
I could care
current
less.
administration has
Don't
stalled.
care.
I get
All
it.
I'm saying is they're doing it on your
About the
dime.
money. It's all about the money, Flatsy. That's what he's saying. It's all about
What I'm saying is they're doing it on your dime, which is even worse.
Who's to blame for the bad economy? Is it the big man that's printing the money? Or is it the guys that are collecting their retirement? Or is it the people collecting their loans for college and blah, blah, blah? I don't care. It's stupid. All of it's stupid.
So I got a question, man. Is there a PhD or a master's level class for magic? Has anybody ever heard of that?
Yeah, there is. If you look it up, this is the greatest trick that the college has ever pulled.
Yeah.
It's something called a astrobiologist.
True. Or
Dude,
what was that?
So good. Astrobiologist, bro. Yeah.
What's that from? I think it's either Ghostbusters 1 or Ghostbusters 2, but this is a real fucking degree offered by some people, a parapsychologist.
Oh damn, that's even worse.
I don't know if it's
who wins. Who wins?
I don't know if it's worse, man. It's
maybe I invented it. Maybe I invented it.
You don't think that degree would fit into your category of a degree? Like, listen to the shit that we put up with. Oh, I identify with blah 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 blah. Your feelings are all the things that matter. When did feelings ever become a part of science? It doesn't. It's not a part of it.
Well, I identify as a earther. I checked it out. I live on Earth. And
Well, we don't consider that. something that's
I know you
objective.
guys are.
Earth is not objective, it's subjective. You can just imagine Earth as anything you want.
Yeah. I don't know if this might be something Flatsy you never heard of, but there was actual country that was made in outer space, and you could join that country. I forget the name of it. Maybe Larry might remember. What was that crazy thing, man? You could join this country, and it was in outer space. Anyway, it was a real thing. So people were signing up for it. I don't know. They were
Talking about
giving
the global
money.
citizen. Global citizen.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, global citizen or something. Yeah, it was something crazy like that. Yeah, thank you for backing me up on that. And you guys don't think I'm nuts, but I remember seeing that years
I
ago.
remember.
It's kind of weird. I'm like, you can become a citizen of an outer space, bro. I don't make this shit up. It's just I see it, yeah, laugh, and it's like, okay, move along. Because the next thing tomorrow is going to be even funnier because, yeah, they've come up with the craziest stuff throughout. Whatever distracts you from whatever they're doing, they'll keep pushing it.
When Larry was talking about like the greatest magician ever being the astrobiologist.
Astrobiologist.
Think about what they can get away with, man.
Yeah.
They can just do whatever they want.
Do whatever they want.
Yo, I have a theory. Like,
no way
I
to tell.
think that life can come from silicone, and why don't you give me like $4 million? Like, prove it.
Yeah.
And, oh man, we didn't prove it, but like that's because a telescope wasn't strong enough to prove it. Like, why don't we build a better telescope? Let's commission NASA. Just fund me more money. Like, give me a research grant. Like, they can just
Dude, that
say
is a
whatever they
great
want.
trick. I mean, yeah, first they have to go to college and get that unforgivable debt, but once they get out of there, as long as they like toe the line, they could say stuff about global warming and NASA, and they'll get the funding. All they got to do is like produce data to, convince everybody that they need to wipe out a majority of the population.
By the way, most free college goes towards like the physical science, the biological science. Like, a lot of those people in those fields get their undergraduates for discounted prices because they scored high, and then they get their graduate degrees for free. Like, in fact, they will pay them to get their graduate degrees. So these are cheap. These people get these.
You're talking about like a registered nursing program or something like that?
No. An RN is expensive. To get a PhD in physics, biology, these types of things, they are free. The PhD level is free, almost exclusively, like almost universally. In fact, they will pay you to get them.
My buddy,
stipends, like you'll get $1,000 a month plus living fees and those sorts of things.
What do you got to do? You just got to get the degree and go work?
So you get the undergraduate degree, which you pay some for, but a lot of these people are getting discount tuition because in order to be a physics
10 or 20,000 bucks, man, right? Somewhere
yeah. So 10,000-20,000 bucks. But then you get into your graduate degree and you take, I think, the GRE. It's a test and you score relatively decently, and the school will accept you as a PhD student or a master's degree student, and they will pay. Oh well, your tuition is nil, and you have to teach a class. Like you have to teach like an undergraduate class. While you do continuing research, you have to take, I think, 60 hours is traditional for a PhD, and then you do a thesis. But that's all paid for by the school.
You do what?
You have to write a dissertation.
Oh, your thesis. Okay, gotcha.
So I said thesis. That's for a master's. Dissertation is typically the nomenclature for a PhD, but it's all free. Once you get past those 4 years, it's all free.
And is this and most of this online, right?
Online, I can't tell you much about online. I don't know. I'm just talking about like typical American universities. Is these
All right.
people are just riding high, like they have it made, and a lot of people could have it made if they knew how.
Dude, this sounds like some new information I've never heard about, but I really appreciate you sharing something like that.
So I have a friend that was like stuck in a corner in his life. One of the most brilliant people I've ever talked to. I just talked to him through my headset. He's a video game friend of mine.
Right.
Through Discord. I would make a sentence, and he would find a way to make a pun out of that sentence and throw it right back at me like as a joke, like a comedian from top to bottom.
Oh yeah, I know.
But you know it's the kind of person that you know that they have a high IQ because they can do what they do. And
Yeah, exactly.
he saw me going through law school and student loans and all that stuff, and he was like, "Hey, I want to copy Cortico's example." And so previously he was a baker, and then he was in
Candlestick maker.
temporary jobs and that kind of thing. And he was like, "You know what? I'm going to follow Cortico's example, and I'm just going to go to school on student loans." And I am not championing student loans because they are a nightmare for so many people. But he jumped on it, and he has been excelling in it. It's an America like student loans are quicksand for so many people.
Oh, dude, it's the number one debt in America, bro.
They are
the interest. The interest is crazy. Like if you get like a $90,000 loan, you could pay on it for 30 years and still owe like 70 grand.
Larry, I hired a guy to do my first website back in '94, and he was a teacher that got fired from a school district. I think he had a master's degree in science. Super nerd dude, bro. Right? Guy he had been out of school for maybe 30 years already, and he still was paying his freaking student loans.
Yep.
And I was like, wait a minute, man, you've been paying loans for 30 years? And I remember questioning him hard about that. I'm like,
it's fucking
dude, you gotta what? What do you mean?
People
and it wasn't that much money, bro. It was like 20 grand, bro. It was like
people
grand.
take student loans to get psychology degrees, a BA in psychology, which will never get you a job. A BA in psychology will never get you a job.
You told me that when I first met you tonight. You're like, dude, psychology don't pay. I need to be a lawyer. Yeah, psychology don't. I mean,
there are a select few BAs that I would recommend a person to go on student loans for. One of which is a business associate's degree. A business degree is good. An MBA, a master's in business administration. If you can get into that program, that would be very good. If you are ultra hardworking and you don't need me to tell you this, an accounting degree is a terminal degree in accounting.
Everybody needs money counted. I get it.
But let's not discount the working class degrees, automotive.
I'm an
degrees.
automotive. Yeah, I get you there, man. I know a lot of motor heads.
You want to hear? You want to hear a funny stat?
I'm a string head, actually. I build guitars and things like that. But I don't do great. Trust me, you don't want to get into luthier work. But some people have made it really, really big. Some have not.
They're the lucky ones.
All
of life is a game of luck.
But I love my life. I love where I live. Love my neighbors.
Isn't when luck is when your training gets the opportunity to be used as skill?
Exactly.
Yeah, but when
I'm a graduate.
You have to have that training, man.
I'm a graduate of trade school, 4 years.
That's what I wanted to talk about.
I'm a graduate of that. I did my fucking 4-year internship. I learned. I started my own business. Haven't worked for anybody else since. And
damn, I wish I would have done that.
You know, it's just great. It's just I go to the beach. Like, hey, my buddy, he goes, "What are you doing today?" I'm like, working. He goes, "I'm gonna go to the beach," and I go, "Oh, can I go with you?" You know, like I'll drop what I'm doing. You know, you just
Man, I could have did that. Damn.
So
I understood music and everything, how it worked, and my grandpa taught me a lot about electronics. Not like this new computer stuff, but like
I ain't
the
rich.
analog systems of like how to set up a soundboard and how to balance it. I used to, work with the church, and man, I knew a lot about instruments. I should have did what you did, man.
I think that everyone should just immediately go from high school to trade school. And if you want to branch out further than that, then you can go to then you can take philosophy after that. But
Dude, I disagree, and I'll tell you why, man. Because there are just people that do not know how to use their hands, bro.
And this is why we teach them.
They don't have eye-hand coordination, man. They just don't have it. You know what I'm saying?
I
get it. You know, as far as trades, that's working with your hands. That's what I call it. Some people are just not built for it, man. It's weird, man. I mean,
so I went to a community college.
I think they could learn it, but it's going to take the teachers are going to get way too frustrated with them. And they used to get frustrated with me even, bro. I remember being in welding class and I'm like, dude, I don't like that fucking welder, bro. It's something wrong with it. I'm like, I feel like I'm going to get electrocuted, man. And the teacher's like, nah, you're good, bro. Don't worry about it, you know?
So I started out at a community college, and I looked into the statistics and the trade school. So they had one half of the building with like automotive and welding and trade school shit, and they taught all of that. And their average graduating pay was like $60,000. And then on the other side of the pamphlet, it talked about the average graduating pay of an AA degree. It was like $35,000. And then the average graduating pay of a BA degree or a BS degree was like $40,000 to $45,000. Trade schools will pay. Trade schools will pay you out the door a livable fucking wage, a wage you can be happy with, a wage you can live your whole life until you decide to.
It was a choice. It was a choice back in the 80s, man. You could go to school half a day and go to frickin' Votech all afternoon.
Exactly.
If you didn't get expelled for weed, then you could go to third session from 5 to like 7:30, which I did, and took night school. But I still graduated on time. I freaking, I learned how to work on cars and shit. That freaking helped the rest of my damn life, man. I did my own brakes. I did all my own shit, dude.
There's two motors in the world that need to be learned by everybody, and one is the electric motor, and one is the combustion engine. And if you understand both of those things, man, you're just gonna understand that this place does not run. We don't have computers or nothing without those two fucking inventions, especially the electric motor, man. That one.
If you could put them together,
changes the world, man. Fucking
put them together and make a generator. I just want to quote Rayleigh Criterion said, "People go to college to learn, but they never learn how to discharge their student loans."
You know what?
A mess, man. So many people that it's just a form of slavery. It really is.
If they don't teach you that in high school, that's a crime, dude. Listen, student loans. If you go to college, you're gonna get this. Here's your interest rate. Here's your number. This is your starting salary. How long is it going to take you to pay that loan off? You know, if they don't teach you that, then they're not educating you, man. It's a complete farce, bro.
Well, I think Rayleigh Criterion knows how to discharge debt. He knows something that we don't know.
I know he does, but it's a long road. That's a long road.
Let me stop you right there, Flat. Like, I think you should have a 1 hour class every other semester, reminding you about this shit, reminding you
exactly. It should be
about your options.
Like
it
a
should be continuous.
Little nugget every couple weeks. Little nugget. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, every semester or whatever.
Oh, here's your option to waste your money on. Here's another option. Waste your money. Just waste your money, please. Waste it.
Yeah, they would never teach that class because it would be too revealing.
Oh, Even better,
it would be a
tax
dead
dollars.
bald giveaway. I'm sorry, Flatsy. I talked over you. Go ahead, Flatsy.
No, it's fine. Even better, just waste tax dollars that we think is so very important, which isn't, because our tax dollars, it's just theft anyways. So we're talking about, oh, look, will you please steal the money away from me so I don't have to pay for this stupid ass degree?
It's a wicked
Why
system.
you all pay for it? And even if you all pay for it, what are you doing? You know, like, what's inflation? Is it because the 1% hold 99% of the money? Yeah, probably.
So I think, lucky enough I went to a private law school where they didn't have the same like freedom. Well, I don't know, freedom is the right word.
Oh, what about all those
They
forgiven?
didn't have the same
Oh,
criteria.
all those forgiven loans are forgiven. You
Oh,
don't have to.
I have no forgiven loans. All of my loans are
Yeah, but you
in
know
place.
that we're living in an age where people are having their loans forgiven.
Oh,
What is that?
yeah.
What
Yeah,
is that?
and but like
The worst
my
for the
law
degree.
school.
Yeah, but here's the worst part. The worst part is paying for the degree, first of all. The second part is having it forgiven. Second of all, what is this? All of it's messed up. It's all messed up.
I agree. I agree. The whole system is fucked up. One thing is some country. Okay, so the United States, and this is going to be a tangent, but don't let me bring us on a tangent. Like we have like our healthcare system, and then other countries pay for the healthcare system, and we have our educational system. Some countries pay for their educational system. One question is where do we lie in that? Like where is like a societal responsibility? Like I don't think we have any responsibility to prop up the art or like
Who cares?
the
At this point,
sciences.
who cares? Because it's all messed up. It's all a mess. So you think that the institutionalized part of it's messed up. Where are you naive enough to think that the rest of it's not messed up? Is it messed up? Probably.
Oh, I think this is probably super fucked. Yeah. So like when I was in law school, like they made us every single semester have meetings with like student loan advisors and like all this stuff, and I felt like it was such a chore. Like we were required to meet with them for like an in-person discussion before we were able to sign up for our next semester classes. It was always just like, oh my god, fuck you, like why do I have to do this? And they told us about our options, our repayment options, our forgiveness options, like what we could do if we didn't have a high enough level of income, how we could restructure our loans. Like they took us through the ringer on that. And this is something that I'm pretty sure isn't afforded to most law schools. I think most law schools, they're just happy to take your paycheck and you have to figure it out on your own after that. Like for us, we couldn't sign up for our next semester classes unless we met with people who gave us a hour long lecture about finances and how to kind of be self sustaining. So I think there is a little bit of personal responsibility with some universities, but I didn't I did not discount the negligence.
Negligence. I think it's done on purpose. I could be wrong. Yeah, but they
Well,
purposely
negligence is
don't.
it's just a nice way of saying on purpose.
I would say
Exactly.
that
It is a nice way.
a lot of the times we should
I
just
like
be
the way
like,
you put that,
why does it matter?
counselor.
Yeah.
We should
Anyone
always why.
anyone in Oklahoma, I'll take your I'll take your claims now. I do torts. I do contract law.
Maybe I should do it in Oklahoma and get torted all up by the police.
Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they?
Because they can. That's why they would do it.
That's
Hey,
why they do.
They can lie all of these other ways, but when we say the Earth is flat, the why would they lie seems to be something else. Why
yeah,
would?
it's a big
But
deal.
why would they lie about all this other shit? And then you're okay with accepting it. But when we talk about the Earth being flat, the why would they lie seems to be something more significant. Like, can you just please not? I'm on one tonight. You guys have me on one tonight. I was hanging out with my look. I don't care about the right wing, left wing. My friend that I was hanging out with tonight is super right wing, and I'm telling him, I'm like, you are in the whole paradigm of the left wing, right wing, and if I say anything against the right wing, I'm immediately a liberal. But I'm
Yep.
like, this is stupid. That's stupid.
Classy, we have you at your best. Thank you for gracing us.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
digging it. I like the
I like
energy.
to point out all the flaws because who the fuck is it? Sorry.
Classy, do you like to be the person who can sit on the left, sit on the right? Because they're both hypocrites. They both fuck up. None of them have the right answer. And I think they both contribute to the destruction of America.
The left pushes too far to the left, and then the right gets elected. The right is pushing you to the right. Meanwhile, the masses get hypnotized between the left and the right.
Don't give
Meanwhile, they take our rights piece by piece, right? Piecemeal away our rights by
They do it
doing
by
this
Hegelian
Hegelian dialectic.
Yes.
I don't
just said
believe
dialect.
Larry. It's the Hegelian dialectic, exactly. We're talking about the left-right paradigm is your synthesis or the synthesis and the antithesis. And what's the thesis? What is the thesis, guys?
I need a new party. I need a new party. I don't align.
No, I'm telling you that the antithesis and the synthesis
I
will
love a good
lead
party.
to the thesis, the outcome, the result that we're all screaming for some sort of please give us some sort of redemption or give me the solution. You know, these people are all shouting for the solution. We already know the solution. Just say no. You just say no.
Wait,
No is the answer.
are we talking about the final solution?
No.
Sorry,
Just
No.
say
No,
I'm
to
just
the
trying
final solution. No.
Absolutely
I'm
not.
just trying to be
No.
funny.
No.
I'm just
No.
trying to be funny. Ignore
No,
me.
no. So what
No.
I think what she's saying, instead of saying no, how about saying sure, I'll do it for $1,000? That's another thing I wanted to bring to my
no. I'm
audience.
not gonna creep into their creepy shit. They're creepy, and that's creepy. I don't want to be creepy.
Well, that's the
I
opposite of slavery, sis.
it's
The
just it's just not.
final solution? I'll quit. I'll quit. That's the last time.
Don't quit. Don't quit, man. Don't.
Stop it. Stop it.
Come on.
Get help.
It's too good. This is good stuff. We're gonna figure out the world, man. This is how we do it. I think I don't. It's not gonna be hanging out in some
Figure
Republican
out the
convention.
world. Are you
Those
kidding me?
people are.
This is all going to shit, and we're gonna sit back and watch it go to shit.
Nah, we're not gonna watch. We're not gonna. We're gonna at least like talk about it and watch it.
No,
Some say the end is near.
I don't know how else
Some
we're gonna
say
do
we'll
this.
see
I don't know.
Armageddon soon.
But do you want to know why, like a society, like a truly integrated society, like we are now with Facebook, internet, and all that?
Yeah.
We're not going to go quietly. We're not going to go fucking quietly.
No, I don't think so.
What are you talking about? What is that?
There's 350. I'm talking about the slow erosion of society. I think.
No,
Right.
this slow
From
erosion.
1980 to now, man,
Been on
it's
the
been
internet?
erosion. I
Hold on.
lived it. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. Have you been on the internet lately? This is the slow erosion of society. We don't even know how to talk to people in person anymore. Are you kidding me?
We
This
do.
is the
I
slow
do. I don't know about you, but I do.
I'm not trying to do a genetic fallacy here. I'm talking about like the specific people that we interact with here. You can see that this is the slow erosion of society. People don't know how to talk to people because they're not doing it face to face.
Right.
You're right.
Hey,
You're right. People
hey,
don't. People don't know how to.
they locked the world down and made everybody talk on the computer, Brand, for
But
like.
also,
years.
I don't have any social media other than Discord. I talk to you guys on live calls. I talk to you like I would talk to somebody in person. I
Right.
talked to somebody in person
Me
tonight
too.
about
I'm the
all the
same
stuff that
way.
I said to you tonight. I'm saying that the shit is stupid. It's all ridiculous. We're living in a world where people don't even know how to interact with each other anymore.
Lassie.
And it was by design because
Relax,
the social
Flash.
media.
I love you,
I'm
babe.
gonna monologue. You're gonna have to give me a second. The
Go ahead.
social media was absolutely a psychological operation on the people, and if you don't think so, you can go find it in the disc or the the
The
operation
Tumblr,
that the government
the
they
Bumble, the dating website.
No, you can go look at it. There are these
Mm.
documents from the government that will tell you that this is a psychological operation on people. The social media is something that you can go and look at. It's not
That's a
class.
fact. Yeah.
It's declassified. So you can go look at it. Yeah, you can go look at it. It's not something hidden. But guess what?
Right.
Most people don't fucking go look at that shit, which is
Lassie,
stupid.
what I'll tell you is like all right, I'm 38. I'm over the hill. I think I still look good. Like
You ain't over the hill, bro. Shut up. Just shut up. I don't want to hear.
but I'm single. So like
Yeah, when you
I
go
go
look at actual
Yeah.
government documentation that's classified
You're
or
too new.
declassified for you to go look at, then I'll look at you differently because then I'll know that you know what they're doing to us because it's
no,
all there declassified for you to go look at. But guess what? Nobody does.
Lassie,
This is so
I'm trying to talk about the most primal thing.
yeah, but
Like the most primal relationship.
But
The
you know,
most
William Cooper, he died screaming at the top of his lungs at people like, "You're so stupid, you won't go look at what they're telling you they're doing to you. You're
Yeah.
not going to look at it. They're
But
doing it to you,
Flatsy.
and you won't go
Yeah,
look."
yeah.
Flatsy.
Let him say it. Let him say it.
Hey, Craig Hewlett. You guys don't know who that guy is, but he
what
was
I'm
screaming at the top of his lungs back in 1988. Just screaming, bro, and going on any place he could go. And same guy as Bill Hicks, man, screaming at man. This place is going. These people are fucking taking over the country. They suck, industrial complex, war, money, whatever it was. He was all over
What
it.
were you saying,
But
Cortico?
But that
what
was
I
1988. I was listening to Craig Hewlett going, dude, this place is going to, he was a retired vet too, man, from Vietnam. And he was
what
like,
I'm
dude,
trying to say is this basic thing, like our ability to interact with people, make friendships, make these connections,
yeah.
branch those connections out,
Without the internet, man,
and
we don't get this shit. I am down, bro.
we
100%.
don't have it.
Hey,
Dating
dude,
wise,
I've been praising Discord and Hangouts and YouTube and
Look
everything for
at it
years
without
because I've met so many great people through here,
William
man. Thank you.
without the internet. He was able to go through the files because they were declassified. He went through the files himself and published them for you. He
Yeah.
did it without the internet. We can do it without the internet. It's not like this is the crux that you guys are
Charles
leaning on.
Johnson.
We don't have to lean on this crux, actually.
Do you guys know who
I
Charles
agree.
Johnson is? You guys probably maybe.
Hold on, Flatsy, I agree, but like we're already talking about like a revolution.
It's
Again,
easier. It's
but
quicker.
Let him
but
say it.
we're talking about like the way that like okay, let me just talk about dating. Dating today,
Today.
Ew.
sometimes stars align and people
Ew.
date,
That's
but
Hey,
gross.
a lot
I,
of times it's
God, let
through
him say it.
Sorry.
it's
Let him
through
say it.
it's through fucking Tinder. and it's through these fucking dating apps.
Dating
these
apps, Facebook, yeah, whatever. We got it.
Yeah,
it's gross.
And that's the fucking standard. That's where you go to find dates.
You've convinced you've convinced yourself that's the standard, man. You haven't actually gone out and go to a nice banquet for the homeless shelters, and
I didn't date my
you
husband.
never know what you're going to meet and who you're going to meet, and you never know. And you just got to be out there dealing with people in reality, man.
I can roll the dice all
what I'm saying?
day, or I could just like log onto an app.
It's so much easier to go out and contribute.
Let's hear Flatsy. Let's hear
You know
Flatsy.
what I'm saying? Like at the fucking.
I'm telling you, I didn't date my husband. We had hung out a lot as friends. He even slept in my bed, didn't touch me because I didn't want him to go all the way back home because it was hours away and he was too messed up to go home. So he stayed in my bed, didn't touch me. We did not date. We became a couple through like just natural means.
That's
Like it
beautiful, by the way. Like I have a
was
similar story with one of my my first girlfriend, but I'll let you continue.
yeah, my husband right now, that's the father of my child. I definitely didn't, and I didn't want to date him. I didn't want to date anybody at that time. So the way that we became a unit was natural. We even we only like got married. We were already calling each other husband and wife before we got legally married because we already considered ourselves like a unit. You know what I mean?
Well, that means that you were married. So the difference
Exactly.
is when you do it with the state, you marry the state. But before you married the state, you were common law married because when you confess it openly and there's witnesses, you're
Yeah.
basically married at that point.
That's what
100%.
I would say.
Even outside a legal thing,
We married the state.
100%.
The only reason why we married through the state is because he had that nice Cadillac insurance that we could,
Oh,
the whole family would be able to benefit from because
Benefits and privileges.
he
Yeah.
had
Flatsy, but
Cadillac
Flatsy.
Love you, Flatsy. Love you.
When you looked him in the eye at that moment, you were married.
Absolutely, we were married way before that. The only reason why we did it through the state was through the benefits.
Gotcha.
What I'm asking is was there a lightning strike moment, like
Yeah.
a snap the
Yeah.
fingers moment, where
Yeah,
when you became married?
Yeah, when I accidentally told him that I loved him, and I didn't mean to, but I said it like I was in.
That's a fucking
I,
lightning strike moment. I'm
yeah,
so
that was
proud of you, Flatsy. I'm so fucking proud of you.
I
Did your
told him.
father own a shotgun?
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for, by the way, Flatsy, is a lightning strike moment. And thank you for giving that to us.
It was so
Same thing happened
beautiful.
with my wife.
I didn't mean
Go ahead. I'm
to. It
sorry.
was one of those things that was an accident. I
No, no,
told
no.
him that I
Sorry,
loved him, but I meant it with all my heart because I knew I'd already been saying and hinting towards it, but I said it, and it was a lightning strike moment for him and for me. For him especially because he had been wanting to say it, and when I said it, he broke down. Not like broke down, but like I love you, and I know that you know that I do, but I just want to say it out loud. Like one of those things.
I wanted to make a joke where, like, you said you loved him, and then he said he loved you, and then lightning strike, and then like his heart stopped, and then you had to fucking do some CPR and like brought him back into it.
No.
All
Kind
right,
of. Oh.
Larry's next on the table. Larry seems like he's got like a fucking lightning strike moment.
Yeah, for real. Because you say lightning strike, it was definitely a grounding moment. This is my best friend's oldest sister, and like one night out of the blue, she was like, "You want to have sex?" And I was like, "Let me think about it." I thought about it, and I couldn't think of a reason why not to.
Don't
I was
do
like,
it.
yes, and I tried to wake up my best friend to get a condom, and he wouldn't wake up and tell me where his condoms were. So I got her pregnant that night. So from that point, around September, to her birthday, let's just say in January sometime, late January, I
September
didn't
to
tell her.
January?
Yeah,
Let's
from
do the math.
September to January, I didn't tell her I loved her.
September, October, November, December, January. That's 5 months. You
For
said
5 months.
Pregnant?
Yeah, she was pregnant that time, but I didn't tell her I love her. Right,
Okay,
because
so
that was
5
something that
months
was
pregnant.
sacred.
5 months pregnant.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
pregnant. I
got a
didn't
better.
tell her. Didn't tell
I
her I
got a
love
better.
her.
All right, let's
Damn.
hear it. Come on, Larry.
I'm almost done.
All right, Larry, go ahead.
Give
Go
us
ahead.
more.
I'm almost done. Yeah. So everything before that was kind of friendship. Like we were friends with benefits, and everything was kind of mechanical, so to speak. But when I told her I loved her during a very intimate moment, that's when everything got really passionate after that. So
Nice.
that was
Nice.
like the grounding moment that you were talking
That's
about.
good.
Go ahead.
I got a better story. I'm sorry, Larry. I don't mean to trump you, but I'm gonna. So my husband, we didn't
Yeah, I heard
date.
of this new molecule called a vibrino.
So we didn't date or anything. And when I told him I loved him, that was the lightning strike moment, right? So we were inseparable after that point. We were a unit. So I would say that we were married then. We didn't fool around beforehand. We didn't do any of that. It was all after that that we became a unit. So a little bit, maybe even a year after we had been together, I started having, or let's just say this, I had a dream, and I was in the bed with him too. I was asleep in the bed with him. I had a dream that we had a redheaded boy, and I had lived this whole other life in my dream. Not a long life, but like my baby was us, and we were living a life like having a baby. And then I woke up from that dream, and I woke him up, and I was like, "Hey, Charlie, wake up." And I was like, "Hey, I just had a dream that we had a redheaded boy, and I don't know how that would even happen because I don't want a baby, and
It
blah
could
blah
be
blah."
federal hypnosis.
And I was telling him all about the dream and how we had lived a whole life in the dream of having a baby together, and it was a redheaded boy, and he was so beautiful, and I was just like, he was a beautiful, beautiful baby. And uh, a couple of months after that, I started having an extreme. I didn't even connect it to the dream. Okay, this is all after the fact. In hindsight, I started having baby fever, or what they call baby fever, but it was an extreme baby fever.
What's baby fever?
I was breaking down, crying, like my eyes like swelled up red, crying, telling him that I wanted a baby. Like, can we please have a baby? Just let's go ahead and have a baby.
Hell
And
yeah.
he was like, "No, we don't need to do it right now. We need to wait till we're pretty good off, and we're almost there, but we're not there yet." And I was like, "No, I don't care. Please, please, let's do it right now, please. If
Deal.
anything, if we have the
I'm
baby,
just
it'll
joking. I'm just
motivate."
fucking with you.
But it'll motivate us to get ready. Like, we'll be ready by the time the baby comes. And I was breaking down crying, and we got drunk one night, and I really broke down that night. I was drunk, and I was crying, like bawling, begging him, "Please, please, let's have a baby." And we tried that night. So you can say that I trapped him if you want to, but I don't know. We were already a unit. We were together. We already considered each other like husband and wife. But I begged him, and we broke. Like, I broke down, crying, whatnot. We tried. Our first time trying, we succeeded. I got pregnant. I found out I was pregnant just a couple of weeks later, and I started really taking care of that. And I did have a pretty rough pregnancy. I was working the whole time. I worked all the way up until I delivered my baby, like all the way up until I had to go to the hospital for Like,
Holy shit!
So did my mom. My mom worked the day she gave birth to me, bro.
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well, I worked the day that I
Power,
had the hospital, but I didn't have my
power.
baby that day. I had my baby the next day. So I went to the hospital the day I was supposed to work that day, but I didn't work that day. I worked the day before, but like I was supposed to work the day, so I was like, "Hey, I'm supposed to go to the hospital, blah blah blah." I worked all the way up until I had my child. Anyways, um I had a difficult pregnancy. Anyways, I had a red-headed boy. He's still redheaded. He's super redheaded, by the way.
Hey, so
He
are
does,
the princes of England.
and he doesn't even have freckles. Just like in my dream, like he doesn't have any freckles. He's
Neither
beautiful.
do the princes of England.
That's
Okay,
weird.
I don't care about
No
that.
freckles.
Saying that my dream came true. Like I had a redheaded boy, and it, I don't know. He's 5 years old now, and my husband and I couldn't be happier.
What sport?
Did you do a genetics test? How do you know it's not federal eugenics?
Hold on. She
What?
Flatsy.
Yeah,
What?
they'll do that. You know how Del Gable thought his kid was an alien? Sometimes they can actually
Flatsy.
Yeah,
artificially
Ignore everything you
inseminate
say.
you. It's a lot of
Ignore.
federal shit. You guys would freak out.
All right.
Can we meet
He's
this
gotta
guy?
go, man.
Are there any
Nah,
mods?
don't mute me.
It's
Polly,
Polly.
Polly,
It's
man.
Polly.
That's totally off cuff, bro. Not cool. All right.
I've been muted for so much less. Just meet this guy.
That was bad, man. It was really bad.
Flatsy.
That was a
I
great story,
apologize for that.
Flatsy. I love.
it's so good. I love it.
Yeah, it's
It's
a good
like
story.
about
I
to
like it.
drop
Nothing wrong with it. Hey, man,
What?
people who have
What?
babies. Hey, guess what? We were all babies, bro. We were
Flat,
all. Every one of us were babies at one time.
Flatsy. What sports are they gonna play?
I'm a musician.
Soccer, without a
and-
doubt.
hold on. He already loves all the sports. But he also loves the music that I play. He loves that I play guitar, and I know a lot of music theory because I took music for college. I went
They're gonna be Harvard. They're gonna be Harvard or Yale.
No, that
No,
would be more Juilliard or
Juilliard.
They're gonna be Juilliard. They're gonna be acting and.
Juilliard for sure.
he's
Yeah.
playing music already. I don't want him to go to college.
What?
I
Hold on.
Right.
Flatsy. Let me tell you something about college. Like I don't want to be like the fucking douchebag that's like, let me tell you something
Don't be
about
a
college.
douche. Don't be a douche. All
Can I
right.
can I take it back? Can I take that statement back?
Yeah. You
Think
can
of
take
college.
that.
College is good for some people. It's a curse for other people. But
Right.
for some people,
I
it
liked it.
is meant for.
Yeah.
I like
Tell
it.
me about the curse. No, don't.
You know
Some
why
people it is meant for, and some people it is
I
cursive.
got you. You know, I liked it too. I liked college. I made the dean's list. Okay, so I was on the dean's list for a year.
Hell fucking
But
yeah.
Yeah.
Flatsy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
but
The genes.
I would say I would say this. I would say that I don't cherish too much from college except for what I learned. And I learned a lot music wise. I learned how to play guitar in college. I
Right.
learned how to the music theory. I learned music theory to a T in college. And the things that I really needed, I learned, and all the other stuff I forgot. And I was able to place the highest in of like my compass test that I took prior to college. I placed the highest in my math class. I only had to take one math course for my entire college career. I didn't have to do any remedial math or anything like that.
You
I
just
just had to
passed
take
it.
one math class.
So
So
Flatsy, it seems like as far as like going into the collegiate level, like you had like a path, but a lot of people that path is very difficult. But your children have this anomaly
I'm
where
going to
they're
teach my child all the things that he needs He doesn't have to go to school because he's not going to school.
He doesn't have to.
He's not going to public school. No way. He's going to be.
Why is this happening?
Wait, see, mute that guy.
He's done. He's done. He's done.
That would be a
Yeah, you don't
What
stay.
I'm saying is
homeschooling is the way to go for sure.
Absolutely. But
He's already so brilliant. I don't
Lassie,
want to send him to public school because they will not cater to his brilliance. He's
No.
already so far in math. My
Lassie.
son can do math better than you Globers here right now.
Absolutely.
Five.
He is able to do math better than you guys.
The only thing I have to say is the fucking end of the universe is their limit. Never set a barrier. Never let there be a barrier. Fight tooth and nail. Bleed
No
for
way.
your child.
Would never
Bleed for your child. To even if it's okay. So when I was in high school, wearing a Hollister shirt was the thing that only the preps did. But the preps fucking maybe they made it further. Just fight.
So when I wore
nail.
an Ella shirt, then I was a skater.
Just
like
fight
what?
tooth and nail. If I had I have no children. If I had a child right now, I just imagine one look in their eyes, and
Homeschool your children.
my only purpose would be to make sure that they were kings of the world. And I think that you talk the way that you talk about your children, they are gifted. They should not stand in line. They should be ahead of the line. And if there's any way that they could get ahead of the line, get in front of the line, then take it. Take every opportunity that they have. Fight to be first. Even if you don't believe in the collegiate experience. That is what we have. That is the system that we have.
I got you. We will, and we won't have to fight hard because I have faith. I have faith.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, whatever happens in the future, it's gonna happen, and it's gonna be weird. I promise.
It's gonna be real weird.
Really weird, bro.
It's gonna be really
freaking weird.
If I have anything to do with it.
Yeah. It's gonna if I have anything to do with it, it's gonna be super weird. But
but you know how homeschooled children used to be looked at like they're weird? The homeschool children are gonna be the actual normal ones.
I used to have the biggest crush on this homeschooled girl.
was like second grade.
No, we were in college.
Oh, you're in
all right.
college.
But she was homeschooled before that.
Yeah.
Her name was Dina. I'll give you her last name. Her name was
No,
Dina.
you don't have to.
No, don't do it.
It's just a basic name.
No. You got Dina.
Okay, Dina. Okay, I had a Dina too. Continue.
I didn't give her last name. That was her first and middle.
Yeah.
I won't give her last name.
Dina.
But yeah, you have to align with a very specific set of norms.
But if you don't go out and like feed the homeless next week and meet Dina 2.0, you don't know, Mo.
Dina,
go to a church, go to volunteer, go, hey, you guys loading the truck. You don't know who you're going to run into if you're out there just doing something. And you don't have to have like, the super internet fucking dating app, bro. You can just go out in the real world and volunteer here and there and go to oh my God, I looked on Facebook and they got a meetup over here with people like to hike or whatever, man. You don't know. But if you don't go out and hike with a bunch of fucking strangers, you'll never meet a stranger.
What do we think about personal dating sites? Have they destroyed
Yeah, it's all
to
done,
meet
man.
people.
That shit's been done for fucking decade at least, man. I never trusted any of that shit. I watched all my buddies go through it, man. They all went, but
Well, no, but
it turned out, man.
what are
My guy
the
likes to go out.
repercussions long term?
My friend that likes to go out and hike, he found a hiking group, on one of these things like, oh, we're going hiking, and he ended up meeting his girlfriend now, and it was just because he went out and did something, bro. That's all you got. You like bike riding or surfing or at the beach or
I mean, that sounds a lot like meeting at a library.
Yeah, it's not like that, man. It's totally different, bro. I mean, it's like you don't know. You just never know, man. People's energies in person are totally different than online, man. I mean, there's totally different.
Flatty, what do you think about the current dating scene? Do you think that it's better or worse than? I mean, of course, like you're already
Never changed,
secured.
bro.
You're already secured, but like just like an opinion.
Yeah, but I don't have any social media, so you're gonna have to appeal to someone.
You're talking about like social media is if that was the avenue to meet people. Like
It is.
what I'm talking about is like before social media, when people used to meet
That would
naturally,
be the ideal situation.
before the internet. Like could we
Yeah, I mean, you have to meet.
even
Look,
unplug?
it's not what I just not said fucking like a minute ago.
Hold on.
Sorry.
If
Sorry,
you don't
Father.
go out and meet people in person, man, you
Hold
got to
on.
do that, bro. That's all
Hold
I'm
on.
saying. You got to do that.
Okay. Well, I would say this. I would say that your normal setting, you would want to meet someone that you're going to spend your life with that isn't in a like maybe a bar. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Gotta
bars
be
are
church.
bad.
It's
Bars
gotta
are
be
bad.
church
For,
these days,
A
right?
bar.
I met
But
I met my first wife in a bar.
But
I
wouldn't
can
say that
tell
that's
you, I went back.
eliminated because people go to bars that aren't like bad people. I went to the bar a lot throughout my early 20s. Like
Yeah,
I spent all of my free time in a bar because I was a bartender and I knew everybody in town and they were all going to the same place to meet up and have fun and have a couple of drinks, and I did that for a long time. Like my
Honestly,
20s
like
were spent in a bar. If I wasn't working, I was in a bar.
the quote hedonistic lifestyle means nothing to me. I think that is an experience that everyone should have. Okay, in conjunction with their religious
Also,
beliefs.
open mics were in bars, and I did open mics for years. I did an open mic for 5 years. Every Wednesday. If I
Damn.
missed a Wednesday, something was wrong or something like I had something come up because I was there
Wait,
every single Wednesday for
you
open mic.
sang? You sang, or
I
you
sang and played.
discussed ideas?
No, I sang and played guitar. I would sing and play guitar.
Yeah.
Hey, wait,
Huh?
Flatsy,
You-
give him a couple bars. Yeah, let him know what he's dealing
yeah,
with.
Wait,
okay.
hold on, Flatsy. You can give us some bars. What was your?
Hey, you speaking of bars,
The
passing
floor
the
is
bar
yours.
exam.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, can I introduce? Can I introduce you?
What?
No, you can't introduce her, man. It's Flatsy, man. Sing us a couple bars. There you go.
I got you. I got you.
All right.
Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy. Crazy for feeling so blue. I feel like that's enough.
Yeah, take that, Mongos. Yeah, enjoy. Sleep tight.
I don't know if you. I don't know if the clapping got picked up on my microphone, but that was so good.
Yeah, it
I
was dope,
figured
man. I
his name
mean,
is Patsy Cline, so I need to do Patsy Cline if I'm going to sing a couple of bars.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got to keep it in the house, baby. Keep it in the house.
Crazy Wolfie. I
Don't
can't
even
do
try
it.
to
I
sing
can't
it, man.
even. I can't even
Don't
intimidate.
even try, bro.
That was so good.
It's crazy.
Crazy. I could do a little bit of it.
Hold on. Can we have an entourage?
Sorry.
Not on Discord, man. It's too choppy, man. Audio.
No. What's it called? It's not an entourage. It's like a second second song.
Second, you want a couple of
Encore.
more bars, is what you want, man.
Encore.
Yeah,
encore.
I wear the bells in every chapel were ringing the day that I met you. From high in the trees, birds were singing of you and me. Did you hear that without chopping?
Yeah.
I love that so much more than the first
It's
one.
so fucking
Hey, I have
good.
an
Man.
announcement. I have an announcement. Patsy Cline. We all know that Jordan Peterson is a country fan. He is crying in his beer right now.
Yes,
Dr.
he
Jordan
is right now.
Peterson is tearing it up right now.
There's a tear in my beer and
Flatsy. Flatsy. That was fucking marvelous. Your number 2 score was breathtaking. Like your number 1, I
I
liked
can
it.
play that on guitar. It's
Your
like
number
a
2,
waltz. It's like
your
a
number 2.
waltz on guitar. So like doom 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 doom. Yeah. So you should hear it on guitar along with me singing. It's
I'll
pretty
hear
great.
it any way you have it because that was fucking amazing.
Yeah,
You're
she's a
Flatsy,
professional singer.
No, Flatsy, you're a superstar.
I think you're a superstar too, for sure, 100%.
That you were the one for me.
I don't want her to sell out, man. Don't want you to sell
Well,
out.
life it ain't so simple. No, life it ain't so kind. You know, life could lead you somewhere to be all alone. You're crying and crying and crying.
You're crying, man. You're crying. I know you guys are crying. Man. Stop
I
it.
could do
Stop
this. I could do this all fucking night.
it.
Flatsy,
Wipe your tears.
could I get a
No.
statewide? What state do you reside?
Alabama.
Wait. Let him guess. Let him guess.
Oh, I already gave it away.
Oh no. He didn't. I don't think he gave it away.
Can I tell you a fun fact? My grandmother, her maiden name was Holmes, but she was from Mobile, Alabama. And, so
Close
that
enough. Close
is
enough.
that
Close.
is
I'm
what
from
we can.
Jasper, Alabama.
Jasper, Alabama.
Jasper. Whoosh, whoosh.
Wait. In terms of Mobile and Jasper, which one gets closer to the Gulf?
Mobile is closer. Yeah, I'm closer to Huntsville, but that's still about 3 hours away.
So,
What's the place in Alabama that had the bombings?
I'm closer
no,
to Birmingham.
that was Georgia. That was Atlanta,
So,
Georgia.
I'm closer to
No,
Birmingham. I'm only an hour away from Birmingham.
during the civil rights movement, there was churches set on fire and bombings in Alabama.
Mobile. That was in Mobile.
Was it Mobile?
Yep. Yeah, it was Mobile. Yep. I remember that.
If I was scared, I wouldn't disclose my position to you.
No.
Yeah, don't
So
dox yourself. Don't anybody
Yeah,
dox them.
you ain't got to do that.
That ain't cool. But yeah, civil rights bombing. Yeah, it was some Mobile. I'm pretty sure, man. Pretty
Can I
sure.
ask you a couple cultural questions? Like, so my great grandmother lived in Mobile, Alabama, and we called her Mama Home, and she was born in 1908.
Yeah.
And her husband died before I was born. Well, died shortly after I was born, but
Your
he saw
grandpa.
me.
Your
I'm
grandpa.
told he saw me once, but what was he called? He was called Papa. Like, are these vernaculars that are recognized?
Papa?
No. Mama Home
Mama home?
and that was just like Papa. These are just
Birmingham. That's
this
it.
is this is like general vernacular in the South.
Mama home. Is that proper Alabama
See, that's what I'm asking is
vocabulary?
because I was born so she was born in 1908 and I was born in 1986, and she was born in Mobile, Alabama,
Right.
and I was born in Shawnee, Kansas, and I just want to understand her a little bit more. Like
Don't know, man.
we called her name was Bernice Holmes, but we called her Mama Holmes, and I'm just like wondering if that is like a Southern thing, like a regular thing, or if that's like specific to something we've adopted.
It's a good question.
That was a plastic question. Maybe she doesn't.
I know she's not unmuting. She's probably busy.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, she'll answer as soon as she's unmuted. But yeah, different.
Why don't we talk about flat? Why don't we talk about flat
phrases? Different vernacular phrases throughout even America, bro. Just America. I'm from California. Yeah, fucking Larry's from Texas. Yeah,
yo,
my mother was from Texas. I can speak some Texan, bro.
Did you guys see that? What's his fucking name? There's a YouTuber, like he's like an older guy, and he's like kind of stuck up, like a globe right there, of course. But they're talking about like a trip to Antarctica and like a vote. Any guys know anything about that?
I heard about something that's called the last experiment, bro.
Yeah. Who wants to vote?
This is it. The last one we ever. I mean, we can never do.
I want to vote for
more
Winston.
Experiments after this. This is it. It's only elite one. It's the last one we do. It's the last one.
Of course, it's not going to be the last one, right?
Well, of course not, man. That's why I'm kind of making fun of it, man. I'm like,
but
dude, really? Are you the last one? Really?
What's the main guy? Like he's kind of a shithead, but like the main flat Earth guy, like the.
There isn't one.
No, but there's like one guy that holds himself as like the main guy. Like
that's. Okay, so you're talking about the top 5 flat earthers. That was one of the first YouTube videos that I made.
But I don't think he's a good flat earther.
There are no top 5 flat earthers, in my opinion.
I think Witsit is one of the best.
I think Robert Bassano is my favorite, but you know, what do I know?
Maybe we all have our Pokemon cards.
Yeah, that's right. There is no top flat earther. We're all bringing something to the table. Maybe I haven't, come across my information.
Jibby Jedi. Jibby Jedi. I got a Jibby Jedi card, bro. I got one.
All right, but there is a difference between being a champion of flat Earth ideals.
Russian vids. I got a Russian vid.
And being a good debater and being a person who brings people into the community.
Yeah, some people make really good videos like Jeranism and Bob Nodell.
And then there's some people.
Flat Earth asshole, Florida.
And then there's some people that sell iPhone apps, which is the
right. There's your capitalist, right? And then there's people that are really into the science, and then there's other people that really get into the philosophical arguments, And then there's other people who like to debate. There is no top 5 flat earther. They don't exist.
Well, right now, whether we like it or not, there is a competition.
Hey, what about Poncho Pete, man? Yeah.
To go to for a
Poncho's in charge.
For a paid-for trip to Antarctica.
Well, that's pretty heavy, deep pockets, bro. I mean, a couple people going to Antarctica.
So I think like the ticket that's an escrow. So like it's legit. Like
I get it, man. It's legit, man. Money's over here.
Well, who's funding this?
But who's funding it?
It's like a social media guy. Like he's not like a major YouTuber. Like he's just like
Instagrammer, TikToker. What is it?
Somewhere in social media. Here, let me scour my
So some
Here.
social media guy came up with like $30,000. No, it would be like $300,000.
Yeah. Larry, I'll give you the YouTube video that I watched that told me about it. Let me direct you.
Because there's some stupid flat earthers on the internet. So
Yes, sir.
somebody got like $250,000 and they're going to send flat
Yeah.
earthers explorers to
And
the Antarctica.
that's why we have a community. We have people
Does
who
anyone
can
else think that sounds a little sus?
travel. It's literally based on a vote. So
It's on a vote. It's based on a vote.
like we all understand that there are like popular flat earthers, right? Like Austin Whitsitt right now is like in second place. So we know that there are popular.
According to who?
Well,
Exactly.
I don't know according to who, but I, as a layman, will say that Austin Whitsitt is a popular flat earther, right? Like,
what does he get? Like 6,000 views or something? Let's
Yeah,
go
I
look
mean,
at his
I
he's
don't
like,
know.
is he like really?
He scrambles my brain.
There's a lot of people out there, man, with like they sit around and like drink cocktails on a sailboat. They got like 4 million people following
He's got
them.
37,000.
He's
Let's
got like
see.
30 grand. I mean,
I don't think he has that many, to be honest.
comparison, is
He's getting 60,000 views on his most popular video live.
60,000. I mean, that's
30,000 on his most popular video not live. So I wouldn't say he's like most popular. I think
okay,
he's got a good, solid fan base going.
So who in the real flat Earth community has more than 30,000 video views in their most recent?
Oh, I know a guy named Dan Waterman. He went on somebody else's channel and got like 7 million views, and he's a flat earth.
We're seeming really anomalous, like a
7, 8 million, 10 million, easy, man, views, bro. I mean,
but this
I
seems
just
like
met some neighbors, so I missed a lot of things.
What'd
Sorry,
you say?
guys.
You met some
I
what?
just met a bunch, or some of my neighbors,
Oh,
and
okay.
I haven't met them before,
Hey,
so I
you got a thick ass accent. I thought you said something.
Were they
else.
fun?
a thick ass.
Flassy, you're so beautiful.
Well, they had this really expensive tequila, and they let me try it. And
oh my, you had some Patron or something fancy?
no, it was something like what is it? Something azul. So it was a white.
Azul.
Gold.
I've had that. Blue Azul. Yeah.
It was. It was very nice.
Oh,
was it classy as well?
You
I
ain't got
definitely see
That's
why
right.
Whitsitt doesn't have a lot
What's
of
that?
followers.
Who did?
Sorry.
Hold on.
Yeah, I did. It's called classy as well.
That's it. Grazie azul.
Yeah.
That's it. That was it. It was such a
Is
nice.
it one of those?
like-
Is it one of those handcrafted white bottles with like the
Yes.
little the silvery kind of ball top cap thing?
Yeah, but what do you call that in a canyon? Those canyons in the hoodoos. It looked like a hoodoo from the Bryce Canyon.
Oh, okay, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, that bottle looked like a hoodoo.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with it. Apparently, it's very it's like a $250 bottle or something.
Oh
Shot of it.
my, $250 for
That was my neighbors right there.
Yeah, probably celebrating something.
A birthday, yeah.
Nice.
They hear me out here singing to you guys, and they came down and they were talking to me. So
Wait, they were trying to interrupt that?
no, they were making sure that they weren't disrupting me. As a matter of fact, I might have been disrupting them, and so they were just making fun with me, which was pretty cool because my
common
husband
misconception.
I thought you were cleaning pipes or something. Cleaning the vocal pipes, you know?
Your
No,
mom's cleaning my pipes.
I'm outside.
Oh my!
I'm
I'm
outside
sorry.
hanging out
I
with you guys.
apologize for all of that.
Okay, it's just barroom banter.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
just
searching here on my phone because like I actually want to send something to Flatsy. Like I'm looking for it here on my phone.
I just sent something to
Hey,
everybody.
I'll send Cortico. Just wait a second, and I'll send my YouTube to you in the chat.
Okay.
To
Your
the
mom
moon in
will
a
send
nanosecond.
her YouTube in the chat.
The problem is the Earth is flat and space is fake.
Yo, would it be more interesting if the Earth is flat and the space is fake, or if the Earth was round and the space is real? Just observationally, hypothetically.
That's a left
Just
brain question. You know, if like
No, Earth
it's
is
not a
flat,
wrestle.
space is fake. Buddy, listen. Earth is flat and space is fake. You have to be able to verify these things. If you
Oh,
can't, they're unfalsifiable. You have to resort to your base axioms, which is redundant. I shouldn't even say base axioms. You have to resort to your axioms.
no. I'm not
If
looking
you
to
can't
the
falsify
truth.
what they say, if you can't falsify it, then you shouldn't even take it on as anything.
Flashy, I'm not looking for the truth of the matter. I'm looking at what's more interesting.
No, you should be looking for the truth of the matter, like I am, and
No.
like anyone who cares about the truth.
I've grown old of the truth. I've grown old.
Yeah, but you also can't prove your own paradigm. That's a problem.
It's a problem for those that are maybe younger than me and
You
they
know,
can't.
you're talking. This is what I came in. I was on one earlier. I was telling you that people are so stupid that they will spend money to get a master's in a pseudoscience. This is the world that we live in. It's not something that, oh, there's so many brilliant people out there. No, there's not. Everybody's so stupid, actually.
I want to show you this YouTube video so bad. Have you ever seen the modern version of the movie True Grit?
No.
Oh my
I don't
God.
watch a lot of movies, and you will really be very disappointed to talk to me about movies because I won't know. Because I haven't had social media since I was in high school. And even then, I didn't have it in high school because I deleted it. I didn't have Facebook. I didn't have any of the other social medias. I had MySpace, but MySpace turned into like nobody wanted MySpace. Everybody changed over to Facebook, right? So I don't even know anything past MySpace.
So, are you okay with me spoiling it?
I'm okay with it because I have other people that I know that has these things.
And
I'm the
every
only
and
one. Listen, you're the one that needs to be spoiled. I'm the only one that doesn't have it in my demographic area. Like, you don't have anybody that's like me. You're like everybody else that has it. So
and
you need to be spoiled on the fact that somebody doesn't have it.
so anyone else who wanted to watch the movie True Grit, your opportunity has come to an end. Like I'm gonna talk about something that like I think is so beautiful. Like this is, let's see,
Oh, so spoiler alert.
no. This is an aesthetic thing. Like this is all about aesthetics. This is about beauty.
I've seen multiple releases of different versions of different movies as well. Like that the genetic movie where there's two twins, one's like genetically modified and one's
Dude,
not.
Nimbus, your mic is trash. I don't know what's going on, but we can't hear you.
So Blasty, this is only about aesthetics. So um
there's a cowboy riding along with a victim of a snake bite. He's snake bit in her leg, and they ride along the sunset happens, and the rider has to whip his horse, who is tiring. It's tiring. Like this is the 1840s, and the distances between town to town are immense. But the child is draining. She's been snake bit, and so the rider's whipping their horse, and he says, "Come on, you!" And the horse huffs and it puffs, and it falls. And then the rider picks up this passenger, this snake bit woman, and he rushes to the log. And he's huffing and puffing, and he sees the lights in the distance, and he groans, "I've grown old." Because he's old. He's not the man that he used to be. And he gets within the earshot of this town, and he falls to his knees, and he picks up the pistol in his right side and aims it to the sky and fires a shot, warning the town that he's there. And the town recognizes that shot as a sound of warning, and they come and they give this woman aid from her snake bite. So this is a scene from that movie. I just thought it was beautiful. And I tried my best to kind of
Cortico. What the
describe
heck?
the work.
Hey, why are there two releases of Gattaca? Like two completely different releases.
Wait, were there?
Yeah, one has the twin that was like naturally born, or the older brother that was naturally born, and a younger twin that was GMO'd. He's like a healthier version of his older brother. And like at the end, they race in swimming, and the
Paulie, your mic is extremely loud. You need to back up just a little bit.
By the way,
Yeah.
Flasty, was that cool, or was it like kind of too much?
I don't know, because you're talking about somebody that has a snake bite. It's poisonous, right?
Yeah, they were bitten by a rattlesnake.
Yeah,
All right.
and they're trying to find treatment for this gal.
Let me
that you're-
just, guys, I just interrupted Nimbus so that he could lower his mic. I didn't mean to interrupt him in the way to stop him short, but he was really loud, so I just wanted to see if he's got a mic check. Polly, if you're there.
Yeah, go
That's the only
ahead.
reason why I stopped you. You got a mic check on Polly?
Oh, I don't know how to lower it. I'm just gonna stop talking.
No, you were just extremely loud. I don't know if you were really close to your mic or you got your stuff turned all the way up or what.
Both? I don't know. What I was saying is there's two versions of Gattaca. They're like completely different messages. I don't know how they fucking did that or why they did that. But when I moved to Colorado, I saw the other version, and I was like, huh. Now I went back to California, they have both.
All right, so I don't know what this conversation's about, but is it
He
about
said,
the topic of the room?
well, he said that
There's
he's
two different versions of Gattaca. I don't know if it's regional or some shit.
I
Hold
don't
on.
know
I
what
can
that
help.
has to do with the
I can help.
topic of the room.
Yeah,
So-
nothing. Nothing. Deal with the topic of the room.
Our genetics or something.
Yeah, but this room is designed for people that are inquisitive about this topic of the room, not
24/7
about
Earth,
Gattaca.
regional.
Yeah,
Not
I would
about-
love to hear about
Not
the
about
topic
Gattaca.
of the room.
I'll give him.
One was only released on the other side of the world.
Okay. We don't care about that. Nobody
So-
does in this room. There's other rooms you can take that conversation into, not this one. Cool?
So Gattaca, Gataca.
Hey, apparently I didn't make myself clear. You can take that to another room, not here.
Yeah, you'll have to tie it to the earth.
I don't
And
know how. This is going to
I
be
don't know how either.
mental gymnastics of mental gymnastics. So I don't really
You'll,
want it to be tied into the
you'll have
earth,
to
but
tie it to Cortico. How are you going to tie this to the subject of the room?
No, I won't. And I apologize, Veritas.
yeah, that's fine. It's just that we have to leave the floor open for people that want to come in and question. There's been a couple that have jumped in and jumped out listening to that conversation.
I'm
I was
I'm
sorry.
guilty of coming in hot and saying how people spend money on pseudoscience degrees. And yeah, I kind of came in hot on that one. It's kind of an epidemic. People are stupid. And I love them. I'm not saying this out of hate, I'm saying it out of love. But you guys are all fucking stupid. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, so, when like he says something that like I can kind of latch onto, and that I have like a theory about, like I'll try to jump in, and it's not always topical. Like it's just a kind of response of mine. Like he says something, and it's like, oh, I have an idea about that, and I have to kind of pull myself back and say, hey, that's maybe not appropriate for this channel.
It's not that it's just way off topic. You guys are
Right.
discussing films, and we need to talk about how reality is what people think it is, being a globe.
Right.
That's the
You're right.
major issue. And there's other rooms for that type of topic, but this one's specifically for this topic.
Yeah, and there's
Earth's not flat; it's hollow.
there's
Yeah,
so many
people
other
think that
channels.
I'm stupid because I would challenge them that the earth is not a globe. People would think that I'm stupid. And
Yeah.
I'm talking about people who are spending their dollars and tax dollars on a pseudoscience.
Platy
A
Klein. How
pseudoscience.
come when you go
How,
into how come when you fly in an airplane,
who are
the
you? Drew.
the Earth looks
Drew.
curved?
Hold on, Drew.
You just said my name,
Yeah, I'm talking to you now.
so you know
Yeah,
who I am. So
before.
that who I am is rated the most infamous.
They don't
Yeah,
care.
but we don't care. We just need to know, what is your stance on this topic?
Okay, so who I am is the most infamous.
All right, you got one more chance. Answer
Nobody cares
the
about who you
question.
are. Just what is your stance on the topic?
The topic of the room when you first entered. You know, when you click the channel to enter this channel, what do you think the Earth is? That's what we're asking. We don't care about anything else. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought you asked me a different
Yeah,
question.
I did ask you about the
I
topic of the
said
room.
I think it's a globe.
Okay, do you have any evidence for that, Drew?
Yes, when you fly in an airplane, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
No,
Okay.
but also that's great.
Have you
Let's
ever
go.
been in an airplane?
Yes. Okay, so let's go off that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you look out the window?
Yes.
Did you see
Drew,
it?
listen. No, I did not see the curvature of the earth.
You
Nobody
didn't.
had.
Was it a straight fucking line? No.
What are you talking about?
When you look out the window, it's not just a straight line. It goes off and it curves. Everybody who's looked out the window of an airplane knows this.
Is it at the edge of the window that it curves?
No, we don't care about that.
No, the
Here, let
further
me
you
take
look.
control. Let me take control, Lati.
Go ahead.
All right, Drew.
He asked
How
me.
high?
She asked.
I'm not. I'm the moderator here. I'm taking control of the conversation. How high were you when you were flying in your plane?
She asked me a question.
You're gonna answer what I'm asking you, or else you can stay on mute. It's up to you. How high were you when you were in the plane?
So I can't debate both of you.
You're not going to. You're only speaking to me. How high were you when you were in the plane? Do you know? At what altitude were you in the plane?
He deafened.
From the surface.
He's deafened. 30,000 feet.
He doesn't.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
No.
30,000 feet.
He's not.
Okay, so I was 30,000 feet in the air. Now what? Yeah?
What's the height of Mount Everest?
You
I
just
don't
heard
know.
me, buddy. You didn't know until you heard it from me. That's a problem. I'm a flat earther. And you said 30,000. Oh, he's gone.
So Mount Everest is, I don't know. I think, like, correct me if I'm wrong, like 27,000 feet. They don't. I'm a globe earther. Like, I'll just fucking tell everyone.
He's not here.
Oh,
Nobody cares.
I
So
thought.
no, it's fine. Listen, if you deafen when somebody's moderating you, then you're instantly going to be removed. That's up to you. You want to be a petulant child while being moderated? It's up to you. You can go to another room. We
Yeah,
always
because
have a plentiful amount of people that come into this room that want to inquire.
yeah, it's not a big deal to be moderated. I would rather be moderated than have the. I know what the room is like when it's chaos, and I don't want to contribute to that, and I don't. That's why when it is in chaos, I don't say a word. And these people, even on our side, flat earthers, just seem to be against the whole cause because they won't shut up. And I love them. I do. I love them with all my heart. But they need to shut up.
Most people today think that the earth is a globe because of what they've been told, and they don't know how to think about the earth in any other way. So they've been taught what to think and not how to think. That's the problem with academia today. They're given instructions on what the earth is. They're not told how they know what they know. This is a big issue. If you're listening on YouTube right now, there's things that academia has given you that you haven't questioned, which is this big major factor that the earth is a globe and that it's in the vacuum of space and there's planets and there's other things involved in the cosmology, but you don't know how it is what it is. There's this kind of like basic information they give you, just enough to latch onto an idea that's based on faith. Nobody knows how to apply rigor or test any of these things because when it turns out they don't have any direct measurements. So that's what we're asking right now. If there's anybody out there thinks the earth that is a globe, if there's been a direct measurement, not a calculation. I repeat, not a calculation, but a direct measurement. And no, they're not the same. So if you have a direct measurement, please come forward and tell us how the earth has been measured directly, the surface of it, to be a globe. It should be easy. I mean, in this day and age. If you have that information, come forward. We have the platform open for you guys to be questioning this. So, interested to hear if anybody does. Come on in. Let us know.
Well, I would say that there's probably not anybody at this time of night. And I would say that we also have flat earthers that have walked the plot that would say something that would pretty much equate to Cavendish or Foucault's pendulum. They would use something at that caliber or that uh, level of information or evidence or whatever to justify their own way of thinking or belief system and perpetuate that amongst other flat earthers. And they don't even have justification for it. It falls in the same category as Cavendish or Foucault's pendulum.
Um. So I would
We got
say that. Sorry, Veritas.
No, I was just gonna say we got Affordable Homes who's in here right now. If you want to go ahead and get control of your mic, we want to hear
Yeah,
from
hello?
the people that are in here. Hey, what's up, man?
You were asking something?
Yeah, have you been listening to this channel for any length
Yes.
of time?
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I believe the Earth is flat, so I just wait for people to join with who believe it's globe, and I'm waiting for a debate for my entertainment.
Oh
All right.
well,
So
welcome.
how long?
Welcome.
Yeah. How long have you been looking into this Affordable Homes?
Um, I actually stumbled upon it on accident, like a couple of years ago, maybe 3.
Okay.
I had no idea that it was flat, but it's like hard to prove that it's a globe. Harder to prove, actually.
Yeah.
Well,
I just wanted.
impossible.
Well, it's good that you're here. 24/7 is like a conglomerate of individuals who, all together, we've been doing this for about maybe 6 years on the YouTube live streams, and about maybe 10 years in like the forums. So we have thousands of hours of content, voice channels. We have had many debates over the years with hundreds, if not thousands, of people.
Yeah, there's
And
no to be
yes,
ignorant,
yeah.
but
Let me just. I'm just kind of going through a few things with them.
go ahead.
Patsy. So basically, what we do here is that we want to invite everyone to critically think about the topics. Um, I don't know, what forums you come from, but we're unlike any other forum. So like, there's going to be a lot of forums that you come from, like, your TikTok and, other places. They're going to have like these ideas of what people think, someone who thinks the earth is flat. And we would stand probably in a niche category because we don't say a lot of things that they say out there, right? I mean, you got your domes and you got your ice walls and you got all kinds of stuff happening that indicate
Yeah.
that somebody is a flat earther. We don't. There's a lot of things that we would say from the argument side that we don't appeal to.
Yeah, we don't do that
So
because we can't actually prove it. So we would need to know one thing. We don't know the shape of the container. We just
No,
know that there is one.
no positive
all right,
evidence.
all right. So if you, yeah, basically, yeah, if you've been hearing about flat Earth and you think it's kind of a cool conversation to have, with people who don't think that the Earth is flat and stationary, then I think I'd invite you to kind of like listen in here for a couple of sessions and seeing like what we're all about. There's a few key players in here that first of all you need to kind of look into when they're speaking. Just listen to them. I'm one of them. There's Indio. There's Jedi. There's T-Dub. There's Tembo. There's a few others, right? Characters. Crypto. He usually has many different names.
Liver?
Who?
I'm kidding. I was just saying. What am
Yeah.
I? Chocolate liver?
No. Yeah. No. There's like so many people,
I'm
right?
kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, there's so
But
many people, but like I would. Yeah. Let me
Veritas,
just.
there's also people that aren't flat earthers. Like
Yeah, but
we're
we're not focused on that right now. I'm just talking about the conglomerate of people that are part of this channel who
okay.
made this channel what it is. So if you will allow me, I'm just gonna talk to Affordable Homes because he's brand new to the forum.
Heretic is one of them also.
Yeah. Yes, there's many. Like I didn't name QE and there's a whole bunch, right? So
Well, he
if
ain't gonna be here for a while.
I know, let me let me just have this convo with Affordable. I just want to give him a quick
Go for it.
rundown.
Go for it. Go for it.
So if
Yeah,
you
I'm
guys
listening.
will allow me to, I will finish. All right, so basically that's what we've done here. We've kind of carved out a little area here in the politics server. We're thankful that they have allowed us here, and we kind of take care of this channel, right? So we always want to stay on topic, right? The thing that we do here is we want to make sure people that are brand new are able to have the floor to ask questions, or at least we question them. And if you are up to speed with how we do things here, then by all means jump in and you know, get your reps in, but if you don't know what's going on, just sit in for a couple of sessions and see what we're all about. That way you can kind of see what angle we're coming at. Mick was kind of new to this channel at one point in time. He's in here right now. I don't know if he's on the mic, but he kind of like when he first came in here, just trying to get his bearings as to what we're doing. and now he's been here for like a couple months, I think, and he's kind of got a beat on what we do here and how we operate. So yeah, just kind of listening to the conversations. I think it's very useful for you if you haven't been a part of a group like this, and we're pretty tight knit, I'd say,
Yeah,
because
or
we're
challenge us. We would love for you to challenge us.
And
Yeah,
so
it's hard
we
to challenge when I
we
agree.
adver- we
sure.
advertised it as 24/7 flat Earth, but like there's even a few of us. Like Cortico, I'm a moderator here. I can meet you. I have all the power. Like I was
He's a globe
Uh,
earther.
I don't know. Yeah,
He,
he's a glober. He doesn't have any mod powers. So
oh, he
yeah, I
doesn't?
no.
He just said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
So now
Cortico,
he's muted. See,
why would
this
you
is
say
the
that?
thing. Yeah, this is the thing. When people come in here, there's globe earthers in here. Some of them, are regulars in that. And every time they chime in, they usually have the same argument. So if you pay attention, they're not going to change their style. So yeah, but welcome to the group, and hopefully you can see how we do things here. And if you like to, you can hang around some more. It's up to you, man. Like you can actually have this place on like a podcast. So if you're busy at work or something and you just want to listen in while we, do our thing, all of us are come in here. So we have people that are on it mostly all the times of the day. So that's why we're 24/7. There's always somebody in here
Yeah,
moderating. So
I just got, I mean, I'm a mod in FED, but I was in FED in less time than I was even a member in 24/7. But 24/7 has like 30,000 members almost, probably more. And that's got a whole vetting system that you would never become a mod unless you were uh, complicit to not even flat earth, but I would say that you were complicit to the the rules and the arguments. You have to know the arguments back and forth, and also know the opponent's arguments. So you're not able to just become a mod. Okay, Cortico, don't inflate yourself.
all right, we got some new people jumping into the channel. Guys, we want to open up the floor. If you think that the Earth is a globe, please chime in. We'd like to hear if you have any evidence. Go ahead and put your evidence forward,
I will go first. Okay.
please.
Okay. So the reason why a lot of people and like myself believe that the world is a globe, aside
Mhm.
from the obvious representation from NASA and anyone on that sort of level of technology, it's just because, like, I'm sure you've heard it plenty of times, but when you look up at the moon, it's a circle, wait, and then, but also like just everything that like the properties of expansion, like in a perfect, we see like a balloon, chemicals, everything sort of gets rounded
And
down to a
talking,
perfect
we're not talking.
bubble. I'm just saying. So what I'm trying to say is like what that relation said and how nature kind of orchestrates these affairs. One would
Yeah.
say if gravity is forcing down on us, whatever gravity is,
What is
but
gravity?
we don't know. But we
You
know the
don't know.
feeling of it. Like we throw up a
Oh,
ball,
you
it's
know,
gonna come down.
but you know the effect
Um,
of
Yeah, we'll
gravity.
let
the
him.
effect.
We'll let him
Yeah, yeah,
finish.
yeah,
Hold on, Tree.
yeah,
Tree.
yeah.
1 second.
So
Flatsy.
yeah, yeah.
Hold on,
Sorry.
Tree. Flatsy, you're hot micing. We're gonna let him finish because I want to hear his. I want to at least hear him one time throughout his whole spiel. So please allow him to finish, and then we
Yeah, I'm
can
almost done.
ask him. Yeah, we'll ask him some questions afterwards. Go ahead, Tree.
So simply if gravity is the force that we feel, that it pushes us down to the ground. If hypothetically in a world coming from you guys, if there was a sphere, a globe, and the forces were coming from every side of that globe, yes, the water and all that will be pushed down towards the center of the point of the cylinder of the sphere. So yeah, so with that being said, it's a lot easier for us to kind of imagine that
then an infinite amount of well, the first thing that comes to the mind is a line, a flat plane that will forever go on. That's just as crazy as thinking about a force that we can't even explain ourselves, pushing down on us on a cylinder, on a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Just from the relationship that we see with nature, that can provoke people to. I guess that's probably how they tricked us to begin with, if you think about it. But yeah, but that's my argument: is the expansion properties that tends to expand outwards in a three-dimensional way, and it turns out to be like a balloon.
Okay, expansion outwards, is that correct, Tree?
It's like when there's a force that is expanded in equal properties in every direction, it's going to make a circle. It's going to make a cylinder, a sphere.
Okay, and you say that you think that's what happened with the Earth?
No, not to say exactly, but
No.
the relationship with the properties that we see around us and how natural and organic it is, it kind of means that like the pressurization of force, the gravity, if it was to push into a single point, then yeah, all the materials around it would be forced inwards and turn out to be equally on both sides. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it would kind of like make
I get
sense.
what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh, but my question is to you, something very simple. I mean, you sound like an intellectually honest person. I don't know if I can just say that you are or not. I have to wait till the conversation kind of rolls through. So, would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you know that it's a globe?
I would say I believe.
Okay.
As far
Based
as
on
we are at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, based on maybe some evidences that you have according to what you've been told. Is that correct?
Yep. And from my experience, so I'm a normie, so take me as a perspective as just a normie. So
He's like, I'm a normie. Yeah, no, it's
yeah. But like, so
but
that's basically it. I don't know math that well. I don't know science and physics to the degree where I can justify whether the science is true or not. I'm just going to put it out there. But as someone who has that information available to them, plus what we where we are in society today, and not saying the world is flat before we got the technology, just because it's how we see the world.
Yeah.
More so because we're primitive in terms of, well, maybe we're not as exposed to the manipulation as we are now. But again, like I feel like the world is a globe.
Okay,
Just
it's
by
more of a,
the gravity is quite a massive variable here, because like
well,
we don't know what that is.
Here's what I don't know how much time you have, Tree, but here's what I hope to get from this conversation between you and maybe the panel that's here. Perhaps a different perspective and hopefully a challenge, if that's all right with you. What do you think
Yeah.
about that?
Okay, we can fire.
We're not. Yeah, so we're not looking to convince. Like, nobody's going to convince anybody of anything, right? So what we're going to do is challenge you. If you get convinced, that's something totally not up to us. Like, you have to critically analyze what we're saying and think about possibly a different way or a different perspective. That's all. We're going to
Yeah.
offer you a different perspective, and you can take and do with that what you will. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. You need the flat Earth. You need it to be flat for the globe. So that
yeah.
would be one thing.
All right. So in this whole idea that the Earth is either a globe or it's not a globe, what do you think would be the first way that, let's just speak logically to one another, right? Now, I'm not talking about what NASA's done or anybody on the Earth has done anything, right? But if they're telling us that we live on a sphere, right? That's this information that we get. We live on top of a giant sphere, right? Well, we call it an oblate spheroid. Not really a perfect sphere, but oblate. So if we're saying we live on that geometric shape, do you think logically that it's possible that me and you could figure some way to measure the surface to be curving in some way? Like, we could measure that, like we can call it drop over distance. So as relative from your position, going off into the distance, you could say that the elevation would change, or there'll be a rate of change on slope, right? So the slope would change, uh, according to the physical properties of the geometric shape. Does that make any sense to you, Tree? What I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So would you say that if it's true that we live on this geometric shape, that we could measure that drop over the distance? If it's true.
If the experiment was up to scratch, absolutely.
Okay. And what I mean is directly, not indirectly. I'm not talking about looking at stars or anything. I'm talking about the surface only, because of what I just said, right? The consequent of the Earth being a geometric shape would mean that the surface would be curving, and because of that, we could measure the surface directly, not indirectly, but directly. I just want to make it abundantly clear.
Yeah. So when you say indirectly, do you mean the
Mhm.
theory of it more so than the actual?
Correct. Correct. Other things that might lead you to thinking that it's a sphere, but not actually directly knowing that it's a sphere, right? So, like,
Taking out all the static noises like the elevation of the ground and all that from the surface level, and
well,
the refraction, the possible refraction argument.
Yeah. Let's make it. Let's try to remove variables, right? In this what do you want to, whatever you want to call it, mind experiment. So let's not go to some place that has topography, right? Let's go find a body of water. I mean, if you got waves in that, but you don't have that much distortion on land. Like, the elevation's not going to be changing on water because of course, water's
flat.
Yeah.
So if I was to stand on the beach and I was to look out, but I would have to have a reference point, so like a gas rig, an offshore gas rig or something along the lines to make a judgment at least.
Sure. You can use a point of reference. It's fine. I think what's important here is that we're going to find out, because to conform to the Earth as a globe, it wouldn't. The geometric shape would necessitate that it curves with a specific rate, a very predictable specific rate. Not, you know what I mean. Like, the surface is curving at a specific rate, as it such would if it was curving with the specified size. And what I mean to say is, you and I both can go on Google right now and find out, well, what's the radius of Earth, the circumference. I mean, you could type that in right now if you wanted to.
Yeah, if we wanted to find out, we could find is it consistent throughout? Well, obviously not consistent, but there's you could work it out quite easily whether that
math
is true or not.
You can put some math to it if you wanted to. You can just draw this out on a diagram, find out the math for, let's say a small sample set that you would take from the Earth, a 20-mile sample set. You don't have to get too crazy with it, right? Go like 100 miles, or you don't need to do all that. But just with a small sample set of the Earth, you could say,
what is it like the
go
start of the curvature? So is it 2.5 miles or 3? Like, it's not. When does it start to? You should be able to see it like. What is it like? 10 centimeters in 3 miles.
Yeah. Well, do you have access? Well, can you type? Oh, excuse me. The place where everybody's typing right now is the text channel. Do you know where that's at?
Yeah. I haven't.
Go to the text channel. I guess somebody there could put you the parabolic information for what the Earth would be according to trigonometry, and the Earth being a globe of said circumference and radius, right? So there's a lot of things that could be garnered from that understanding. Just basically just the math, not you could take a look at it like a diagram, right?
Yeah.
So if anybody has that, you can supply it in the text channel for the gentleman, and then we can kind of go from there. Necessarily the I mean, I could pull it up if anybody doesn't have it on hand, but what you're finding is the drop over the distance according to 8 inches per mile squared. Right now, this for the equation of a parabola, you want to know what the elevation would be changing according to the size of the Earth, right? So, specifically, right, you want to know what would it be dropping away from me? What's the distance that the Earth would be dropping away from me? Let's say every mile, right? and you could figure it out with like kilometers if you want to, but
Well, 8 inches every
yeah,
mile.
yeah, squared every 8 inches every.
Yep.
So what it works out to be is I think it's 1.22 miles times
Mhm.
the square root of the observer's height in feet. So like for
Okay.
a 6-foot man, I'm saying that that's an average. A 6-foot man is probably an average of what somebody's height is. And so
So yeah, I'm just saying that I've heard about the experiment with the laser, and then the argument was the refraction and the reflection coming off the surface of the water, which is like basically a mirror. So the argument is quite. I don't know. Like it's probably
the important thing.
Same with the gas rig, like the height. Some days, depending on the day.
But would you got to understand something here, right? That the Earth being measured as the specific size of the globe. Thank you, One Big Pond. That's what I was talking about real quick before I get into the other thing. You can blow that image up, and you can look at the information a little bit closer. But specifically, the drop over the distance would be something important for you to realize as far as the reality of the globe, right? So if it's going to be real, it would be real in the sense that you could go out and test it. Is what I'm saying, right? According to all of this specific geometry.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying, Tree?
Yeah, dude. I would start off with like 5 meters above the ground level, just in case.
You could
what, like a
basically
laser?
Yeah, no, well, like what I'm saying, there's a couple of you can use a laser. I'm not saying you can't, but I'd say this to be thorough. Use as many different methods as you can. I would say go at different times of the day. Make sure you catalog the specific data that was like the temperature that it was, the time of day, your height, observer height. Everything is important, right? Because you want to get as much information as you can for the test. You can do lasers, you can do line of sight, you can do radar, you can do as much information as you can, because what you want to figure out is you want to get a known distance. So in order to do that, you have to know from where you're standing to, let's say, some point in the water, like an oil rig. Like the Black Swan argument has like an oil rig, but they're only there to demarcate a distance, right? So their only
Holy
function,
crap.
their only
Sorry.
function was, their only function is to demarcate a distance between you and that object, so that you know like what distance away you are. So when you start to get this measurement going, you're gonna say, okay, well, from where I'm at to where that thing is, I know the distance. So you're gonna start working out the math of the curvature, right? So the 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, and you could do it, close to the water line, and you could raise up slowly. It's up to you, really. What you got to do is do it at different heights, up to as tall as you are, or whatever. But I would say do this test as much as you can repeatedly on different days, and see the results that you get. Now, important to note, right, that you're looking for something specific, and what you're looking for in this test would be the predictable amount of Earth's curvature that should be there according to the math. Now the math is already said and done, right? It's out there. Everybody knows that there's math to the size of the Earth. What we're doing is we're testing the math to see if it comports over to the size of the Earth predictability. So it's got to have the predictable power. So if the Earth's curvature is said to be, from, let's say, you want to do it at 6 foot, and the curvature of the Earth would be somewhere between the 3 and 5 mile mark, right? So at that particular height, you'd see the predictable amount of Earth curvature where it should be at that distance. So you would see from where you're standing to where that distance is, things should start to disappear behind the curvature, right? Because that Earth is getting in the way, predictably, right? So this is what you're looking for. You're looking for that predictable amount of Earth curvature that should be there in that specific area, region. So you'd say, okay, a ship is, going away from my vicinity, it's going off into the distance. I should see it disappear at specifically 3 to 5 miles. It shouldn't be disappearing at 10, at 20. It should not be disappearing anytime later than that, or sooner. It should be exactly at the 3 to 5 mile mark. That's the predictable amount of Earth curvature, specifically, or you could say geographically, where I'm located. So you go to a large body of water, you're going to do a test to make sure that the Earth curvature is at a predictable distance, right? According to the math, because the math has to comport over to reality, in which you are going to be doing these observations. Line of sight.
I would be very interested to see if there's any curvature at all. Like even
Yeah.
if it progressively gets steeper and steeper, so to speak, from the point of the horizontal plane that our point will be. But I had this idea that how people may struggle getting appropriate lasers to withstand distance and accuracy, and sometimes that's not cheap and all that. Well, what happens if you can come up with like an actual a marker point that sets the horizon from wherever it's set, and it's not, but it's basically it comes out like a cone, and it's not powerful, but it's powerful enough just to pick up on a receiver on a boat, and so you go into the ocean, you can go over to 2,000 miles to get that massive gap, and who cares about the math? If there's a gap there, then we're wrong. But what I'm saying is that on the boat and that receiver from the shore, it's obviously, in theory, it's going to go down, and then we'll see that.
Or it should. Listen, like at a distance, that laser should hit the Earth at its surface, because that's where the parabola would be from where the lasers. I mean, according to how things should work, right? You and I are just talking logically to each other. We're not doing.
Well, that's what I would
specific.
expect to find. And it's not hard. Like, you should be able to find out straight away that, okay, hang on a minute, I'm exactly straight from this pickup. The receiver's picking it up from the transmitter, and I don't even know what this transmitter is. It's obviously not going to be a GPS system, because that's locked into the system. It would be a simple, basic, straight line frequency.
Yeah.
You can't see it. You can't see it. It's just like a frequency. It's just a frequency, and another frequency, real basic frequency that shoots up to 90, onto the boat, and it should just go down. You should see that go down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like a pretty neat setup, right? But what you'd have to do is probably, if you're going to go that route, you'd probably have to talk to maybe someone in academia that could probably loan you a laser that powerful, because they don't have those kinds of lasers just lying around anywhere. You'd have to look for something specific, right? And try to figure out what type of light that you're going to be using. It's a bit more complicated than it would be to say using something like you propose, maybe having something with a signal that would need line of sight.
It would be super hard, because it would have to be line of sight straight as hell, and that is impossible to do with frequency waves to a certain degree, especially when you're dealing with thousands or 1,000 miles. Because I really want to get the 1,000 miles, man. That would be a golden goose right there.
Yeah, I know. No, but I get you, right? So it's important to actually have something in mind when you're trying to work this out, because the question, it's like everybody's trying to figure all of this out, and we're trying the best we can to put something together. And I think the more heads that we got to this, the better we're gonna have a chance to like really work this out. Like if you're like me personally, I already know where this argument ends. So I'm not one to be so interested in that, because I already know a lot of things. But for those who want to seek this information out and to like satisfy their own mind, go for it, man. Knock yourself out. I think you should do everything you can to falsify the claim that the Earth is a globe. Like, just go out and see if there's something you can do, and then you'd find out for yourself, right? Instead of somebody telling you, no, it's this way, and you're like, nah, it's not really. So, because I think a lot of these debates that we have in here, they always falls back to, well, how do you know, right? I mean, truthfully, how are you and I going to have a debate if there's nothing you've ever done, whether or know somebody who's done it, right? Like, let's say not even just you, but anybody else who's done it. And I think that's going to be the important questions to be asking, right? So, how do you know?
Okay, so this is exactly what I was thinking. Was this is going to be easy evidence just to slap in someone's disbelief face and go, okay, now I'm interested because it's clear. There's no room for error. There's room for error, sorry, I should say, but it definitely shows you that what we're saying or what you're saying is that it's not coming up with results. I was thinking, so don't laugh. So with string, how much do you reckon 1,000 miles of string weighs?
You say string?
I'm not sure what sort of string, but that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Man, I don't think that's even in the realm of possibility, man, because you're going to have a lot of, that wouldn't even be the tension on that string to be straight
I know.
It would be enormous. It would be enormous, dude.
Here's the thing, dude. If you used electricity to sustain the like a copper wire, not copper wire, but a conductive wire that's cheap, you might be able to put tension on it that way.
Yeah. Well, let the people who want to, and if you want to work something out, man. I mean, like I said, think of the best way, but try as much as you can with many different methods. And don't try to kind of put all your eggs in one basket, because then if that thing doesn't work, you're like, well, I tried. Like I would say, there's many different things that have been proposed over the years of doing this, like debates that we've been doing. So, there's been
I can
lasers.
imagine, bro.
Yeah, there's
I
been
can imagine.
radio signal, dude. Like I can't even tell you the amount of things that people have like looked at, try to see if they can debunk or work this out. There's
You know
so
what?
many things.
The crazy thing when you send up any camera, it doesn't matter what sort of lens it has, but it protrudes the atmosphere. Like, is it true that like it's just gonna automatically become a globe in that because of the like it becomes like a fisheye lens,
Yeah, I
without
would
even
say,
being a fisheye lens.
yeah, most cameras have, it just depends on the amount of barrel distortion, but mostly all the lenses have that, even at the most minute level on the edges. But not every, there's no such thing as a straight lens. That just doesn't exist. So every lens has, even, I'm like saying like the straight ones are rectilinear lenses. They don't. They takes a lot of that barrel distortion out, but it still has a very minute amount of it still.
Yeah. Here's the thing, man. You shoot a camera up and you want to you say, hey, it's got a massive barrel, massive image, so there's no way it can be flat. And here it is. Here's the image. It's flat. But the only way you can do that is just not zoomed out far enough to actually see the hypothetical curvature. So they'll just think it's just a zoomed in. So if you ever tried to get the curvature, you would have to be far away, and therefore it would look curved because the furthest you can get without being too far out into the impossibilities is that it would just be a curve anyway. So there's no way you can actually prove otherwise.
Okay, so and I think that's what argument was brought forward to, the realm of like this whole flat or globe kind of idea, and a lot of the mainstream scientific communicators were on board with saying that you are too low to the surface to see any curvature, which a lot of people on the other side were saying that that's not the case. You can see curvature from a specific altitude, like an airplane and such, even a mountain. And so there was been kind of a disagreement within the globe Earth community. And what I would say is that the mainstream scientific consensus were saying that nobody on the surface level or at an airplane's level is possible to see that Earth curvature. And like Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of laid it out for everyone. He's like, he knows that like his idea is the Earth's a globe. He doesn't stand with flat Earth at all. But he would say like Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull space jump at 120,000 feet. He was like, even that when he was jumping from the gondola, he's like, I don't have a problem with him saying it's the edge of space. But he's like, at that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. So he was basically just laying it out to like everyone who's saying that that's the curvature of the Earth. That's not exactly the curvature. You have to be at a much higher altitude to see the curvature. So he's kind of giving people the knowledge that it's not where you think it is, because a lot of people they were on board with saying, dude, Felix Baumgartner jumped on 120,000 feet. You saw the Earth; it was so curving, and it's like you're getting into these people's heads that you can't see curvature at that altitude, and that's an issue for those who are saying that the Earth is a globe. And in this Discord, you have a lot of people. It is, because you get a lot of people that say that the Earth is a globe via an airplane's window, which is like, there's been people in here prior to this conversation that you and I are having that people are saying, I see curvature from the airplane window. And 50,000 feet, which is usually around the maximum altitude of a cruising airliner, you don't see curvature. That's not possible to see curvature at that altitude, because the Earth is much too big to see it, even working out like how big it is from the math that they give. So,
but that's the thing, man. I think that, just the way you look at things that are massive from our eyeballs and how they've evolved to the point of the expansion of looking at like a pyramid or something like that. But like usually it would naturally turn into a curvature or some sort. So you would get this illusion of like a curve.
Yeah, but
when it's not actually a curve.
Yeah, so here's what we're working out right now in this VC. We're working out whether, honestly, like, people are coming in here, and it doesn't matter. People think that the Earth is a globe. That's fine. You can think of whatever you want. But as far as like what you should be seeing and what is actually true, it's like different, because like, how can, like you were saying right now, maybe it's just something that they're conjuring in their own mind, that they're seeing something, but it's not the actual thing that they think they're seeing. It can't be. Earth's much too big. According to mainstream,
What if you're
it's like,
wrong, though?
it's not about if I'm wrong. I'm not the one that's saying it, though. That's the issue.
No. What if you're wrong about? What if you're wrong about whether or not they're seeing the curve?
Because the mainstream consensus, the scientific communicators, are all in accord with this. Not just
what if they're wrong?
I'm not just saying it.
What if they're wrong?
So
I was thinking about William
Yeah, go ahead,
Shatner
sir.
and all that going up in the and what's his name, Sparrow's rocket. Like taking civilians up into space. I haven't actually looked. If I look at it again, you might see curvature outside the windows, but I'm sure you don't. But I keep a close eye on them, like just to see, like what are they up to in the media these days? What's William Shatner's ideology and all that?
I think they say that they see the curve.
Well,
I don't know. I haven't seen that one, so I don't know what William Shatner was saying.
Felix said he saw the curve.
Yeah, and so did everybody else from the video.
Yeah. So what if he's right and Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is the mouthpiece for science.
Don't care. He could be wrong.
Well, then he's not disproven in any way. The argument he put up was that it's not the curvature, it's the barrel distortion, it's the camera, the fisheye lens.
No, when Felix, he was looking with his eyes. That's what he was talking about.
So we don't know like why people are having this illusion, and that's what the whole thing about mainstream science correcting those who are saying these things.
Well, the way to figure this is Neil deGrasse Tyson could be wrong, and Felix could be right.
Yeah. So one person is wrong, one person's right, based on what? Based on what?
I'm just saying about possibility. It's possible.
It's possible. If it's possible, then how is one disproven? How can you disprove one or the other?
Oh, you do a test.
Like what?
A test to falsify.
Like?
Right?
Like what?
You falsify. That's how science works, right? You have a hypothesis. You have a hypothesis. You work out the consequences, and then you falsify the hypothesis.
So what was falsified?
He's just Brenda's just saying words. At this
point,
point,
words.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
You really didn't say anything interesting. What's interesting is that if somebody says, "I'm going to falsify this information," I'm going to apply a specific method. That's what's important.
The scientific method. I just laid it out for you.
What was falsified?
The hypothesis.
No, specifically, what was falsified?
Well, that's what you have to work out. You have to work out.
You didn't even tell me anything that was falsified. You just said the whatever has to be falsified.
Right.
So what was falsified?
It's going to depend. For instance,
Give me an example.
I'll give you an example. If it rains, the street will be wet. So then you look to see if the street is wet. If it's not wet, then it didn't rain. That's falsification.
me something that would be valid, that would actually fall under the scientific method?
Oh, okay. You repeat the Bedford experiment. You find a stretch of water that is relatively
Brenda, we're off the beaten path here.
smooth. This is
Just
to
saying.
prove. This is to prove
what's
curvature.
We're
something
off
for
the
No, I've
beaten
already
path.
talked about that.
We're
I just
not
want to
even.
point out
Yeah,
that
go ahead, Trey.
William Shatner, when he went out, I was just quickly just as his an example of a civilian aircraft going up into space. They only went 66 miles up. So it was like, even if you looked out the window, of course, I thought maybe you would definitely see like a void, both up, down. But nah, there's no way. All they'd see is visual of the Earth all the way down to when they look beneath.
What would you expect to see at 66 miles if the Earth is flat versus the Earth is a globe?
Well, that's not what's in
Well,
contention here.
no. The thing is, you wouldn't, even if it was a hypothetical globe, you still wouldn't see the void. The
Yeah,
the
what
most
void?
obvious
What
part
are you
of
talking about? The void? I don't know what that is.
the blackness in the foreground. You know, the
You
space.
can see the void at the top of Mount Everest. What are you talking about?
All right, wait a minute. We're kind of talking past each other right now. So the point of what we're saying, though,
I'm trying to help you.
No, I don't think so.
No, literally, I am. Honest.
Yeah, I know, but we're saying what's in contention here is that there's a dichotomy between what people are saying and, let's say, the lower laymen are saying, hey, look, I see curvature, right? And the ones who are educated are saying it's not possible to see curvature, right? So you got people in the scientific communities that are saying the Earth is much too big, guys. What are you talking about? Because even they
you just conduct a test. You test it. That's
How
science.
many of you flown? I've flown
what I'm telling you
to the South
No.
American continent.
Stop.
So
You're
what?
not actually finding curvature.
What did you say,
You're
dude?
infer-
I didn't hear what he said. I guess I was talking over him.
The South American continent. I'm tell you one thing: there is an ice wall down there.
Yeah, we're not even speaking of
You
that.
have to prove that. Yeah,
We're
just
not
saying
speaking of
words
that,
doesn't
though.
mean
Now
anything.
prove it. I've been there.
We're not
'cause-
talking about that, dude. Like,
well,
first of
I've
all,
been to the ice walls. I'm telling you,
good
it
for you.
is.
Good for you,
buddy. We don't care.
All right. So just saying that if you're trying to see who's saying the correct information, and you're saying Felix Baumgartner is, and Neil deGrasse Tyson are both saying different things, you have to realize somebody's telling you something that's not what the Earth is and someone is, right?
Yeah, I already said
according to the
that.
paradigm.
They could be one of them could be wrong. One of them could be wrong. They could both be wrong, or one could be wrong and one could be right.
All right.
Right?
So
1962, I landed on the ice wall on top of it.
Good for you.
What's this with the fake Southern accent?
It is fake.
What you talking about fake Southern
I don't
accent?
know.
I'm from the South.
Yeah, nobody
you're
cares,
not.
dude.
It's fake.
Yes, I am.
Listen.
Spain guy needs to be muted.
Oh, here with y'all then.
Look, dude. I mean, we have an argument right now on the table. You can get with that or not. Oh, you left.
Well, it seems
All
to me like you want to argue and you don't want to figure out how to test whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe.
We're not talking about that at the moment.
You literally are.
No, there's inconsistencies with the Earth being a globe and what size people are supposed to see the curvature at what altitude. That's what's in contention right now. And whether or not people are coming in here and being genuine, whether or not they saw curvature or not, that's what we're talking about. And see, it's according to mainstream.
You don't have to trust them. You can do it for yourself.
No, listen.
Right? That's what you want, isn't it?
Mainstream science is saying one thing. Are they gonna go? Here's what the most
Who
important
gives a
thing
fuck what mainstream science is saying? You can test it for yourself.
You do.
No, you can test it for yourself.
How did you learn about the Earth being a globe?
How did I learn about it? Probably in the 5th grade or something like that.
Okay,
Yeah?
from academia.
The teachers told. No, I don't think 5th grade is academia.
Oh, what do you think it is?
I think that's
Not
elementary
academia.
school.
Yeah, so school, right?
Yeah, I was taught.
Okay, so you were taught by someone who told you that the Earth was a globe, and they learned it from somebody else. So
you know what else? You know what else I was taught? In the 3rd grade, Mrs. Trigstad taught me my multiplication tables. We had tables and we memorized them, right? Nobody explained to us how to add. We simply memorized the multiplication tables. And you know what? She was right.
Okay, good for you. So we're getting to the fact
There's a
that
big point there.
yeah, I know
If
that.
somebody teaches
you
you
can't-
something, even if they just dogmatically
So-
teach you, it can still be right. I was taught
All right.
dogmatically what 3 times 5 is.
All right,
It's
so
15.
and you were taught what the globe was too, right?
Right.
Also, okay.
That
So where did
doesn't
the
mean it's wrong.
Well,
right?
I'm just telling you, wherever that information came from, it was from somebody that was educated. Yes or no?
Yeah, I
Okay.
assume Mrs. Trigstad was educated, right?
Okay, then my question is, then who's right? Either the person who's educated about the Earth being a globe and is someone who has a mouthpiece and a platform probably bigger than Felix Baumgartner, and is able to talk to a scientific community, or Felix Baumgartner, who jumped out of a Red Bull space.
That's not what makes that's not what makes 3 times 5 15.
No, yeah, but
you know what makes you know what makes 3 times 5 15?
What?
The fact that when you take 5 3 times, you get 15.
Okay.
It doesn't have anything to do. It doesn't have anything to do with the teachers.
So who's right?
How they
then?
were educated
Is
or
Felix
anything.
right? Yeah, is Felix right or is Neil right? Who's right?
I strongly believe that Felix saw the curve at that height.
At 120,000 feet.
Yeah.
And Neil's wrong.
Yeah. Because Neil wasn't there and Felix was.
So what is
right?
Okay.
Neil wasn't there. He didn't go up there. He didn't look.
So you're saying
Felix
because,
did.
Okay, so Felix has primary experience.
Yes, it's more likely that Felix was right and Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong.
So why did Neil correct him?
Because he looks for cameras, and if you want to get run over, come between him and a camera.
You're just trying to make it sound like he's all about being
Yes,
famous.
it's all about his ego. Yeah, I think it is.
All right. So if you're saying all of this just to throw him under the bus, then how come? Yeah,
I don't care.
That's what you're doing.
I don't care about Neil deGrasse Tyson. I care about the facts.
Yeah. So he's not speaking any facts, Neil.
He could have meant. It's possible that he meant something else by you can't see the curve than what you were thinking of. That's possible.
Wrong. You're wrong. No, he didn't.
Oh, okay, then
He said this. He said, I have no problem with him saying that he was, at the edge of space, because that's the way it was actually told to the public. Edge of space jump, Red Bull space, Felix Baumgartner, and he did all these things to kind of hype up the jump, right? So what you're doing is you're taking this hyperinflated, event that took place, and then you're saying that it's a lot stronger what was being said here than somebody who holds master classes on cosmology.
Yeah, he could very well be full of shit.
Huh.
Yeah, it's very possible.
So
It
that's
is.
how you would say that the people in academia are wrong.
No.
So then
I just said
Neil
deGrasse
right.
Tyson. I only said Neil deGrasse Tyson could be wrong.
So you singled him out.
Yeah. I think it's
Why?
more likely. I think, it's a probability thing for me. Between the two of them, one actually went up there and looked, and the other did not. Well, the one who went up there says, I saw the curve. I'm going to say it's more likely he was right than Neil deGrasse Tyson, because Neil wasn't there.
Okay, so you're telling me now, just by this information, that because he saw the curvature, was it like what we saw in the video of him jumping out of the gondola?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, there's a video that has it. Of course, there's photos and all kinds of stuff that were being taken.
Yeah.
But do you think that was the represented globe that he saw? That's another question.
As far as I know, I think what you're trying to hint at is, they used, I think, a GoPro camera with a wide angle lens, which adds a lot of curvature to it. But you can correct for that.
I know, but that goes along with his story. That's not just that's the problem.
What?
Because he
What's
said
the problem?
He said that the Earth is curved, that it's got curvature from where he was jumping from. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the camera follows his story because it's pretty curving when you see it.
Well, the camera has a wide angle, so it adds extra curvature.
I know that, but
right?
what I'm telling you
I'm
is
talking
that
about
he's
him.
saying, I know, me too. So if he's saying that I saw curvature and the camera's showing a specific curvature on the Earth, then is it the story corroborating with the video?
Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it?
Well, we have a problem, don't we?
What? What's the problem?
Well, how big do you think the Earth's going to be if that was the case? You don't even know that, Brenda.
Well,
I
the
think
wide
you need to
angle
have a
lens,
seat.
the wide angle distorts things. So
No
you know
shit.
huh?
Are you
No
going
shit.
by the refractive
What are you
index?
talking about?
Brenda,
We all
The
know
Earth
this.
is very large.
Well,
Hold
yeah,
on.
but we know that wide angle lenses are distort the image, right?
Okay,
We know
Brenda,
that.
going by the
So you don't
refractive
know.
index.
Well, what's wrong with that? We know that the wide angles distort images.
Oh, hold on, wait. What was the elevation of this
Are you
video?
able? Hold on.
120,000 feet. Maybe.
I don't.
Everybody's
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
other
So
people have
Brenda,
taken cameras up to 120,000 feet and also seen the
Brenda,
curve.
Brenda, listen. Are you able to predict these refractive indexes, or do you have to
Yes.
take the postage? No, listen.
Yes, you
You're
can.
going to have to post-it them after the fact. So you
So
take an image and then you tell me what the refractive index
yeah,
is.
we know exactly
Or
how.
do you hold on? Or do you
I
predict it
thought you were
before
done.
you even
You
take the image?
paused.
You're not letting me finish, Brenda. Listen. Do you give me the refractive index after the fact of the image, or do you give me the prediction before I take the image?
We know for certainty how much
Listen,
barrel.
Tell me,
Yes, we do. We know for certainty how
tell
much
me
barrel
an answer.
distortion is in that particular lens. Yes, we do.
Oh, you're not going to give
It's
me.
literally a plug-in for Photoshop.
Listen to me. When I say that, listen, do you give me a prediction before I take the image, or do you give me the post-diction after
Yeah,
I
you
take?
don't know what these words mean. So
Yes, I do.
no, you
I'm
don't. No, you don't.
Do you give me some sort of refractive?
I can tell you how
Do
much
you?
barrel
You're not
distortion
doing
the
that.
wide angle lens on a GoPro camera adds to an image.
You're not telling me that.
Yes, I am.
No, I'm saying, do you predict it?
Yes, you can predict it.
Listen.
I told you, yes.
You're not listening. You're telling
I
me that
am.
you
I'm giving
only.
you the answer. The
Okay,
answer is yes, I can tell you beforehand how much barrel distortion a GoPro wide angle lens will add to an image.
Yeah, well, I don't want to know about a
You didn't want
GoPro.
to know that? That's the question you asked just now.
I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't say that.
What is it you want to know?
I would like to know if you can tell me how much refraction is in an image before or after I give it to you.
Before,
The
yes.
refraction.
I
Yeah,
can tell you. Yes. The answer is yes.
Is it before or after?
Before.
Okay, give me an example that you predicted before I took an image.
We're talking about a GoPro wide
Yeah,
angle lens.
tell me
And I
how
can,
you predicted before I take an image
yeah.
what the refraction is.
Yes.
If I
Yes, you
take
can.
yeah, okay, I'm taking a image from Dolphin Island off of the coast there. Give me the refraction that I need to
Yeah, you
actually
need to. What
take
lens
in.
are you using?
Just just say that it's a P900 off of the coast
Huh?
of Dolphin Island. What is the
Yeah.
refraction index that I need to
Right.
take in?
So we all I'd have to do is look up how much barrel distortion is in a P900
Need to know
lens.
the image first, and then
No,
you'll give
I can
me
just
a
tell
refraction.
you. I can just tell
Oh, and
you.
so if I can see the horizon way further than the globe Earth predicts, then you're just not.
That doesn't
not
have anything to do with the lens, dear.
So you're not predicting that.
I can tell you how far and how much above the horizon
You're not
something should be seen,
how
but that has
far
nothing to do with camera lenses.
Okay, tell me how far I should see off of
It's
Dawson
going to
Island.
depend on observer height and the height and the distance.
5 foot. 5 foot.
Right. You just plug it in, go to Walter Bislin's
No,
curve calculator.
you do it right now.
Oh, you do it. It's your experiment.
This is your
You do the
claim.
work.
So
I don't have
it's
to do your
supposed
work
to
for
be-
you. You do it.
Oh, I already know. I'm telling
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You don't know how to. You don't know how to calculate the amount hidden.
You're kidding me right now. You
Okay.
act like you know how I should account for.
Yes, I do. Yes.
But I should account for it after the fact.
You can account for it before or after.
No, I have to do it after the fact because whatever I see, you're going to explain away with refraction.
No, I'm not going to explain it. I'm going to explain it. I'm not going to explain it away.
Yeah, but not going to acknowledge my point at all.
That's right, because you're confused. Flat earthers don't understand the
Brenda's not gonna get
difference.
this. Flatsy.
Flat earthers don't understand the difference between perspective, right, and the amount hidden due to obstruction. They don't understand that difference.
I'm sure they do.
And you don't understand the difference between the amount hidden and 8 inches per mile squared. You always calculate the wrong number.
All right, Brenda, let's move on to what we were saying before. That was kind of an interesting kind of side trail that you guys went on. But we want to get back to the main point, which was and the Felix Baumgartner or the Neil deGrasse Tyson argument, whether or not Neil was actually correcting Felix and saying that you can see curvature at that specific altitude, and you're saying yes, you can. You started getting into.
No, I didn't say yes, you can. I said I believe Felix over Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, but you can't just throw someone under the bus because you feel
Yes,
like
I can.
because of feelings. Because of feelings.
It's not feelings.
No, it has to be something that you understand that someone's speaking something that's true and someone's not.
I told you.
What
it's
type
based
of
on
rigor?
it's based on the probability. Felix, since he was there, it's more likely he was right and Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong.
So you're saying that Felix could rely on his eyes to see the Earth as it is?
Yes. Well, that's what you're calling into question, right? Whether or not you can see the curvature.
So
he
you
was
can trust-
there. He
Brenda.
says he saw it. So I think he's most likely right.
Let's make this clear. You can trust your senses. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't see it. Felix did.
I'm not asking if you could see it. I'm saying, could you trust your senses like Felix trusted his?
For something like that, apparently, yeah.
For something like that. So at any point,
I just saw my entire world out in front of me. It was a straight line. I'd never seen it before. I've always been a globe earther, but like it was flat. I am convinced.
When I look at the world, it looks round to me.
So what if Felix Baumgartner looked out and saw the horizon and it was flat, but he interprets that as it being Earth curvature because he just simply thinks he lives on a ball, and the horizon could be nothing but the result of being on a ball.
You ever think about that, Brenda?
What was that?
She wasn't paying attention.
I was, but I'm having a hard time hearing because I don't have my headphones on.
I said,
are you going to hear him this time, or is he going to keep saying it over again? I don't.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Hello? Yeah, sure.
So what if Felix Baumgartner looked out, right, and he saw a flat horizon, but simply interprets that as being Earth curvature, just like a lot of people do at the beach. They see a flat horizon, but they interpret that as being Earth curvature because that's what they think boats go over, and they just simply think that that's what the result would be of living on a ball.
Yeah, I don't. The latter thing, I don't think ever happens. I don't think anybody has ever said that I see left to right curvature because boats go over the horizon. Nobody says that.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, nobody says that.
Can we test that? Can we test that?
Nobody
I wanna
says
test
that.
it. Yeah, I want to test that. Like, I'm gonna put an image in the text.
Do you
channel.
understand what the difference is? What I'm talking about?
But what I want to do is I want to test that.
Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm
What
talking
the
about?
horizon? Are you going to go ahead and
Hold on,
argue that
hold
the
on. Let me
horizon
just
isn't horizontal?
Yeah, let me just post something because I think what's getting lost in translation here is that Brenda's saying that never happens. Somebody sees a boat going over the curve and says they could see curvature on the earth. So let me go ahead and post an image, or it's actually a GIF, but here you go. That one. What do you think people are saying when they see that image? I posted at 8 minutes after the hour. Is that time? Yeah, 8 minutes after the hour.
Yeah,
Right above
that is
what?
that is a boat going over the horizon. It's being obstructed due to curvature.
Okay.
Right? That's not left to right curvature, though, is it?
Well,
that's front to back. That's front to back,
Baumgartner
right?
wasn't specific.
Do you
Just
not
said Felix
understand?
Baumgartner.
Do you not understand the difference? What the fuck?
Felix Baumgartner.
Really?
Felix Baumgartner wasn't specific about left to right. He just said he saw the curvature, and he could be interpreting the flat horizon as being curvature.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it wasn't flat. Maybe it was curved, left to right.
Is this curved right here? What I'm
The
showing you?
ship?
No, the horizon. Left to right.
The ship?
The horizon.
It's not left to right, dude. It's
well-
receding away from you.
Okay,
It's
I
not
know
going
that.
left to right.
But is the horizon curved left to right?
No, it curves front to back.
Not left to right.
In the cruise ship, right?
I know.
With
but
the
left to right-
multiple lines.
So-
Do you
so
not
you're
know
saying-
the fucking difference between left and right and front and back? What the fuck?
I'm asking, are you being clear that left to right is not being visualized here as curvature, only front to back?
It literally just shows a ship going away from you. That's all it does. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So no left to right curvature.
Do you not understand? Left, right, front, and back? What the fuck?
Okay, so why are you're getting all up in a tizzy here? I don't understand. So what I'm saying is left to right
so
is the thing that we
emotional.
don't see, right? But you said front
What are
to
you
back is what we
talking
do.
about?
The curvature. Curvature?
The curvature is in both. The curvature is in both directions, both left to right and front to back. What
okay.
you're seeing in this with the cruise ship is it's receding away from us. So it's going from closer to farther away, and it's disappearing over the horizon in front of you. It's not going across left to right or right to left from your field of view. What the fuck is your problem?
So we don't see left to right curvature. We only see front to back curvature.
You wouldn't expect to.
Okay, so
Do you
that's
know
what I'm
why?
telling you.
Do you know why?
Go ahead and tell me,
You know
Brandon.
why?
Because the distances are different. Right?
But do you
Because
know why
left to right is a very small section of curvature and front to back is much larger.
Yeah, but no.
Holy
it's
shit.
not. No, it's
Go ahead,
not.
Fletty.
But I would love to tell you why it's not a problem for us. I would say that
TW,
you
you
would
getting this?
need the horizon to establish a horizontal baseline, and
There's no
for
such thing as a
celestial-
horizontal baseline.
Yeah, there is.
No, there isn't. That's just a lie that
Yeah, but
Nathan
you
Oakley is telling people. Angles
Nathan.
don't have a baseline.
Angles don't have a baseline.
Correct.
Elevation angles do have a baseline.
No angle.
Nah, we're not just saying angle. We're
No
saying
angle.
elevation angle.
Hold on.
No angle has a baseline. All angles are composed of a vertex and two straight lines. There's
You're
no
incorrect. We're
baseline.
not
A
saying angles by
baseline.
itself. We're saying elevation angles.
Elevation angles absolutely have a baseline.
No, they don't. Triangles have baselines. Angles
they
don't.
figure out
It's
the-
quite simple. Just do an EME experiment, then we know the shape of the Earth. Doesn't have to be this
But you don't
complicated.
even have to understand celestial navigation. You just need to know that elevation angles can actually give you the height of a mountain.
Yeah. So the punchline here, though, is if the Earth is able to be visualized as having curvature or not. So we're going back to that argument because that's where we were with Brenda, saying we don't see
Yes.
left to right curvature. What's the matter with you? We only see front to back curvature. That's all we see.
Right.
Right,
And
Brenda?
the reason why is because
Alright, go ahead.
it's a is a pie shaped longer from the tip to the crust or from one end of the crust to the other? Which line is longer?
So Earth's a pie now?
Yeah, piece of pizza. You
Can
know, a
I
triangle
give you-
shape.
Okay.
Let me just give you the
Do you understand?
definition of a celestial sphere. Do you want me to do that?
No,
Hold on,
I know what
Flatsy.
it is.
Yeah, just wait.
Do
Let's not
you?
divert. Flatsy, let's not
Yeah,
divert. I
it's
really
just
want
an
Brendan.
imaginary sphere that is
We're not
it's
talking.
conceptual and it's created in order to better navigate the world.
Yeah,
It
it's
isn't
loads of fun.
meant
I
to
like to
actually
talk about it too,
represent.
but I don't want
But
to
it uses
divert.
stationary flat
Flatsy,
Earth.
I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
one last time. Do not divert from this topic, please. That's the last time I'll say that. I don't like diverting from this. I want Brenda to be undone from this particular
Oh, okay.
argument. So you diverting is not helping. So we don't see left to right curvature, but we only see front to back.
Right. And the reason is because the line from the tip of the pizza slice to the crust is longer than the line from one corner of the crust to the other on that slice. That's much longer. And on the earth, that's much more exaggerated even than a pizza slice, right? And that's why we see curvature from front to back and not from left to right.
All right. Let's take a small consensus of all the globers in here who would fall in line with you. Does everybody agree with Brenda? I need to hear people chime in if you think that the Earth is a globe and you like the argument that Brenda put up for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead. If you think that's the case, then please chime in.
Yeah, the GIF image that you put on the side chat here with the boat going off into the distance clarifies exactly what he's saying, though. But the left and right, of course, we're talking about a longer width, so we don't see the full picture here, so it looks flat. Yeah, absolutely. But that still doesn't justify. I'd be interested to see what you say about why it goes away.
So we got we got two people that says we definitely see front to back curvature, absolutely, but we do not see left to right curvature. Now, does anybody else other than the gentleman who just spoke and Brenda would say this? Hold on,
Soundly has some videos of left to right curvature.
Yeah, but we're not worried about that currently. We just want you to actually identify the fact that you said front to back curvature, no left to right. That's what you just said. So we got the gentleman Tree to agree with you. So now we got two people on board. So we want to know how many more globers will agree or disagree with this point. And that point specifically, not another point. So how many globers in here will agree with what you are saying or disagree? I need to know.
Cortico will go ahead and step in. Yeah, I'll agree with that point.
Okay, three globers in here. They agree with front to back curvature, but no left to right. We don't see that. We only see front to back. Anybody else? 3 globers so far. Now's the time, guys. You can jump in here and say, I agree. That's truly what we see.
Veritas, when we talk about front to back, like, can we give like a spot and a time, like when we see like a?
Yeah, I put a GIF image in the text chat.
So Alpha.
I'll do it again.
So Alpha, in that GIF image, when all you can see is the top spire on that ship, why can't you see the rest of the boat?
The rest of the boat? We'll talk about that in just a moment. I have to first identify how many people agree with this being only front to back, not left to right.
I think we all agree.
That's it.
We all agree, Miggy.
Wow, you're on that same thing. So Scott, we got 4 people.
In that picture of the cruise liner, you see front to back.
All right, anybody else?
So
I can't detect with my naked eye curvature from left to right.
Hold on.
Oh wait. You can?
I cannot detect with my naked eye curvature from left to right.
All right, but front to back, could you detect that?
This is a magic trick.
Oh, hold on, Cortigo. I need.
Sorry, you mean using the ships as a reference, front to back?
Well, yeah, because you can't see left to right, but you can see front to back curvature.
Well, I mean, if the horizon's any indication of a terminal, like that might suggest curvature, but
well, yeah. I mean, do you agree with the rest of the people in here saying, or the Globers, who say that the Earth is front to back? You could see it, but not left to right.
Only with the boat, though.
yeah,
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
If I'm using the horizon as a rationale, I could see front to back curvature, but not left to right.
Yes.
Detectively with my naked eye.
Yeah, you can't see that, but you can't see. Hold on, Cortigo.
Sorry.
But you did agree with them, right? All right.
With my naked eye, and if I'm using the GIF as a reliable image, yeah.
Indicator of you can see. Okay. So now for all of you guys who chimed in, now is the time, right? Because now everybody's on the same page. We're not all talking about two different things, or we all understand each other. Okay. So what is the predictable amount of Earth curvature at what distance I should see it from? Now that goes to everybody here because we've just saw a GIF that was demonstrating front to back. Okay, so with predictable amounts of Earth curvature, at what distance should I see the Earth for a 6-foot man? The Earth curving away from me. Predictable, right? Because that's what we're getting into. Now everybody agrees.
Well,
right,
you'll have a horizon of approximately 3 miles. Things will start to disappear because of the obstruction of the Earth, depending on atmospheric conditions. But if there's a lot of refraction, or if you're close to the surface, you'll get more refraction.
Okay, let's just say, Brenda. Let's give you some wiggle room here. At what distance do you think refraction plays a role? How far do you think we could see something?
Refraction always plays a role.
Yeah, I know. But what's the distance you think would be the maximum amount of viewing distance for us to see?
Huh?
From a 3 mile predictable Earth curvature, kind of like getting in the way, obstructing the view.
What you.
What's the maximum distance that refraction will allow us to see beyond the curve?
It's just going to depend on how much refraction there is. There can be a lot.
Okay, so
what's the maximum?
What's the maximum?
Give it the maximum.
I don't know.
Well, you need to, because how can you know? Because how can you know there's a tolerance if there's no tolerance given?
What?
Okay, so you're telling me from 3 miles we should see it if refraction is not an issue. Well, I'm saying you're telling me that the caveat is the caveat.
If there was no atmosphere, it's
that's ideal. We're not talking about
miles.
that. Yeah, we're putting us in a scenario where the information is that the Earth has an atmosphere. So if it does have that, what would be the most you could give it, being conservative, right? Let's say you don't want to get too crazy, but what would be like a tolerance you could give? 3 to what? How many miles?
3 to I am really confused about what it is you're asking.
Oh, it's very simple, really. Very simple. If I was to say I could see 3 to 1,000 miles, is that within tolerance of you saying that refraction could make us see something that far?
I don't know. Under realistic conditions,
Yes.
I doubt.
Yes.
I doubt.
Yes. Hold on, Flatsy. 1 second, Flatsy.
Sorry.
So go ahead, Brenda.
Under realistic conditions, I honestly don't have any idea how far refraction could lift something up so that you could see it just standing at the beach.
Okay, let me ask somebody else, Brenda. Just real quick.
At least 10 miles, right?
Just hold, but let me just ask somebody else. Does anybody know the distance we could see? What's the maximum distance you think with refraction?
There's no limit on how far we can see.
But I'm asking the room, Brenda. You've already answered. Let somebody else go. So does anybody else in here, would you be able to answer the question?
Is it 8 inches every 2 miles? And I don't know how far out that boat is, though.
Well, no, but like Brenda just kind of set an example from, like, if an ideal situation without the air involved, you'd say, the Earth would be obstructing the viewer at 3 miles from a 6-foot observer, right? So we're saying
need the observation
we're saying that in an ideal scenario without any atmosphere, we'd say that you could see the ship disappearing at 3 miles. Now, because we have atmosphere, then refraction plays a part, right? So my question to the people in here, Brenda already gave her, example that she wouldn't know. What would you say would be the maximum you could see, including refraction, into the viewing distance? Would I okay? So would I be too off point to say that you could see 1,000 miles with refraction included?
I have no idea.
From
Well, I'm asking the room,
from
Brenda.
an average observer.
Yeah.
From an average
Yeah.
observer.
Yeah, from an average observer. Guys?
I would say not 1,000 miles.
No, yeah, I mean you can you can cowboy up, but I want you to, right? That's what I want you guys to do. Cowboy up if you want to. What would you say? Would you agree that I would be fair? That was a fair statement. You could see up to 1,000 miles using refraction.
If it was a globe?
Only refraction?
Yes.
That's the only variable?
What do you mean when you say
No.
you can see 1,000 miles? What are you talking about?
No,
Okay.
no. There's 512 miles off the surface. So if refraction was accounting for that, then that's a massive account. That's compensating for 512 miles.
Oh, hold on. Let the gentleman speak. Let the gentleman speak. Hold on. What did you say, Tree?
1,000. If you looked 1,000 miles across, and you saw a boat, and according to the globe, you would be 512 miles under. So that'd be impossible unless the refraction was compensating for 512 miles, which is ridiculous.
So that's my question right now is what is the maximum distance that you could account for using refraction? Do you get it now?
It doesn't make any sense.
No, Tree gets it. Tree gets what I'm saying, Brenda.
Yeah, but
before you would say that's impossible. That's impossible, and it would force you to reevaluate your beliefs.
Yes, exactly what
I
T-Dub
asked
said.
a clearing question.
I don't understand the question at all. Anyhow.
I got it.
Hold on, Tree. I know you got it, but
along the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, hold on a moment. I just want Tree. If Tree's got it, can you lay it out for them, Tree? Because he's not a flat earther. He's a glober. So if he understands my argument, go ahead.
Yeah, bro, that diagram that you put up with the actual measurements and stuff of the Earth, and it had the 90-degree angle, it just mathematically makes sense for 1,000 off your surface point. The curvature will be 512 miles, 1,000 miles off. So but that's nothing to do with this GIF animation, though. I must admit.
No. Yeah. No. Yeah. So the question is, in reality, when you go out there, the maximum viewing distance for somebody accounting for refraction, what would that be for a 6-foot observer looking off into the distance? Because of course, in an ideal scenario without the atmosphere, you could say that would be the Earth being represented, it being an oblate spheroid. You could say at 3 miles from a 6-foot observer. Using math, you could account for the predictable Earth curvature to get in the way at 3 miles. Right now, I'm saying we don't live in that ideal scenario. We live in a reality with the atmosphere involved. So with refraction, because that plays a role in everyday viewing distance, what would be the maximum with refraction included that a person at a 6-foot observer would see off into the distance? What would be the maximum where you would say, I couldn't see that far? That number is
I don't
too
think
ridiculous.
there is a limit. I don't think there is a limit.
Okay, so Brenda said there's no limit. Does everybody agree with that?
I don't know because your question is just goofy as hell. It doesn't make any sense.
It does.
No, it actually doesn't. It shows that you have no clue at all about what this is. Phenomenon we're talking
your
about.
Incredulity because you don't like the question doesn't make the question invalid.
Because you don't understand the question you're even asking. You don't understand it.
Yeah, but you're not center stage, so let other people jump in. Let Mo Man come in. Go ahead, Mo Man.
Sure. If I go up to a mountain and I see, or let's say into an airplane, and I see the moon below horizontal, is that far away?
No. Well, okay. So let's. Okay, so
that's a good point. That's what I was thinking of. Actually, I can see the moon, and it's 240,000 miles away.
Okay, so the argument that I'm actually having here is it can't be stated in another way because then it's not my argument. My argument is simple. It's simple. If you're seeing off into the horizon, right, the maximum viewing distance from an observer at 6 foot, like you said, would be starting at 3 miles. You start to see things disappear behind the curvature, right? What I'm saying is with refraction included and accounted for, what is the maximum viewing distance for an observer at 6 foot? How far could one see with refraction?
I think you could see light years away. because stars
To the horizon, Brenda.
stars
Stop acting dumb
93
and
million miles
stop acting
away.
dumb.
stars are light years away, and
Stop
they're
acting dumb.
refracted.
Dude,
Stars
stop acting dumb.
I'm not talking.
Listen, right?
Stars are refracted.
Listen, we're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Is he?
Right? You've been given. Okay, what if we showed you an image where, like, it's at 6 foot observer height, and it's similar to the black swan? We have distance markers to designate that the horizon is beyond those distance markers, and it's like looks like it could easily be at 10 miles. Okay, you say refraction, right? What about if we showed you one at 20 miles? It's clearly at 20 miles. Couldn't be any less than. Would you say then? Would you then say refraction again?
I'd say that theoretically, there's no limit to how far it could be because
on the horizon.
Because
on the horizon. Okay, stop.
Because there's ducting.
When you see the sun setting on the horizon,
Brenda.
that's 93 million miles away.
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's 93 million miles away.
So okay, so wait, stop. So you're telling me the horizon, at the horizon when the sun's setting, you could see 93 million miles away.
The sun is being refracted above the horizon. It's actually below the horizon when it's setting, right? It's being refracted above the horizon.
Could you see 93 million miles away?
Well, apparently I can see an object refracted above the horizon.
Brenda, can you answer my question directly?
I just did.
No,
I just did.
Can you see 93 million miles away? Yes or no?
Yes, the sun is 93 million miles away. Yes, I can see light years away.
Right,
I can see 2 million.
Answer.
I can see 2.4 million light years away because I can make out
how many
the
times
galaxy.
around the
I
Earth
can
is
make
that?
out the galaxy of.
Wait, hold on a second. And Brent, I didn't mute you, but I know somebody did because they don't want to listen to you. Listen, for anybody else in here, from the beach, like if you're looking at off into the horizon. Can you also see 93 million miles away? Now that's to anybody else. On the horizon.
With the distance, are you talking?
On the horizon. From when you're looking, an observer is looking off to the horizon. So the horizon, look up the definition, it's where the sky meets the earth. At that particular point, off into the distance, on the horizon, how far can you see? And Brenda said 93 million miles. Now, I need to know, does anybody else here say that?
If you're talking about the distance,
yes.
If you're talking about the distance to the horizon, I would say that could never be 93 million miles because it's on the surface.
Right. But Brenda said
that wasn't the question.
That wasn't your question, though. Yeah,
it was.
Your question was how far can you see?
It was about the horizon.
It's about the horizon.
No, it was how far you can see. That was your question.
I clarified
on the horizon.
No, you didn't. Okay. I added that.
Okay.
You didn't.
No, moment. Here's the
thing.
No,
the horizon is the whole point of the argument.
Yeah, it's the whole point.
The horizon is the exact and whole point of the argument of the modus tollens.
All right. So if you see, like, and T-Dub actually laid it out once again. You know, if the horizon was at 10 miles, right, and then if you see the horizon tomorrow at 20 miles, are you saying that refraction would account for that? Now, hold on a second before you jump in. Do you understand, Moment, what we're saying?
Can I answer, or are you still going?
Do you understand what we're saying? I need to know. Or you don't understand?
I understand that you're asking me if refraction causes us to see different distances.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, I agree. Okay. That's the case, yes.
Okay, what's the maximum distance you can see?
Is refraction the only variable in this?
Yes.
Okay, then if I have a camera with a magical zoom.
No. I'm not saying anything magical, not hypothetically. Okay. I'm talking about the really is level. When you go outside and you take everyday normal things, any type of camera that is normal, not magical, normal. Any type of normal things, what's the maximum distance you can see to the horizon?
Depends on the object that I'm looking at.
Okay. So what's the maximum distance? Just give me a maximum.
I'd say with a rowing boat and the camera tech that we have, maybe 3 miles is, I can't, it's too small to see after that.
Okay. So, what would be the maximum? You said 3 miles. Is that the maximum?
Sure, with a small object, yeah, because we can't. The angular size would be too small for cameras.
Okay, so if we showed something farther past 3 miles, would you say that's fake? That's not true. It can't happen. What would you say if you saw something farther past that?
Depends on the size of the object, but sure, I guess you can see it.
You can see it.
I said you can see it.
So, what if it was at 10 miles? Could we see something where you said, well, only at 3 miles, but what if we could see it still at 10 miles?
Could be plausible, depending on different things.
Oh, wait. But you just told me the maximum was 3 miles. Now the maximum
for a small object.
For a small object.
For a small object, it's like if I have a coin, I can't see a coin from 10 miles away. That's impossible because it's too small to see.
Yeah, but it's not a coin we're talking about.
That's why I asked, what are you talking about?
Right now, we're talking about things like boats, right?
Boats, okay.
Yeah, boats.
How big of a boat? And what camera am I using?
I mean, I'm asking you, though, right now, if any type of camera is allowing you to see farther past. So we can use buildings, we can use boats, we can use anything that we can see off into the horizon. Anything that you can see. What's the maximum amount of distance you can see with refraction being accounted for?
I think if light bends 1 degree per 69 miles, you can see the surface for a very long time.
Like how long?
I don't know.
So you don't know? Is that the answer?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because so let's say somebody. Can I answer?
Go ahead. Sure. You go.
Yeah. So if light bends 1 degree per 69 miles and we actually live on a globe, then you could, in theory, see your own asshole. But you can't because there's atmosphere in the way and everything, so you really can't.
I can give you the answer.
You think I could see Back to the Future?
But you can see your back.
No, I think yeah.
You can see your back.
It's your own back.
So you basically can see all the way around the sphere to your own back.
Yeah, if light bends 1 degree per 69 miles, and we have the magic camera that you can.
No, we're not talking about magic cameras. No magic cameras involved. So we're looking for.
But this is theoretical from you.
No, but I don't want it to be theoretical because we're doing everyday line of sight observations. So listen to me carefully.
Then you have to.
Moment. We're doing everyday line of sight observations. Everybody on Earth is doing these observations. All of us, everyone. So when you go outside, the maximum distance you can see over the horizon, you can see, whatever distance. Now, what I'm asking right now is very crucial to the point of the Earth being a globe or not. So if you don't know, if you say, I don't know, well, then that just shows that there's no way that you can have this magical tolerance for refraction being accounted for at a specific distance. You either know what the tolerance is or you don't know. And that's my question to you right now.
Sure, I know something. Like, let's say I've never seen anyone showing a horizon at 6-foot observer height 200 miles away. That's something I've never seen.
Okay, but that doesn't have anything to do with what we're asking here. But what I'm asking you is, from a 6-foot observer height, what is the maximum distance can you see to the horizon? How far can you see? Using normal things.
To the horizon?
Yes. Like off into the distance.
On the surface, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, to the horizon. Then I can't see the surface anymore.
What?
Yeah, I see the horizon, then I can't see the surface anymore because the horizon blocks the surface.
What are you talking about, dude?
What's the maximum distance across the surface? What's the maximum distance across the surface that you could see before you'd say, this is getting ridiculous. My idea of refraction could not account for this.
Yeah.
But if the Earth is a globe and light bends at 1 degree per 69 miles, you can see the surface all the way. And it's just math, geometry.
If somebody could present you any distance to the horizon, and you would just be happy that refraction could explain that.
I mean, if they show like 1,000 miles, I would ask for variables like what's the temperature gradient and everything, because that's quite far. But I've never seen anyone show that.
That's quite far. But what in nature could create such a extreme example as that? What temperatures are we talking about for that specific observation to take hold?
I think because then light would have to bend 1 degree per 69 miles. So it's not that difficult to get it to bend that little in reality.
So you would say that any observation that's made, you just explain it away and say magical refraction takes hold and we could see any distance. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not magical refraction. That's
it is
tested in
because
labs.
you're just saying words that don't have any kind of data abstracted to it. So you can say anything you want, but there's nothing you're going to tell me that, well, we've calculated, we figured it out that it's this specific distance because due to the fact that refraction allows us to see beyond the curvature. So what I'm saying is, if you remove the atmosphere in an ideal scenario, the geometry of the Earth would stand to reason that at a 6-foot observer height, 3 miles away, the Earth would obstruct the viewer from seeing something going over that curve. But we're adding atmosphere because that's where we live, right? All the air that we breathe.
Yeah.
So if that's true, then refraction's always a part of it. So the real
there's always
geometry,
refraction.
right? So the real geometry of the Earth, how was that figured out? If we have refraction,
Can I add
always
something
a part
for a
of
sec?
it. Go ahead, Tito.
Add something. Okay, so we get people come in and they ask, why can't I see from here to China? Right, stuff like that. Their standard obviously is, right, that if Earth is flat, then they should be able to see clear across it, right? Thousands and thousands of miles. So what sort of observation would you have to make in order to start doubting the globe? Because that would be the standard of those people that come in and ask us that question. They'd say, if I could see to China, yeah, I'd believe the Earth is flat.
Sure. I mean, what was the first question that Vertas asked? Can I answer that first?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. What was your question? You asked like the maximum distance again?
Yeah, so the maximum distance, I think that plays a role into either somebody being able to falsify the claim of the radius of the Earth. So the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, now I remember. Yeah.
So yes,
just how did we derive the shape? Yeah, I think
go ahead.
I think the first sort of measurements was Albert Rooney because he measured the drop of the horizon, not the distance to it, and that doesn't change as much as the distance. Yeah, he measured the.
Okay, how did he do that?
The angle.
Can you tell us?
I don't know what tool he used. He just measured the angle.
Well, I mean, not just that, but like, what did he do? The method.
Methodology.
He went on top of a mountain, and then he measured how much the horizon drops from a horizontal. That doesn't change with refraction as much as the distance to the horizon.
Really? So that doesn't change with refraction?
Yeah. Not as much. So he took an average.
Not as much. How do you? Wait a minute. How do you know that? How do you know
that? I've read about it. I'm not sure because it doesn't. Sure. It just doesn't change.
Well,
so
you made it. You made it.
You made it.
That's a claim that you just said. How do you know that information?
Well, you can check the almanacs for sextants. Okay. I think they have the correction tables, and there's not like a huge change.
Have you looked at the almanacs yourself?
I've heard someone debating about them, but I haven't read
about
them
that guy.
myself.
We're worried about you. We're worried about you because you're really sure. You're really sure. You've looked at the almanacs.
Yeah, I said that you can look at the almanacs. I've heard people debate about them.
Have you looked at the almanacs, sir?
No, I've only heard about debates.
Okay, so you don't know if it's the case or not.
No, I've heard. So
I know.
I mean,
but my question still stands. You don't know if that's the case or not.
Sure, let's say I don't know. Sure.
Okay. So why would you sound like you're sure when you're not? Is my question.
Because I've only heard about it.
I know. So you're basically basing it off of this faith that you have on this information. You don't know.
No, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't checked it myself. No, that's like my mom's name.
It's based on faith. Sure. Right. It's based on faith.
Yeah. Just like knowing my mother's name. Yes.
Okay. So you have faith that the information it checked out in some way, and somebody checked it out, but you didn't do it. Therefore, the drop over distance
it's just people who use those.
Yeah. So isn't that a bit biased for you to say that you didn't look into the information, yet you think the information is true? And I'm only pointing out the logic here for your assertion that you think that the Earth by Al-Biruni standards, has been measured to have very little drop, if any.
No, it's not very little drop. It's not much difference in the drop.
Okay, not much difference. But you didn't look at the information, so you wouldn't know.
Well, I've heard about the measurements that Al-Biruni made, but that's also something that I haven't checked and studied myself. I've only
you don't know what Al-Biruni done. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it's also it's the same. Like, I mean, can you prove me Hitler existed? So it's just.
Well, that's not the point, though. The point is you're really sure.
But you've only read about Hitler. You've never seen him.
Man, you sound really sure about this information that you don't know how to articulate in this conversation. So it sounds like you're very unsure if it's true or not.
I was just saying that's the case. Why people believe that the Earth is spherical.
Yeah, but we're not concerned by other. I'm not worried about other people because in this call, it's you, me, and everybody else. So if I'm speaking to you, I want to know what you know and how you came to know that the Earth is a globe. So when we're having a conversation, it's to deal with how you came to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe via the information that you understood. And what it sounds like is that you're not really sure, right?
So now you're asking a different question because earlier you asked, how did we figure out that the Earth has a radius because we can't look at the horizon? That was your question.
Yeah, so you basically told me a whole bunch of things that you're not sure of currently, and you're saying, well, because of this information I'm not sure of, I'm pretty sure the Earth's a globe. In essence.
No, again, that's not what I said. You asked me, how did... Oh, it's gonna let me finish. You asked, how did we figure out that the Earth is a globe? You didn't ask, how did I do it?
Which is pertinent to how you understand it's been figured out for you to have that knowledge.
Yeah, and we can look at the history of how the Earth became a sphere.
We can look at the history.
You're coming to a conclusion with the premise.
Yeah, we can look. You said we can look at the history. We can look at the history, but I didn't look at the history. That's what you're telling us. We can look at the history, but I didn't look at the history.
No, I looked at the history.
Oh, did you? Okay, so tell us what Al-Biruni did.
He measured the drop from horizontal to the horizon.
Okay, how did he do it?
I don't know the tool that he used.
Oh, so you didn't look at history once again.
I did. I just don't know all the things.
Did.
Do you know?
Okay, so
do you know Al-Biruni's wife's name?
You want me to keep this circular because it gets circular, Moment. You said we did, and then when I asked you, you're like, "Oh, I don't know." Okay, so you didn't look into it. Oh, I did. Okay, so what did he do? I don't know. You see how that's circular?
Again, you're mixing it up.
No, I'm not mixing it up.
Again, you're mixing it up.
I'm pointing out the flaw.
No,
this is the fatal flaw. This is the fatal flaw in your logic. You're telling us that you know the information is out there. We just need to look at history. Okay, let's look at history. Where?
Yeah.
Al-Biruni. Okay, what did he do? I don't know. So then you didn't look at history.
Again, you're lying.
I'm lying.
Oh,
I'm
God,
actually pointing out.
Yeah.
I'm pointing out what. Okay, so what am I lying about? Go ahead and tell me.
You said that you asked me what did Al-Biruni do, and I said I don't know, but that's not true. I said he measured the drop of the horizon.
You don't know
what did he do?
Exactly.
What did he do?
He measured the drop of horizon from horizontal.
Did he do it? How did he do it?
I don't remember what tool he used. I can get the information if you want it.
No, you don't need to. The point is, you said we can look at history. I know how he did it, and then we're telling you how did he do it. I don't know. Right?
I just told you that he measured that the horizon drops from
but
my
you
level.
don't know what he's done, dude. You don't know the method.
Give us an example.
You don't know the method, and I'm
but
pointing.
You don't want the example.
That's the. I don't want it.
I asked if you want me to get the example.
I don't want you. Listen, no. I don't want you to. Hold on, Flatsy. I don't want you to say something that you have to look up in mid-debate. Okay, you have to either know the information in your mind because you looked at it. You're like, I can recall that because I looked at Al-Biruni and I know that what he was doing, the method. I could tell you the method. I don't want to though because you just made this claim. So for you, it sounds like you think you know what's going on, but when I just point out the fatal flaw in your logic, you're like, you're lying. No, I'm not. I'm pointing out the fact that you don't know.
So do you now want my evidence for the Earth being a globe or what the general public has? Which one are you asking?
Oh, really?
Now?
You have some evidence. So we can switch topics and go to see if you have any evidence. Okay, what's your evidence?
Oh, okay, sure. The flight times and flight paths that planes take in the southern hemisphere and all around the Earth.
All right. Pick one flight, and we'll stick to that. Just pick one. Which one do you want to pick?
Just a second. I can post you the flight.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
By the way, if you guys are listening on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, if you guys are out there in YouTube land, go ahead and join us in the politics server if you want. The link should be in the YouTube. If you're listening on YouTube, come on in here and join us. We're just having a discussion with some people in here that think that the Earth is a globe in 2024. It's kind of fun to hear how they are using their imagination to conjure up these ideas, but you know what? We're going to give them a shot. See if they got what it takes.
As if we haven't already dealt with it before.
Yeah, it's kind of cool though, listening to people kind of articulate their points when they don't have a point. But try your best.
I gotta do a quick thing because it's not the normal chat, so I have to modify the picture so I can post it because I can't scroll down to it. Just takes a second.
Sure.
I'm just
love to
draw
see it.
Spot on it.
Now, is this the absolute best evidence that you have? Because we want to see people coming in with their best. It's often we don't get that. We usually give half-hearted attempts, and I don't know.
We just have to act like
I don't know if it's the best, but it's good.
Oh, it's good. Okay.
Yeah. There you go. I posted the flight.
All right, let's have a look. All right, so what do we got here?
Yep. Sydney to Santiago, the QF27.
Looks like a little plane with a deviated flight path.
It's 7879, yeah.
The orange plane in the middle, right?
Huh?
On the diagram, it's the orange plane in the middle, not the yellow ones.
The red one on the right, yeah. Yeah. It's Qantas.
Okay. Sydney to Santiago. What do we got here?
In
ground speed 481.
In 12
altitude?
hours.
What altitude is like 40,000 feet? All right.
Yeah.
So we got. What's the distance here? Does it show?
It doesn't show the distance.
You want to add
the
that?
flight time is 12
You can
hours.
add that if you want.
Sure, I can
put
get
as
from
much
you.
as dude. I want you to put as much information as you can. Like,
sure.
For
get
the
you the
listener
distance from
too.
Google Earth. Yeah. Yeah.
If you're brand new to this channel, welcome to the channel. We're hosting it here on the politics server, so welcome 24/7. So we're waiting for Mole Man to bring his evidence of the Earth being a globe via a flight path from Santiago to what is it? Sydney or Sydney to Santiago?
Yeah, Sydney to Santiago. Yeah.
And when you're ready, you can just go ahead and start your spiel and tell us, kind of lay it out to us in a presentation if you want. I'll mute up. In the meantime, I guess I'll give you some time to get yourself collected. Shout out to everybody in the room.
Yeah.
Thank you for being a part of this room, and keep coming in here, guys, and just you have a conversation about it. If you're brand new, just listen a couple of times and see what's going on, and then jump in if you want. But you guys are welcome to chime in. Just talking to Mole Man at the moment. He's getting some information ready for us.
Yep.
What's
there
up?
you go. There's the distance from Sydney to Santiago is 7,060 miles.
It's a lot of miles. All right.
Yep.
So go ahead when you're ready.
And it's 12 hours.
Yeah,
or
lay it out.
7,000
Okay,
miles.
so I'll give you a kind of a foothold on a premise. tell us how this describes the Earth being a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, the distance with the flight time matches the prediction on a globe. And I have no idea which flat Earth could even have that distance. So that's why I can accept the Earth as a globe, because all the evidence with the flights and everything points to being a globe.
Was that it?
Sure, that's good evidence for the globe.
It's a little underwhelming, to be honest. All right, we have the. I'll let the panel here chime in, guys. We got T-Dub, we got Flatsy. If you're on the panel, guys, go ahead and chime in.
I have a quick question for you about the horizons.
Sure.
Also, if it's possible. Sure. What would be the, using refraction or whatever you want, what's the minimum distance to the horizon on a flat Earth for a 6 feet high observer?
According to the Earth being a globe, is that what you're asking? According to it being a globe?
No, a flat Earth.
We will talk about that later, but I don't want to jump into that right now because that's a lengthy conversation.
Oh, okay.
Pretty lengthy.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I don't want to, at the moment, kind
I've
of
got something to
derail.
say about his flight.
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta go soon, but we can talk about the flight for a moment.
Yeah.
Well, I was just kind of a bit disappointed because I was expecting that from having this flight happen, that we could conclude somehow that the Earth is a globe. But it seems that he's already concluded it's a globe, right? With all these set dimensions and size and distances, right? And then done the flight and then just confirmed his bias.
No, it's just like if I predict that I'm gonna go to the store and the distance is 1 kilometer, and it takes me X amount of time, I can know that it actually was 1 kilometer. If it takes me 15 hours, I know it's
on a globe,
it's
right?
different.
It was on a globe.
Yeah, we can. This is testing the globe with the flights.
Okay. So
And
basically, TW
do
is
it.
saying when you go from point A to point B, you're traveling over a curve. Is that right, Moman?
Yeah. You can. We make the predictions based on the Earth being a globe, and then the predictions come true when we travel. Yes.
Really? So it works. Therefore, it's true.
Yeah, it works.
See,
Therefore, it's not false. Yes.
I was hoping that you didn't know prior to the flight, and then you made the flight and could only draw the conclusion that Earth is a sphere. It seems you already had the idea that Earth is a sphere coming into it, right?
Sure, that's what we're testing, right?
Dang.
No.
Okay.
If the Earth is a sphere, then the
my
flight would
hopes are
take
just
X
shot
amount of
down.
time.
Anyway.
Yeah. So I think most of us were ready for you to tell us, or at least give us the comparison of how when somebody gets on a plane flight and they're going somewhere, that they know that because of that thing that they're doing, getting on a plane and going from point A to point B, that they know they're traveling over a globe because something to do with the flight is telling them that.
Yeah, the flight time. Yes.
So the flight time. So basically the flight time tells us geometry.
Yeah, it tells the distance, and then we put all the flights globally together, and we get the global dimensions.
So you put the flights on a globe and then say, aha, the Earth's a globe. Is that true?
No,
that's not true.
You predict, you plan the flight on a globe, and then you fly it, and then the prediction comes true. Yeah.
So you just added a little more, relish to the argument and just said, well, it's not just that. I also predict that the flight will be this long. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously.
Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah, and it works every time. We plan flights on a globe, and it works. Yes, every time.
Not a pragmatic fallacy. Well, we're not saying that it works, therefore it's true. So here's the thing, right? If an airplane is in any way measuring the surface to be curving, do you think the pilot or the passengers would know this?
No, because it's the vertical is always changing, so there's it's
no
the same on the flat Earth and a curved Earth. Yes.
Okay.
No difference.
So we wouldn't know by getting on a plane or pilots are traveling over the Earth that the Earth is curving in any way.
Yeah, only that the horizon drops, which actually is measured. So yeah.
Oh, the horizon's
dropping. That's one way of knowing.
Okay, so what's important here is that how can it be known that the Earth is a globe? Just by prediction? That's it.
No, that now you're changing it again. Now you're asking how the knowledge is gathered for the whole. Like,
yeah,
are you
because the
asking
people,
me or?
yeah, the pilot and the passengers don't know that the Earth is a globe because they're traveling over it. They don't know that. You just said that, right? They don't know that the Earth is a globe. They're just getting on a plane and going from point A to point B. For all they know, they could be traveling.
Okay, that's not what I said.
Do they know that the Earth's a globe? Can a passenger or pilot? I'm asking the question. Though. No.
No, but you asked the question. How would we account for the curvature when we're flying? That's a totally different question than whether we know that the Earth is a globe.
Well, we can go that route too. How do we account for it?
While flying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't because you're traveling on a pressure band, so it's the same.
Well, we don't
altitude.
account for it.
Yeah.
We don't account for it on when we're flying. Do the pilot or passengers know that they're flying over a globe once again?
Yeah, they know that the Earth is spherical.
No, do they know they're traveling over a spherical Earth?
Yes, because they know that the Earth is spherical.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about if they already think it's a sphere. I'm asking, do they know they're traveling over a sphere?
Yeah. Well, what are you asking? Are you asking, do they feel that they're traveling over a sphere?
Yeah. Do they have primary experience, because they're on the plane, that they're traveling or negotiating around curvature of the Earth?
Yeah. Only way is to see that the horizon drops from horizontal.
No. I'm not saying the only way. I'm saying, do they know, that they're going around a globe? The pilot or the passengers?
Yeah, they don't have to correct for curvature if that's what you're asking.
Asking the question, do they know?
That's a weird question. Like, I don't know what you're asking.
No, it's not. Because when you walk over a mound of dirt, you say, hey, there's an incline and a decline. I know I'm going over a mound of dirt, obviously.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because there's an incline and a decline. I just told you.
How do you know that?
Because there's an incline and a decline, sir. Every brain
then
that
the Earth
actually
is a
travels
globe.
over.
So it's a globe.
Okay, listen very carefully. I know that I'm walking over a mound of dirt because of the incline and decline that I have to take when I'm going over this mound of dirt, right? So I know that the thing I'm going over is a mound of dirt, right? So you're with me so far?
Yes, because you see it, right?
Good stuff. And I know that there's
sensory indicators.
I know that there's
I
know there's an incline. I know there's a decline, and so forth. So
because you see it, right?
Yeah, it's there, right? So and I can negotiate. I can negotiate over it, right? I know that I'm traveling over this mound of dirt, and there's an incline and a decline.
Yep.
Now, what I'm asking you specifically is, does the pilot or the passengers know that they're doing the very same thing on the Earth they're traveling over?
Yeah, if they measure the drop of the horizon from the horizontal.
No, I'm not talking about measuring anything. I'm telling you that from primary experience, do they know they're going over a curve?
Yeah, they can observe that the horizon drops from eye level.
Feel the curve, or what do they feel when they're in the plane? What do they experience when they're in the plane? Is it a straight motion, a consecutive motion, or do they feel an incline and a decline?
There you go. That's a proper question. Yeah. They don't feel the change of vertical because it's it's not that sudden. So the centrifugal force wouldn't be too high.
So they don't know, right?
Yeah, with feelings like motion, they don't feel the change in motion. No.
Yeah.
So it's the same.
So with their senses, they can't know that
I
they're
already said
traveling
that
over.
a few minutes ago.
So with their senses, they can't know that they're traveling over. But see, with your senses, you're actually going over a mound of dirt, right? Do you agree with me?
Yeah, because you're when you're walking over a hill, your vertical is changing in relation to you. There's an uphill and a downhill.
Excellent.
Yeah, and on a globe where the surface is level, there's no uphill, no elevation change.
Yeah, but there should be, because you're actually negotiating over curvature.
No.
Yeah.
Why would there be?
Because you're negotiating over curvature.
No. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
good.
Because elevation is measured from mean sea level.
Okay, yeah, wonderful. But that's what we would say.
Yeah.
Now, here's the important thing that you don't understand.
Hold on.
So we're not holding on. We actually have to clarify now, because you've just made a great statement. So when people don't experience the Earth as a globe that are traveling, either the pilot or the passengers, they don't know that. Their sensory experience is that they're just flying a level flight. That's it. Everything's pretty flat up where they're at. There's no, incline, decline. The only thing that they would feel is lift off, lift off and land. That's
it's
it.
just lift and turning, banking.
Yeah, of course. That's what they notice, right?
So, but you would say
hold on a second. During the flight, it's pretty level, straight. The pilot actually tries to do the best he can to maintain a level flight for the duration.
Yep.
So, with that being the case, none of the passengers, not the pilot, know that they're actually traversing over a sphere. They don't know that.
Yeah, there's no difference in their
sensory experience.
What you feel.
Yeah, their sensory experience is not that one of traveling over a sphere. It's one of traveling over a flat and stationary plane.
There's no difference. So
right. So we're good. There's no experience primarily that the people with their senses know that they're negotiating over curve.
Yeah, only when they see the horizon drop, but that's
that's not
viewing
that's not. Yeah, that we're not seeing the horizon.
You don't want to go there.
No, you can go wherever you want, but here's the important part.
But we do see it though.
Yeah. Okay. So what is the drop over the distance on the surface that's curving? Let's see if you know.
Depends on
it doesn't depend.
How high you are.
No, we're talking about geometry. So I'm going to do it this way. Let's make it easy, right? For a 6-foot observer off the surface of the Earth. Let's not go to the altitude. We're not going to go to the altitude of an airplane because you're going to be doing all these mental gymnastics. So let's make it simple, right? Because I don't want you to jump through a lot of hoops. I want to make it very simple for you to actually either know or not. So a 6-foot observer off the surface of the Earth from the water, right? Water's where the water is, the water line. So from 6 foot, how far could the observer see?
With or without refraction? No refraction?
Refraction's always included, my friend. It's the way the air works, so you cannot not include it.
Okay, I already said
what?
A few minutes ago that I don't know the distance.
Okay,
the maximum.
Then. So we have a problem. You said the horizon drops, and that's how they know they're traveling over a globe, right?
Yeah, it does drop. Yeah, so roughly 4 degrees when you're at cruise altitude on an airplane.
So you got a lot of information when it comes to planes, but when we're back on the ground, boy, you don't know shit. So that's the problem.
No, I said the horizon dropped. I mean, that's...
Yeah, you said that million times.
That's roughly 4 degrees when you're at
cruise
altitude on an airplane.
Dropping? Yeah, how much is the horizon dropping from an observer at 6 foot on the waterline?
Very little.
Okay,
very
how
little.
much? How much?
I don't know. Probably.
Oh, you don't know.
Well less than a degree. Less than a degree.
Yeah, importantly, you're saying very little, well less than 1 degree. What's the numeric value for that? Go ahead and give it to me.
I don't know. Less than 1.
Oh, less than 1. What is it then? If you're giving me less than 1, then I need to know what decimal point we need to look at.
I don't know. It's less than 1.
So you don't know is the answer. Why are you saying less than 1? Just say I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the exact. Yeah.
No. Okay. So you're not into.
I know it's for an airplane in an.
No, we're not talking about that. See, you think that with the airplane.
You seem to run from every question.
Because
AV, I have a question, AV. On the side panel, I have an itinerary of an old flight of mine. Can you make sense of the flight time? Like from Melbourne to Auckland, it was 3 hours and 35 minutes. And then from Auckland to Santiago, it's 11 hours.
I'll talk about that in just a moment.
That's good.
But with Moman here, he's saying that we can tell you the horizon drop absolutely on when you're flying on an airplane, right? But when you get down to the ground, I mean, it's just bonkers down on the ground. There's no way of knowing. I don't know. Less than 1 degree, obviously, but I don't know.
And there's a lot of refraction.
Really?
Yeah.
So
that's why I go to the airplane to see it.
It's kind of funny that you laugh because it's funny to me that you don't know. So what is the predictable amount of refraction?
And I try to ask you questions and you don't know questions.
Because you don't know, man. So I'm okay. So you're saying refractions. I don't need to. It's not my claim. Do you understand?
My claim is
it's yours.
That the horizon drops roughly 4 degrees from a cruise altitude of an airplane.
Do you know that? How do you know
Yes, based on evidence. Yes.
No, it's evidence, dude. I'm asking the method of how you know that. Come on, man.
Laugh at evidence. I mean, I think we're done. You're laughing at evidence. It's
What?
pointless.
What's the method? How do you know? 4 degrees. How do you know
The
that?
evidence.
What
The
evidence, sir?
evidence.
What
I can
evidence,
post you
sir?
evidence if you want.
You're not telling me. How come you can't use your words? Use your words and tell me how you know.
The measurements of the horizon dropping 4
Yes,
degrees
what are
when
they,
you're at cruise
sir?
altitude in an airplane. I can
What are
post you
those
the pictures
measurements?
of it.
Pictures?
Do you want me to
You
post the pictures?
You don't know the measurements?
The measurements are in the pictures. Do you know how you make
So
measurements?
can you read? Can you read them? Read the
Yes.
words and then say them out loud so I can hear them. Use your words.
Yeah, it says that the horizon is minus 4 degrees from level.
Yeah. How did they? What's the method to obtain that?
Measuring with the diopter.
Okay. And what are they doing?
They're measuring the drop of horizon from horizontal.
What are they doing?
They are measuring. Do you know what a
that
measurement
you keep
is?
repeating your claims. Not going to get us to the point where you're telling me the method as to how they extrapolated it. Walk me through the method.
They take the phone and they measure how much the horizon drops from eye level.
Who's doing that? Who's doing that?
People who use the phone.
Who?
Who? Humans.
So humans. That's very ambiguous. There's nobody's coming forward and saying, I know this one guy did it one time and this other guy. How do I know what you're saying is true? There's nothing to back it up. There's no method. There's nobody that you're pointing to.
Evidence.
Where is it?
I told you I can post a picture, and you said, no, I don't want the evidence.
Picture?
No.
Dude, you don't even know the method. You can't even articulate the method. You're having a really hard time doing it. No, you're not.
I said that they take their phone with a diopter app that measures angles. Then they point it to the horizon, and then it shows that the horizon drops 4 degrees from horizontal.
Who is doing that?
A human. I don't know his name.
Where is the human geographically, sir?
What? It doesn't matter.
It does matter because we were talking about. Yeah, we were talking. That's exactly what we were talking about. You diverted to saying every human, any human. No, we were talking about the plane, people on the plane, the pilot and the passengers. Yep.
Yes.
Now you remember? Back on track again?
Yes, and they can take the diopter app and measure the drop of horizon.
Has it been done?
Yes.
Who's done it?
I don't know the name of the guy who did it.
You don't know the name. Well, what is there? A video? Is there an article?
Yeah, there's a picture of it, of them using the app.
Where is it?
I said earlier I can post it to you. You said you don't want me to post it. Do you want me to post it now?
I didn't want you to. I don't care. I said,
yes, you
who's
did.
doing it?
Yeah, I can post you the picture.
Is this a pilot that's doing it?
No, it's not a pilot.
Who is it?
I don't know his name.
He's a passenger on a plane.
Yep. Oh, sorry. I was wrong. 3.6 degrees. But still, yeah.
No, I don't care.
Post it there. There you go. There is. And you have the location there too.
All right, so you're saying that drop equals what?
It shows that the Earth isn't flat.
No, it doesn't show that. Definitely doesn't show that. You're saying that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, if the Earth is a globe, then the horizon would drop that much on a globe.
Now, what is the measurement of the Earth? You know, you're getting to the size of the Earth now. So, what is the size of the Earth according to this? To see if we're what's the size? How big?
The size?
Yeah.
3959 is the radius. I mean,
Okay, so show me the math how you extrapolated and tied it into this visually. I want to see.
Sure, I can get you that. While I get that, talk about the flight with the pilot. That was interesting.
No, I don't need to because nobody knows that there's no sensory experience that they're going over a globe.
Okay,
you're
Okay, so
using
then what I'm doing is also useless because you're just going to deny it.
No, I'm not going to deny it. I want you to prove it. Prove what you're saying. Go ahead.
I do actually have a question about that, though, if you don't mind.
Fucking weird.
Go ahead,
Just
Tito.
quickly. The Moleman earlier said, and I wanted to raise it then, but he said something about when you're negotiating a hill, right? There's a change in your vertical. Is that what you said? Remember
Yeah,
correctly?
you're changing. You're not vertical when you're on a hill. The land isn't level. So
Right. So you detect a change in relationship to horizontal and vertical, right?
in vertical, yes.
So is the vertical constant as you're negotiating over the surface of a sphere in an aeroplane? Does vertical remain the same, or is it constantly changing?
They're not parallel, so they're changing in relation to each other, but they're still pointing to the center of the Earth.
Right. Okay. That's all.
Yep.
What's up? What's up? Secrets in the house.
Oh. Hey guys, I'm here with my girlfriend. So she doesn't really believe that you guys think that the world is flat. Can you explain to her why you think that is?
If the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. And if your girlfriend has any questions, she get on the mic. We can talk to her. We're having a discussion with Moleman at the moment.
Wait, I'm gonna grab the headset. Wait, I'm gonna put it on speaker.
All right.
One sec.
Do you have any thoughts on the flight times between Melbourne and Auckland and Santiago?
Yeah, that's one of them. You said one of them is a lot farther than the other. Is that what you said? Or the flight times?
So
Distances are the
Melbourne,
same.
Auckland's in New Zealand. It's a lot closer to Australia, so it's 3 hours and 35 minutes to fly there, and then from Auckland to Chile in Santiago is 11 hours and 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, what's wrong with the flight time? Like, why doesn't it work, or what's your argument?
Under some models, I understand that that flight time would be almost impossibly long because of restriction, or at least it would be much longer than those flight times, because the model of the flat Earth is that the Australia and South America are very distant from each other.
I get it. So it has a lot to do with a particular map orientation, or what you've been seeing as far as like people when they say that the Earth is flat, they'll put up against like an AE map or something. Like flights working on that. Is that what you're saying, Gonzo?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know the terms too well. When I think of flat Earth, like the model that's typically given is like a very concentrated North Pole and Europe and North America. They're very.
You're in the wrong bar, sunshine.
It's the AE map.
In the wrong bar.
So that's not the map you subscribe to?
No. So like, all right. Basically, most maps are useful for specific things, right? Not all maps are the same. They work differently for different things. So there's not a like. I guess you could say for globe, there's no one gold standard map that you can use, right? They're all useful for very different reasons. And so with maps, if you're going to say, well, flat earthers come up with a map, well, all maps are flat, but they just like certain ones get wrapped around a sphere and being told that that's what you live on. Map projections are not the land. The land is not a map. So the land is very different. You're going to have like inconsistencies of map projections. So this is the reason why we don't stick to this argument, which the flight times and all that. I didn't even get into it with the guy, but we're on a different subject at the moment. But you can't use that as a foundation for your argument of whether or not it's a globe based on maps. It's called a reification fallacy. Basically, you're reifying a map projection by an argument that this can only happen on this specific type of map projection. When truthfully, for the globe, you'd have hundreds of maps that are available currently. And you can't say which one is the one that you'd use for your argument because there's many different ones that are useful for many different things. So,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say there's a lot of reifying, and this happened, Gonzo. I don't know if you know how long you've been in this argument, but this has been ongoing since 2016, 2017. It was pretty early on to like when the movement, or I call it movement, but when the information got on the internet and everybody started talking about flat Earth, there was a lot of these debates that happened between flat Earth and globe Earth with maps. And we were all in on it too. We were trying to figure this all out, right? But what I mean is, like, we were all having the wrong argument. Everybody, because you can't argue from a standpoint of a map projection, because you're starting to reify the thing that you're talking about. So for the person who's talking about the globe, they're reifying that specific map projection that the globe is wrapped around. And for the guy who's talking about the Earth being flat, they're reifying the map that they're using, like the AE map or the Gleason's or anything else like that looks like the North Pole in the center, all the other continents splayed out around it. Like those two, it's a false dichotomy, basically. You can't use those in an argument against what's real and what's not, because they're both map projections. Do you get what I'm saying, Gonzo?
I agree that, like, under the sphere model, there can be many different ways to display the continents.
That's correct.
But as far as I understood, under the flat Earth model, there were just a couple. There weren't like there's. I thought there was like almost a consensus on what that
what's his
looked
name?
like.
Mark Sargent he made up one, like he drew out what he thought the Earth looks like when it's flat. I think Antonio Subrats was another guy who was championing another model of a map projection of what the Earth looks like according to how the sun moves. There's many different people who are trying to figure it out from a map projection standpoint, but there's not one like gold standard one that you're going to say, this is the one we're going to run with. And so I would say map projections are not useful in an argumentation to say this is correct, that's not correct, because there's not a true map that anybody's going to be able to say that that's it right there. We got it. This is it. If you can follow what I'm saying, in every instance, there's a lot of problems, and of course, cartography is not an exact science, and I'm using that word kind of colloquially, but it's not an exact science. So people can't just pinpoint a map and say we're going to use that map. That's the right one. We're going to use that to argue against the globe, because if you do, the moment you do, you're open to whatever problems that specific map projection has. Do you get what I'm saying, Gonzo? So you can't.
Yeah, I'd be interested if any flat earthers want to, like, in the comments, put other versions of the flat Earth.
They could put maps in there, map projections of what they think the Earth looks like as flat, but no one can actually say, I know that's what it looks like, because then they're going to get into the reifying fallacy, where they reify the map based on an idea of what they think the continents look like, the continent sizes, the orientation. There's a lot of things involved, right? But based on all that misinformation, you're going to give somebody an idea of what you think the flat Earth is, and you can't solidify it, you can't validate it, you can't falsify it. There's no way that you can do that, because how can you see the Earth in an orthographic view when we don't see an orthographic view?
What?
So
okay,
anyway.
I thought there was less ambiguity in the flat Earth circles about that.
Like, no, there's
no clarity in it.
Yeah, well, it's not the part about being clarity in it. It's the part about it not supporting what the Earth is actually. Okay, so and I'll put it to you this way: any map that you use is never going to give you the consensus of what the Earth is. So you can't point to a map right now and tell me that that's going to give you the right way that what the Earth looks like. Now, I'll give you an example. If you use any kind of maps, like even GPS, right? You go onto any road. You know how the road turns and twists and all that stuff. These maps that you use, they're going to give you a generalized way of where you're going to go from point A to point B, but they're not going to show you the exact nuances that it would if you're actually traveling the road, the path that you're going. So there's a lot of inconsistencies to that level. So you can't use a map to reify what reality, or excuse me, an idea that you have of what reality is. Doing. So yeah,
that's not what we're doing, though.
So when you take a map and say this is the Earth, and you hand it to somebody, and somebody says, "Okay, I believe you. That's the Earth." How do you know that's what the Earth is 1-to-1?
It's not 1-to-1 because it's scaled to a smaller size.
No, it's even worse than that. It's not even what you might think is scaled to what level, because you can't take something in reality that's malleable, that changes. You got water rising and receding. Like, you don't have a lot of differences that something in reality would happen versus this map that shows you something that's static and ideal.
And the distances would be quite accurate.
Dude, no. You don't understand the fact that maps, they give you approximations, okay, from point to point. Everywhere you're driving, it gives you approximations. They don't give you these exact things. Oh, exactly such and such. It doesn't do that.
Nothing is exact.
I know that, but this is the problem. So cartography takes it to another level because you're trying to abstract the Earth as a whole. Okay, so it's not just a local map. We're talking about the Earth as a whole. It's not possible. There's problems with orientation. There's problems with sizes, and the way things
look.
What's
the problem with orientation?
You can't ever say that one map is the way that the whole Earth looks like as the way the continents are splayed out, or the sizes of continents, or the inconsistencies on the coastlines. You're going to have so many problems when you think that you know what you're saying, and you're going to use a map to reify what you think is right.
What does that have to do with orientation?
Because you think that everything is the way it looks like on a map. And when I was to tell you, okay,
that's not orientation.
Dude.
Do you know what orientation is?
Yes, I do. Which is why I'm telling you, when you look at something on a map, it's not how the Earth is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It is very close to what the Earth is.
Oh my God. How do you know that, Mo Man?
Because we can use we can use it and then predict distances and flight times and travel times.
I'm not talking about distances and flight times, dude. I'm talking about how
that's what it's used for.
No, how do you know what the map looks like according to the land, one for one? Do you know what that's exactly what it looks like?
No one's claiming it.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if a map is to be used,
you're claiming that?
If the map is to be used as an argument for what the Earth is, then you better be someone who knows that's what the Earth looks like. If I hand you a map and say, look, this is what the Earth looks like right here, exactly the way this looks, that's what Earth looks like. That's a bad argument. You can't do that. And
no one's saying that, though.
You can't. Okay, orientation. How are you telling me from like the way maps look to you, and pick whatever map you want? How do you know that orientation works out to be what it actually is? The Earth.
Do you know what orientation means? Can you define orientation?
Dude, I'm not going to define shit for you. I know what it means. But what I'm telling you is, how do you know that a map is actually telling you what the orientation of the continent is based on how you're traveling over the Earth?
Because we know where north is.
Yeah, you know what how do you navigate by north? How do you navigate?
By north, you can use a sextant if you want. You can check the Polaris elevation angle to Polaris, or you can use a compass to know your cardinal directions.
Yeah, any of these things. Is there going to be any variables in using these tools?
They're not 100% accurate. Like
answer my question, sir.
What variables?
Answer my question.
What do you mean with that?
Are there going to be any variables when you use these tools?
What variables? There's refraction correction for a sextant.
Dude, yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is variables in when you rely on them to tell you I'm going dead reckoning straight.
Sure.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, can you rely on them to do that for you?
Sure, I can travel north with a compass pointing it
incorrect.
north.
No, that's incorrect. You can't rely on them because they're just headings. They're giving you a location. So what you don't really know any of this, do you?
That's how you dead reckon.
They're important. They're important. They're tools that you can use, but they're not going to give you dead reckoning. As to like, let's say, I'm sorry, but you don't know. Okay, so you're very misinformed if you are informed at all. If you're using a compass to go in a specific direction, do you know that there's deviation from that compass?
No, when you're pointing north, no, just going north.
When you're using it, dude, to travel the Earth.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying or no?
Probably not, because if I'm moving north, I'm going north. That's a straight line.
It's not a straight line, dude. You absolutely don't know anything about this, do you? Is the north pointing to magnetic north?
Yes. Yes, the compass is pointing to magnetic north.
Does magnetic north move?
In time, yeah, it moves, yes.
So it does move.
Very, very slowly, yes.
So it's not consistent to say that you're always pointing in the same direction using a compass, right?
It's always pointing to the north, magnetic north.
Yeah, I know that, but does it move, sir?
The north moves with time, yes.
Okay, then. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That you're like, you don't understand. So if you're relying on these tools, they can help you navigate the earth, but it's not going to be getting you to exactly where you want to go. There's other means by what you're going to have to use.
No, because the continents also move and the north moves, but it doesn't affect my navigation. Do you think I take thousands of years to navigate from point A to point B on the surface? Are you that stupid?
Yeah, no, you're stupid enough to actually think that this is the only way that people travel.
No, I never said that. I don't know why you're lying. There's GPS and there's maps and there's other things too.
Yeah. How do people listen? We got to get down to because you're very misinformed about a lot of things. I think you think that if you just walk straight, you'll end up in the same place that you started from, going all the way around the earth, right? You're one of those kind of people.
Depends.
No, it doesn't depend. Do you think that if you were to listen, I'm going to talk in an abstract way. If you get in a plane and you go around the earth, you're going to come back to the same place you were that you took off.
Sure, if you follow a great circle, then sure, yes.
Yeah, if you follow a great circle. How are you going to do that? With what instruments?
You can go to equator and just travel east or west.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like fun. It sounds easy. Sounds easy. Like anybody can do it. How are you doing?
I don't do it.
How would you do it?
How would I do it? I would just take a compass and just fly east.
Just take a compass and fly east. My goodness, it's as easy as taking a compass. So pilots just, they need to take a compass and fly east. Well, why do they need to go to flight school for? I don't know. That's crazy. They don't need that. Just take a compass.
You got to learn how to fly east, sir. No, you got to learn how to fly east.
Nah, we don't need that. All we got to do
you have to learn how to fly east, sir. Like,
so now the gaslighting is at the point where you say that the only thing that pilots do is fly east.
Yeah, the important thing is
they do other things. They take off, they land, they navigate using INS and GPS and VORs, NDBs.
It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, right? Shoot. Let's all get in the plane and just get a compass. Let's use a compass and we'll fly anywhere. It's all we need is a compass, our trusty compass, and fly.
And this is just pure cope from your point now, because you asked, how can you make a great circle? And I said, there's one example is go to the equator and follow east.
No, but see, you don't know how pilots actually navigate this earth. You just think you know.
I do know
get a compass. You just finished saying getting a compass and flying east. That's what pilots.
Yeah, I said that's one example of them flying a great circle.
What do pilots do when they get ready to travel from point A to point B? Do they do what you say?
So you're not talking.
Get a compass and fly
east? Hold on. So you're not now talking about a great circle. You're now talking about navigating a path. So you change the question again and pretend that you have the same question.
No.
Still.
I used it as an example as to how ridiculous people like you sound when you say, all you got to do is go east. Duh. Go to a great circle. That's it. Just go from one end. Use the compass. Do you know what pilots actually do? No. Yeah. And you just you stated it. You stated that that's all you need to do. Just go in a great circle.
No.
You'll get there. Yeah.
You asked, how would I follow a great circle? How would I navigate a great circle? I said, go to the equator and follow east. That's a great circle. That's the equator.
Go to the equator. Where's the equator at?
It's 0 degrees latitude.
Yeah, and how do we know we're there?
How do you know that there? You can use GPS or you can use...
Is there a big red line on the ground that tells us that that's the equator? Well, how do we know we're there?
No, you can go... One way is that you go there during equinox and you see that the sun is traveling on a straight path above you.
Oh, so we're using the
not
sky.
A curved path. But that's one way, yeah. That's what the equator is. That's the celestial equator.
Yeah. So celestial. So the equator is not terrestrial?
No, it's an imaginary line on the surface of the Earth.
No, it's not. That's incorrect.
It is.
No, that's incorrect.
It is.
No, it's not.
What is it? What is it
It's
then?
not an imaginary line on the surface of the Earth.
What is it then?
It's what they're navigating with from the sky. The celestial sphere, there's a northern and southern hemisphere. And everything that they
Yes.
garner from that is from the sky. Has nothing to do with the ground, sir. The reason why
It
you know
has
that
to
you're
do with
no, listen. The
it
reason
has
why
to
you
do with
know
the
that you're
sun's path on the surface of the Earth.
yeah, so you're not looking at the ground. So it's nothing to do with the ground. You know that the sky is
Yeah, that's why I
orientated.
said that it's an imaginary line. It's not a real line. It's an imaginary line.
So then you can't say the ground. You can only say the sky. So the equator's in the sky.
It's the
not on the
sun's
ground.
path on the
In
ground.
the sky.
The sun is
In
traveling.
the sky.
No, it's the ground path of the sun, where
Dude,
sun is
it's
at
not
your
the gra-
zenith.
How do you know whether? Listen, the sky. When you see the sun, it's in the sky, right? Not on the ground.
Yes, but if it's at your zenith, then it has a ground position.
Yeah, but you're looking at the sun in the sky.
Yeah.
So the celestial sphere is only known to be garnered from things in the sky. So northern hemisphere is not the ground; it's the sky. Southern hemisphere is the
It's
sky.
half of the surface.
Well, from the understanding that you're using this as a model, but not in the reality, like to say that it's half of something. You don't know if it's half. How did you know that? Like, there's a lot of missing information. Anyway, we're getting to the fact that you are saying because you don't. There's a lot of stuff you don't know, man. Really, you don't. So you're thinking that you live on a giant.
Question. Sure.
You think you live on a giant ball, and you can navigate the ball by just traveling with your compass, your happy compass, right? You're just going east. You got your compass, you go east. There you be. Great circle. That's
And
not how it
again,
works, bro.
it's straw man.
Well, that's not how it works.
I don't know
And
why
that's
you
what
you have to do it because you're a flat earther, or why?
No,
why do you have to do this?
because you are so ignorant. You think that's the only
I
way
never
that you can
said
get
that.
from.
You're lying
Yeah.
now, so it's
You
pointless.
said a few things. You said a sextant, a compass, and I think that's it. I think you only mentioned a few tools, but that's about it, right?
You asked for examples, and I gave you 2 examples.
Yeah. But the problem is you think you're negotiating over a curved Earth, a globe.
Sure. So
Sure.
what does that
But
have
you
to do
don't
with anything?
know that all this information that you're getting, like from northern and southern hemisphere or the equator, all that stuff's in the sky. It's not the ground that looks like a globe. It's you looking at things in the sky. Longitude, latitude, all that stuff comes from the celestial sphere, sir. Not the ground, not the terrestrial sphere.
But there is a equator, and that is the sun's path at the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
The zenith.
So what does that have to do with anything that we just said? Because we're talking about
one thing is that we can see that the sun doesn't curve; it's a straight path, so it can't be a flat Earth.
Really? So the sun never arcs over your head?
At the equator, at equinox, no.
I'm not talking about the
rises
equator
from
at
the
the
east
equinox.
and sets.
Okay, dude.
I said that. You have to run from it now.
Tomorrow when you go outside, does the sun make an arc path above your head from east to west?
Yes, because I'm not at the equator.
No, we're not talking about the equator. Anybody.
We were just talking about the equator. I don't know why you're running every time. You have to run. This is pointless.
Molman, you
It's
can
just
include.
pathetic and
Yeah,
sad.
you could include the equator at this. I don't care. Anybody that makes an observation of the sun is going to see it take an arc path over their head. Anybody, even those on the equator.
No, that's not true.
Bullshit. That's not true.
At equinox, the sun rises due east for all observers on Earth. Do you agree with that?
We're not, dude. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the sun's path above your head. So when you see it arc over your head, it looks like it's going in an arc. So the celestial sphere that we're using, we're talking past each other or something, because I'm talking about one thing, you're saying something else. I'm talking about the sun's
I was talking about an observer at equator at equinox. And you ran from that fast as fuck.
No, dude, I don't give a shit about a guy watching the sun move across the sky.
There you go.
What I'm telling you is when it goes across the sky, he sees it going above his head in an arc.
Yeah.
Yes?
And in the southern hemisphere, the arc is opposite.
Okay, but it's still an arc, right?
Yeah, but it's the opposite arc, so that would happen on a globe, but not on a flat Earth.
Okay,
obviously.
You're saying it would happen on one thing, but not the other. Here's the most important bit that you should take away from this. You haven't demonstrated the globe. You're just saying that it wouldn't happen on a flat Earth, but it would happen on a globe.
I gave you evidence, but you just said no, I don't want to go to an airplane. I want to be at 6 feet.
No, you're only talking about people flying over. And listen, we've already tackled that. I told you that people, the pilot and the passengers, don't have a sensory experience of traversing over a globe. You said they don't, right? You agreed with me, or are you going to walk that back?
Sure, because it's the same thing.
What?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it
if
does
you're
matter.
on a flat Earth or a curved Earth, there is no difference in your emotion. Oh, what would you feel on a curved Earth?
Well, actually, on a curved Earth, I would be negotiating over a curvature, for sure.
Oh, what would you feel? How would it be different?
Well, the airplane would have to situate itself to actually negotiate over this curvature. If it's indeed flying over
how would you feel it?
What do you mean? How would I feel it? The plane's orientation, an incline or decline, either one.
Okay, so you're saying that it would be going downhill if it leaves from North Pole?
Well, you think about it, right? Because an arc path, think about an arc path, right? So as the plane takes off from wherever its airport is and it lands in wherever its destination is going to be, it's going to take a complete arc path. Now, I'm not just talking about takeoff and landing, because in between those two is going to be a steady level flight that doesn't arc in any way.
So if the Earth was a globe, are you saying that if you fly from northern hemisphere to southern hemisphere, you would be upside down and all your drinks would be in the roof of the airplane?
Well, according to the orientation of the Earth being a globe, then yeah, you would be antipodal to somebody else on the other side of the ball. Obviously.
So then you're saying that you would actually be upside down and you would fall to the roof of the airplane?
No, we're not talking about falling to the roof. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying as far as like the orientation of the person that's on the other side of the ball, yeah, you would be antipodal. Sure. I'm not talking about falling. That's you added that shit. But according to the globe,
but you said incline and uphill.
Yeah, because on the Earth being a globe,
how do you feel
actually obviously when you negotiate over it, it would be a decline or an incline depending on what you're going to be scaling.
Well, let's say I leave from Los Angeles and I go to Australia. Is that an incline or a decline?
Well, you take off and that's an incline, right? Obviously, before you get into level flight. So as the plane levels off, you don't feel anything else until you start going to land.
What would you feel on a globe? You said there would be difference.
Yeah, the negotiation over a curvature. Either it'd probably be the
how would you
decline
feel?
over. Hey, man, I'm not the one I'm just imagining what it would be. I'm not, because it's not that way. So
you don't know what would happen on a globe, but you definitely know that that's not happening.
Listen, because it's not happening. See, this is the problem. When you're flying,
but you're not knowing what you want to happen.
Yes, dude, because I'm telling you, when you're flying over a flat Earth, it's stationary, it's not moving, and it's flat. You're flying a level flight over the surface of the Earth, and it's just fine. But if you were living on a globe, you'd have to negotiate in some way over the curvature, over the specific distance that you gave. Over 7,000 miles, there's a hell of a lot of curvature you'd have to negotiate.
Yeah, and how would you do that? What would be different?
I don't know. Earth's not a globe. So
how do you know that that's not happening?
Because it's not.
How do you know that that's not happening?
We don't live on that Earth. We don't live on that Earth. That's why. That's an imagination.
So you don't know what would happen, but you know that that's not happening.
Well, how the fuck should I know? We don't live on a globe.
Okay. So we see that the horizon drops.
I know the fact that if you walk over a curved surface, you're going to feel an incline and decline.
Yeah, man.
But definitely not on your imagination. Sorry, your imagination doesn't work.
Right? Like if you were, like, technically, if you look at it from the heliocentric standpoint, they're traveling in a curved or arced trajectory, right? That's all. What would that feel like? What would that look like? Would it just be like a straight line path? Would you know? Would you notice? And how would you notice? And then you're saying incline, decline, right? Up, down. You're going higher altitude, lower altitude. You notice.
Yeah, that's what an incline and decline would be, changing altitude, but we're not changing altitude. We're at equal altitude.
Well, it's not just that, but it's orientation of the plane itself. There would have
the
to
orientation
be some sort of
level.
Yeah, because it has to compensate. It has to compensate for that amount of negotiation over the curve. It has to. Right. You saying that it doesn't have to? It's because we don't live on that Earth. That's why. How the hell
but you
should
can't
we
say
know?
what would happen on a globe.
Well, you can't say what would happen because the globe doesn't exist. It's in your imagination. That's the only place that it exists. So if it
feel like-
doesn't happen and we don't live on that Earth, how the hell should I know? We don't live on that Earth. We live on the Earth that doesn't. We don't need that. A level flight is just that on the surface of the Earth, above the Earth's surface, we fly at a steady level flight. That's it.
This is like I can say, if the Earth is flat, then we should feel it, but we don't.
No, you don't feel. Listen, dude, there isn't any negotiation over curvature. So when you fly a steady level flight at whatever altitude, that's fine. It works just fine. There's nothing different. When you say you live on a globe,
but we should feel it.
Then
we don't feel that.
Listen, pilots actually use the globe practically as if it's a flat and stationary plane, and that's a fact. That's a fact.
That's not true, though.
That's a fact. You better believe it's a fact. Those guys who actually study how to fly, listen, dude, we've talked to many people.
Well, we can ask Gonzo. He's a pilot.
No, yeah, listen, people that actually negotiate over the Earth, they don't treat it like it's a globe. That's too complicated.
They do when they plan.
No, listen to what I'm trying to tell you. People that actually do this for everyday living in airliners, we've talked to many of those guys. They don't side with the Earth being flat and stationary. They do say they live on an Earth that's a globe, but when they do their job, they're treating the Earth as if it were flat and stationary. They're not saying that it's a flat Earth, but they're treating it like that.
Not when they plan their flights. They plan them on a globe.
Dude, listen to what I'm telling you. When these guys actually do their jobs, they're not saying that the Earth is a flat Earth. They're saying it's a globe, but they're treating it like it's flat Earth.
Not when they plan their flights.
Do you understand what I just said, Mo Man? I don't give a shit about your obfuscation. You need to understand.
It's not an obfuscation.
Yes, it is.
When
you're trying to make it a globe, it doesn't matter. They don't treat it like that.
No.
I'm sorry. It doesn't matter.
They do when they plan the flights because they plan them on a globe. That's you now talking shit. Being an ask Gonzo. He's a pilot.
Listen, I know it doesn't matter because Gonzo can tell me all day long. Well, we plan it that way. Who gives a shit? When you're traveling over the Earth, you don't treat it like it's a globe. Dumbass.
Oh God, you do when you plan and navigate. You have to.
No.
That's the only way you get to where you're going.
No. That's something separate. What you're saying right there, when they're you could abstract the Earth in any fucking way you want. You can abstract it any way you want. It doesn't matter.
That's not true.
The only thing, yeah, it does. You can, if you listen, all you need is the point of origin and the destination, and you can abstract it in any way that you want, so long as you can keep the flight being going from point A to point B and the flight time being the same. All things being equal, you can abstract hold on, Mo Man. You can abstract the Earth into whatever geometric shape you can possibly think of, so long as you keep to the flight times and make sure that all things are equal. So what I'm telling you is the abstraction part is not the reality part. The reality is when the rubber meets the road, is when the plane actually takes off from the surface of the Earth to the steady level flight back down to the Earth. They do not treat it like it's a globe. They treat it like it's flat and stationary. I've heard many pilots say this, but at the same time, these guys are saying, no, the Earth is a globe because, like you said, they abstract it that way. We're not talking about the abstraction part.
And also, there's no, when you're flying, there's no big difference between the Earth being a globe or flat because you're just navigating based on the surface.
That's what the fuck I'm talking
and there's
about.
winds. That's what I said to you earlier, and you said, no, you have to feel the upside down thing.
No,
and that's not true.
If the Earth is a globe, which it's not, then there's a lot of differences that would have to factor in. Treating the Earth, if it were actually no, I'm not going to hold on. If the Earth were actually a globe, the idea about traversing the Earth as a globe would have to factor in because you'd have to account for a lot of variables, which the Earth's spin. I don't even want to mention the Coriolis because that's a whole nother tangent I don't want to get into. But that would have to be another thing you include. And according to the Earth being the size that it is, depending how fast you're going, you'd have to negotiate on a specific amount of Earth curvature, depending on which direction you're going. It's a lot of shit involved, right? They don't account for that shit. So none of that right there, what I just said, gets accounted for because treating the Earth as if it were flat and stationary makes the flight where you're going, right, more practical. So you don't need to account for that shit. So the guys who think the Earth's a globe, I don't give a shit if they abstract it as a globe and say, oh, we're flying over a globe. Good for you. You don't actually use it that way, though, do you? It's used as a flat and stationary plane. That's a fact. I'm sorry, but this is the truth. And you and everybody else know that. You and everybody else know that. That's just the way it is.
So now you again said that you'd have to negotiate the curve and the trajectory and everything. But when I asked how,
it was a round
you said,
ball,
I don't know.
If it was a round ball, then you'd have to treat it like a round ball. It's not a round ball.
How?
It's flat and stationary.
How would you do it?
I don't fucking know, dude. It's not a round ball. So I'm not going to tell you.
So you're saying that we should account for something, but you don't know how.
Yeah, it would, as it lives in your imagination, you would have to. But if it is like, I'm not going to tell you, because the only thing I can see is people every day using it like it's not. So
you don't have to account for the curvature, because you're flying on a constant pressure band above the surface.
So you keep going back to this point, but you've already said that the pilot, the passengers, everybody who's traveling on that plane are not treating the Earth as if it's a globe. All things being equal,
they don't take into account. It's just.
All right then.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're good.
Because there is no difference.
So we're good. We're good then. We're good.
Yeah. We only see that the distances that the planes fly only comfort with the globe,
your abstraction,
and the horizon drop.
Yeah, your abstraction. Your abstraction. I can crumple it up in a ball and shoot it in the basket like Kobe, right? Because it's bullshit. I don't need it. All I need.
No, it's the only thing that you can use to navigate.
Well, no, that's bullshit too. The only thing I need is to know that how I treat the Earth. Yeah, I don't give, dude. Like, I don't care what your abstractions don't equal reality. When I use the Earth, it's used as a flat and stationary plane. Now, if you want to say, well, shit, it's a globe, though, I don't care. We don't treat it like that.
Hold on. If you take a boat from Australia to New Zealand, let's say South America, what do you use to plan the trip?
When you take a boat?
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever the mariners use. Like, I don't ever equip a boat to do that. Why are you asking me?
Right.
Do you know what they use?
You can use the stars. That's one thing.
Yeah.
The celestial sphere, or the hemisphere in the southern hemisphere.
I know that. That's a model. I know that.
And the distances show and point to the only possible shape, which is the globe.
Bullshit. That's bullshit right there. The only possible shape. You're all fucked up when you say that. You can't say that.
Okay. Can you elaborate how?
Yeah, because you're saying the only shape it could be. How the fuck do you know? Did you check all the shapes out and test them against reality? Did you do that?
Because there's only one shape.
What I just said?
Showed.
Wait a minute. No. Did you do what I just said? Did you test all the shapes out against reality?
I tested the one shape that works.
Yeah, no. Answer my question.
If you change the shape, it doesn't work.
Okay. Did you test all of them?
Well, I tested one that worked.
Did you test all of them? Answer my question, dude. Don't obfuscate.
You're just muting me?
Yeah, because you're not. You're obfuscating. Did you test all of them?
You did it a few times earlier. But yeah, I didn't test all possible shapes. I tested one that works. So all the else are false.
So no, but then you didn't. You left room for something else to be the case.
Yeah, flat is out of the question, obviously.
No, you can't. No, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that.
Yeah.
No, you can't say that.
Well, I can.
I
can.
No, because
the lines of latitude.
Do you test all the shapes? Once again, I'll ask you the question. Did you test all the shapes out?
I tested two, flat and a globe.
No, answer my question. Don't be a weasel lawyer. Did you test all of the shapes?
No, I tested flat and a globe.
That's all we need from you.
Yes. Yeah.
That leaves room for something else. That leaves room for something else to be correct.
Not flat, but something else.
Yeah, no, but that's your incredulity speaking. I don't care about that. I just care that you left room for something else to be true.
Yeah.
See how wrong you are now? So then that means you're still wrong because you don't know if it's the globe or not.
No, it works with the globe. That's the only thing that it works
There's another shape that could work too, right?
Oh, post it.
I don't give a shit what you post, but there's another shape that could work, right?
No, I said you should post it.
What?
Can you come up with a shape where it works?
That's not my burden. But you just finished saying that you didn't test all the shapes, so obviously there's one out there that could work other than your globe.
Sure, I only tested flat Earth is falsified.
There you go.
Globe isn't falsified. Yes.
It doesn't matter.
There we go.
So
you can stop talking about the flat Earth.
No, you still, dude. You are incorrect. Even you. You say let's just say that you discounted flat Earth. Yeah, but then there's still another shape that you didn't count for that you could be wrong with the globe. Right?
Sure.
There you
go. Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Obviously, there can be a dent in the globe.
Yeah. So no. So the Earth could be a really giant dodecahedron. We're just on the flat part.
No, because 1 degree of 69 miles for the stars doesn't work on a dodecahedron.
Dude,
it needs
I
a
got
curve
your
to
ass,
work.
dude. You see, no,
You have to overtalk my answer.
This is your logic.
You have to overtalk my debunking of your claim.
You just finished saying that there could be one shape other than flat. Flat's not a shape, sir. I gave you a shape, dodecahedron, and
What?
that thing.
Flat isn't a shape?
No.
Oh, okay. It's curved, a shape.
Did you think flat was a shape? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking. I know it isn't a shape. It's curved, a shape.
Curved? No, a sphere.
Is a disc a shape?
A sphere is a shape.
So then the Earth isn't a globe. It's curved. So there you go. Then I don't claim a shape.
All right.
No.
So it's not a globe. You just debunked
like
yourself.
talking to a child.
If you just debunked yourself, so if it's not a globe, then it's not a sphere, and if it's not a sphere, it doesn't have curve.
No, it's curved.
Oh, really? What kind of curve?
It's just curved with topography.
Oh, it's curved. Well,
what do you mean? What kind? It's curved. What kind of flat are you talking about? What kind of flat are you talking about?
I don't have to have a shape to mine. I gave you one because it debunked what your bullshit was. Well, it's got to be a shape.
No,
but
because
not a shape.
No, because the dodecahedron has flat surfaces on it, and 1 degree for 69 miles doesn't work on a flat surface. It only works on a curved surface. So you're fucked with your.
It only works on a curved surface. Yeah. So how do you know that?
Yeah. Because linear function shows that it's a curved surface,
to what?
Not a flat surface.
Linear function to what? What are we measuring here?
Let's say an angle to Polaris.
An angle to Polaris. How do you get an angle to Polaris?
With let's say a sextant.
Okay. What is your baseline?
What baseline?
What you're using to make your angle. 90 degree, right? I would assume.
No, 90 degrees.
No 90 degrees. We're not getting 90 degrees. There's no 90 degrees. Can you get a 90 degree?
If you're only at the North Pole, you get a 90 degree elevation.
Only
angle.
at the North Pole. So how do you get? Okay, so the baseline, the surface is curving, right?
Yes, the surface of the Earth is curved.
Is that our baseline?
No.
No, we don't have the surface as a baseline. What's our baseline?
The baseline is from the sextant to the horizon. That's the straight line.
The sextant to the horizon. What kind of line is that?
Yeah. It's an imaginary straight line.
Oh, we're imagining lines now? We don't have something to.
Yeah, same. Just
we don't have
same like the line to the Polaris isn't a physical line. It's an imaginary line.
Well, the surface of the Earth is not imaginary, is it? We can see it.
Yeah, but you only use the horizon. What? You don't use the surface, the whole surface.
Well, so is the horizon the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, it's part of the surface.
So it is the surface of the Earth. So we do use.
It's a point on the surface.
It's a point on the surface.
Yeah, you use a point on the surface.
Okay, yes. So you're saying we use a point on the surface. So how do we know that we're making a 90 degree if we're using a point on the surface?
What 90 degree are you talking about? What two lines form a 90 degree?
You said to Polaris. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, at the North Pole.
Okay, so we're using the North Pole as the example. So if we're to say that point underneath the North Pole is 90 degree, well, the baseline is the Earth, right? You said the Earth, the horizon.
No. The baseline is from the sextant to the horizon, a straight line.
All right. So we're using the Earth, the surface, right?
A point on the surface of the Earth, not the surface as a whole.
How do you know where the point is? Where's that point at?
Looking to the horizon.
Yeah, I know, but is the horizon something physical?
The surface that you see on the horizon is physical, yes.
Okay, so from where an observer standing into the horizon, you would say that's not optical, that's physical.
No, it's optical. From the sextant to the horizon, that's optical, yes.
So is it
you
physical?
See light.
Is it physical?
No, you see light.
I know, but is it like somewhere tangible that I can say, that's the horizon is the curvature right over there? You can point to it.
No, you take a point on the horizon.
Okay. That point on the horizon, is that optical or is it physical? Can I see it or is it
physical?
Yeah, I know the surface is physical. Duh. But when I'm looking at a distance to the horizon, That point that I'm pointing at, I'm looking at something, right?
Yes.
Okay, so tomorrow when I go there, will that point still be in the same location for me to say it's right there?
Could have been changed a bit. Yes.
Really?
Due to refraction.
So something physical like that changes due to refraction? So what happens?
Yeah, what we see changes with the refraction. Yes.
Yeah, but what happens to our 90 degree when that happens?
Well, you make the corrections based on the tables on the almanac, and you get a better estimation.
So you're saying, does light bend?
Yes, it does.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So how are we getting that tangent, sir? That imaginary line when light bends?
Tangent?
Yeah.
What kind of a tangent are you talking about now?
The imaginary line you're getting from you're saying we're not using the surface of the Earth as a baseline. So what is your baseline?
The horizon.
Okay, so the horizon. So is that something that moves tomorrow? The horizon is going to be different tomorrow.
Yeah, it can move. Yes,
it can move. So then we don't have something that's steady. We can say that's 90 degree to the north Polaris, because it's going to move tomorrow.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you have to do corrections based on temperature and everything. That's in the almanac.
Really? And how do you know that's been done? How do you know that's been done?
Because again, I've talked to navigators and people.
But you don't know what method did they do? Walk me through the method. Let's see if you know.
The method? They measure the angle, and then they make dip corrections due to the dip of the horizon based on their elevation, and then with temperature, they make corrections due to refraction.
All right, what's refraction? What's refraction?
Refraction. Oh, another tangent? Refraction is the light bending towards the denser medium in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so light is bending. So how do you know there's a straight line to it? What you're seeing, whatever it is you're seeing, like the star.
It's not necessarily exactly straight. Yeah,
right. So
very close to the horizon, it can shift quite a lot. Yeah.
So how do we know we're making?
Can't get an angle then.
Yeah. How do we make a 90 degree angle then?
Well, you do measure the angle between the 2 points and yourself.
Well, how can you do that? But light's bending. You can't do it when light's bending.
Because you bring the light to the sextant.
You bring the light to the sextant? You can bring the star to the sextant?
Yeah, while looking at it. Yeah, while looking at it.
Is it in the actual place that it's supposed to be at?
No, it's light traveling towards you.
No, it's not in the actual place it's supposed to be at. Where is it?
Yeah. Where is it?
Yeah.
It's in the sky.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Is it where I see it where it's at, or is it in a different location?
I mean, you see it where it is. I don't know. What are you asking?
Well, is it in the actual place that I see it, or is it in an apparent place that I see it?
It probably could be apparent.
Oh, probably could be apparent. That sounds like you're really sure about all this information.
I think it is probably apparent. Yes,
probably
because there is refraction.
Well, maybe
you deny refraction, but I don't.
It could be possibly, maybe, perhaps.
Sure.
Right? Possibly, maybe, probably.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Probably, maybe, possibly.
Could you be more sure about something?
Sure. Do you use the sextant when you navigate?
I don't need to. Just listen to you.
So you run from all the questions. I've been here for over 30 minutes, and I haven't asked a single question.
Listening to you be so unsure about what you're saying, it makes it clear that you don't know what you're saying.
You contend that we can see Polaris from Australia or something? Like, do we all agree we can't see Polaris from Australia?
That's not what even's in contention here. The contention.
No, he doesn't answer questions.
The contention.
He's just running the script.
No, it's not. What script? What script?
What script? The pre-sub script. I assume that the Earth is flat. Now answer these questions.
No,
and if you're not specific,
it's an observation, sir.
You're not correct.
It's an observation.
Oh, is it?
It's not an assumption.
When do you observe it?
Every day.
Where do you observe it?
Every day.
I'm looking outside. There's nothing flat. There's hills and valleys. Where's the flat Earth?
Yeah, the horizontal plane of reference that we reference right now to the Earth. So when you hold a cup of water up and you pour a cup of water, you can do this yourself. You can hold it up. It holds rigidity in space. So the flat surface on that water that you see will hold rigidity to the horizontal plane that it references. So everything is referencing.
Where's the measurements?
I'm telling you, you can just allow me to finish. So the horizontal plane that we reference, you and I, are both what we measure things with. So when we use a spirit level, when we use any leveling device, we're going to be measuring, to the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is flat as can be. All right. So that is what we're saying flat Earth is. It's not the fact that we see a bunch of stuff on the Earth. Hold on a second, sir. I mean, you're anxious, but just wait.
Hours and hours
it's
of
not
just
hours. What we're doing is having a back and forth, and I'm destroying your point because you brought it in. Now I'm telling you why you're wrong.
not.
Oh, so the horizontal plane of reference is what we're definitely talking about. So when we say that's flat, that's what we're saying from mean sea level. That's the average of rate and fall of tides, right? So they rise and they fall. The average of that, there's going to be a vertical point that people say that's where the point begins, but where we connect that to will become the horizontal plane. So when we say that point to any other point on the Earth, that's what we reference as horizontal. So when we say like I don't know, you go 100 miles inland, and that specific point is at elevation, a specific altitude, or excuse me, a specific elevation. That's going to be measured due to the fact that we know what mean sea level is. So from mean sea level to that specific point will be a specific elevation. Now, underneath that person's feet that's standing at that elevation,
how long is this going to take?
Well, as long as you don't keep interrupting me. So if you drill down from that person's feet all the way down to the point where the horizontal plane connects, that would be a 90 degree from that position to where the person's standing to the horizontal plane. So the horizontal plane is all across the Earth where you and I are actually measuring everything to. So everything is accordance to that. Now here's a quick example. You can get a little mound of dirt, put it on your table. You can get like a bowl of water, right? You get that table and you shake it. You shake that table, everything is going to start becoming in motion. What happens to the mound of dirt is it levels off. It's not a mound anymore. It starts evening out and spreading out. The water is shaken. You see a bunch of waves. Now, when everything stops, right, after you shake the table, the water will start to recede. It will start to level out, and then it stops. And then you can see a clear level line on top. The dirt looked like it leveled out. Therefore, everything, all of nature is equalizing to the horizontal plane. That's demonstration to you that you can see that everything is always tending towards that horizontal plane that we reference and we call flat Earth. That is indeed the flat Earth that we mentioned.
Okay, so you're saying that the flat Earth is a horizontal plane?
Yes.
Is that horizontal plane physical?
Physical in the sense of I can touch it? No, but it is indeed what the Earth is equalizing to. Yes.
So then you have no physical evidence of the Earth being flat?
Yeah, of course. So the water of the surface of the Earth is also, I just told you, I gave you an example, dude. The water on the table, remember? The one in your cup?
Yeah.
That's flat.
Yeah. Do you have measurements of it?
Yeah, zero.
Yeah,
the numeric value is no deviation from horizontal. Zero. No elevation change.
Post the measurements.
I don't need to.
You're
You can
just
do it
saying
yourself.
shit.
You could do it yourself. There's no deviation, no elevation change. Yeah, the numeric value is zero, no deviation, dude.
How do you know that it's horizontal?
Because
zero slope.
Because
there's no slope, dude.
How did you measure that there's no slope?
Because there's no deviation. Am I repeating myself again?
Hold on, like what are you referencing it to?
Okay, so think about it like this. If you have a horizontal plane, which would be the surface of the water in the in the cup or the bowl, it doesn't matter. And
the ocean. Let's take the ocean.
No. Well, we're doing it this way because you can't wrap your mind around an ocean. All right. So when you have a cup or a bowl, you put some water in it, right? And you really can't. So that's why I'm using this example. So when you manipulate the container,
like the condescending tone, it's funny.
Well, it's apropos for the conversation. So what we're doing is we're taking this container, we're manipulating it in every direction. We're going to notice one simple fact is that the surface of the water holds rigidity in space, which we are saying is in accordance to the equalization of the horizontal plane that we reference. So when we know that the horizontal plane that we're referencing is what all in nature tends towards, we're going to notice one simple thing, that water in that container will always remain flat and level to that horizontal plane. It doesn't matter where you are. So even if there's elevation, you're on a mountain surface, rocky surface, you're always going to have that water going to dictate what level is. Not only that, let me give you one more. So there's also the vestibular system that you have. The liquid in your inner ear gives you that kind of notion that you're going to be able to sense what level is. So you'll be able to, like, if you tilt your head in one way or the other, you're going to know if you're upright or if you're sideways or whatever. Your eyes are also like gyroscopes, right? Because they're gyroscopic in nature. Because of the way they operate, they move around, they look around. I'm telling you, this is how you're going to orientate yourself in accordance to the horizontal plane that you and I live on right now.
No, that's not even true.
Absolutely, 100% true. Because if you actually, tilt your head upside down, you're going to notice that your head knows that the orientation is in a different way other than the way it's right side up. I guarantee it, 100%.
Why?
Because we're referencing the horizontal plane, sir. That's why.
No.
Yes.
You're referencing vertical, not horizontal.
Yes, the plane of existence that you and I are on right now is all what nature represents itself to. Like,
how do you know that it's a plane?
Because
how do you
that's
know that
what all of see, I use the mound of dirt and I use the water to show you an example what the plane is. So everything, when, like I told you, you got a table, right? You got a little mound of dirt and you got a bowl of water and you shake that table. What's going to happen is that mound of dirt is going to even out. It's going to level out. It's going to spread out. So no, check this out. This is nature in action. So what you're doing is you're.
Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
You're recreating an example of what would happen in nature, right? So like earthquakes happen, levels everything out. That's what they mean when it gets leveled out. And another thing too, water is in motion at all times, but when it's at rest, we understand that it's equalized to the horizontal plane that we reference. This is something you need to take to heart because this is what nature is describing to you and me and everybody in this room.
No, that's just your claim.
Listen, dude. You can't say it's reification. You don't take what's occurring in nature, right? What you can observe and test and measure in nature, right? And then say you're reifying that. That's ridiculous.
He's made a model. He's made a model of the Earth on a table, shaking the table, and says this is what happens on the whole Earth. That's exactly what a reification fallacy is.
In reality.
Yeah, this
okay, then I can take, then what happens in reality is water droplets form a sphere. So there you go. The Earth is a sphere.
No, they don't. No, they're not. They're not a sphere.
Oh, they're not?
No, they're not.
Are they flat?
No, but they're not a sphere.
Okay, so then the Earth isn't flat then.
No,
right?
no. Listen. So when you have like rain falling down, it's not a sphere. Now, if it does,
because
water bonds. Yeah, water holds itself together, right? So it bonds to it. You know very little about the Earth around you, and I think that's why you're very confident in your arrogance, in your ignorance. Excuse me. Your ignorance.
You're not at all.
No, I've been doing this for a long time, dude. So I've been shellacking globers like you for a very long time.
Sure.
It's very easy for me to point out your mistakes and to show you why you're ignorant. Very easy.
Sure. Show me how I'm wrong.
Well, you're negating the fact that you're negating the fact that your everyday experience about the Earth, your senses that you've been given by a creator, are been able to depict that the world around you.
Creator.
Yeah, for sure.
Who's that?
Fresh grown
flowers. Making weird noises.
I'll take care of it. So your everyday experience of the Earth being a flat and stationary plane has been given to you every single day of your life. Every time you go outside,
That's
how you
not
orientate.
True,
but it absolutely is. So when you start to tilt your head, listen, when you're above the ground and you tilt your head, you still know how to orientate yourself. You know that you're sideways if you're moving
because
around.
of gravity, obviously. Yes.
Okay, well, wait a minute. We're not even getting into that. So we're talking about the horizontal plane. So I'm depicting to you how we're all.
But there is no horizontal plane.
But there is, because I just told you that water holds rigidity in space. So if you understand this very simple fact, then it's not holding itself to a globe because it's not bending around the surface. It's all it's doing is holding rigidity, which means the surface, because of surface tension in the water, is going to all spread out evenly across the surface. As you expand that surface out into, let's say, a pool, into a pond, into a lake, into a river, it doesn't matter. You're going to have a flat surface on it at all times. Now, water will flow, of course.
That's again your assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. It's an observation, sir, which you're negating. You're negating the observation. See, I've been doing this for a long time. I know what you're negating. Yeah, you're negating.
Heck, dude, just get your glass of water and pour it on a surface that has zero slope versus a surface that has greater than zero slope.
I did that. I poured water on a table and it just ran off the table.
Yeah, of course.
But then there's no. I mean, that's as stupid as what you said.
Right.
What?
Put some sand on the table and shake the table.
So you get a table, right, and you pour a little bit of water on it, right, to the point where it spreads out until surface tension kicks in, and you'll have just like this pool, right? You'll just have like a little puddle on the table, right? It's not spreading out any further, right? It's also not flowing to the center, by the way. That's of importance. But all right, now go to one end of the table
because you don't understand scale. Yeah.
And start lifting it up so that there's a slope. It's going to run off.
It'll flow. Yeah, water will flow.
Yep, it'll flow because of gravity and weight of the water. Yes.
Yeah, we'll talk about what you think gravity is, I think, in the next argument, what's coming up. But as far as like what we're saying, orientation is paramount. So we have built in our bodies a design in which we understand orientation. Like I said, the eyes are like a gyroscope. The vestibular system in your inner ears hold the notion that you can stand sideways. You know if you're laying down, if you're upright. Like it does give you that feeling.
Yeah, that's because gravity, it works perfectly with that.
Listen, the liquid in your inner ear holds rigidity in space as well. That's how you know. See,
what do you mean that it holds rigidity in space?
It's a horizontal surface level.
Yeah, the liquid in your inner ear, it holds the same rigidity that liquid like water does when you hold it in a cup.
What do you mean? What do you mean rigidity?
Let me tell you, right? So when if you can do this example for me, I think that would be great. Get a cup of water, right? Halfway. Just fill it halfway. Okay, when you tilt the container and you manipulate it in any direction, slowly, you're going to notice that the surface of the water does not change. It's going to remain flat and level to the ground that you're standing on. So that means that if you want to know something to be horizontal,
that's actually not even true.
What do you mean? That's the 100%
well, the ground
truth.
Isn't flat. Ground isn't flat.
I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is,
you just said it.
In reference to the ground,
this is what's impossible to have this discussion.
Listen, if you listen to what I'm saying closely, in reference to the ground that you're standing, if you stop interrupting me because it sounds like you're getting in your feelings, right? So if you're standing on ground that's unlevel, right? It's still got, you might be on a hill or it's rocky or it doesn't matter. The surface of that water will always remain flat and level to the ground. So that means that when you're on rocky ground or whatever, let's say you wanted to know what flat was, you take that cup of water and you'd be able to orientate the ground horizontally. You could be able to say, I'm standing on a hill and an incline. I know that because when I hold my cup upright, that water in that cup is tilted to the side. That means that it's not
holding. The water is level and the ground doesn't necessarily have to be level.
Change in angle relative to what though?
Yeah, to level, yes.
Yeah, do you understand?
Yeah, I got it. I thought you meant that the ground is level with the water. And
No,
I was like, no.
No,
well, obviously there's the term ground level, which obviously shows.
Yeah, no, you can make. Listen, you can make the ground level, right? You can level the ground, but in order for you to do that, you need to know what we're referencing. So if you didn't, let's say for instance, if you didn't have any reference whatsoever, what level was, you wouldn't be able to level anything because how would you know what level is? You need something to reference. So in order to reference something, so all of nature references the horizontal plane. That's what I'm telling you. It's not a claim. It's nature, sir. Water.
But you have no evidence for that.
Water. Dude, I'm trying to tell you. Why are you not? You're not getting this, are you? Water is horizontal. It's level.
Well, do you have any evidence for this?
Exactly.
You hold a cup of water,
listen, dude. You got your cup of water, right? You got your cup of water, right? And it's sitting still, and it's the surface of it is level and horizontal, right? Now,
how did you measure that?
The glass, right? If you start tipping the glass very slowly, right, you're going to be tipping it at an angle in reference to the surface of the level water. You can measure the angle using the water that's literally in the cup.
Yeah, and you assume that the water is flat, and I'm saying that it isn't. It's curved because the Earth isn't flat.
And you can't. Then you're not measuring it in reference to you're not getting an angle difference. Then are you in relation to the surface of the water? Not to the surface of the water. You're not. Not to the surface of the water. No, because you said it's curved. Because you said it's curved.
So why does it matter? What does it matter? You can take 2 points on a curved surface and imagine a line between those 2 points.
No, we're not going to imagine a line. No, we're not going to imagine a line. So what we need to do is find out if water is displaying itself as horizontally flat. So if that's true,
whether it measures that way or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It does measure that way. So if that's the key, What do you mean? Okay, go show us that how it does it, because I need to see that. Demonstrate
because
that for us.
verticals are not parallel, so then
No.
water
I don't
isn't
hear. I
flat.
don't give a shit about words. It's time for demonstration. Go ahead, because I gave
Sure,
you
I
one.
posted you the measurements of
No,
reciprocal
what
zenith.
measurements?
No, you
What are you
didn't.
talking about? No.
Which
What's
measurement
the
you gave
demonstration?
me?
What demonstration? I told you what you can do to find out that water is flat and level according to how it holds rigidity in space. Are you
Yeah,
are you that
according to
obtuse?
you claiming that. You claiming that. You have no
You can
evidence for that.
fucking do it
Yes.
right now. Go to your kitchen and fill up a cup of water and do it your damn self. What do you mean, my
Yeah,
claim?
it's not horizontal.
The bullshit. It's not.
Well, how do you know that it's horizontal?
Go right now into the kitchen and go fucking do it yourself right now.
Yeah, and how do I measure?
You're just a liar, dude. You're a liar.
Yeah, the
How do I
principles
measure
are
the
used in
surface?
construction. Like it's used in practical. It's practically used that way. Like in construction, it has practical use.
No, they use lasers in construction
No,
nowadays.
that's some bullshit,
and
dude. Listen,
they can use water levels too, right?
Sure, yeah, just transferring elevation, obviously.
Right,
You can do that
and
with
you
water
draw
on
a
a
straight
globe with
line
no
between
problem.
them, and it's horizontal. It's a horizontal plane
let me
of
see if I
reference
got an image.
from which
Let me-
you can reference that to build other things off of.
Here, let me show you an example.
Sure, yeah, you can just take 2 points
He's
on a
saying
water
sure
level,
on one side of his
and it'll
mouth
be
and he's saying
horizontal
no
to
on
the
the
center.
other. Sure on one side, no on the other side of his mouth. It's weird. It's a weird thing he's been doing.
So you're gonna post the measurements?
Let me see if I can get it. Here.
This dude just got crushed for the past like hour and a half. This is hilarious.
I'm gonna post this for you. I need you to see this. Because
Yeah, post the measurements for verticals not being parallel.
you haven't given a demonstration, obviously.
Posted the measurements.
Measurements. What did you measure, dude?
Just fucking laughing at measurements. Evidence, fucking. I don't want evidence.
What did you measure, dumbass? What did you measure?
I posted measurements of reciprocal zenith angles.
What the fuck is a reciprocal zenith angle to do with the surface of the fucking Earth, dude?
You don't know?
Tell me.
Yeah, if verticals are not parallel, then the surface can't be flat.
Yeah, what are you
Just simple
measuring?
logic.
What are you using to measure?
Theodolites.
All right,
Is
theodolites. What do you-
T82?
I'm gonna post an image for you.
Yeah, I posted the measurements already.
Did you see the image I just posted?
Just to say it.
Let me see. There's another one over here. You think that's true or
nice graph.
false? Is that true or false?
I think that's cartoon. I think it's cartoon, but I think, yeah, with a
Can
very
you do
small
that in
scale,
reality?
it's like that. Yeah, in a very small scale, yes.
All right, let's try this one. All right, let me find another one.
Obviously, the line between those two vials is imaginary because it's not a physical line. So,
All right, let's see if this is imaginary too. And of course, this is a cartoon, but here. These two people are in construction. You know that what they're using right there, right?
yeah, it's water level, yes,
Yeah. Why would they use that?
because they transfer elevation.
Right.
Why would they?
What happens in those 2 points that they don't have slope? How can they know they're not slope?
What 2 points?
The 2 points that those two people in that image are doing right now. They're on either side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So
how do they know that either side is not one higher than the other? How do they know that?
because it's equal elevation, because water
No
finds
shit,
level.
Sherlock. What are they using?
Yeah. Water.
Oh, so water is level. The fuck? That's
Yeah,
weird.
it's level. Not horizontal, but it's
Yeah.
level, yes.
Oh, it's not horizontal. So there's a fucking slope? Where's the slope at?
No, there's no slope. The earth is curved. There's no slope. Equal
there's no slope.
elevation.
So you're saying there's no rate of change of the slope, right? No rate of change of slope, right?
Yeah, because it's equal elevation.
Okay,
Curve
then.
is slope. Curve is slope.
No, it
Curve
isn't.
is slope. Yes, it
No,
is. It's
it is
changing
not.
elevation. Yes, that's how we determine changes in elevation in reference to horizontal. A zero slope. We reference slope against zero slope.
Yeah, he did.
Horizontal line. Horizontal plane.
So Twad,
don't know what you're talking about.
For you not to strawman the globe, if I take the water level and I travel all around the Earth, how much have I dropped from my original position when I got back?
You're hypothetical bullshit. Nobody's doing what you're saying. This practical thing that I showed you, everybody can do. And you know that in between those two...
I know. I agree.
All right, then. Then in between those 2 points, that quote-unquote horizontal line that you say is invisible, imaginary, is actually true because the 2 points are one's no higher than the other, which means that it helps. Yes. So that means that you can
equal
use
elevation from the surface of the Earth.
So what does that mean, dude? What does that
mean? It means that the Earth's the mean sea level, like the geoid of the Earth, is what water references to. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you know?
I don't know, because of the measurements of the Earth things.
I know. I don't know. What the fuck, dude?
I said,
I know.
I don't know.
Those two little cartoon characters don't want any slope. They don't want any curve, any slope in their fucking measurements.
Yes.
Oh my god.
They want it
equal elevation,
and flat and level.
Equal elevation. Yeah, not flat.
Yes.
That's
Horizontal.
Flat, you dumbass. That's flat as fuck, dude. They don't have any deviation, no rate of change of slope. Well, you're such a fucking dumbass, dude.
It's funny. The code is real.
Because think about it. Let's do this.
And you have this little corner on Discord pretending that the Earth is flat. The real world doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, the real world is all full of fucking individuals such as yourself, which are dumb as fuck. So what we're saying is, if you had
8 billion dumbasses and few sane ones, right?
Yeah, I would say that's probably right. But here's the thing, right? When you're doing this specific thing that these builders are doing, you could take 1 million fucking points, and guess what you're gonna get? A flat fucking water surface that doesn't deviate. You dumbass.
No, it's curved water surface.
Yeah, that's some bullshit right there because you can't prove that. What's the deviation then?
No, I gave you evidence. You said no, I don't want evidence. I don't like evidence.
Tell me, because the numeric value for the deviation is absolutely fucking 0. So if you're
roughly
saying
1 degree per 69 miles,
1 degree per 69 miles. So how did you measure that?
Yeah, I posted the measurements.
I'm gonna take a step back. Go, Diane.
I want to ask.
Yeah, I gotta leave this room, but I'll be here for a moment.
Just 2 seconds, right? So you believe in gravity?
Sure.
Do you believe?
I guess you can say I believe in gravity.
Do you believe in the influence of gravity?
Sure, I guess. I'm not sure
Can you define horizontal for me?
Horizontal? That's perpendicular to vertical.
So a straight line that goes from left to right or right to left?
Sure, depends on how you put your graph. I mean, you can.
Sure.
But roughly, yeah.
According to the actual nature of gravity, right? Water would naturally align itself to form a flat and horizontal surface, would it not?
No, not according to gravity, because gravity is vertical.
Well, gravity is why water aligns itself to form a flat and horizontal surface, isn't it?
No, it's level surface, not flat and horizontal.
So why do we observe this in calm lakes and oceans then?
No, we don't. It's slightly curved.
A few photos, my friend. Can you explain to me what that is?
Yeah, it's water.
Which is?
Which is slightly curved. Very little, so it's hard to see on this because it's 1 degree per 69 miles, so it's very little.
Where's the curve? Can you see it?
No, not on this with just a naked eye. It's so small. I can post you some videos of things that. Well, I guess I can even post you images of where horizon is obstructing things because it's a long distance away.
So you're saying on a smaller scale it's uniform due to the influence of gravity, but on a larger scale the surface follows the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not even close to what I never said that. I said that the
water aligns horizontally on a local scale, right? Would you disagree with that as well?
No.
So I need to go get my food, bro. I'll talk to you later.
That's true. I mean, obviously, if the Earth is curved, then water wouldn't be flat in any container.
Yeah, water wouldn't be flat in any container. So can you point out the deviation in that container?
Which container?
Don't matter.
This is an image.
Pick one.
Sure, I can show it you on Baltic Sea.
The Baltic Sea. No,
sure,
no.
Why not?
You said a container. So let's if you're going to point to the deviation, could you say that a bathtub has deviation?
Very little. That's just a lot of
how did you measure
implication.
that? How did you measure that? Go ahead and tell me.
I didn't. I said that's the implication if the Earth is a globe.
I don't give a fuck about an implication. I want you to state how you know, that water's curving.
You hate logic.
What's that?
I know you hate logic.
No, this ain't logic. This just bullshittery that you're doing just to make the Earth be a globe. So I want you to. I want to expose you first of all that you don't know what you're talking about. So what did you do to measure a bathtub to be curving?
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't do it. So what did you do to measure?
I never said that I did.
What did how can you know?
I never said that I measured it.
Well, how could you measure it then? Anyone?
How could I measure? I asked you that. You said that you measured it to be horizontal, and you said no. I don't need
flat.
to.
It's pretty fucking flat.
Yeah,
zero deviation.
Curved last per the image that I posted.
Okay, but you're just saying shit. I'm saying that if there's a way that you've measured deviation, how did you do it?
So funny, you said I'm just saying shit, and you proceed to saying shit.
What are you saying though? How do you measure this curving water in a bathtub?
You can check the image. You can check the image that I posted.
I don't want to check an image that you posted. I want you to stand behind the claim that water in a bathtub is curving along with the curvature of the Earth. So go ahead and tell me how that's possible.
Because verticals are not parallel.
Yeah, that's you saying shit again. Now I want you to prove it.
I posted the measurement.
Demonstrate. I don't give a fuck about your measurement. I want you to demonstrate that a bathtub is curving in accordance with the Earth being a globe. Now, I need you to tell me how you measured that, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I already said.
No, we're not going to measure your fucking reciprocals and zenith angles. We want you to show us how a bathtub is curving, sir. And by what method did you measure it? Go ahead. This is the hill that you're going to die on, I guess.
So do you believe in things you can only see with your eyes?
Well, the claim on
answer
the
question
table,
because
the claim on the table is that a bathtub is curving with the surface of the Earth. So we want to know how he measured that. We're not going to move from this point until he concedes that it's not curving. So it's up to the gentleman, really. You can concede.
I already posted the evidence.
No, we're not looking at your bullshit. We want you to tell us by what method are you measuring the bathtub to be curving? Because you said it was. In accordance with the Earth. It's your claim. You're the one carrying it. And if anybody else wants to jump in and carry your claim, that's up to them.
Extrapolation.
But it's your claim alone.
You could say extrapolation.
Do you want to, Gonzo? Do you want to take it?
No, he doesn't. He hates
extrapolation. It's up to him, dude. It's up to him. He could take it.
Well, I mean, do you believe atoms and subatomic particles exist, even though we can't see them with microscopes?
So we're gonna let Gonzo take it. Okay.
I think the Coke is real.
Yeah, well, we're going to hold you on mute just for a second. We're going to let Gonzo explain. So the question right now is, can we measure a bathtub to be curving on its surface in accordance with the Earth being a globe? It's your point now, Gonzo. Go ahead.
Well, that wasn't the, I thought we were moving. No, I wasn't addressing that. No. I was addressing the point
this song that's playing right now is not going to end until we know how this person was going to give us the answer to the very thing we need. Which is the measurement by which the bathtub was given. How we know it's curving in accordance to the curvature of the Earth.
So if a curvature were detectable under a large scale, one could extrapolate that under a smaller scale, there would still be a curvature.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how can we know that the bathtub is curving? By what method is it measured by? Because it looks pretty fucking flat to everyone. How can we know that bathtub's water is curving? Because we don't see that. And by what method can we use? Do you know? Because now it's your point, Gonzo. I didn't want to give it to you, but you wanted it, so now we got to know from you.
I was addressing something else, but...
so you want me to get back? I'll get him back. It can be his point again. All right, back to you, Mo.
Cheers. Now
He
I can
doesn't
mute
know.
myself.
He doesn't know.
Is that guy still here?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how he measured this bathtub to be curving in accordance with
He tried to win by modding.
the water.
By lying.
No, I already posted the measurements.
Yeah, we're not. You made a claim that even water in that level is curving accordance with the Earth. You don't know how, though. You're basically
I said that if the Earth is a globe, then it would curve.
Well, if the Earth, if keyword here is if. Yeah, we don't know that though.
Yes.
We don't know that. Yes.
No, we know because we measured reciprocal zenith angles, so we know.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know how that's been done?
Yeah, I posted it already.
But you can't use your words once again.
You don't want to look at the evidence.
Yeah, just like the Al-Biruni example, you don't know how to use words, right? Everyday language. You know how we speak. Who gives a shit? Why can't you articulate it right now?
I already told you. Already told me what?
Theodolites.
That they use theodolites.
Yeah, which ones?
To measure reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah, which theodolites? Which ones?
What do you mean? Do you want the name and the brand or what?
Sure, why not?
So that's the hook. If I don't know the name.
No. What's important is that if once you give data out, you supply all the information needed for the researcher to actually investigate. Are you doing that with what you're doing now?
Sure, I can get you the brand.
Oh, what is
if you want.
Well, what is it?
Yeah, I'm just getting it for you.
Okay, post it in the live chat.
Already posted it.
I don't see it.
That was when you said you don't want any evidence. I can repost it.
All right. So when you're looking up at the, I don't know.
There you go.
Let's see what we got. All right. What does this say? Because you're just dropping blinks. What does it say in there? You read it already, right?
You can't read.
Did you read it? Or no?
Yeah, I've read it.
Okay, what did it say? What did
it say?
Oh, what does it say?
It says that it gives you measurements of reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay, what else?
Posted the table.
Yeah, I know. What else do they do?
What do you mean, what else does it do?
Well, that's not, you just said like 3 sentences. Is that all it is? Yeah. 3 sentences? Well, I don't need to look at it because you just said all 3 sentences that I need to look into. If you can't articulate your points, sir, why do you bring them up?
Because you wanted measurements or evidence.
Yeah.
And I posted
you can't articulate your points about what this information leads us to. Can you, sir?
What?
You know, when you have some information, you're like, I'm going to lay this out for you guys so you can understand what this is. You don't do that. You just like, well, reciprocal zenith angles, and there's my link. Go ahead and look at the information. Can you tell me about this? I don't know anything about this, but here you go. Dumb as fuck, dude.
How about measurements?
How about who, when, what tools we used, what were the tolerance levels, what were the distances, what was the altitudes, what was the temperature variance on the day? All of it, just everything. Yeah. But you don't know anything. You don't know shit. There you go.
I got my reciprocal zenith angles.
Sure. So what do you want now? I can read to you if you want.
What Tita? No, I don't want you to fucking read, dude. Can't you articulate it from your point of view and say and tell me, walk me through it, like as if I never read it before, which I haven't.
Sure, I already did.
3 sentences. So I've heard all the article when you're 3 sentences. Is that true? Huh?
Well, I said I can read to you from the article, and you said no, I don't want you to read from the article.
It. Yeah. How can you convey the information?
This is just
your
pointless.
Words?
I posted the evidence, and you're just saying,
I posted the evidence.
What about
Go ahead, Tito.
What about this? What about for the audience's sake? You at least describe to us what a reciprocal zenith angle is.
I already did, but I can do it again. It shows that reciprocal zenith angle is when verticals are not parallel. The angle from a vertical to a horizontal and another vertical to that same horizontal is not 90. Shows that verticals are not parallel.
Great.
But I gotta get going.
How would you go about applying that? Would you go?
Single answer.
How would you go about applying that practically in reality?
Practically, I wouldn't. I'm not a surveyor.
You can't articulate the point?
You know the steps. Do you know the process involved in achieving these reciprocal zenith angle measurements?
Yeah, you take 2 theodolites and then point them at each other and see if they deviate from horizontal. But I really gotta get going soon. I gotta go sleep for work.
Yeah, you should get going after claiming theodolites can claim curvature, because you know that's a bunch of BS.
He was, and the next moment he was gonna be shellacked on that too. Because theodolites do not measure curvature. What's the distance between those theodolites?
It depends on the measurements. Which measurement
It depends.
are you talking
No, it
about?
don't fucking depend. You're gonna give us an arbitrary distance, or what the fuck? Okay, so what's the difference? What's the distance that this example was using?
Which measurement?
The example that you posted with your dumbass example. What's the difference?
So you didn't look at all.
Huh?
This is just pointless. You're not even trying to look at the evidence.
What's the distance between? What's the distance between those two theodolites? What's the distance? What's the distance?
And there's multiple measurements there.
Yeah. Oh well. Give me the maximum range here. What are we going for?
Just have a good one. This is just so pointless.
How do linear measurements translate into curvature to you?
You don't know, do you?
It just shows that verticals are not parallel.
Yeah. Why? Based on what? What's the distance? I can leave. That's good.
Another theodolite earther.
Reciprocal zenith angles. He belongs to Scott Mackey's crew. They're all about those reciprocal zenith angles. And I even asked Scott too. I was like, dude, what's the model number on that thing so we can understand what the variance and tolerance is? I don't need to give you that, man. It's not essential to this. I was like, bullshit. Well, what's the distance? Well, it was around 75 miles. 75 fucking miles, dude, with the theodolite? What the fuck? And yeah, he's like, well, they see unlimited distance because I could see stars through them, so we're billions of light years away. I'm like, fucking hell, Scott. So yeah, that's one of his shticks. I think there's a guy on what's his name? Gem Panda server. His name's Larry. He's the land surveyor that Scott appeals to every time he comes in there and talks about reciprocal zenith angles. And I think they got it from someone else, to be honest.
Notice what he did there? Right before he ran away, he was talking about referencing horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, he's all
after all that. Though. Yeah, after all that banging his head up against the wall with horizontal reference, or you don't have that, right? He's going to now appeal to something that uses that very thing that he was trying to refute.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do. Yeah, he's all turned around, man. He was go ahead, Crit. You want to come in?
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been just having to tune in and out for most of that. That is probably one of the most annoying people I've ever come across.
Mo man? Yeah.
Yeah, complete. I mean, this guy puts bricked, like he breaks the mold.
Bricked, you have to describe him in a different way. It's like, nah, he's not brick, dude. He's
beyond.
Else.
Yeah,
he's beyond brick.
So then the pilot one I thought was interesting. So you know he's a pilot because he's debunked the AE projection.
What you got there? I am surf and turf.
Right, just a ribeye and some seafood. My mouth is full.
Surf and turf. That's pretty good.
It's phenomenal.
Oh, dude, I gotta show you an image I just took. I'm gonna post it here in the I took this on my camera phone. Specifically you, but let me see. What up, guys? I'm just in here, I didn't work yesterday, so, staying up, shellacking Glovers.
I'm telling you, the best way to eat a ribeye is pick it up by the bone. I've got a fork and knife and everything, but bro, it doesn't hit the same. I tell you.
Yeah. Ribeyes are my favorite cut of beef, by the way.
Oh yeah, there has to be a ribeye.
Check this out. I am. Look at the text. It said it posted. I don't know why it doesn't show on my screen. Oh, it's loading. There it is.
No way. I can't do this. They're not coming to Australia. You know, they was driving $200,000 each. You know, if you sold that truck, bro, wow.
No, I was driving. I was like, fuck. And I immediately thought of you. I was like, fucking, I gotta take this picture right fucking now. So I was in traffic and I had to whip out my camera phone and I was like, took it. I took like 3 of them.
Those things look ridiculous, man.
Yeah, but they were because the Tesla dealer around here is getting them. So anyway,
whoever's getting those lucky bad boys.
Yeah, but I was like, I know that you wanted one, so we're getting them over
bro,
here. So.
I freaking they brought a show one, like a Cyber Beast, just for show, and they put in the city here. It's like not registered or anything, and I'm like, are they even gonna come here? And like, maybe, who knows, but not anytime soon. Like, I'm like, bro, come on, I just want to drive this one out right now.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day, though. I'm pretty sure that guy in that truck is. I would say he's armed, if I had to guess.
Oh, he has to be. Do you know how much those things are worth these days?
Yeah, they're a lot of money.
It's like here's a truck full of Lambos, pretty much.
Yeah. It was taking him to the Tesla dealer where I live, so. They got him over here, man. You just gotta live. You're living in the wrong place.
We gotta steal a couple, I tell you. We'll change our lives.
Shit. They're built like tanks, according to what they're saying. I don't know what they're saying. I wouldn't trust it, but.
Well, I mean, it was. They say it will stop at 9mm, but who carries a 9mm?
Yeah.
Like people be carrying 5.56s and shit.
In America, we do it a little different.
The smallest caliber I've got is like a 308, or maybe a Creed was a bit smaller.
That's actually fucking wild. You gotta have some fucking pistol ammo, dude.
Yeah, brother. It's bulletproof, but to a pistol.
You gotta have the belt surprise, dude. The belt buckle surprise ready for some motherfuckers, dude.
Yeah, but realistically, who's coming out with like a big boy ballistic rifle to shoot you down? It's probably a pistol, anyways, right?
Right. So that's when you pull out. I was wrong. That's when you pull out the fucking 308 bolt action and just blow them away from 5 meters away.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Hey, but check this out. Yeah, check this out, man. We got J.E. Barrington that's in here. What's up, Barrington? I haven't seen you in a minute, bro.
Hey, good morning, brother. I was wondering what kind of came of you, but I've only finally got into the politics server here in the last few days, so good to see you, my man.
Yeah, we're over here now. We kind of, this is like our forwarding station. If you want to call it. There you go. But it's pretty lively over here, so, Crit is kind of, him and Heretic are the main mans in here.
Cool. Yep. Mole Man's melting down. Mole Man's. I got a golden bird. Goes to a different server and just continues the meltdown over Flat Earth.
Oh,
see, that's yeah, like Mole Man, the guy who was just here for like the last 2 hours.
So, Miggy, I got a question for you. Before we get too off in the weeds. Do you remember back in 2022, back in the main server, there was a professor who came in one mid-afternoon, and you all were having a very nice chat with him, and then you asked him if he was sure that the Earth was a ball, and he said yes. Then you said, I know it sounds a little redundant, but are you 100% sure? And he said yes, and you said, I know I'm being, a little too redundant, but I just want to make sure that you're 100% and not 99.9999999%. And then the guy disconnected. Do you by chance remember where he was from?
Oh my God.
I know we've talked to a lot since then, but He was a very nice professor, and we had like a very nice warm-up chat, so to speak, with him. And then as soon as you asked that one question, he just couldn't take it anymore.
Oh my God, Barrington, man, you're asking me to pull out of the archives a Glober amongst all the other Globers. I'm like, God. Oh no.
If it hits you, just keep in the back of your mind. I didn't figure you'd have an instant answer for me, but if it hits you in the back of your mind sometime.
Well, as many people as I've asked that specific question would be, God, dude, a myriad of
I know.
humans.
Yeah. But this guy was like a physics professor, if I remember right.
There's a lot of they LARP that though too. You can never take it for on face value.
Yeah, I agree with Crit. Yeah.
Very
but
rarely.
I think we confirmed. I think somehow we had actually somebody had looked him up because he said who he was and where he was, and I'm pretty sure we looked him up. And
yeah, they'll do that too though. They'll catfish. They'll be like, "I'm this guy." Like I got a guy today who told me I pulled a screenshot. He just by chance invented special relativity when he was in like 6th grade or something like that.
That's
before he ever even heard what flat Earth or the globe Earth is.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell, man, from this side whether or not.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, of course. I mean, especially on Discord, anybody can say whatever they want to say.
What did you ask him?
Oh, I was having a conversation with a gentleman about being 100% sure if the Earth was a globe, and we were just talking about if he knows, and we just got down to it being like, "Are you?" Because we just said, I think the first question was, "Are you sure the Earth's a globe?" And he was like, "Yeah, the Earth's a globe." And because I've asked this question multiple times to many different people, so it's like hard to know which guy this was. But I guess according to Barrington, I asked him, and he like responded to me when I said, "Are you 100% sure the Earth's a globe?" And he was like, "No, I think I'm 99.99999% like that." And it was a professor that I was speaking to.
No, he said he was 100% sure. And then when you said, I know I'm being a little redundant, but I want to ask, are you 100% sure or 99.9999999% sure? Then he just quit. He just disconnected and never came back.
No, I don't know who that is, man, to be honest. Like, that's... Oh, wait. Is he talking about... Crit, is he talking about, oh, fucking, what's his name?
Well, Kromick, he said 51% sure. And he got ran out of the discussion by globalists.
Mr. Sensible.
Yes, Mr. Sensible, but he's not any sort of physicist or anything.
He's not a professor, is he?
No, he's a YouTuber.
Yeah, no, this wasn't Mr. Sensible. I know Mr. Sensible, of course, but this was some fellow at least pretending to be. But I thought we somehow verified that it really was him.
No, I'm telling you, you can't. People have there's people who come in here and be like, "I'm an astrophysicist. I work at this college," and like you look them up and you're like it's not even they don't even pronounce the person's name correctly.
Yeah, bullshit on bullshit.
Yeah, it's like what they do.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, if you get somebody here coming in and say like, "You should listen to me. I'm an expert," they're not. Okay, they're not. They're completely LARPing.
Yeah, and to this guy's credit, he didn't do anything like that. He was interested in the conversation. He said he had students talking about coming to Discord over a long time, and he finally wanted to come in.
RC Meisty.
The RC Meisty?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah, he flew a plane too. I think we call him Magnetic West Meisty.
Yeah.
Were you there, Crit? That moment he dropped that bomb on us? Oh my God, that was so funny.
He was debating
I busted
in the
a gut,
arena,
bro.
In the arena with QE. He's like, "Would you like that as Magnetic West?" Or
Dude, it was so epic. I think I have it on my channel, if I'm not mistaken.
that specific clip.
Yeah, it was like one of the best moments of the arena. It was like at both sides. Like it was like a like they had in World War I where they had a snowball fight on Christmas Eve. Like people just got out of the trenches, and the Germans, the Americans just started throwing snowballs at each other. They just stopped the war for like 2 hours. That's what it was like when R.C. Meisty dropped the magnetic west. Both globe Earth and flat Earth just belly rolled. Like it was like.
Well, that wasn't. He said some other gold, man. He dropped on us that the sun is literally on fire, and then we were
oh yeah,
Radwin's, Radwin's like, I don't see flames shooting at that fucker. Like the way he said it though was so like, it was funny, dude.
Now that's funny, but no, this isn't that guy, because this guy literally, when you asked him if he's 100% sure, 99.999% sure he just disconnected and went away and never come back. So, but no worries. If you don't recall, you don't recall. I mean, we do talk to a whole bunch of globetards on here, so.
Yeah, it would have to be something that stuck out from what our conversation was about, other than that, because I asked a shit ton of people that question.
Why did it go with the mole guy?
Oh, I buried him back into the ground.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed. Gotta go take a shower. Goes to politics and religion server. Continues to melt down.
Yeah, he's an anti-flat earther, no? Because he knew Merlin.
Yeah.
He knew Merlin and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, Brenda was in here earlier. Bro, I shellacked Brenda too. Oh, dude, I had a good night tonight. I shellacked Brenda.
I thought Brandon was unshellackable, man.
Oh, go rewind the VOD, bro, and listen to something. Your ears will be like, what the fuck? Okay, so I got Brenda on Earth curvature. Yeah, dude, Earth curvature. So she says, she's, I don't know. So that the Earth is curving, right, from not left to right, only front to back.
The fuck?
Yeah. Wait till you hear you gotta rewind the VOD. And I kept doing it over and over again. Dude, I was so pleased. I was just like, dudes, and then Flatsy was saying something. I was like, Flatsy, no, let me I was like, let me finish getting on to Brenda, because Brenda kept asking the same thing. And I was like, well, so what are you saying? How can we? And she got mad at me, saying like, well, you're saying you're so stupid. How do you not know that left to right and front to back are not they're different? Like, I gotta explain this to you. And she getting all upset, and I was like, yeah, but I'm just asking. Like, are you seeing curvature front to back and not left to right? Oh, well, yeah. The way and I was like, no shit. Guess what, dude? And I even asked all the globers in here. All right, so who else thinks that the Earth is curvature? It's seen front to back, not left to right. Dude, about 5 of them answered yes. 5 globers in here all agreed that you can see front to back curvature, just not left to right. I shit you not, dude. Rewind the VOD, check it out for yourself. It was shit,
that's
dude. That must have been.
I mean, obviously, sphere curves in every direction.
Yeah, you would think that would be what they said, but it wasn't. Where's T Dub? Do I got any witnesses in here who can testify? Who was in here? Heard the argument. It was glorious, dude. All 5 of them were on the same freaking page.
But what does that even mean? Left, right, but not up, down.
So, okay, when you look at the horizon, you don't see any curvatures. No, I mean, obviously it's not a
but
ball.
Doesn't it defeat the whole purpose of being a freaking ball?
Yeah, but like that's why I was, dude. Because once Brenda said that, I was like, wait a minute. How many of you guys think exactly like this? Because I showed them this. I'm going to show you what I demonstrated. I guess this is where they got confused.
Because it's not your belief; it's their belief.
Yeah. Let me get the image. This. I posted that, and I was like, okay, so you can see what's happening. And Brenda was like, yeah, that's this boat's disappearing behind the Earth's curvature. Right into my trap, dude. Like, bam, steel trap. Like the bear just got like snapped shut in there. So I was like, okay, so you say that the boat's disappearing behind curvature, right? Yeah, of course. That's Earth's curvature right there. It's demonstrated. You don't see it. Like, I was like, okay. So now when we're seeing that happen, left to right curvature. Can we see that as well? No. Why would we? And I was like, okay. So we see front to back curvature, just not left to right. Yeah, of course. What do you want me? Do you know what left to right and front to back? She's getting on to me about that, and I was like, no, I get you. All right, that's cool. So how many of you other Globers think that's true based on what you're seeing here? No left to right curvature, only front to back. Well, that's what would happen. I got from another Glober. Then the other ones chiming in. Yeah, of course, I agree. That's what we see. Front to back, not left to right. I was like, no shit, really? Everybody's agreeing. Like, dude, 5 Globers, if not 4 or 5. I don't want to lie about that. I think it was 4 or 5. We're all agreeing that's the way it is. No questions
That's
asked.
weird, man. Because if you think about it, even when you're watching boats disappear bottom up, it's the curvature of the Earth is going to be curving in every direction, right? So,
well, that should be the answer. That's not what I heard.
Well, the answer should be that it's harder to see left to right curvature, but with panoramic views and all these fancy wide-angle lenses with fisheye lenses and shit that exaggerate the curve, because it exaggerates it, right? It doesn't falsify it according to their belief. So if you use a fisheye lens, you can see left to right.
But yeah, the point was that there was an affirmative that you don't see any left to right curvature. You do see front to back.
You know what you should have done? You should have showed them the photo from the space
I think it depends on perspective. Like if you're on the surface of the Earth,
all right, Barrington.
I think if you sent that photo, Alpha, from the space jump, where you can see the entire left, right, up, down, and you go back, is this fake? They would have been like, that'd be stuck there, right?
Bro,
it's fake.
It's funny that you mentioned that because that was the next argument, bro. You must be some type of mind reader, so I don't know. But that was the next argument because okay. So here's the layout for this argument. Now, if Matt can listen or anybody else who's a Glober, listen to this argument. So on the one hand, you have academic professionals, scientific communicators saying that the Earth is a globe based on the size of the Earth. You wouldn't be able to see Earth curvature until a specific altitude. Now you got guys like Felix Baumgartner, who jumped off the gondola from the Red Bull space jump at 120,000 feet, that claimed that he saw Earth curvature at that altitude. Now you have two conflictory stories, right? One hand, Felix Baumgartner's definitely coming back down to the ground saying, dude, the Earth's curving, I saw it, whatever, right? His testimony. On the other hand, you have the academic mouthpiece, Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying that he says that you can't see. I don't mind if Felix Baumgartner calls it there. It's just space jump. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. He says it with such exaggeration and inflection in his voice that he wants to make a statement, right? According to, what academia stands for. So you have two people that are arguing, well, not arguing, but they're standing in opposition to where the curvature should be seen.
Who would you rather believe, though?
No. Let me get to it. Let me get to it. So the point of it was, Brenda brought this up, that okay, so we got one guy, Felix Baumgartner, who was actually at the altitude, and he saw something from firsthand experience. It's his testimony, and he said that, and she's like, I believe him over Neil deGrasse, and I'm like, okay, based on what? Because Neil deGrasse has a platform much, much larger than Felix Baumgartner, which is, he's not a guy in academia, or at least accredited to be. He's just some dude doing a stunt, right? So Neil deGrasse is actually, he's got a platform. He has Star Talk master classes. He's doing a lot more in scientific circles, right? So what he says has a bit more weight versus Felix Baumgartner, right? So, and she was saying that, well, because we have Felix Baumgartner jumping in his firsthand experiences, he saw the curve, then we have to say that he is right. And she was basically making, okay, what all the Globers do, they throw Neil deGrasse under the bus. No, he's bullshit. He's just a guy. He just wants fame. He wants the cameras on him, and that's what she was saying the whole time. She wants the cameras on him.
The problem with that is, if you look at someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he doesn't need validation. He's already overaccomplished. He's done everything, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't need to lie. Look at that guy like Felix. What has he done? He's only known for a space jump, right?
Yeah.
He has to lie. If he doesn't lie, his only credibility that I did the craziest thing in the world was fake. If he says it was anything but real, then he gets shunned. Like, I mean, your greatest accomplishment was faked. So you're gonna trust a guy that has to lie or a guy that has no reason to lie, realistically?
Yeah, and that's the
I'd rather
point.
trust a guy that's actually been up there, man. Not
Yeah,
the
see,
other
that's what Brenda said. That's exactly what Brenda said. Now, the point to this is what he said about the Earth's curvature true, Matt? Now, here's what we're getting into. The next part of the argument was, okay, validation, right? So we got Felix Baumgartner showing us these cameras, and of course, we got into wide-angle lenses. The GoPro camera, the GoPro camera that was used to film all this was using wide-angle lenses, and basically, Brenda was affirming that, yeah, of course, we're going to see distortion, and clearly, I'm just telling you how it went down. I'm not going to try to put words in anyone's mouth, just basically how it went down. So Brenda was saying that, yeah, we would affirm that, the GoPro would kind of give an exaggeration or put a little more into like what we see with the distortion in that, but we could still account for Earth curvature and all that. And so Felix Baumgartner, jumping from that altitude, could say that, yeah, you could see the curvature. So I believe him over Neil deGrasse. So Matt clearly is probably on board with that, what Brenda would say. So what's important here is, how do we distinguish whether or not he did, or we could say from what we saw from the cameras? Say again?
I said we do the math. Is there math behind us not being able to see curvature at 100 and something thousand? What height was he at?
Yeah, 120. Well, to be exact, I wouldn't say exactly that. It's a little bit like 121 or something. I'm not really sure on the numbers.
Maths, bro. Why do you need maths?
Math behind?
What do you mean by maths? What the frick does that mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Is there math behind us not being able to see curvature at 120,000 feet, given the
We
radius
don't
of
need
the Earth?
maths. We have cameras and shit that's been that high. Just go.
Okay, well, the cameras are going to show us curvature, so what do we go off of?
Which freaking camera, bro? Go on Google, right? High altitude balloons. None of them show.
I mean, the camera that we seen from the jump at 121,000 feet.
Yeah, bro. And every other camera disagrees with that camera. What do we do now?
Which cameras? The cameras that are not at 120,000 feet?
If you just go on YouTube, like high altitude balloons, they have altitude trackers and they're actual cameras launching from ground, going uppity, right? And all of them can go up to that sort of altitude, and they do. And it looks pretty.
Show me one that goes to 120,000 feet.
Yeah, alien, just Google them on my phone, bro.
Matt, did you watch that full video?
High altitude balloon. It's not hard. There's like a dozen of them. Maybe 100 of them.
I know there's a dozen of them, but if you want to point me one that shows a flat Earth with 120,000 feet, I'd love to see it.
All of them show no curve.
Hey, Matt, did you watch the full video of that jump? Matt, did you watch the full?
I don't think you've seen it.
It was obviously it was skipped, but yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, so there's a point in that video, if you've watched it, where they have a camera that's like, I guess, from inside the cabin, and it clearly shows that there's no curve up to this object in the background.
Not what you're talking about, man.
Oh, you didn't see that?
You can barely. I know what you're talking about. You can barely see through anything with that, whatever you're talking about. Like you can barely see shit.
So you're gonna discount that as
I'm gonna discount it because you can barely see anything, dude. You can't distinguish anything from that.
What do you mean you can't distinguish anything? You could clearly see it. Not
Show me what you're talking about right now. Show me what you're talking about right now.
All right, let me pull up the video. I mean, I watched.
You can't even distinguish anything from that shit, bro.
Okay, what you can? Okay, I know you just say words, but they don't have meaning because they.
All right, watch. Post it.
You can't. I will. I'm gonna find it right now. You can distinguish, and I'm gonna show you what I mean. Just go ahead, and I'll jump back in. Keep talking.
Did you end up searching high altitude balloons?
No, it's your job if you're gonna present it.
Why are you so lazy, bro? Just click.
Why are you so lazy? Oh, just find it. Find my shit for me.
I told you exactly what to search.
Congratulations, you can be on your phone.
Why are you such a sook, bro? Just Google high altitude.
I'm not refusing. You refusing to post evidence.
You're a freaking crybaby, bro. That's what you are.
You're a crybaby. Oh, it's up there. Go look for it yourself, though. Go look for my evidence for me.
Do you know why that's important? That way if you do it yourself, the
Alpha would never allow that. Alpha, if I said I had evidence, but you had to go find it, you would never allow that shit.
You've got the question, Matt.
Where to find it, I would definitely do it, and I wanted to believe it. But when I tell you, just Google high altitude balloon, so you can see a multiple of dozens of them.
I've already seen multiple high altitude balloon ones. I've never seen 120,000.
But why would you ask again then? You asked again.
Because he's claiming 120,000 feet that shows a flat Earth.
You asked again.
What?
All right. I think here's a good way we can do it. If we're going to present something, I know Dwayne Kellum on YouTube Does he still have his channel up, by the way? If you guys know Dwayne Kellum?
No, never heard of him.
Oh, really? Seriously? Oh, man,
Yeah.
I thought we talked about him often.
Yeah, maybe. I just don't. I tried.
Let
A lot of
me-
the celebrity people in the debate. I
just
don't
give me a
really
moment.
follow them as much as I probably
posted
should.
one. Let's see it.
Here you go.
Yeah,
The first
give me-
freaking balloon I clicked. I don't know how high it goes. I don't know anything about it. It's the first one I saw. Go ahead.
Let me
Have a
see. Hold
gaze.
on.
Oh, we got it. Well, if you don't know how high it is, let me actually check the description of the video.
Yeah, let me get you one that's really one that puts it. Hold on. Give me a moment.
Let's see how high this one goes.
Yeah, he's still on YouTube, I think. Yeah, he got 9,600 subscribers.
I don't think this one has an altitude tracker. My bad,
It's not
brother.
giving me a height.
Yeah, my bad, bro.
I think this is the one.
This one isn't giving me a height.
All right, so I found the video. I'm gonna post them in side chat.
Yeah. Let me look at this.
All right, go ahead.
No. Let me see. Where does it show here? I'm trying to see how high it went on this one.
Here, well, just while you do that, I'm gonna post this photo. Hey, do you see the video, Matt? Do you see the screenshot of the video?
I see the screenshot you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Do you truly believe that that is the globe behind him? See, you can see it in all its curves.
It's Earth curvature.
Okay. Do you believe that's the Earth curving?
Yeah.
That okay.
Looks like
so okay. So let me ask you this. Okay. If that's the Earth curving, then do you see a problem with this photo?
Not really. I mean, it's pretty close to the Earth, other than backing away from it. So I see what you mean by like, oh yeah, it looks like a small Earth, but I mean, it looks like it's curving at least.
Okay. So there's no other explanation in your mind that would just like allow you to see that it's an angle, a wide angle lens effect that's literally curving the horizon behind him. You
I think
cannot.
there's some sort of, hold on, can I finish my sentence?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's some sort of, obviously I think the lens is distorting it a little bit. I think that's what they do, but I don't think it's too significant to the point where he's just lying about seeing curvature.
Okay, so how small is the Earth if all you see from from one end to another, as far back to the horizon, all you see is the state that he's over. This isn't even all of America planet right here. Where's Russia fit on this planet right here? Where does China fit? America fits in.
He's 120,000 feet above what? Is this Arizona?
Okay.
No, it's
okay.
New Mexico.
If everything below him represents the Earth and it's all curving like that,
who claims it represents the entire?
Because that's what's in the shot. You okay? I don't think maybe you're getting what I'm saying. If the entire ground of
get
the
what you're
Earth,
saying.
Okay, if you're
no one claims that's the entire ground of the Earth, man. Holy shit!
You're saying that that's the entire ground of the Earth because you're saying that's a globe.
Oh,
Earth
I'm not.
below him.
Oh, I'm
okay.
not.
So
Never
you're saying
said
that's not the ground. So that you're saying that's not the ground below him. Then what is that then?
That's
if that's not the ground,
but that's not the entirety of the Earth, obviously.
Okay. No. You're not getting what I'm saying, dude. If you
Oh, I am
believe
getting what
that,
you're saying.
okay, if you believe that there's that much curvature on a state below him, okay, if a state has that much curvature, all right, think about it. So put yourself on one side of the state, and then you go all the way to the other side of the state. If you think there's going to be that much curvature, do you realize that the math that you keep talking about and bringing up, do you realize then it no longer maths out right? Because if there's that much drastic math that has to be calculated here, or I'm sorry, that much drastic curve, then that means that from California to New York, do you realize like how that isn't even possible in your curve video that you wholeheartedly think that that's a curved Earth below him.
It's the
Do you
curvature of the
understand?
Earth. I think it's exaggerated, but I think it's the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, it does
Okay.
look like it.
Okay. So if then you must just not understand how wide angle
I think
lenses
the Earth
work.
would be fucking too big if you couldn't see curvature from 120,000 feet too. I mean, come on, man. Should be able to see some left to right curvature from that up too.
Okay, that is the argument, and that's what Miggy or Alpha was telling you earlier. He was saying that because Neil, he said from 120,000 feet, you're barely like a millimeter above a beach ball, so you
Doesn't he say that
wouldn't see a
from
curve.
ISS you should see curvature too? But we have videos from the ISS that show curvature. So like, come
No,
on,
no.
man. Like,
Well, that's the point, though. That's what you're not grasping. You're
yeah, but Neil
saying,
deGrasse Tyson's saying these things with the
okay,
spacecrafts and other stuff is saying other things, man.
okay. Well, but that's the point, though. So think about this. Neil is saying, well, mathematically, you can't see the curve because it's so large that
Hey, don't
you're
say
going to see.
mathematically unless you're going to show some math behind that, man.
Well, what is the math that you have that proves your curved Earth?
What
What's
do
the
you mean
math
the
that you
math that I
have?
have? You claimed mathematics.
Yeah.
Wasn't-
So, but what's your math though? Because you're the one that. Well, hold on. You're the one that said it's curving. So what's your math that claims or that supports your claim?
Given the radius at 120,000 feet, you should be able to see left to right curvature. I mean, I can get the math. I can get ChatGPT to do the math for you right now.
Yeah. Do the math. Do the math. What's the math that's needed? Ask maybe while you're going to go talk to ChatGPT. Maybe ask ChatGPT. Who was correct? Was Neil, correct when he said that we can't see the Earth curve
Well, who do
at
you think
120,000
is
feet?
more reliable? The ISS and it being up there, and then cameras being on it, and
Well, the
what's it
fact
called,
that
jumping off the
well,
or deGrasse Tyson?
when you talk about reliability, the fact that the people that are behind the ISS have been caught lying and faking things, images and video streams, then that takes away their that for me to trust them, it really destroys that relationship
we
between
always
the
got
people in them.
we got to look at the argument though. The argument is, can the Earth be seen as a globe from that altitude? So from both sides need to understand that if the Earth was the size that it said or it's claimed to be, with the globe of the metrics that it's claimed to be, then it would have to work out that the math would follow of the Earth radius being 3959, the circumference 24,901 miles, that size of an Earth could see, or a person could see, that the curvature would begin at a specific altitude, right? So then the question would be, at what altitude do we see that curvature? According to the size of the Earth. Now that question needs to be answered by people that are going to be able to validate that in some way. So the way we're going to be able to do it, to say like, okay, we're seeing camera footage from, balloon videos that are showing us curve, some no curve. So what's the distinction? Where's the hard line? Are we going to say that we're just going to accept videos for what they are? Or are we going to say every video is unique to tell us that, this is curvature, that's not curvature? Right? Now we're in
Okay,
like
so I
the
have the
debate.
math.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so we do say that the radius of the Earth. Hold on, let me just check it. It's 6,371 kilometers, right?
It's the size
Which is about
allegedly.
3,000. Yeah, allegedly. So from the height of that, which is, hold on, the horizon distance at 120,000 feet, then 36.58 kilometers above the Earth's surface, would be 678 kilometers. The angle subtended by this distance is 6.1 degrees. The angle is enough for the curvature of the Earth to become visible, I think, from that altitude. At least the math does that up with visual perception of curvature.
You said at 100.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 120,000.
I can post it for you if you want.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me post this video by Taboo Conspiracy. It goes into a lot of that information. I mean, you have to listen to all of what's being posted there because it's a 7-minute video. It's not that long. You just watch it.
Yeah, it's just
But yeah, so you got to think too, man. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson and the people who are scientific communicators are not going to be speaking of things that are not correct according to the size of the Earth, because they are the mouth of science. So you can say what you want about Felix Baumgartner and him doing whatever he wants, but when they're being corrected, there's something is not right about people claiming that they see Earth curvature from that altitude. I don't care how many times people kick and scream. There's people that are educating and those that are getting educated. So if you're going to school and someone's telling you that the Earth is but if the Earth is a globe, apparently to the ones that you're being told from in academia, they're the ones telling you. You're listening to them and accepting that, right? So now it turns out that the same people that are educating you are not good to tell you that the Earth is not able to be seen as a globe from that altitude. All of a sudden, some random guy who jumped out of a gondola is now the authority. That don't make any sense, does it?
I mean, it kind of makes sense.
No, but the shoe's now on the other foot. You're actually being the one to scrutinize whether or not what information you accept to be true or not. And by that standard, you're saying, well, some random guy who did this jump is really the guy we need to listen to. Why? Is he the educator here? No. He went and got educated, just like you have, with the guy who's actually saying that's not correct. They use GoPro lenses which distort the image that you're seeing. So even though he said all of that, you're going to throw him under the bus and put Felix on top. But what has Felix contributed to science other than jumping out of that gondola?
Well, I mean, Felix was actually there, and he jumped from that altitude, and apparently the math.
So he's right. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and the math. I'm pretty sure the math also adds up that you should be able to see curvature from 120,000 feet, given the radius.
But what you're saying though, it doesn't line up with these academic scholars. Is what I'm telling you.
But you're saying academic scholars like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Who else said it other than Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Well, you got Bill Nye, you got Michelle Thaler, you got a lot of people on the side of the mouthpieces of science. The ones who are on the very top of their respected fields are telling you this information. Now, in denial of that are you guys in Discord channels. No, so what I'm saying is, if I was a part of the globe, I would be siding with the people that are defending the globe from a perspective that I know that it's not going to get shellacked by some flat earther sending a high altitude balloon, which would be us showing you high altitude footage of the very same thing you're saying. You see curvature, where I just posted a taboo conspiracy video that shows no curvature. And you can see that the Earth isn't as distorted as the Felix Baumgartner jump is. So I'm actually showing you something opposing you. But what they're saying, the academic scholars, they're saying, well, it doesn't matter. You could send a balloon that high. Of course it looks flat. It's still a globe, though. So they're actually better defending the globe than you are.
Felix Baumgartner jumped from 128,100 feet.
Yeah. So you hear what I just said, Matt? The scientific communicator is actually defending the globe better than Felix Baumgartner is. Because when a flat earther sends up a balloon, because I'm telling you, a flat earther sends up a balloon and he sees the Earth that's flat, there's no defense against that, because seeing is believing. So we're going to come back and say, well, we sent a balloon up 120,000 feet and there is no curvature.
That's
and you're
bullshit.
saying Felix Baumgartner is saying that there is curvature. So now we got two opposing sides. But what the scientific communicator is saying is that there is not
You're just making shit up, bro.
Grim, shut the fuck up, dude.
You're just making bullshit up, bro. Really.
Just get muted, bro.
Yeah, quickly. So when you send a camera up, like a flat earther sends one up, and we have the visuals to say, no, the Earth's not curving, what you have now is two contradictory positions. You got the Glober saying, I see curvature from Felix Baumgartner. You got the flat earther from Taboo Conspiracy saying there is no curvature. Check this out. High altitude footage, right? Two conflicting stories. But the scientific communicator, he's coming on top of both and saying, I'm sorry, but you both cannot see curvature from the altitude of 120,000. You got to go much higher.
The one video you just mentioned.
Think about this, man. Hold on. He's defending globe better than you guys are, is what I'm saying. You don't get it, right? You still think that saying that you can see curvature from 120,000 is good? It's actually bad. You're getting in a worse position because we can disprove you based on visuals. Because we're sending balloons up at 120,000 and we're not seeing curvature.
You said you are, but the video you just posted isn't even claiming 120,000 feet. It's just showing us videos of.
No, look, it'll post the image. The altitude is posted on there too. They know that people come in and say that, so they're gonna post the altitude.
There's an altitude in the description.
Yeah, but it's also showing you in the video too. So what I'm showing you here is that there's gonna be yeah, it's in there, man. Just look through it. Anyway, what I'm trying to make the point of here is that you guys can show us videos about seeing curvature. We show you videos with no curvature. Now we're gonna say who's right. But had you appealed to Neil deGrasse Tyson and used him as your lifeline, you would have still had some air to breathe. With this argument, you don't, because now you're stymied by us showing you videos of no curvature. Now you're dealing with, okay, well, shit. Now I got people showing me videos with no curvature, and I got this really demonstrable curvature with Felix Baumgartner. So now you got two opposing sides where the scientific communicator is saying there is no debate because you can't see curvature from the altitude. Duh. So he's actually supposed to be the guy you want to go with and not this other clown who says he saw curvature at 120,000 feet. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to show you, like, had you went with the other guy.
Is not showing 120,000 feet.
Dude, I'm going to have to take a snapshot because it's difficult, man. When you have this.
I looked through it, dude. I looked through it. The 7-minute one. I looked through it. I did.
Once I post it, you're going to be, oh, there it is. Fucking, that's what it is, dude. Like, it's because, yeah.
You're saying that, but like, I literally look. Is it the 7-minute one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 7-minute one. Look at the description and look at the video. There's no 120,000 feet or mentions of it.
Oh, Matt. Where, dude? Must I do everything?
Must I do everything? Dude, look at your video, man. There's nothing there.
Oh my god. Just wait. Wait for the image and text. You have to blow it up because the image is small. Oh, that one. Yeah. I see it now. Fucking hell.
Current altitude 195,000 feet.
Oh,
That's not 195,000 feet.
Okay, how the fuck do you know, dude?
Come on, man. What evidence is there for that?
Dude, how the fuck do you know? Yeah, the same evidence that you have against Felix Baumgartner. Same shit.
Is that supposed to be a wait? What the fuck is that?
This is
240,000.
You just listen. You just straight up hand waved my shit. Straight up hand waved that shit. How the fuck do you know?
Hold on, because it's saying 195,000 feet, then